The Sickly Beauty Substitute called it quits chapter 50 to chapter 100. Of course it's. Xianyu deliberately paused. I wish that your majesty and I will be together for 100 years. What else does your majesty think it is? Xianyu's voice was full of ridicule. Shang Junlin heard it and immediately felt his teeth itch. Considering that the wound on Xianyu's neck had not healed, Shang Junlin only rubbed it lightly. Guijun, please speak properly. Oh, right, there's one more thing. He came to apologize to me, Xianyu added. Apologize? Jiang Huiqing did something to hurt you? Shang Junlin rested his head on Xianyu's shoulder. When he spoke, his warm breath sprayed onto Xianyu's neck. It's because of what happened last time. Did your majesty forget? That day in a remote alley. I remember now, Shang Junlin interrupted Xianyu. When he mentioned what happened that day, Shang Junlin's face flushed. He should apologize. What happened that day was because your majesty didn't care about the occasion. Why did you ask someone else to apologize? Because he disturbed my time with Guijun, Shang Junlin muttered in a low voice. Xianyu turned around in Shang Junlin's arms so that they were facing each other. He pointed at Shang Junlin's shoulder with his index finger. Your majesty, don't you feel that there's something wrong with your state? What's wrong? Shang Junlin frowned. Isn't your majesty too concerned about my matters? Xianyu pointed out. Ayu is my Guijun and has a marriage contract with me. Is there anything wrong with me caring about Ayu? Shang Junlin tightened his arm around Xianyu's waist. Xianyu was speechless. At first glance, there was nothing wrong with what Shang Junlin said. But when he thought about it carefully, there was something wrong with it. Shang Junlin didn't give Xianyu much time to think and continued, what do you think? Xianyu opened his mouth and gave up thinking. Your majesty is right. There's nothing wrong with that. Lord Feng has made some progress. Would you like to take a look? Shang Junlin knew when to stop and when to stop, so he changed the topic after getting the results he wanted. Xianyu was surprised. Official Feng is so fast? It had only been a few days since Shang Junlin handed over the matter of Prince Yu to Official Feng. It seemed that Official Feng really loved his daughter dearly. Not only Lord Feng, but the other women as well. The family also intervened. Shang Junlin exerted force in his arms and picked Xianyu up. Your Majesty, Xianyu was caught off guard as his feet left the ground. Don't worry, I won't hurt Guijun. Shang Junlin carried Xianyu to the soft couch and put her down. Next time your majesty wants to do something, can you tell me first? I'll try my best. Shang Junlin sat down beside Xianyu. Your majesty said that there were other families involved. What's going on? Which families are involved? Xianyu crossed her legs and leaned on Shang Junlin's shoulder. Aristocratic families value their reputation very much. Prince Yu's action has undoubtedly violated a big taboo of aristocratic families. Whether it is for the sake of their family's reputation or to express their attitude to me, they will spare no effort to take action. Shang Junlin adjusted her posture so that Xianyu could lean more comfortably. Xianyu let Shang Junlin do whatever he wanted. That's right. Most of the people who confronted Prince Yu that day are from aristocratic families. Prince Yu's goal was the families behind those women. If they were ordinary women, Prince Yu wouldn't bother to get to know them personally. What about those women? Xianyu asked. Shang Junlin was puzzled. What's wrong? Xianyu said, I just thought of another problem. Aristocratic families value their reputation. The behavior of those women is undoubtedly a disgrace to their families. If they encounter a more ruthless family, I'm afraid they won't let those women have a good end. Don't worry, Guijun. When I asked the Imperial Army to send them back, I already warned those families. Asking the Imperial Army to personally send those women back had already shown Shang Junlin's attitude. Anyone who was a little smarter wouldn't lay their hands on their daughters under such circumstances. Your Majesty is really thoughtful. Xianyu rubbed Shang Junlin's shoulder. This time, Prince Yu won't be able to escape unscathed. Xianyu didn't hide his disgust for Prince Yu. He rarely concealed his true feelings in front of Shang Junlin. The more he was like this, the deeper Shang Junlin liked him. What Shang Junlin liked was never the gentle and polite legitimate son of Duke Shenbei, who knew when to advance and when to retreat. Instead, he liked Xinyu, who showed his true temperament in front of him. I can't take Prince Yu's life for the time being. But this time, he won't be able to return unscathed. Shang Junlin played with Xinyu's fingers as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. With official Feng and Miss Yu's help, he won't have an easy time. Xinyu didn't ask for the reason. Just like he had secrets that he couldn't tell Shang Junlin also had things that he couldn't say. That's true. With the cooperation of the aristocratic families, official Feng found a lot of interesting things. Shang Junlin took out a booklet and opened it for Xinyu to see. Xinyu lazily leaned on Shang Junlin's body and read the contents of the booklet while listening to him. Prince Yu has been playing dirty tricks these years. He buried a lot of spies in the capital. Official Feng took people to pull out these spies. Some of the families who were on good terms with Prince Yu also abandoned the rook to save the king after seeing the situation clearly. They unilaterally cut off all contact with Prince Yu. It seems that Prince Yu's many years of operation have been in vain. Xinyu sighed. I don't care what he wants to do. In my place, he has to follow my rules. Official Feng's work was progressing very smoothly. It was as if someone was secretly handing him clues step by step. Fearing that there might be a trap, official Feng paid careful attention to it. He didn't find anything wrong, but he remembered this suspicious point. Prince Yu was imprisoned in the dark prison and lost all contact with the outside world. At this moment, he didn't know that his many years of arrangements in the capital were about to be destroyed by official Feng. The more information official Feng found, the more shocked he was. Finally, he couldn't sit still and personally asked to see Shang Junlin. Official Feng came to the small courtyard in the afternoon. Xinyu was taking an afternoon nap. In order not to disturb him, Shang Junlin chose to meet official Feng outside. Official Feng first reported the progress during this period of time, and then pointed out the suspicious points he found. I think that there should be a force secretly handing over clues to me. You didn't find out who they are? Shang Junlin knocked on the table with his knuckles. I'm incompetent. Official Feng lowered his head in shame. Tell me. I tried to find clues to trace that force, but they hid too well. I couldn't find any traces at all. I even suspected that I was overthinking. But there shouldn't be such a coincidence in the world. Prince Yu has been operating in the capital for so many years, and he also had the help of the late emperor. If they could find out so easily, it would be the most suspicious thing. Shang Junlin also agreed with this point. He slowed down his knocking on the table. In addition, they have other plans. Did they do anything else? No. Xinyu woke up from his sleep and heard the conversation between Shang Junlin and official Feng outside. The corners of his mouth curled up. If there was anyone in the world who knew about Prince Yu's forces, it would be Xinyu. In his previous life, in order to help Prince Yu, he knew the distribution of some of Prince Yu's forces better than Prince Yu himself. Mu Shi. Young master, you're awake? Hearing the sound, Mu Shi walked in from outside. Xinyu got dressed and got out of bed. Tomorrow, I'll let Her Majesty go to the country residence to play for a day. I'll go prepare now. Mu Shi understood the meaning behind Xinyu's words. Before leaving the palace, Xinyu instructed Mu Shi to do some things and gave her some letters. He asked her to find an opportunity to deliver the letters to the people in the country residence without arousing any suspicion. After leaving the palace, Xinyu used the excuse that he wanted to be alone with Shang Junlin and did not bring the palace servants out to play. Mu Shi used the excuse that she wanted to buy things and meet her friends. She was only Xinyu's servant and the hidden dragon guards would not pay too much attention to her. After confirming that there was no problem, Mu Shi let her guard down. At this time, Mu Shi secretly sent out the letters. There was not much important information in the letters. The real plan had already been deployed before entering the palace. Xinyu was waiting for the perfect opportunity when official Feng thoroughly investigated Prince Yu. With the help of official Feng, Prince Yu's forces would be discovered in advance. Other than the fact that it would be too smooth, there would not be any suspicious points. This was because his people did not really participate in the plan and only revealed some clues. Now, it seemed that the plan was going smoothly. Well, remember to prepare the snacks that you mentioned to me last time. I will bring His Majesty to taste them. Xinyu washed his face. Shang Junlin heard the noise and came in. Your Majesty, you are awake? His Majesty is busy with political affairs? Is there a minister outside? Xinyu looked outside the door. It's official Feng. He has finished. He will go back by himself. Official Feng, who was left behind, stood in the courtyard with a blank face. Eunuch Meng smiled and walked forward. Official Feng, please go back. After thinking about it, Official Feng had finished what he wanted to say. There was no need to stay. Official Feng turned and left. Your Majesty, where are we going today? Xinyu looked away and asked excitedly. To Xianxia Mountain. Xianxia Mountain. The mountain was located in the northern suburbs of the capital. The scenery was beautiful. Every year, many people invited their relatives and friends to go for a spring walk and enjoy the scenery. Xianxia Mountain was not far from where they lived. After an hour, the carriage stopped. This time, they brought a few palace servants with them. The palace servants went to arrange a place to rest. Xinyu and Shang Junlin walked and strolled. The sun was bright and the breeze was warm. Looking around, there were all kinds of flowers dotted in the green. Occasionally, a few young women walked by happily. They were more beautiful than the flowers. There were students gathered by the river, drinking and composing poems. Xinyu saw Jiang Huiqing and He Qingyu. Considering Shang Junlin's mood, he did not go over. The two walked through the crowd together. Listening to the laughter around them, they were in a good mood. How nice it would be if I could be so comfortable every day. Xinyu sighed. If you likes it, we will come again next time. Will it be too troublesome? After all, he was the emperor. This kind of thing that was easy for ordinary people to do was more than a little troublesome for them. If Xinyu likes it, it doesn't matter if it is a little troublesome. Shang Junlin looked at the smile on Xinyu's face and thought secretly. Be careful. A gust of wind came. Shang Junlin did not have time to think. He held Xinyu and turned around. There were screams all around. Xinyu saw a man in gray pass by quickly through Shang Junlin's shoulder. For some reason, Xinyu's heart jumped. The hand on Shang Junlin's arm unconsciously tightened. Your Majesty, thinking that Xinyu was frightened, Shang Junlin stroked his back and comforted him. Don't be afraid. Xinyu calmed down, but he still could not ignore the palpitations in his heart. Who was that man? Why did he appear here? No one knew where that person came from. After causing a panic in the crowd, he disappeared. Xinyu calmed down for a while, barely suppressing the palpitations in his heart, and stood up from Shang Junlin's arms. You don't look well. Let's go back first. Shang Junlin looked at Xinyu's pale face and said with heartache. Xinyu had been well nourished in the palace. He hadn't looked so pale for a long time. The only time Shang Junlin remembered was when Xinyu fainted after entering Yuzhong Palace. Your Majesty, I don't feel well. Xinyu leaned in Shang Junlin's arms and frowned. Shang Junlin wrapped Xinyu up without saying anything and walked back. Let's go back first. Xinyu nestled in the man's arms and didn't speak. He faintly felt out of breath and realized that there might be something wrong with his body. Shang Junlin moved quickly and carried Xinyu all the way to the carriage. Just as they were about to leave, Imperial Physician Gu walked out of the crowd. Your Majesty, it's Imperial Physician Gu. Eunuch Meng had sharp eyes and pulled Imperial Physician Gu over. There was a young man beside Imperial Physician Gu. Xinyu couldn't care less. His vision turned black, and his heart felt like it was being squeezed by a hand. Xinyu, who hadn't had a relapse for a long time, almost forgot how he felt when he had a relapse. Shang Junlin sat down with Xinyu in his arms. Imperial Physician Gu didn't dare to delay and stepped forward to take Xinyu's pulse. After a long time, Imperial Physician Gu released his hand and frowned. Someone caused your illness. Shang Junlin's eyes darkened. He remembered that Xinyu fainted for the first time in Yuzhong Palace because of this. After the incident, he had investigated the entire Yuzhong Palace. He had thought that nothing similar would happen again, but now it seemed that he had been too lenient. Imperial physician Gu quickly wrote down a prescription and said as he wrote, "Your Majesty, there is no need to be too worried. Your Majesty's body is in good condition now and there won't be any major problems. I have some medicine with me, but there are still some that Your Majesty needs to send someone to retrieve quickly." Shang Junlin ordered the hidden dragon guards to retrieve the medicine. Under Imperial physician Gu's instructions, the palace servants built a tent that could shelter them from the wind. Shang Junlin carried Xinyu and walked inside. Imperial physician Gu followed closely behind. "Young master." Eunuch Meng stopped the young man who was following behind Imperial physician Gu into the tent. "That's my younger brother. He can help me, Eunuch Meng. There's no need to worry." Imperial physician Gu explained. Only then did Eunuch Meng let him in. Xinyu could vaguely feel the movements outside. He could feel Shang Junlin's worry and fear. He wanted to tell them that he was fine and not to worry, but he just opened his mouth and did not say anything. "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Shang Junlin tucked Xinyu's hair behind her ear. It was not clear if he was talking to Xinyu or himself. "Your Majesty, I need to perform acupuncture on Your Majesty." Imperial physician Gu finished speaking and turned his head to order, "Xiao Huai, take out the silver needles at the bottom right of the medicine box." Gu Huai took out the silver needles and brought them over. Shang Junlin placed Xinyu on the makeshift bed and said, "Other than Imperial physician Gu, the rest of you can leave first." "Yes." Eunuch Meng led the servants away and pulled the young man who did not want to move. Gu Huai followed Eunuch Meng's pull and walked outside. He said softly, "But my brother is inside. His Majesty keeps a close eye on Your Majesty. Your brother is the one who will perform acupuncture. There's no other way. Otherwise, your brother would have to come out with us." Eunuch Meng pulled the young man to the side. "God bless, Your Majesty will be fine." Mushi could not control the anxiety in her heart. Why did Gongzi? Everything was fine before. These days, this servant has strictly followed Imperial physician Gu's instructions and urged Gongzi to have a good rest. Why did he? Eunuch Meng was also anxious. His Majesty valued Gongzi more and more. If something happened to Gongzi, no, Gongzi must be blessed by the heavens. While the people outside were anxious, Shang Junlin inside could not control himself. He could not stand the sight of the person who was talking to him with a smile just now lying on the bed with a pale face and closed eyes. Because of the pain, he frowned even after he fainted. Silver needles were pierced one after another, causing Xinyu's fingers to curl up in pain. Shang Junlin sat at the side and held Xinyu's hand. "Is the trigger the same as the last time?" Shang Junlin's voice was cold. He was really angry. Imperial physician Gu gave an affirmative answer. Shang Junlin clenched his other hand tightly. When he found the person behind the scenes, he must make that person suffer a fate worse than death. He must pay back the pain Xinyu suffered 100 times, 1,000 times. The acupuncture treatment was to stabilize Xinyu's physical condition. After half an hour, Imperial physician Gu put away the needles and said, "Now, the weather is cold. Your Majesty, please be careful not to let Gongzi catch a cold. After this, Gongzi's body may be weak for a period of time. I will adjust the prescription and supplement it with medicinal cuisine to help Gongzi recover." Even a healthy person would suffer a great loss when he fell ill, let alone a weak person. Without 2 or 3 months of careful recuperation, Xinyu would not be able to recover to his previous state. Shang Junlin gathered Xinyu's clothes and hugged him again. Feeling the warmth, Xinyu instinctively leaned towards the source. Being approached by Xinyu should be a happy thing. However, Shang Junlin could not feel happy at this moment. He lowered his head and kissed Xinyu's forehead. Shang Junlin hugged him even tighter. Imperial physician Gu put away the silver needles and did not continue to disturb them. "I will go and take a look at the medicine." As soon as they came out, the hidden dragon guards also rushed to retrieve the medicine. Mushi followed Imperial physician Gu to decoct the medicine. In a fit of anger, Shang Junlin ordered the hidden dragon guards to seal off the entire Xianxia mountain. Before they found out the identity of the person in gray, no one was allowed to leave. Some people were dissatisfied, but Shang Junlin was not in the mood to listen to them. He took down all the dissatisfied people and punished a few of them. The rest of them did not dare to speak anymore. Not long after, the imperial guards arrived. With the imperial guards, these people knew how serious the situation was and did not dare to make a fuss. It was not a good place to recuperate outside. Shang Junlin planned to bring Xinyu back to the palace. Mushi came in with the decocted medicine. Imperial physician Gu followed behind her. Behind them was a young man who was carrying a medicine box. Your Majesty, you should find a place closer for Xinyu to recuperate first. It would be better for him to return to the palace after 1 or 2 days. Imperial physician Gu heard Shang Junlin's plan to return to the palace and gave his suggestion. It would be better for Xinyu's body to be less bumpy. It would take more than half a day to travel from Xianxia mountain to the palace. To be safe, they could not travel too fast. It would take longer. Shang Junlin was touched by Imperial physician Gu's last sentence. He ordered eunuch Meng, find a manor nearby. I will bring Xinyu to stay there for a few days. Give me the medicine. Seeing Mushi coming over with the medicine, Shang Junlin reached out to take it. Thinking of Xinyu's plan, Mushi boldly said, Your Majesty, the manor that Xinyu used to live in is not far from here. Why don't Your Majesty take Xinyu there? Xinyu has always wanted Your Majesty to see the place he likes. How far is it? Shang Junlin thought of Xinyu before they left the palace. He described the interesting things that happened in the manor when he was young. His eyes darkened. They had originally planned to go there in 2 days. We can get there in less than half an hour. It was indeed not far. Instead of looking for a completely unfamiliar place, it was better to go to Xinyu's manor. Shang Junlin fed the medicine to Xinyu. When the spoon reached his mouth, the unconscious young man curled his lips and moved his head to the side. After feeding him several times, Xinyu did not cooperate. The last time, he even spilled the medicine on Shang Junlin's clothes. Mushi trembled with fear as she watched from the side. She wanted to say that she would do it herself several times, but under Shang Junlin's gaze, she swallowed the words back down. Maybe the medicine this time is bitter. Imperial physician Gu explained. All of you can leave first. Shang Junlin ordered. After everyone left, Shang Junlin picked up the bowl of medicine and drank a mouthful without changing his expression. He leaned over and sucked on Xinyu's lips, passing the medicine bit by bit. Xinyu was firmly imprisoned in Shang Junlin's arms. He could not escape and could only swallow the bitter medicine unwillingly. Under Shang Junlin's strong force, the bowl of medicine was quickly emptied. Xinyu was so bitter that his entire face was wrinkled. Shang Junlin smoothed the wrinkles on his forehead and laughed softly, You're still so restless even when you're asleep. The matter of Xianxia Mountain was handed over to the hidden dragon guards and the leader of the imperial guards. Shang Junlin brought Xinyu and a group of palace servants to the manor. Imperial physician Gu was also brought along. Because there were extra people, Imperial physician Gu and eunuch Meng sat in the same carriage. On the way, eunuch Meng pretended to be curious and asked, Why did Imperial physician Gu come to Xianxia Mountain? Xiao Huai said that he wanted to come. I thought that since I'm not busy recently, I can come and see if there are any medicinal herbs I want. Imperial physician Gu pointed to the medicine box on the side, I found a lot of good medicine. Eunuch Meng glanced at the young man beside Imperial physician Gu. The young man's sitting posture was proper and he could faintly see his dependence on Imperial physician Gu. Gu Huai was at a loss at this moment. He did intend to meet Shang Junlin, but he never thought that it would be in this way. He did not want to involve Imperial physician Gu. The moment he came to Xianxia Mountain with Imperial physician Gu, he gave up the idea of meeting Shang Junlin here. He could find another opportunity. There was only one Imperial physician Gu. Even if there was a 1 in a million chance, he did not want Imperial physician Gu to be in danger because of him. He ordered his people not to make a move. He did not know who injured Xingu Jun. At the same time, Gu Huai was also very glad. He did not rashly make a move to test the waters. With Shang Junlin's importance to Xinyu, once he made a move, even if it was just for a chance to talk to Shang Junlin face to face, he could only choose to stand opposite the emperor of the Great Huan dynasty. Knowing that Xinyu was coming, everything had been prepared in the manner. Shang Junlin carried Xinyu all the way into the bedroom and put her down before coming out to deal with the matter. Your Majesty, it is a coincidence that Imperial physician Gu appeared in Xianxia Mountain. Eunuch Meng took advantage of the time in the carriage to ask Imperial Physician Gu some questions. Inform me as soon as there is any progress. In the evening, Mushi brought over the freshly brewed medicine. Shang Junlin took the medicine and walked into the bedroom. Mushi tactfully did not disturb him. Xinyu had not woken up yet. Shang Junlin first scooped up a spoonful of medicine and put it in front of Xinyu's mouth. As expected, the youth dodged. After several attempts, Shang Junlin had no choice but to shackle the youth with one hand. He took a mouthful of medicine and put the bowl to the side. His other hand slightly pried open the youth's tightly pursed lips and bent down. Just like that, he fed the youth the medicine for the entire night. Shang Junlin took the bowl of medicine and went out to change his clothes on the way. When Xinyu woke up, the first thing he felt was bitterness. The bitterness in his mouth lingered and his body felt heavy. Waves of coldness rushed over him, as if he had returned to his previous life. The man sitting by the bed pulled him back to reality. Seeing Shang Junlin staring at his lips, Xinyu licked his lips. Your Majesty, why are you looking at me like that? Did you do something bad behind my back? Because of the medicine, Xinyu's lips were rosy compared to his pale face. It was as if there was a touch of red on the white snow, making him look even more attractive. Shang Junlin still remembered the feeling. The bitterness of the medicine couldn't cover up the sweetness he felt. The tip of her dark red tongue stuck out from between her teeth and lips, sweeping across her rosy lips. Shang Junlin's eyes darkened. Shang Junlin put down the things in his hands and reached out to touch Xinyu's forehead to check his temperature. It was not as cold as before. He gradually felt relieved. Imperial Physician Gu said that if Xinyu woke up, there would be no major problems. Xinyu was stunned by Shang Junlin's series of actions. Your Majesty, what happened? He's fine now. Your Majesty, do you still want to hide it from me? Xinyu narrowed his eyes. The gray-cloaked man obviously did something to induce his illness. Knowing that Xinyu was not easy to fool, Shang Junlin helplessly told him what happened at Songqi Mountain. I have already sent the Hidden Dragon Guards and the Imperial Guards to arrest him. There will be results soon. Xinyu lay down for a long time and felt very uncomfortable. Especially in his mouth, there was a bitter taste that could not be ignored. The taste was different from any medicine in his memory. He propped himself up and wanted to sit up. Shang Junlin saw this and helped him up. He stuffed a soft cushion behind his back. How do you feel now? I'm fine. It's just that my mouth is very bitter. Xinyu frowned and complained. What medicine is used this time? It's so bitter. Shang Junlin got up and came back with a cup of water. Drink some. Xinyu really wanted to suppress the bitter taste in his mouth. He held the cup and drank a big mouthful. It's sweet. Xinyu pursed his lips and drank it in small sips. Shang Junlin saw his eyebrows relax and answered, it's a new prescription made by Imperial Physician Gu. In order to maximize the effect of the medicine, he didn't add any medicine that could reduce the bitterness. No wonder I can feel the bitterness lingering in my sleep. Xinyu understood. Is this honey water? It tastes so sweet. Yes, Shang Junlin nodded. I was worried that you would feel bitter when you woke up, so I specially prepared it in advance. After drinking the cup of water, Xinyu ordered Shang Junlin to bring him some candied fruits and ate them. After eating the candies, the bitterness in his mouth was finally suppressed. Xinyu was also in the mood to delve into other issues, such as, Your Majesty, how did I drink such a bitter medicine? Xinyu was well aware of his willfulness in certain aspects. It was fine when no one indulged him, but when someone indulged him, it was impossible for him to drink such a bitter medicine, especially when he was in a comatose state. In his previous life, he had fallen into a coma many times because of his illness. Every time, his subordinates and doctors were helpless. They could only wait until he woke up to take the medicine. The doctor who treated him had told him more than once that every time he fell into a coma, he was worried that he would never wake up. He told him to change his temperament and not be so resistant to taking medicine when he was in a coma. Obviously, taking medicine when he was awake was very satisfying. Xinyu thought, I also don't want to take medicine when I'm awake. I can drink it every time without changing my expression because I have no other choice. When I'm in a coma, my body is controlled by instinct. It just reflects my instinct to not like bitter medicine. Xinyu recalled the bitter taste in his mouth when he woke up. Compared to his previous life, the taste was even worse. It was definitely not something he could drink when he was in a coma. He became more curious. After asking, Xinyu looked at Shang Junlin. Shang Junlin's expression did not change. If you are curious, I will feed you again later. Then you will know. Xinyu thought for a while and put this question aside. He asked something more important. I remember that I fell ill after I met the man in grey. Was it because of him? Shang Junlin held Xinyu's wrist and rubbed it. It's very likely, but we can't rule out other factors. It was because of this that Shang Junlin asked the hidden dragon guards and the imperial army to surround Songqi Mountain. From the time they got off the carriage to the time they met the man in grey, anyone they met in between could be a problem. Your Majesty, I want to go out for a walk. Xinyu was unable to sleep after lying down for an entire afternoon. Shang Junlin brought clothes and helped Xinyu change. Xinyu was already used to the emperor's habit of dressing him up. He stretched out his arms and let Shang Junlin help him put on his coat and cloak. Xinyu's pale face was hidden behind the white fur collar. Shang Junlin tidied up his hair and held his belt as they walked out of the room. This time, Xinyu almost used up half of his energy. Xinyu could not exert any strength. He leaned on Shang Junlin's body and let the man carry him. Shang Junlin felt a weight on his body after taking 2 steps. He looked at the young man who was brazenly using his strength to walk and laughed. Where do you want to go? I will carry you there. Xinyu shook his head and decided to walk on his own. Shang Junlin was not angry when he was rejected. He supported most of Xinyu's weight and took him for a walk in the courtyard. The sky was not completely dark yet. The sunset spread from the horizon and dyed half of the sky red. Xinyu looked up and sighed, it's so beautiful. It's a pity that it's sunset. You can't see it today, but you can see it tomorrow. It's not a pity. Shang Junlin broke Xinyu's sadness. Your Majesty is right. Xinyu changed the topic. Your Majesty just mentioned Imperial Physician Gu. How did Imperial Physician Gu happen to meet us? Shang Junlin replied, he took his younger brother to Songqi Mountain to pick herbs. After you fainted, he saw you in the crowd and came over. Where is Imperial Physician Gu now? He is in the village. Shang Junlin seemed to know what Xinyu was going to ask next, so he added, his younger brother is also there. Xinyu walked for a while and realized that this was the place he wanted to take Shang Junlin to. He was surprised, Your Majesty, why are you here? The situation was urgent. Your maidservant said this place was closer, so we came over. Shang Junlin wanted to see the place where Xinyu used to live. He thought that Xinyu had always wanted to come here. If he missed this opportunity, he might be disappointed. Therefore, he agreed to Mushi's proposal. Before Xinyu fell into a coma, he was worried that he would not be able to come to the village. He did not expect that when he woke up, he was already in the village. He was pleasantly surprised. Xinyu woke up, but Shang Junlin was still worried. He asked eunuch Meng to invite Imperial Physician Gu. The main reason for bringing Imperial Physician Gu to the village was to make it easier to deal with Xinyu's sudden situation. Imperial Physician Gu rushed over as soon as he heard the news. Gu Huai followed behind him with a medicine box. Xinyu walked around and was a little tired. Shang Junlin helped him to sit down in the pavilion. This matter occupied a large area. Xinyu looked around. He had not returned to this place for many years, and his memories faded away. His memory slowly recovered under the scenery that he could see. Your Majesty, look over there. Xinyu pointed to a big tree not far away. When I was young, I had people build a small swing there. Then, one year, there was a rainstorm and the rope broke. I was sad for a long time. Shang Junlin looked in the direction Xinyu pointed. It was a very big tree. It was so big that 3 people would not be able to encircle it. A thick branch stretched out horizontally. Traces of ropes could be vaguely seen on it. Shang Junlin could almost imagine a little dumpling sitting under a tree and swinging on a swing. Sunlight shone through the gaps between the leaves, and mottled light and shadow fell on the little dumpling's body. The breeze blew through his hair, and the little dumpling grew up bit by bit, turning into a young man. His silhouette turned from blurry to clear, and gradually became Xinyu's current appearance. Your Majesty, Imperial Physician Gu is here. After getting permission, Imperial Physician Gu first checked Xianyu's pulse. Putting down his hand, Imperial Physician Gu breathed a sigh of relief. Guijun is fine now. Next, he just needs to recuperate. Shang Junlin also breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling the strength of the hand holding his wrist lessen, Xianyu smiled at Shang Junlin to comfort him. It's okay. Your Majesty, don't worry. In his previous life, he lived for more than 10 years with such a weak body. There was no reason for him to have an accident so early in this life. After comforting Shang Junlin, Xianyu looked at the boy standing behind Imperial Physician Gu. Looking into the boy's eyes, Xianyu was stunned. Although the boy's eyes were still a little immature, it was not difficult to see his master's fierceness. No matter how well he pretended, he could not change his bloodthirsty nature. Is this Imperial Physician Gu's younger brother? Xianyu put away his complicated thoughts and pretended to be curious. Yes. His name is Gu Huai. Imperial Physician Gu pulled the boy. This is the Xin Guijun I mentioned to you before. That is His Majesty. It was the first time Gu Huai officially met the two of them. Whether it was the Emperor or Guijun, they were very different from what he had imagined. Gu Huai hid the distracting thoughts in his eyes and respectfully bowed to the two of them. Xianyu calmly looked at the boy for a while and asked, "The Huai in your memory?" "It's the Huai tangerine grows in Huainan." Gu Huai explained. Xianyu nodded. Gu Huai. So his name is Gu Huai. Xianyu thought of the person in his previous life and couldn't help but sigh. In front of the people he cared about, the crazy wolf would also show a docile side. He wondered what kind of path Imperial Physician Gu would take in the future if nothing happened to him in this life. What are you thinking about? Why are you so lost in thought? Xianyu sat on the bed in a daze and was poked in the face. Xianyu rubbed his face and said, "I'm just thinking. That Imperial Physician Gu and Gu Huai don't look alike. Are they biological brothers?" Guijun has been thinking about this since last night? Shang Junlin lowered his eyes and sat on the bed. Guijun seems to be paying special attention to a certain person. Why is that? Isn't His Majesty curious? Xianyu acted as if he didn't feel Shang Junlin's dissatisfaction. That Gu Huai is not as simple as he looks. I know. He was also involved in the matter of Fei Meng. The hidden dragon guards found out that he was also looking for the mastermind, so they didn't pay much attention to him. Shang Junlin touched Xianyu's body temperature. Shang Junlin's hand was very warm. Xianyu subconsciously rubbed against his palm. Why is he also concerned about Fei Meng? Xianyu thought about it. In his previous life, he met Gu Huai a few years later. At that time, it had been some time since the Fei Meng incident. Xianyu wasn't sure if he was involved in the Fei Meng case before he met Gu Huai. If he was, what was his role in it? If Guijun wants to know, you can ask him to come and ask him. After knowing that Gu Huai had nothing to do with the mastermind, Shang Junlin didn't pay much attention to him. There were very few people in this world that he cared about. Now, Xianyu was one of them. In other words, from the beginning to the end, there was only one Xianyu. I think it's better not to. It's not good to scare him. If he really cares about the existence of Fei Meng like His Majesty said, he will take the initiative to look for him. Knock knock. Someone knocked on the door. Come in. Mushi came in with the medicine. Before she even got close, Xianyu could already smell the bitter smell that made people uncomfortable. He couldn't figure out how he drank this medicine when he was unconscious. Shang Junlin took the medicine. Mushi tactfully retreated. Xianyu grabbed the quilt and asked softly, "Your Majesty, I'm already awake. I don't need to drink this medicine, right? Guijun is already so old. Why are you still afraid of drinking medicine?" Shang Junlin walked to the bedside and sat down. The medicine he drank before was modified by Imperial Physician Gu, so it wasn't that bitter. This medicine was different. Xianyu felt uncomfortable just by smelling it. In his previous life, he didn't feel much after drinking so much medicine. This time, with Shang Junlin around, Xianyu didn't want to drink the bitter medicine. Shang Junlin supported Xianyu's shoulder with one hand to prevent him from shrinking back. His other hand held the medicine firmly and coaxed in a low voice, "Be good. Zhen will feed you." "How do you feed me?" Xinyu was vigilant. Shang Junlin took a mouthful of the medicine and leaned over. He showed Xinyu how he fed him the medicine last time. Xinyu felt something warm on his lips, and then the bitter medicine was poured into his mouth. "Oh." Xinyu resisted and pushed the man who was half on top of him. Unfortunately, all his resistance was in vain. The tip of the man's tongue pried open his teeth. The purpose of the man was to feed him the medicine, so he didn't go too deep. Xinyu's hand that was pressing on the man's clothes unconsciously tightened. The medicine that he didn't have time to swallow slid down the corner of his mouth and wet the collar of his neck. Xinyu couldn't refuse. On one side was the man's strong tongue, and on the other side was the medicine that was constantly being poured into his mouth. He could only comply with the man's wishes and swallow the medicine bit by bit. After swallowing the medicine in his mouth, Xinyu felt that his lower teeth were gently scraped. He looked up and saw the man get up as if nothing had happened and was about to continue feeding him. Xinyu didn't care about anything else. He grabbed the bowl of medicine and drank it without hesitation. He finally figured out how Shang Junlin fed him the medicine when he was unconscious. However, Xinyu felt that it was better not to know. Seeing that Xinyu obediently drank the medicine, Shang Junlin's eyes flashed with a trace of regret. He brought over the candied fruits that he had prepared earlier. Xinyu ate some and finally felt that the bitterness in his mouth wasn't as bitter as before. "Your Majesty, don't you want to eat some?" Without waiting for Shang Junlin to answer, Xinyu picked up a candied fruit and fed it to the man's mouth. "Anyway, you suffered because of me. Your Majesty, you should taste the sweetness that I fed you." Shang Junlin lowered his eyes and ate the candied fruit in Xinyu's hand. "Is it sweet?" Xinyu tilted his head and looked at Shang Junlin's face. "Yes." The candied fruit was sweet, but the candied fruit that Xinyu fed him was even sweeter. After drinking the medicine, Xinyu's clothes were a little dirty. He didn't want to lie on the bed anymore, so he ordered Shang Junlin, "Your Majesty, my clothes are dirty. Quickly bring me a clean one." As he wished, Shang Junlin found him a set of clean clothes. Xinyu stained his inner clothes. Before he changed his clothes, he glanced at Shang Junlin and said, "Shouldn't your Majesty look away from indecent things?" She motioned for him to leave quickly. Shang Junlin remained unmoved. "Which part of your body have I not seen?" Xinyu looked at him without saying anything. Finally, Shang Junlin was defeated. "I will turn around and not look, okay?" After that, Shang Junlin turned around. Xinyu saw that he really had no intention of leaving, so she quickly changed her clothes and put on her outer robe. "Okay." Shang Junlin turned around and walked over to help Xinyu tidy up his messy outer shirt. Breakfast had already been prepared. Knowing that the two masters had already woken up, Eunuch Meng ordered the servants to serve the food one by one. Xinyu sat opposite Shang Junlin and pointed at a few dishes that he had never seen before. "Are these the new dishes developed by the plantation? This is a medicinal cuisine specially prepared for you." Xinyu had eaten medicinal cuisine before, and without exception, there would be a faint medicinal smell. However, the dishes in front of him, even though he was so close, he couldn't smell a trace of medicinal smell. Xinyu picked up a piece with her chopsticks and put it into her mouth. The meat was fresh and tender, and the taste was indeed different from what Xinyu usually ate. However, it didn't taste like the medicinal cuisine that he had imagined. "I know that you don't like the smell of medicinal herbs, so these medicinal cuisines have been used to suppress the smell of medicinal herbs." Shang Junlin seemed to have sensed Xinyu's doubts and explained. "Did you find the gray-clothed man?" After eating, Xinyu thought of the strange gray-clothed man. He was very sure that he didn't know that person. Why would that person find him? What made him even more puzzled was, how could his illness be induced just by passing by? Xinyu's illness had been there since he was a child. All the doctors who had treated him said that his illness came from his mother's womb. Xinyu had never doubted this point. Now, it seemed that there was a hidden story behind this matter. As they were talking, the leader of the Imperial Guards asked to see Xinyu outside. Shang Junlin didn't hide it from him and let him in to report. The leader of the Imperial Guards first greeted Xinyu and Shang Junlin before he started to talk about business. I sent people to search the mountain for a night and successfully caught a few people with evil intentions. They were sent to the prison for interrogation. The person that your majesty mentioned was also caught, but it wasn't my people who caught him. Who was it? I brought them along with me. The people who came were wearing black uniforms. According to the leader of the Imperial Guards, these people were also active in the vicinity of Xianxia Mountain, and happened to catch the gray-clothed man who wanted to escape. If it wasn't for them, the gray-clothed man might have really escaped. The gray-clothed man was very familiar with the Imperial Guard's style. He avoided all of their detection routes and also had a way to deal with the hidden dragon guards. After a few rounds of camouflage to avoid detection, he disappeared from Xianxia Mountain without a trace. Thank you very much. If you need anything, you can ask directly, Xianxia said. We are just following our master's orders. There's no need for you to say anything. Thank you. One of the black-clothed men replied. Xianxia wasn't surprised by this reply. These two men looked like well-trained secret guards. He just didn't know which family in the capital had the ability to train such a team. After the Imperial Guards left, Xianxia told Shang Junlin about his doubts. Shang Junlin pondered for a moment. As far as I know, the existing aristocratic families in the capital are not enough to train such a group of people. Xianxia, no matter who they are, they have helped us. We should thank them properly. Shang Junlin, you are right. Xianxia, your majesty, do you think that these people are the same group of people who are investigating the Fei Meng incident? Shang Junlin, do you mean that these people are Gu Huai's people? Xianxia nodded, but we can't be completely sure. Xianxia suddenly remembered that in his previous life, Gu Huai always had a group of people who were loyal to him. He had seen the strength of those people. If he had to say, they could be compared to the black-clothed men this time. The gray-clothed man was locked up in the dark prison and there would be special people to interrogate him. Shang Junlin and Xianxia only needed to wait for the results. Xianxia found that Shang Junlin liked to stick to him even more. Except for the time when he had to review memorials every day, he liked to spend the rest of his time with him. If Xianxia didn't find it boring to review memorials next to him, Shang Junlin wouldn't even let him leave during that time. Your Majesty, you can't do this. Xianxia helplessly looked at Shang Junlin who was holding on to his clothes. I just want to go out for a walk. You can wait for me to finish my official business first. Shang Junlin didn't let go. Xianxia argued, Your Majesty, we need to be independent of each other. Even if we are an ordinary husband and wife, we can't always stick together. After much persuasion, Xianxia finally won some private time for himself. You. Xianxia turned around and saw a young man in a navy blue short-sleeved shirt walking towards him. Young Master Gu. Can I have a private talk with you? Gu Huai glanced at Mushi who was beside Xianxia and added, It's about Fei Meng. Of course, Xianxia turned to Mushi and said, You can leave first. The fish had taken the bait. Originally, after confirming that his body was fine, Imperial Physician Gu could leave. Xianxia wanted to confirm some things, so he asked Shang Junlin to keep Imperial Physician Gu. Imperial Physician Gu's younger brother, Gu Huai, was also asked to stay. The next step was to create an opportunity for Gu Huai to meet him alone. Xianxia wasn't worried that Gu Huai would harm him. His people were all in the manor, and there were also the hidden dragon guards in the dark. As long as Gu Huai was smart, he wouldn't choose to do anything to him under such circumstances. If he really did do anything to him, he could just get rid of him directly. There was no need to say anything else. You've been waiting for me? Without any outsiders, Gu Huai didn't hide himself anymore. The young man's facial features were still young, but his aura gradually overlapped with that of the person Xianxia knew in his previous life. Especially his eyes, which were like a bottomless abyss overflowing with hostility. I just guessed that you would come to find me. Xianxia leisurely poured himself a cup of tea. Do you want it? It's the best rain mist silver needle. In his previous life, that person told him before he took action that if there was a chance, he would invite him to drink the rain mist silver needle. Unfortunately, he only received the tragic news of that person dying together with the enemy. This time, he came back with his memories, so he treated it as the last appointment in his previous life. Without waiting for Gu Huai to answer, Xianxia poured a cup for him. Do you like to make your own decisions when you're with Her Majesty? Gu Huai took a sip. Children shouldn't meddle in the affairs of adults. Xinyu slowly took a sip of tea. You should cherish this opportunity. Next time, if you want to drink it, you can only make it for yourself. Gu Huai was speechless. After a long while, he said, "You're not much older than me." "Yes," Xinyu directly admitted. "But I'm married. Haven't you heard? After marriage, I'm an adult." Gu Huai took a deep breath and decided to get down to business. "I want to know if the Imperial Palace is involved in the matter of Fei Meng." From the clues he found, the Imperial Palace and Fei Meng were inextricably linked. "I can't guarantee others, but I can be sure that Her Majesty is absolutely not involved in the matter of Fei Meng. I was the one who suggested to investigate Fei Meng." Xinyu's expression became serious. "I believe you." Gu Huai took a deep look at Xinyu, took out a secret letter from his chest, and pushed it in front of Xinyu. "This is the clue my people found. You may have found some of it as well. The people who caught the gray-robed man were your people, right?" Xinyu didn't take the secret letter, but asked about another matter. Gu Huai, "Yes, before the cooperation, I should have shown you some sincerity. Besides this time, the people who shouted out the identity of the king of you in public were also arranged by me." "Xinyu, what is your purpose?" "I want to find the initiator of Fei Meng and avenge my family." Gu Huai didn't beat around the bush. When he said these words, his tone was cold. "Before the matter of Fei Meng is completely resolved, I can only say this much." Gu Huai loosened his clenched fist. "If something happens, I hope Her Majesty can protect my brother. When the time comes, don't worry about me." Imperial physician Gu definitely doesn't think so. Xinyu shook his head. If not, how could Gu Huai survive after being implicated in such a big case in his previous life? It was impossible to investigate the truth of his previous life. Fortunately, he had changed Imperial physician Gu's ending. When Shang Junlin finished his work and came looking for him, Gu Huai had already left. Xinyu was staring at the empty cup in a daze. "What did Gu Huai say to you?" Xinyu wasn't surprised that Shang Junlin knew about his private meeting with Gu Huai. He had already talked to Shang Junlin about it. He handed the unopened secret letter to the man. "It's about Fei Meng." Shang Junlin put the secret letter aside and said thoughtfully, "Why didn't Gu Huai come directly to us? Maybe he has a knot in his heart. If he is really a child of that family who survived." Thinking about it, Xinyu felt that if his family died because of the imperial family's muddle-headedness, he wouldn't be nice to the imperial family either. Of course, this was on the premise that his family wasn't like Shinbei Ho. It was better not to have them. "Your Majesty, don't you want to see what's inside?" After returning to the room, Xinyu saw that the man had no intention of opening the secret letter and asked, "Guijun, come and look with us." Xinyu walked over and was pulled onto the man's lap. His waist was tightly hugged. Xinyu struggled, but the man didn't move. This position was too dangerous. Xinyu didn't dare to move too much. He could only accept his fate and nestled in the man's arms. Shang Junlin opened the secret letter and Shin. "You looked at it." Indeed, as Gu Huai said, they had already found some things inside, but there were also many things they hadn't found out yet. For example, Fei Meng didn't originate from De Huan, but was brought by a woman from a foreign vassal. Why didn't the palace record such important information? Xinyu asked. Xinyu was puzzled. Someone must have deliberately erased it. After reading the secret letter, Xinyu was about to get up. After reading it, "Your Majesty should let me go." Xinyu suddenly shut his mouth and turned to look at Shang Junlin. "Guijun neglected us today because of someone else. Shouldn't you compensate us?" The man murmured discontentedly. Guijun even poured tea for him. Shang Junlin felt the side of his neck being bitten. With the previous experience, he didn't dare to use too much force this time. He only used the tip of his teeth to bite a small piece of skin and gently rubbed it. This was undoubtedly more unbearable than direct pain. Xinyu was tightly held in the man's arms. He couldn't move and could only let Shang Junlin do whatever he wanted. Didn't His Majesty acquiesce? Xinyu asked while breathing unsteadily. Xinyu had hinted to Shang Junlin from the beginning that he wanted to meet Gu Huai alone. He originally thought that Gu Huai would meet Shang Junlin face to face. After all, in his memory, Gu Huai had always been a decisive and ruthless person. In order to achieve his goal, he would put everything aside. Maybe it was because Imperial physician Gu was still alive in this life, so Mad Wolf was willing to put shackles on himself. What are you thinking about? Noticing that Xinyu was absent-minded, Shang Junlin increased his strength as if he was punishing him. Xinyu didn't have time to think about anything else. I think His Majesty just found a random reason to bite me. Xinyu muttered discontentedly. How can His Majesty think so? If His Majesty didn't refuse to take the initiative, I wouldn't have to take it personally. The wet feeling turned to the side of his face and spread all the way up to his delicate jawline, small chin, and finally fell to the corner of his lips. Shang Junlin stared at the soft lips in front of him. His eyes were as dark as the abyss. He once kissed the lips of the young man when he was unconscious. Even though there was a bitter medicine between them, he couldn't ignore the touch at that moment. It was so soft. With the body temperature of the young man, just a touch could bring an indescribable shiver. At that time, he was in a hurry to feed the young man the medicine and ignored all other feelings. Only when he thought about it later, the feeling of being ignored emerged from the depths of his memory. It was deeply rooted in his mind. Feeling the man's breath getting closer and closer to his lips, Xinyu tilted his head. The man's kiss that should have fallen on his lips fell to the corner of his lips. Xinyu stubbornly tilted his head and refused to let Shang Junlin's lips touch his. Why is you unwilling? Shang Junlin did not force her. He continued to peck and nibble on Xinyu's face, leaving waves of numbness. Xinyu himself couldn't tell the reason. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel wronged. Let go of me. Shang Junlin compromised. He kissed Xinyu's forehead to comfort her and let her go. Xinyu slid down from Shang Junlin's body and sat aside. She looked a little dazed. Why do you feel wronged? Shang Junlin got up and squatted in front of Xinyu. You and I are husband and wife. It's normal for us to do these intimate things. I know you might not be used to it for the time being. I'll wait for you to get used to it. He had given them enough leeway, but he was also strong enough that they could not refuse. Xinyu touched his face blankly. Am I so obvious? Ayu is about to slap your unwillingness on my face. Shang Junlin held Xinyu's hand and squeezed it gently. You and I are husband and wife. We can do any intimate things. Xinyu didn't know what he was thinking. He didn't resist Shang Junlin's intimacy. He even liked it a little. However, he didn't want to break through the last line. It was as if something was warning him that once he broke through, something he didn't want to see would happen. I know. After a moment of silence, Xinyu whispered, I will. Shang Junlin covered his lips with his palm and interrupted his unfinished words. It's my fault for making you feel uneasy. You doesn't have to force yourself to cater to me. What Shang Junlin wanted was a willing Xinyu. He could feel that Xinyu had a knot in his heart. Although he didn't know where this knot came from, he would find a way to untie it. Your Majesty, hug me. Xinyu was never sad. Putting away those messy thoughts, Xinyu thought to himself, let nature take its course. If something really happened, he believed that he had the ability to solve it. Shang Junlin stood up, leaned over, and held Xinyu tightly in his arms. The man's biting cold breath gradually filled the empty space. Xinyu was surrounded by the familiar breath and his heart gradually calmed down. After returning to the palace, I'll make tea for your Majesty. What would your Majesty like to drink? Xinyu put his hands around the man's waist and buried his face in the man's arms. As long as it's made by you, I'll like it. The commotion caused by Xianxia Mountain was too big. Although the news was blocked, some ministers still received the news that His Majesty and the Emperor had been assassinated. It was also at this time that they found out that Shang Junlin had taken Xinyu out of the palace. Admonishing memorials poured in like dancing snowflakes. They all urged Shang Junlin to stay in the palace and not make trouble. Nothing happened this time. It could be said that he was lucky. Who could guarantee that there wouldn't be any problems next time? What if there was? Xinyu casually flipped through a few memorials piled up on the short table. They were all urging Shang Junlin to return to the palace. Their memorials all talk about these things? Xinyu was slightly speechless. There are also some that talk about serious matters. Shang Junlin pointed to a small pile of memorials in front of him. Xinyu put back the memorials in his hand, walked to Shang Junlin and sat down. Your Majesty can leave those unimportant ones to your ministers. It's too much of a waste of time for your Majesty to look through them personally. The Emperor's words are reasonable. Why don't the Emperor help me? While you're at it, leave those unimportant ones for your Majesty to deal with? Xinyu bumped Shang Junlin. The Emperor and I are indeed of the same mind. After speaking, Shang Junlin pushed part of the memorials in front of Xinyu. Xinyu saw Feng Daren's name in the memorials. He took out the memorials and pushed them in front of Shang Junlin. Is there any result on Prince Yu's matter? Shang Junlin opened the memorials. The contents of the memorials were some of the information that Feng Daren had found. The details would be presented in the form of files after being sorted out. We have to wait for a while. Shang Junlin wanted to take this opportunity to find out what the previous emperor had left for Prince Yu. In the secret prison. Prince Yu thought that he would be able to get out soon. A few days later, he couldn't help but start to panic. No one interrogated him. Except for 2 meals a day, when the jailer came to deliver food, he almost never saw him. Shang Junlin seemed to have forgotten about him. The process of waiting was always torturous, especially when there was no one to talk to. Prince Yu became more and more impatient. He couldn't help but think, why didn't Shang Junlin interrogate him? Where were his people? Why was there no movement at all? What was happening outside? Shang Junlin dared to attack him. Did he really not care about the previous emperor? Prince Yu's biggest reliance was the things that the previous emperor had left for him. It was also because of these things that he could have such thoughts. It was obvious that the previous emperor favored him the most. Otherwise, why would the previous emperor give those things to him? It was easy to feed a person's ambition, let alone a prince who had been indoctrinated with the idea of fighting for power and profit since childhood. With each passing day, Prince Yu became more and more anxious. Finally, when the jailer came to deliver food, he couldn't help but stop him. I want to see His Majesty. The jailer knew this person's identity. He also knew that the higher-ups had ordered him to only lock him up and not do anything. He didn't know what the higher-ups were thinking. The jailer didn't dare to hide the news and reported it to the higher-ups. In the blink of an eye, Shang Junlin received the news from the secret prison. Is His Majesty going to see him? Xinyu sat by the window. He held his sleeves with one hand and held the teapot with the other. He slowly poured out the steaming hot tea. The beauty sat by the window and boiled the tea smoothly. No matter how one looked at it, it was a kind of visual enjoyment. They had already returned to the palace. Seeing that the ministers were about to give up if His Majesty didn't return to the palace, and Xinyu's health was getting better, it was more convenient to stay outside the palace. After discussing, they decided to return to the palace in advance. After returning to the palace, the ministers really stopped. Finally, they didn't have to find a pile of memorials to persuade the emperor to return to the palace. Xinyu was greatly relieved. There's no need to see him. Shang Junlin walked to the opposite side of Xinyu and sat down, admiring the young man's movements. Compared to seeing Prince Yu, he preferred to stay with Xinyu in Yuzhong Palace. Even if he didn't do anything, he would still be in a good mood. Xinyu deftly put the brewed tea in front of Shang Junlin. Would your Majesty like to try it? Shang Junlin picked up the cup and took a sip. The fragrance lingered in his mouth for a long time. He praised, Ayu has good skills. I learned it in my free time. It's good that your Majesty likes it. Xinyu also poured a cup for himself. He learned how to brew tea when he went to Prince Yu's fief in his previous life. He learned it in order to help Prince Yu win over a reclusive great scholar. Later, it gradually became a pure hobby. Xinyu was affected by his health. There were many things that he couldn't do. When he brewed tea, he could calm down and not think about those scheming things. Over time, this habit was retained. I don't know if young Master Jiang and young Master He have guessed our identities. Xinyu held the teacup. I hope both of you can be successful. He Qingyu and Xinyu didn't know. He didn't have any interaction with this person in his previous life. However, he knew about Jiang Huiqing. If he wasn't implicated, he would definitely be able to rise to the top. Ayu thinks highly of these two people? Shang Junlin rubbed the cup in his hand. Ayu has good taste. He Qingyu is the most outstanding person among the younger generation of the He family in Jiangnan. The He family in Jiangnan hasn't been an official since the reign of the previous emperor. I don't know why they are willing to let their most outstanding younger generation participate in this competition. They probably feel that Your Majesty is someone they can pledge their loyalty to. Why should Your Majesty care? What are they thinking? If He Qingyu is really as outstanding as the rumors say, wouldn't he be able to display his strength better by serving the country? Otherwise, why would there be a saying of learn both civil and martial arts and serve the emperor's family? Ayu is really... Shang Junlin shook his head. Ayu has been paying attention to Jiang Huiqing. Is he really that outstanding? How should I put it? How about I make a bet with Your Majesty? If the winner this time is Jiang Huiqing, Your Majesty will agree to one of my requests. How about it? If Ayu loses, can you take the initiative to kiss me? Shang Junlin pointed at his lips. Kiss here. Xinyu thought about it and agreed. Your Majesty's orders have been completed. Eunuch Meng walked in with his head lowered. Shang Junlin put down his teacup and stood up. Ayu, come with me. I want to show you something. What do you want to see? Shang Junlin walked in front of Xinyu and held his hand. The two of them walked out side by side. Eunuch Meng followed behind the two of them. He looked down and thought to himself, Your Majesty is really paying more and more attention to Gue Jun. Now that he's interacting with Gue Jun, he doesn't even have much of an emperor's etiquette left. Passing through the corridor, what came into view was a century-old tree with thick branches. Under the tree, there was a swing quietly hanging from it. I couldn't restore your original swing, so I had them make a new one according to your preferences. Do you like it? Shang Junlin looked at the side of the young man's face. His eyes were filled with tenderness. Xinyu couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. He had only mentioned the swing to Shang Junlin once. He didn't expect that Shang Junyue would build a swing for him in Yuzhong Palace in the blink of an eye. A swing wasn't a big deal. What was rare was that as the emperor, Shang Junlin actually kept his matter in mind. I like it very much. Xinyu turned around and met the man's tender eyes. He repeated, I really like it, Your Majesty. Let's go and take a look. Shang Junlin held Xinyu's hand and walked towards the swing. The man's hand was warm and strong. Xinyu's hand was curled up in the man's palm, like a tired bird that had found a shelter from the wind and rain. Xinyu looked at the swing that had suddenly appeared and gave him a great surprise. The rope hanging on the swing was 2 fingers thick. There were green vines with white flowers wrapped around it. The seat below was very big, big enough for him and Shang Junlin to sit down together. Xinyu walked around the swing and felt a little itchy. Your Majesty, I'll sit on it. Please push me. Xinyu finished speaking and sat on the swing. For comfort, the wooden chair was covered with a thick velvet blanket to isolate the coolness of the wooden chair and reduce the hardness of the wooden chair. Shang Junlin walked behind Xinyu and slowly pushed the swing. Xinyu sat on the swing. As the swing rose and fell, the breeze brushed past his cheeks and raised his hair behind him. Every time the swing fell, Xinyu's hair would be blown to Shang Junlin's body and hands. Xinyu narrowed his eyes. After swinging for a while, he suddenly realized that it wasn't good to let Shang Junlin push him. The next time the swing fell, he pulled Shang Junlin's sleeve. What's wrong? Shang Junlin firmly grabbed the rope of the swing and stopped it. Xinyu leaned sideways and looked up at him. I want Your Majesty to accompany me. Shang Junlin paused for a while. In the end, he couldn't resist the idea of playing on the swing with Xinyu. He walked to Xinyu's side and sat down. They didn't let the palace servants push the swing. Instead, they let the swing swing slowly. Xinyu leaned on Shang Junlin's shoulder and talked about his childhood. At that time, Shen Qingran liked to show off to me. Count Shenbei made a swing for him in the courtyard. He liked it very much and dragged me to see his swing. Xinyu's gaze slowly drifted away. The kind that I watched him play. It's been a long time. Xinyu didn't really remember these things during the new year. Today, sitting on the swing, the long-lost memories were dug out. He laughed very happily. At that time I was standing not far away and wanted to try it. I wanted to try the feeling of flying. But I knew that Xianxia wouldn't let me sit on it. He was always like this. Whenever he got something good, he had to show it off in front of me. Speaking of this, Xianyu chuckled. At that time, I still had fantasies about Count Xianbei. I even naively went to Count Xianbei to ask for the same thing. The result was as you can imagine. It's Count Xianbei's fault. Shang Junlin stroked Xianyu's hair. Later, I slowly understood that Count Xianbei was unreliable. No matter how much I wanted something, I wouldn't go to him. In fact, what kind of precious things could a child want? It was nothing more than the warmth behind those things. Unfortunately, Count Xianbei wasn't willing to give him even a little warmth. Let's not talk about Count Xianbei. Back to the swing. Later, when I slowly grew up, someone came to me with the title deed and said that there were some things left by my mother for me. That village was one of them. When I went to the village, I asked someone to make a swing. I tried it and found that the feeling was completely different from what I imagined. It won't happen again in the future. Shang Junlin held Xianyu's arm tightly. Huh? Xianyu was surprised. You won't have anything that he wants but can't get in the future. Shang Junlin couldn't change Xianyu's past that he couldn't participate in. He could only make up for the regrets of the past bit by bit. But he could guarantee that with his participation in the future, Xianyu wouldn't have the same regrets. I'm not a child anymore. If I really want something, I'll get it myself. Xianyu looked up at the sky. It's good now. I have your majesty. I'm already very satisfied. In this life, he was picked up for free. His destiny was in his own hands, and he could live it however he wanted. After returning to the palace, his life gradually got on the right track. Except for the bitter taste of the new prescription, Xianyu didn't have any dissatisfaction. Can't we ask Imperial Physician Gu to change the prescription? Xianyu drank the medicine in the bowl in one gulp. After drinking it, he immediately grabbed a handful of candied fruit and put it into his mouth. You endure for a few more days. After this treatment, you can change the previous prescription. Xianyu faintly looked at the man who was standing and talking without thinking. Your Majesty said the same thing yesterday. Imperial Physician Gu said that it's too bitter to suppress. The flavored medicine will dilute the effect of the medicine. You, bear with it for the sake of your health. Shang Junlin didn't want to see Xianyu suffer. He had asked Imperial Physician Gu before. Compared to the discomfort of drinking medicine for a short period of time, he hoped that Xianyu's body could recover as soon as possible. It had only been a few days, and the little bit of meat he had painstakingly gained was gone. His face was also smaller than before he got sick. Xianyu knew that drinking medicine was for his own health. He just couldn't help but want to complain to Shang Junlin. Thinking of the reason for his illness, he asked, what about the man in gray? Who did this to me? We couldn't find out who the mastermind was. No matter how we tortured him, he refused to talk. If we didn't find out in time, he would have taken his own life. Shang Junlin wanted to know who the mastermind was more than Xianyu. However, they had too few clues and couldn't find out anything. Last time, when Yuzhong Palace was in trouble, he changed most of the people in Yuzhong Palace. However, he still couldn't find out who the mastermind was. It would be difficult this time too. The man in gray should be a man of sacrifice. He knows our movements very well. He also knows the style of the hidden dragon guards and the imperial guards. Xianyu thought, let's not talk about the other two first. There shouldn't be many people in Dahuan who are familiar with the style of the hidden dragon guards. The hidden dragon guards were similar to men of sacrifice. They usually only acted in the dark. Many ministers only knew that Shang Junlin had such a force. As for how the hidden dragon guards looked like and how they did things, they didn't know at all. Xianyu said, we probably can't find out anything from the man in gray. Since the mastermind took action, he must have thought of a way out. Shang Junlin said, I know. The man in gray really gave the interrogators a headache. It was almost a consensus that they couldn't get anything out of the men of sacrifice. However, the emperor didn't want to talk about the person who hurt the emperor. They could only keep interrogating him. When the man was on his last breath, the emperor finally sent an order, don't get anything out of him. Continue interrogating him. What does the emperor mean? The people who received the order looked at each other. The emperor is avenging the emperor. Don't let him have an easy time. Someone reacted. The emperor really thinks highly of the emperor. Another person sighed. Don't talk about it anymore. Let's get to work. We also need to vent our anger for the past 2 days. On the other side of the dark prison, the king of you heard the low and hoarse screams from not far away. He shrank back at the corner. He didn't know if those people did it on purpose. They always interrogated the prisoners not far away from him. It was fine if it happened once or twice. However, if it happened too many times, even the gods couldn't stand the screams that always lingered in his ears. In addition to the screams, there were also all kinds of hair-raising sounds of punishment, the sizzling sound of hot soldering iron coming into contact with skin, the teeth-numbing creaking sound, the sound of whips falling in the wind, and the sound of people being hit. After a few days, the king of you was mentally and physically exhausted. His dreams were filled with similar sounds. He couldn't stay here any longer. He had to get out. The king of you didn't care about the previous emperor's instructions. He didn't want to use those forces unless it was absolutely necessary. He only wanted to get out of this dark place and get away from those torturous sounds. Your Majesty, there is movement. The leader of the hidden dragon guards knelt on the ground respectfully and said, Don't alert the enemy first. I want to catch the big fish behind the king of you in one go. Shang Junlin supported his head with one hand and sat on the throne. His tone was calm. Yes. The king of you used a special method to contact someone. He was finally relieved. When he heard the screams next door, it wasn't as unbearable as before. The screams next door continued. Occasionally, he could hear some whispers. They were all talking about how the emperor doted on Shengue Jun. The king of you sat by the wall and subconsciously thought of the elegant young man in blue. Shen Yu. What exactly went wrong that caused Shen Yu's attitude to change so drastically overnight? The king of you still couldn't figure it out. Shen Yu heard the king of yu's movements from Shang Junlin. He was puzzled. Why did he suddenly lose his mind? With the king of yu's cautiousness, it didn't make sense that he couldn't endure being imprisoned for a few days. I asked them to put the interrogation location near the king of you. Shang Junlin said calmly. Shen Yu couldn't help but laugh. How did your majesty think of this method? Shen Yu could already imagine how torturous the king of you was during this period of time. The king of you was someone who couldn't tolerate noise. With that kind of noise lingering in his ears every day, it was already his limit for him to only take action now. It's because you taught me well. Shen Yu? What did I teach your majesty? Shang Junlin reminded him. Last time, you asked me to send a letter to the king of yu's lovers. Shen Yu choked. Thinking of the king of yu's bad luck during this period of time, he decided not to argue with Shang Junlin. Speaking of the secret prison, Shen Yu thought of another person who was imprisoned in the secret prison. Your Majesty, is there any news about the He family? Yes. Shang Junlin frowned slightly. They secretly arrived in the capital. In the capital, they didn't do anything. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Shang Junlin only asked people to pay attention to their every move. For the time being, he didn't do anything else. The He family, the mysterious force behind the He family, and the king of you. Shen Yu connected the three together and couldn't help but have a new idea. Maybe the young master he was just a cover? If the king of you didn't get the help of the mysterious force because he saved the young master if that was the case, the king of you didn't need to spend so much effort to get the young master he out of the secret prison. The king of you was a person who wouldn't do anything without benefits. If there weren't enough benefits, he wouldn't take such a big risk to save a person who was deeply imprisoned. Your Majesty, you should also pay attention to the young master he's movements during this period of time. Shen Yu reminded him. I'll pay attention. Shang Junlin finished speaking, put down the memorial in his hand and approached Shen Yu who was standing on the other side. Does your highness still remember our bet? The imperial examination in spring is about to begin. Shang Junlin carried Shen Yu to the soft couch and gently put him down. Then, he leaned over. Shen Yu turned around and escaped from Shang Junlin's shackles. the outcome hasn't been decided yet. Your Majesty, why are you so anxious? Shang Junlin supported himself with one hand on the soft couch and looked sideways at Xinyu. I can wait, but don't find an excuse to not fulfill your promise. Xinyu got up and sat to the side. Why is your Majesty so sure that I will lose? What if your Majesty loses? Of course, I will fulfill my promise. Shang Junlin slowly got up and sat down. The soft couch was still the same as before. Shang Junlin looked at the distance between him and Xinyu and said, let's change to another soft couch. Why do you suddenly want to change it? This one is quite comfortable. Xinyu weighed himself. It was very soft and big. Sometimes, he could even lie on Shang Junlin's lap. Shang Junlin pursed his lips and didn't say anything. There was no problem with the comfort of the soft couch. He just wanted to change it to a smaller one. It was just right for the two of them to sit inside, and he wouldn't be unable to reach Xinyu on the other side. Your Majesty, Xinyu moved closer to Shang Junlin and asked, why do you want to change it? Just now, your Majesty was too far away from me. Shang Junlin didn't answer the question. Mr. Xinyu was puzzled about the relationship between the two. After turning a corner, he suddenly realized something. He poked Shang Junlin's arm and said jokingly, does your Majesty think that the soft couch is too big? What do you think? Shang Junlin took the opportunity to put his arm around Xinyu's waist and pulled him into his arms. He was satisfied. After finding out the reason, Xinyu was overjoyed. He laughed and fell on Shang Junlin's shoulder. Your Majesty, you are too cute. Xinyu remembered that when they were outside the palace, Shang Junlin liked the soft couch and liked to pull him along. Even when he was handling official business, he would let him sit next to him. It seemed that this was the reason. If your Majesty wants me to sit closer, just say so. Why do you want to change this soft couch? Besides, a big couch has a big advantage. If you are tired, you can lie on it. What do you think, your Majesty? If you don't want to exchange, then so be it. Shang Junlin didn't have to exchange. Xinyu leaned on Shang Junlin's body with her eyes half closed. After all, her body was damaged. Xinyu was a little sleepy recently, so she fell asleep in a short while. Shang Junlin lowered his head and looked at the young man who had fallen asleep in his arms. His eyes became softer and softer. Shang Junlin took a blanket from the side and put it on the young man. He hugged the young man with one hand and held a brush with the other. It was a quiet afternoon with only the occasional sound of flipping through booklets. The spring quarter examination was just around the corner, and the students had all reduced their outings. They stayed in their temporary lodgings and focused on preparing for the examination. The closer it was to the exam, the more impatient Jiang Huiqing became. He knocked on the door of the room next door. Brother Qingyu, are you busy? After a while, the door opened, and a man in a navy blue robe appeared behind the door. Come in. Jiang Huiqing walked in with his books. I haven't seen young Master Lin and young Master Yu for a few days. Aren't they also going to participate in the spring quarter examination? Why haven't I seen them? Jiang Huiqing placed his books beside He Qingyu. Why are you looking for them? He Qingyu poured a cup of tea for the two of them. To get together. After the examination, we're all over the place. I don't know if we can still get together. Jiang Huiqing picked up the teacup and took a sip. Good tea. If we pass the examination, we'll be able to see each other as officials in Dahuan. He Qingyu looked down at the tea leaves floating in the cup. The two of them were obviously people of high positions. It was unlikely that they were also examinees. Brother Qingyu is right. If fate wills it, we'll meet again. Let's not think about it anymore. I'm here today to ask Brother Qingyu for help. Jiang Huiqing opened his book and pointed at a few places. Here, here, and here. I've thought about it for a few days, but I still don't understand. He Qingyu leaned closer to take a look and shared his opinion. The two of them discussed for a while. Jiang Huiqing suddenly understood. So I was wrong. Huiqing's interpretation is quite novel. I wonder if it's convenient for me to ask who your teacher is. The two of them met on the way to the capital. One of them was from an aristocratic family, while the other was from a poor family. Unexpectedly, they had similar interests and decided to travel together after learning that their destination was the same. Jiang Huiqing was not guarded against people. It didn't take long for He Qingyu to figure out some basic information about Jiang Huiqing. In return for a favor, He Qingyu also told Jiang Huiqing about himself. The more they got to know each other, the more shocked He Qingyu was by Jiang Huiqing's knowledge. This was a young man who was not inferior to him. He knew his own situation. He was nurtured by the He family's resources. Jiang Huiqing was just an ordinary student from a poor family. The only person who could help Jiang Huiqing break through the barrier between a poor family and an aristocratic family was the person who taught him knowledge. My teacher. Jiang Huiqing suddenly fell silent. He Qingyu saw that in that instant, Jiang Huiqing's aura had undergone an earth-shattering change. In just a moment, he had turned back into the person he was familiar with. I'm just an ordinary old man. If I wasn't picked up by my teacher in the ice and snow, I might not be able to stand here now. He Qingyu did not expect that there was such a complicated story. He was stunned and said, "Sorry, I didn't know." "It's okay," Jiang Huiqing waved his hand carelessly. "I didn't tell you this. Brother Qingyu, don't blame me for hiding it." His mood was disturbed. Jiang Huiqing picked up his books and said goodbye. He Qingyu watched him return to his room. He slowly lowered his gaze. He was too reckless today. Jiang Huiqing closed the door and sat on the bed. After a while, he rubbed his face. First, he had to pass the exam. Otherwise, he would not be able to do anything for his teacher. In order to give the students a good environment to prepare for the exam, the Yingxing Tower, which accepted many students, suspended all entertainment activities during this time. As the date approached, the streets were not as lively as before. The cold of spring had passed and the weather was gradually warming up. Xianxia was still wearing fit clothes and the room was warm every day. His personal servants, Mu Shi and eunuch Meng, had changed into lighter clothes. Shang Junlin was the same. "Does your majesty feel that the room is too hot?" Xianxia saw that Shang Junlin had changed into a light outer garment. The palace servants in the room were also wearing light clothes. He was the only one who was still wearing the thick winter robe. "No," Shang Junlin put down his pen and reached out his hand. "You, come here." Xianxia walked over and put his hand on the man's hand. After a moment of dizziness, he sat on the man's lap. Shang Junlin touched Xianxu's forehead. "How do you feel? Are you cold?" Xianxia nodded honestly, "A little." Xianxia wouldn't have to suffer so much if it weren't for the second time. Shang Junlin put his arms around Xianxu's waist and held Xianxu's hands in his palms. The man's palms were very hot. As soon as Xianxu was held, he felt the warmth spread from his fingertips. "Zhen will warm you." Shang Junlin whispered in Xianxu's ear. "Doesn't your majesty need to approve the memorials?" Xianxu glanced at the pile of memorials on the short table. "There's no hurry." Shang Junlin held Xianxu in his arms. The anger that rose from the memorials instantly subsided. "They're all unimportant things." As he spoke, his warm breath sprayed on the side of his neck. Xianxu felt a little itchy. He touched Shang Junlin with his head. "Your majesty, it's itchy." Shang Junlin moved his head a little. "How about this?" Xianxu's head didn't move. Shang Junlin laughed. "Gui Jun, you can't be too close, but you can't be too far away." Xianxu would never admit that he was so difficult to please. "Why can't I be too far away?" "Zhen can't stand it if you're too far away, okay?" Shang Junlin said helplessly. "You're right," Xianxu muttered. He turned his head and said, "Your majesty seemed a little unhappy just now. What happened?" "It's about the invigilator and the examination before the examinees enter the venue." Shang Junlin attached great importance to every imperial examination. Some of these young examinees might be the future pillars of Deheng. Deheng urgently needed new blood. "Which ministers did your majesty arrange to be in charge of this matter?" Xianxu remembered the imperial examination fraud case in his previous life. He couldn't let the same thing happen again in this life. "It's the Ministry of Rights. Jing Yuan is in charge." Shang Junlin played with Xianxu's warm fingers. "Jing Yuan." Xianxu rummaged through his memories about this imperial examination. When the fraud case was exposed, it shocked the world. Shen Yu even heard the news in King Yu's fief. He had a deep impression of this matter because of his trusted aide, Jiang Huiqing. Jiang Huiqing was innocently implicated. He escaped death several times and came to work under Shen Yu a few years later. He only said a few words about what happened that year. Shen Yu didn't have the interest to expose other people's scars, so he didn't ask in detail. As the chief examiner, Jing Yuan was removed from his position and investigated on the day of the incident. Later, it was found that he wasn't involved in the fraud case. However, he was also accused of incompetent supervision. The furious Deheng Emperor executed his entire family. It was also after this incident that Shang Junlin's ruthless reputation spread among the people. With the addition of one case after another, it became more and more deeply rooted in people's hearts. Later, when people mentioned Shang Junlin, the first thing that came to their minds wasn't his recovery of the country and the creation of a prosperous era, but his atrocious acts of killing people. Who assisted him? Too many officials were killed that year. Shen Yu couldn't immediately determine who was the one who did it. There were several. Shang Junlin read a list of names. Why is Shen Yu suddenly interested in this? I just want to know who made His Majesty unhappy. Since His Majesty is unhappy, he can just replace them. Does His Majesty lack them? Shang Junlin fiercely rubbed Shen Yu's face. It's really annoying that they keep quarreling. Yu is still the most considerate. Shen Yu couldn't directly intervene in this matter. If he wanted to deal with it in advance, he had to think of other ways. The next day, Shang Junlin made the final decision on the officials in charge of this imperial examination. This time, a new batch of officials was added. Shang Junlin's attitude was firm. Seeing that there was no room for negotiation, the officials quieted down. After telling Shen Yu the new arrangement, Shang Junlin stroked Shen Yu's hair. Yu, what are you worried about? Shen Yu shook his head. Shang Junlin was about to say something when Mushi came in with a letter. Young Master Jiang sent a letter. The person who delivered the letter said that the letter must be delivered to you as soon as possible. Why does he keep writing to you? Shang Junlin rubbed Shen Yu's shoulder like a big dog. How is it always? Including this time, there are only 5. Shen Yu asked Mushi to bring the letter over. Mushi looked straight ahead and handed the letter over with both hands. Shang Junlin took the letter before Shen Yu. What does he say this time? Shen Yu took the letter from Shang Junlin. He didn't avoid him and opened the letter. The two of them read it together. The first part of the letter was similar to the previous times. At the end, the topic changed. It talked about a strange incident. Recently, someone came to him and mysteriously told him that there was a way for him to win first place in the examination. Shen Yu's smile slowly disappeared. He did not know if something like this had happened in his previous life and Jiang Huiqing had been implicated. However, in this life, those people had already set their sights on Jiang Huiqing. Jiang Huiqing had written the letter in a joking tone. It was obvious that he did not take this matter seriously. Shen Yu turned to look at Shang Junlin. The man's face was terrifyingly dark. Your Majesty? I did not know that there were people who had the guts to do this. No wonder they fought so hard over the invigilation of the exam. Your Majesty, don't be angry. We are not sure if this matter is true or not. Let the hidden dragon guards investigate first. Shen Yu comforted. Investigate. We must investigate thoroughly. Send someone to Jiang Huiqing first. We might be able to catch them red-handed. Shen Yu turned around and faced Shang Junlin. Since they took action, they must not only have their eyes on Jiang Huiqing. We must send someone to keep an eye on the other students, especially those who are similar to Jiang Huiqing. Do as Yu says. Shang Junlin held Shen Yu's wrist. His eyes were bloodthirsty and cold. I will write a letter back to Jiang Huiqing and ask him not to act rashly. Shen Yu pinched the letter. Other than you and me, I am not sure if anyone else has seen this letter. Shang Junlin thought for a while. We can rest assured. It depends on whether the person who delivered the letter to Jiang Huiqing is trustworthy. Don't worry. Too much. We are using another identity to communicate with Jiang Huiqing. Even if someone else saw this letter, they would not think that this letter would end up in our hands. Xinyu said. That's right. It's all thanks to you this time. If it weren't for you and Jiang Huiqing's acquaintance, he wouldn't have told us about this. Perhaps we'll only know how daring these people are after the incident. Shang Junlin planted a kiss on Xinyu's forehead. You is my lucky star. Seeing that Shang Junlin had calmed down, Xinyu breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to your majesty for bringing me out of the palace. Actually, I feel that we should thank Prince Yu for this matter. Xinyu deliberately adjusted the atmosphere. If it weren't for Prince Yu causing such a big commotion, we wouldn't have met Jiang Huiqing. If that's the case, I should thank you even more. If you hadn't suggested sending letters to all of King Yu's beauties, the Yingxing Tower incident wouldn't have happened. Thinking of this, Shang Junlin chuckled. That's right. Xinyu's lips curled up. Everything was predestined. If any of them were missing, the outcome wouldn't have been achieved. After Xinyu finished writing the letter, he first showed it to Shang Junlin. Then, he handed the letter to the hidden dragon guards and sent it to Jiang Huiqing. At this time, Jiang Huiqing was talking to Xinyu. You don't know how interesting that person is. He stopped me and said that I was the chosen one. As long as I listened to him, it wouldn't be a problem for me to become the champion. Am I such a stupid person? Unless he's the emperor himself. Oh, no, even if it's the emperor himself, he can't influence the results of the exam. In order to ensure absolute fairness, the person marking the exam papers couldn't see the names and identities of the candidates. Only after marking the papers could they see the results. When did he find you? After hearing Jiang Huiqing's words, Xinyu's expression became serious. Stunned by Xinyu's attitude, Jiang Huiqing said hesitantly, Isn't that person a liar? Xinyu saw that Jiang Huiqing didn't realize the problem and explained patiently, Think about it. Why would a liar cheat at such a sensitive time? Since he dared to say it, he might have some connections. Huh? Jiang Huiqing was stunned. After a while, he widened his eyes in disbelief. You're saying that he asked me to cheat? Lower your voice. Xinyu stood up and covered his mouth. The walls have ears. Jiang Huiqing nodded and signaled that he wouldn't talk nonsense. Xinyu then let go of him. What should I do now? Jiang Huiqing was stunned. If it was exposed, as someone who had interacted with that person, all his results would be cancelled. Don't worry, I'll think of a way. Xinyu looked down and thought about what the He family could use to solve this problem. Xinyu knew how important this exam was to Jiang Huiqing. He also knew that with Jiang Huiqing's ability, he would definitely get a good result if there were no accidents. However, something like this happened. Jiang Huiqing stood up anxiously. I also told young Master Yu about this. Will it bring him trouble? De Huan had always been strict about investigating fraud. After Shang Junlin took over, he had zero tolerance for fraud. If something really happened, he wouldn't be able to escape and young Master Yu would also be implicated. I shouldn't have written the letter. What did you say? Xinyu stood up abruptly. Jiang Huiqing was shocked and whispered, I said I shouldn't have written the letter, not this sentence. Xinyu interrupted him. I said I wrote the letter and told young Master Yu about this. I don't know if young Master Yu and the others will be implicated. Jiang Huiqing didn't understand why Xinyu's reaction was so big, but he still repeated what he just said. Xinyu suddenly sighed in relief. It's okay, they'll be fine. Why? Jiang Huiqing didn't understand. Because the identities of those two people were not simple. It was very likely that they were Her Majesty and Guijun themselves. Xinyu answered in his heart. After the two sides met, Xinyu used the He family's influence to investigate the capital. He couldn't find any information about those two people. It was as if they had appeared out of thin air. Combining the matters of Yingxing Tower and Songqi Mountain, Xinyu roughly came to a conclusion about those two people's identities. If it was as he thought, then everything that didn't make sense could be explained. Knock, knock. The sudden knocking on the door interrupted their thoughts. Jiang Huiqing stood up to open the door. There was an unfamiliar man standing at the door. Before he could ask, the man took out a letter and handed it to him. Young Master Yu said that you will understand after you read it. It was a reply from young Master Yu. Jiang Huiqing was slightly relieved. He took the letter and walked back into the house. Young master, you replied so quickly. Brother Qingyu, do you mind if I open it now? He Qingyu shook his head. Jiang Huiqing opened the envelope and took out the letter. The more he read, the more serious his expression became. After a while, he kept the letter. Young master, you and brother Qingyu said the same thing. They asked me to be careful during this period and not to alert the enemy. They also asked me to focus on preparing for the exam and not to worry about anything else. There will be professionals to take care of it. Since young master you said so, just do as he said. That person must have found more than one person. We have to be careful during this period. I know. The next period of time was calm. Perhaps it was because Jiang Huiqing knew some things, but he felt that it was the calm before the storm. The hidden dragon guards secretly infiltrated the student activity areas and gradually locked on to a few targets. Shang Junlin received feedback from the hidden dragon guards every day. Things were progressing in an orderly manner. Qingyu's men also started to take action. In the imperial court, a minister stood up and requested for the matter to be settled quickly. Your Majesty, no matter what, Qingyu is still a noble. We cannot keep him locked up in the secret prison. Qingyu's matter involved too many women. To protect the reputation of these women, his actions were not announced and he was locked up under another name. Furthermore, official Feng did not announce what he found out. Other than those who were well informed or whose daughters were involved, most of the people did not know what Qingyu had done. Official Ma was one of those who spoke up. Some time ago, someone had given him a lot of benefits. As long as he mentioned it in the imperial court, regardless of the outcome, he would be rewarded handsomely. Official Ma thought that it was just a matter of saying a few words. He was an imperial censor and his job was to advise the emperor. It was not a big deal for him to say a few words for Qingyu. Oh? Then what do you think I should do? Shang Junlin supported his chin with one hand and looked down at the ministers. This? Official Ma was at a loss for words. He did not dare to directly ask Shang Junlin to release Qingyu. Your Majesty, have you forgotten the promise you made to the late emperor? An old minister stood up, or did Qingyu commit the crime of treason? The moment the old minister finished his words, the imperial court fell silent. Shang Junlin knocked on the armrest of the throne with an unreadable expression on his face. All of you also think that I should release Qingyu? Some of the ministers who joined the imperial court later were confused. They looked at each other and did not dare to speak. A few of the ministers who were in the imperial court when the late emperor was still on the throne looked at each other and stood up. Your Majesty's words are of gold and jade. You should not change your words so easily. Even though Shang Junlin had expected this, he was still furious. Why did he value the imperial examination so much? It was to train new officials as soon as possible and replace these stubborn old officials. Shang Junlin glanced at the ministers one by one and stood up. All of you should know that I am in charge of Dehuan now. I have my own plans for Qingyu. Ministers, you don't have to worry about it. Court is dismissed. With that, he flung his sleeves and left. The ministers looked at each other in confusion. This? What is going on? After a moment of silence, someone could not help but ask. Who knows what Qingyu is thinking? Wouldn't it be better for him to leave peacefully? Why does he have to stay in the capital? His Majesty is really getting more and more disobedient. He has always been like that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have. The person who spoke suddenly stopped. Official Ma, why did you mention Qingyu out of the blue? As if they had found an opportunity to attack, the ministers surrounded Official Ma. Official Ma wanted to cry but had no tears. He did not know that there would be such a big impact. Shang Junlin walked to the back of the hall and saw the young man standing by the window. He paused. The young man was wearing white clothes with a light blue gauze outer garment. His long hair was not tied up and was gently draped behind his back. He looked like an elegant young master. Why is you here? Xianxu's range of activities in the palace was fixed in Yuzhong Palace. This was the first time Shang Junlin saw him come to the main hall of the court to find him. Hearing the sound, Xianxu turned around. I came to see if His Majesty was bullied. Xianxu came very early. He could hear the movements in the front of the hall from the back of the hall. He heard the ministers using the former emperor to pressure Shang Junlin. He also heard Shang Junlin's angry voice. However, he also knew that all of this was part of Shang Junlin's plan. He wanted to fish out the backup plan left by the former emperor for King Yu. When the beauty smiled, it was like a flower blooming in the clouds. Shang Junlin did not have the mind to think about the ministers. He walked quickly to Xin Yu's side. If I was bullied, what would you do? What does your majesty want me to do? Go to the front of the hall and scold them? Xin Yu raised his eyebrows. No, how can a Yu's mouth be used to scold people? Wouldn't it be too convenient for them? Shang Junlin leaned closer and said with a hidden meaning. A Yu only needs to comfort me. Xin Yu was speechless. Your Majesty, how do you want me to comfort you? What do you think, a Yu? Shang Junlin moved closer to him. Xin Yu patted Shang Junlin's lowered head. All right. Your Majesty, don't be angry. These people are not worthy of your Majesty's anger. After that, Xin Yu slowly withdrew his hand. Is this how you comfort me? Shang Junlin laughed involuntarily. A Yu knows that's not what I mean. Xin Yu widened his eyes and revealed an innocent expression. If your Majesty doesn't tell me, how would I know what kind of comfort your Majesty wants? Keep pretending. The spring examination is about to end. Let's see what excuses you can use to fool me. Shang Junlin straightened his body and walked to the side with his hands behind his back. Your Majesty, why are you so sure that you will win? Xin Yu still did not understand. A Yu, have you forgotten who determines the final results of the court examination? Shang Junlin looked at him with a smile. Xin Yu naturally knew this. He understood the meaning behind Shang Junlin's words and widened his eyes in disbelief. Your Majesty, you won't abuse your power for personal gain in order to win, right? If I can make you take the initiative to approach me, what's wrong with abusing my power for personal gain? Shang Junlin raised his eyebrows. Xin Yu walked closer and carefully observed the man's expression. He found that he really didn't seem to be joking. It seemed that he really did think this way. Xin Yu suddenly felt speechless. Your Majesty, do you really need to do this? Xin Yu walked around him. If you can't convince me, Your Majesty, don't expect me to be willing. Ha, I'm just kidding. Shang Junlin grabbed the young man walking beside him and picked him up. How can I be stupid in this matter? A Yu is really worried. When the time comes, I'll ask someone to put down a curtain. You can read the papers with me. Caught off guard, Xin Yu was lifted up. He put his hands on the man's shoulders. Shang Junlin picked him up like a child. He was taller than Shang Junlin. Xin Yu looked down at the man. Your Majesty, don't tell me this was your plan from the beginning? You want me to accompany your Majesty to invigilate the examination? Shang Junlin patted Xin Yu's back and did not deny it. Does you want to go? I'll think about it. Xin Yu did not immediately refuse. Shang Junlin's tone just now did not sound like he was joking. If Jiang Huiqing and He Qingyu's results were not too different, Shang Junlin might really be biased and let He Qingyu become the top scorer. Anyway, it didn't matter who was first or second to him. Just based on this matter, Shang Junlin really had the constitution of a fatuous ruler. Shang Junlin could be a tyrant for his own reasons, but Xin Yu would never allow Shang Junlin to become a fatuous ruler because of him. It's not easy to come here. I'll take you around. Shang Junlin finished speaking and walked away. Xin Yu patted his shoulder. Put me down first. Shang Junlin thought for a moment. Xin Yu most likely did not want to walk around in his current position. He regretfully gave up the idea of carrying him and put Xin Yu down. When his feet touched the ground, Xin Yu slowly breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Shang Junlin would carry him out regardless of anything. Before he could stand firm, an arm wrapped around his waist. Xin Yu lowered his head and looked at the arm firmly around his waist. He paused and did not say anything in the end. Yu, do you want to go to the front hall to take a look? Although it was a question, Shang Junlin directly walked towards the front hall. Xin Yu cast a sidelong glance at him. Your Majesty has already made a decision. Why are you still asking me? After the court, the ministers left one after another. At this time, the front hall was completely empty. The main hall of Dahuan's court was called the Throne Hall. It was supported by 9 pillars with golden dragons circling around them. Except for the throne at the top, the rest of the hall was empty. During the court, the ministers would stand below. The emperor sat on the high seat and everything below could be seen at a glance. Under the guidance of Shang Junlin, Xinyu walked into the main hall from the side door. Xinyu was no stranger to this place. Before his rebirth, he was the most valued confidant of King Yu. He often followed him in and out of this place. Standing in the same place for 2 lifetimes, his state of mind had a completely different change. The man's strong arm supported him. A steady stream of warmth came from the other party's body. Xinyu tilted his head and looked at the handsome side of the man's face. The man was wearing a black imperial robe embroidered with a lifelike 5-clawed golden dragon. With a golden edge, it showed the majesty of an emperor. Powerful, decisive, and in control of the life and death of the entire Dahuan. Such a man should be born to stand at the top. As an emperor, Shang Junlin was fully qualified. Xinyu couldn't figure out. How did King Yu seize the throne from the hands of this person in his previous life? The more Xinyu understood, the more he realized how powerful Shang Junlin was. He could fight his way out in such a harsh environment and climb to the throne. How could he be easily pulled down after sitting on the throne for decades? Unfortunately, the book he read after his death didn't mention this. Everything in his previous life couldn't be verified. Those secrets might be buried in the past forever. Only Xinyu knew about the past. Noticing his gaze, Shang Junlin stopped. What's wrong? I'm just thinking about how it feels to sit on it every day. Xinyu turned to look at the majestic dragon throne. You, just sit and you'll know. Seeing that Xinyu was interested, Shang Junlin led him to the throne. Xinyu stood at the bottom of the stairs and refused to move. I'm just curious. I don't need to experience it myself. You, don't worry. Is there any place in the palace that you can't go? Ignoring Xinyu's protest, Shang Junlin picked up Xinyu and walked up the stairs. Xinyu silently nestled in Shang Junlin's arms. Finally, he couldn't hold back his curiosity and looked down. Every time he went up the stairs, his field of vision widened. After walking up the 9 steps, Xinyu suddenly had the illusion that there was someone kneeling down below. Shang Junlin bent down and put Xinyu on the dragon throne. He stood below and asked, You, how do you feel? Xinyu was silent for a moment and answered honestly, I feel a little hard. The dragon throne was gorgeous, but it was also true that it was uncomfortable to sit on. The back of the throne was just a decoration. It was impossible to lean on it. Even if he leaned on it, he would only be scratched by the carved dragon. The armrests on both sides were wide and there was no place to lean on. Needless to say, there was no cushion for him to sit on. He could only sit up straight. It was fine for a while, but after a long time, Xinyu felt that he couldn't stand it anymore. In this world, who doesn't want to sit on this throne? Only you would dislike it for being uncomfortable. Shang Junlin rolled up his sleeves and sat beside Xinyu. The dragon throne was big enough for 2 people to sit on. Shang Junlin sat on it, and Xinyu leaned on him. Even if everyone in the world wants to sit on this throne, no one is more suitable than your majesty. Eunuch Meng stood below. Only he knew how shocked he was. He knew that his majesty valued Xinyu very much and almost spoiled him to the heavens. But he never expected that just because of Xinyu's curiosity, he would personally put Xinyu on that throne. Sitting on this throne, he felt not only the power, but also the responsibility of shouldering the entire Daheng country, as well as endless loneliness. Xinyu sat for a while and couldn't sit still anymore. Shang Junlin didn't stop him this time, and the 2 walked down the stairs. Your Majesty, aren't you afraid that I will also have thoughts about that throne? Xinyu was curious. Monstrous power was at hand. How many people could resist such a temptation? If Yu wants it, then what's the harm in giving it to Yu? Shang Junlin stroked Xinyu's hair on the temples, but Yu, if you want the throne, you have to accept the throne. There can be no one else. The man's eyes darkened. Otherwise, if I can let Yu sit on that throne, I can also make it so that Yu will never be able to touch that throne. How can the throne be better than your Majesty? It's better to let your Majesty worry about the affairs of the world. I only want your Majesty. Xinyu looked up at Shang Junlin's eyes. "The world is your majesty's, and your majesty is mine." He didn't know what his current feelings for Shang Junlin were, but he knew that he didn't want to change the current situation. You will always be mine." Shang Junlin held him in his arms with satisfaction. It wasn't the eye of the emperor, but the eye that represented Shang Junlin. The imperial examination in spring was approaching day by day. The old forces in the imperial court were becoming more and more unstable because of the matter of Prince Yu. They couldn't figure out Shang Junlin's attitude. Their probing seemed to anger the emperor, but it didn't achieve any of the effects they wanted. Releasing Prince Yu was both a goal and a pretense. It was a collision between the old and the new forces. Shang Junlin sat calmly and waited for the group of people who were buried the deepest to make a move. Several ministers gathered together in private to discuss the emperor's thoughts. What does His Majesty want to do this time? When have we ever guessed His Majesty's thoughts? In the past, His Majesty was very tolerant of the vassals. This time I don't know why, but he made a move one after another. Does he not intend to care about the blood ties? You're wrong about this. When has His Majesty cared about these things? It's not like everyone doesn't know how His Majesty ascended the throne. Did you forget just because he didn't do anything in these years? So His Majesty really wants to kill Prince Yu this time? I heard some gossip here. Do you know the noble who has been very favored recently? Before she entered the palace, it was said that she and Prince Yu had a relationship. The person who spoke gave a you-all-know look. Based on how favored that person is, His Majesty can do anything to Prince Yu. The person who heard this gasped. So His Majesty is targeting Prince Yu on purpose? In an inconspicuous corner, someone quietly stood up and left. The person who spoke the truth quietly glanced over there and continued to speak. All kinds of things outside the palace didn't affect the inside. Shen Yu lived a leisurely life. He didn't need to drink the extremely bitter medicine anymore. His mood became more and more relaxed. Because of the previous incident, Jiang Huiqing wrote letters more frequently. Occasionally, there would be a few letters from Yu. They were all about their recent discoveries. Shen Yu simply chose a hidden dragon guard to be in charge of this matter. With the cooperation of both sides, they had already found a lot of useful clues. As long as they found the mastermind, they could directly arrest him. Shen Yu turned over and half lay on Shang Junlin's chest. I hope this incident won't affect the exam. Shang Junlin hooked Shen Yu's hair. Those who have close contact with those people will be investigated thoroughly before deciding whether to participate in the exam. In fact, it will save a lot of effort if all of them are not allowed to enter the exam hall. Shen Yu looked down. Then won't you definitely lose? Shang Junlin chuckled. Or does you want to lose to me? I welcome him. Shen Yu nudged Shang Junlin with his head. I'm talking to Her Majesty about serious matters. I know, Shang Junlin touched Shen Yu's forehead. We discovered it early this time, so it's not difficult to investigate. Those who participated in it will be disqualified. Don't worry. I've already made adjustments to the questions this time, so there won't be any problems. Shang Junlin knew that someone wanted to tamper with the imperial examinations, so how could he sit still and wait for his death? He had already made adjustments to the questions that needed to be changed. In order to prevent the new questions from being leaked, those who participated in the revision of the questions had to live in the manner that he arranged for them. The manor was heavily guarded, so if they wanted to spread the news to the outside world, they would be exposed first. Shen Yu nodded and began to talk about what Jiang Huiqing and the others had discovered during this period of time. Jiang Huiqing wrote in the letter that those people had a clear goal. Most of them were from humble families. A few who were close to Jiang Huiqing were also targeted. After he told them about it, he found that a few of them were targeted. Shen Yu thought, they saw that Her Majesty likes to use officials from humble families, so they planned to use their own people first? Shang Junlin, no matter whether they succeed or not, these people will leave evidence that can be used against them. If they want to continue their official career, they can only work for the person behind the scenes. Shen Yu, that's right. And the higher those people go in the future, the more beneficial it will be for the person behind the scenes. It's such a good deal. They can effortlessly turn these people into their own people. But Shen Yu looked down to hide the coldness in his eyes. Whether it was in his previous life or this time, that person's goal would not succeed. Yingxing Tower. As the exam day approached, the number of people in the building decreased. The students stayed in their own places and made their final preparations. Jiang Huiqing's impetuous heart gradually calmed down. After talking with young Master Yu, he roughly knew that young Master Lin and young Master Yu's background was not simple. They were most likely not the candidates this time. Brother Qingyu is as calm as ever. Jiang Huiqing walked over from the window. Having known He Qingyu for so long, Jiang Huiqing had never seen He Qingyu's expression change. The surrounding students were getting more and more nervous. Only He Qingyu remained the same. Even he himself had been anxious some time ago, but his state of mind had only slowly recovered in the past 2 days. It's just an exam. Didn't Huiqing perform as usual? He Qingyu smiled faintly. Jiang Huiqing patted his chest and said, although I don't show it on my face, what happened a while ago really scared me. I've been feeling uneasy for a few days now. I don't know if Brother Qingyu has noticed, but those people's targets seem to be poor students. After these days of observation, Jiang Huiqing came to this conclusion. He Qingyu nodded. Yes, I did. I've asked the students from the other clans, but they haven't encountered anything similar. It seems that their goal is very clear. Jiang Huiqing rubbed his chin. They're picking people according to His Majesty's preferences. When the previous emperor was on the throne, the poor were suppressed by the aristocratic families to the point that they almost had no place to stand. After the current emperor ascended the throne, a group of poor officials were slowly raised. The exam is about to start. I don't know if this matter can be completely resolved before it starts. Under everyone's anticipation, the day of the exam finally arrived. In the morning, the students brought their tools. After checking that there were no mistakes, they entered the exam room one by one. Everyone's attention was on the exam itself. No one noticed that a small number of students were quietly taken away before they entered the exam room. After the students entered the exam room, a well-prepared arrest operation was secretly carried out. The evidence was conclusive. Without giving anyone any chance to resist, several inconspicuous people were quietly taken away. As the weather warmed up, the flowers in the garden bloomed, especially in Yuzhong Palace. Knowing that Xinyu liked flowers and plants, Shang Junlin sent people to bring over many rare flowers and plants. Recently, a top-quality ink orchid was presented. Shang Junlin didn't even think and had people send it to Yuzhong Palace. Eunuch Meng personally led people to move it. He finally understood that if there was something good, it should be directly sent to Yuzhong Palace. Didn't he see that His Majesty was only staying overnight in Yuzhong Palace? Since Xinyu entered the palace, Shang Junlin almost never returned to the emperor's bedroom. Even Eunuch Meng had a room to rest in Yuzhong Palace. His Majesty specially sent this slave to send this. See if you like it. Eunuch Meng lifted the red silk covering the top. Layers of blooming petals came into view. Xinyu's eyes lit up. Where did His Majesty get such a top-quality ink orchid? It was sent by the servants. It just arrived in the palace today. His Majesty sent the slave to send it to you. His Majesty is considerate. Xinyu found a suitable place for the ink orchid to grow and asked the palace servants to move the ink orchid there. Eunuch Meng was ready to leave after sending the things. Xinyu stopped him. I wonder if Eunuch Meng can change the head eunuch of Yuzhong Palace? Eunuch Meng paused. Why does His Majesty suddenly want to change people? The palace servants of Yuzhong Palace were all arranged by Shang Junlin. At that time, Xinyu had just entered the palace. Shang Junlin's requirement was that people with clean backgrounds should not cause trouble. Eunuch Meng also let his subordinates do the selection. Later, Xinyu was favored, and countless people regretted not being able to work in Yuzhong Palace. Eunuch Meng also regretted it. If he knew that Yuzhong Palace could be so popular because of Xinyu, he would have arranged a position for his people. However, the matter was a foregone conclusion. It was useless to regret it. Xinyu had never asked about the palace servants. Suddenly, he said that he wanted to change people. First, pick a group of people according to my requirements. After all, if you want to live for a long time, the people you use naturally need to be handy. Xinyu stated his requirements. loyal, not gossiping, adaptable, understanding, and easy to use. As for the rest, I will have to trouble Eunuch Meng to put more effort into it. His Majesty is too kind. His Majesty can rest assured that this slave will do well for His Majesty. Eunuch Meng respectfully responded. Those who could serve in front of the emperor were all experienced people. Eunuch Meng could tell that the previous head eunuch had made His Majesty unhappy. Eunuch Meng couldn't figure it out. His Majesty was already a rare master who was easy to serve. What did the head eunuch of Yuzhong Palace do to make His Majesty want to change people, and, when His Majesty said that he wanted to live for a long time, did he mean that he didn't plan to live for a long time, so everything was dispensable? Eunuch Meng lowered his eyes to hide the deep thought in his eyes. He began to think about the candidates that met Xianyu's requirements. "And, I'm very relieved when you do things." After explaining, Xianyu didn't intend to care about this matter. Eunuch Meng returned to Shang Junlin to report. After he finished talking about Xianyu's reaction, he hesitated for a while and then told him that Xianyu wanted to change people. Shang Junlin thought about the head eunuch of Yuzhong Palace. He didn't have much of an impression. When he was in Yuzhong Palace, Eunuch Meng had always been the one who served him. Xianyu didn't like people to serve him. Other than Mu Shi, there were few other palace servants who served him. Did His Majesty say the reason? From what Shang Junlin knew about Xianyu, he wasn't a person who spoke with a goal in mind. No, Eunuch Meng shook his head. He only said that he didn't like to use him. Shang Junlin, go investigate that head eunuch. If His Majesty wants to change people, then let him do it. This time, choose the people carefully. Eunuch Meng, this slave understands. Shang Junlin, after you choose the people, let me have a look first. Don't find someone who will make His Majesty worry. Eunuch Meng, yes. Xianyu watered Lan with some water and put down his rolled-up sleeves. He saw Shang Junlin walk in. Your Majesty, are you done with your work? And, Shang Junlin took a handkerchief from the side and wiped Xianyu's hands. Why don't you let the servants do these things? Of course, the flowers sent by Your Majesty have to be taken care of. Otherwise, what if Your Majesty doesn't like Junling one day? Junling was sent by Imperial Physician Gu. Because it was difficult to take care of, Xianyu had always taken care of it personally. Shang Junlin had been jealous of it several times. You even know how to tease me? Shang Junlin poked Xianyu's forehead. Xianyu dodged to the side. Your Majesty, why don't you let others talk about what you did? Okay, you can say whatever you want. Shang Junlin held Xianyu's hand and led him to the soft couch to sit down. Why do you suddenly want to change people to serve you? Eunuch Meng has announced to Your Majesty. Xianyu was not surprised that Eunuch Meng would tell Shang Junlin about this matter. He told Eunuch Meng because he had the intention of using Eunuch Meng to tell Shang Junlin about this matter. Xianyu, it's not like you don't know how much I care about your matters. How would Meng Chong dare to hide it? It was Mu Shi who found out. He took advantage of his position as the eunuch in charge of Yuzhong Palace and bullied the palace maids in the palace. He didn't dare to touch the people in Yuzhong Palace, so he touched the people in other palaces. Xianyu's face was full of disgust. I have already asked Mu Shi to make a list of the palace maids who were bullied. If it wasn't for a palace maid who had a strong temper and made a fuss, who knows how long this matter would have been hidden. Shang Junlin's aura became heavy. Who gave him the courage to run amok? Maybe it's because Your Majesty usually doesn't care about the palace maid's matters, so he thinks he can be unscrupulous because he is the eunuch in charge of Yuzhong Palace. When Xianyu first found out, he almost killed him directly. It was Mu Shi who stopped him. Young master, this kind of thing is actually not uncommon in the palace. This time, Eunuch Li was dealt with. Next time, there will be Eunuch Zhao and Eunuch Sunday. We must put an end to this phenomenon. We must make them not dare to do it even if they want to. Mu Shi said. The more beautiful the surface, the easier it was to hide filth. When the water was too clear, there would be no fish. Xianyu was not a young master who lived in a castle in the sky. He had seen the dark side of the world many times. He knew that in the palace, which was the center of power in Dahuan, no matter how shocking it was not surprising. Let Meng Chang deal with it. Xinyu reached out and pressed his hand against Shang Junlin's lips. No, since it's a crime committed by someone from Yuzhong Palace, I should be the one to deal with this matter. To dare do such a thing under my nose, I want to see who gave him the guts. For the first time, Xinyu showed such a fierce side in front of Shang Junlin. The beauty's temperament was like ice, and there was a biting chill between his eyebrows. Shang Junlin looked at him quietly and felt his heart beating faster and faster. Usually, Xinyu was gentle and harmless. Occasionally, he would show his small fangs. He did not look like a predator, but more like a cub that had not grown up yet. He was less intimidating. But now, Xinyu was different. A dangerous aura seeped out from inside, with a breathtaking beauty. At a certain moment, Shang Junlin felt that this was the real Xinyu. Full of aggression, danger, and charm. He almost could not move his eyes away. Seeing that Shang Junlin did not respond for a long time, Xinyu looked up in confusion. Your Majesty, what are you thinking about? I'm thinking. You is so beautiful. His voice was as low as a whisper. He wanted to pull her into his arms and kiss her fiercely, marking her as his from the inside out. Feeling Shang Junlin's strong aggressive aura, Xinyu held his breath. He was even a little confused. Did he say something? How did he suddenly make Shang Junlin so interested? After thinking about it, Xinyu stepped back a little. No matter what the reason was, it was better for him to stay away from Shang Junlin, who was emitting a dangerous aura. Sensing his small movements, Shang Junlin blocked his way with one hand behind him. You, why are you hiding? Xinyu played dumb. What did your Majesty say? Shang Junlin didn't want to make things difficult for him, so he restrained his aura. What does you plan to do? It was unknown when Shang Junlin changed the way he addressed Xinyu from Guijun to you. Xinyu gradually got used to it. Change the eunuch in charge of Yuzhong Palace first, then we'll talk. We'll do as you says. I'll choose the newcomer first. I won't allow the same thing to happen a second time. This time, the eunuch in charge of Yuzhong Palace got into trouble. In the end, it was his fault for not paying attention to him. If he had carefully checked the eunuch before appointing him, the current situation wouldn't have happened. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xinyu narrowed his eyes. He always knew that a dike of 1,000 miles could collapse because of an ant's nest. He didn't expect the people who worked under him to be flawless, but he couldn't tolerate people who had no bottom line. Since he was going to do it, Xinyu ordered Mushi to check all the people in Yuzhong Palace. In the past, he didn't think that he would live in Yuzhong Palace for a long time. He didn't have high requirements for the palace servants who served him, and he wouldn't send them to do anything urgent. Usually, he was easy to talk to, which encouraged some people's ambitions. Xinyu was favored, so Yuzhong Palace also rose. The palace servants who served in Yuzhong Palace were much more prestigious than those in other places. The rules of survival in the palace had always been like this. Xinyu didn't plan to change anything, but he didn't want to see someone use his name to make trouble. Eunuch Meng quickly selected a candidate and immediately showed it to Shang Junlin. Shang Junlin's gaze swept across the name list one by one. When he saw a certain name, he paused and looked up with a faint smile. If I remember correctly, this Meng Yuan is your godson, right? Yes, yes. Eunuch Meng didn't dare to lie. This servant found these people according to your request. This servant has seen Meng Yuan since he was young. This servant knows his character better than anyone else. This servant boldly added his name to the list. After he finished speaking, Eunuch Meng was a little nervous and added, I added Meng Yuan's name because I had selfish motives. Firstly, I know his background. Secondly, Your Highness is a master who is easy to serve. It is Meng Yuan's fortune to be able to serve Your Highness. Shang Junlin stroked the edge of the name list with uncertainty in his eyes. Eunuch Meng's heart jumped even higher. He smiled bitterly in his heart. He really didn't want to let go of this opportunity, so he boldly indulged his selfish motives. This servant knows that you value this godson very much. However, you can't go too far. This servant has looked at the name list. They all meet Your Highness's requirements. Send them to Your Highness. As for who can stay, it will be up to Your Highness. Shang Junlin glanced at Eunuch Meng lightly and threw the name list into his arms. This servant thanks Your Majesty for your grace. Eunuch Meng hugged the scroll. The big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. Go. Shang Junlin waved his hand. Yes. Eunuch Meng hugged the scroll, bowed, and left. Eunuch Meng didn't dare to delay. He brought the selected people to Yuzhong Palace. Xinyu was taking care of the Mo lawn that Shang Junlin sent. He didn't know how he took care of this flower. Even though the flowering period was over, it still bloomed very well. Young master, Eunuch Meng has brought people here. Mushi stepped forward to clean Xinyu's hands. So soon? Xinyu cleaned his hands and took a handkerchief to dry them. Send people to the main hall. Mushi received the order and left. Xinyu changed his outer robe and went out. When Xinyu arrived, Eunuch Meng was already waiting in the main hall with people. Xinyu walked to the main seat and sat down. Eunuch Meng introduced the people that he brought to Xinyu one by one. Eunuch Meng, thank you for your trouble. Eunuch Meng smiled kindly. Your Highness is too kind. Please take a look and see if there are any satisfactory candidates. If none of them are suitable, this servant will bring another batch. No need to be so troublesome. These people already meet my requirements. Xinyu pointed at a few people. These people will stay first. The rest of you can leave. The other people bowed and respectfully left. Meng Yuan was among the people that Xinyu left. Eunuch Meng's smile deepened. Xinyu tested the remaining people and finally kept Meng Yuan. Later, Shang Junlin came over. Why did you choose Meng Yuan? Shang Junlin hugged Xinyu and walked to the side of the couch to sit down. Does you know the relationship between Meng Yuan and Meng Chong? Xinyu shook his head. What's the relationship between them? I chose Meng Yuan because I like his style of doing things. Yuzhong Palace is too eye-catching. The people under it must be managed by someone reliable. That's Meng Chang's godson. He's very scheming. He knew that Yuzhong Palace was a good place to go, so he sent his godson here. Eunuch Meng really has good taste. Xinyu leaned on the man's shoulder. It seems that Her Majesty really likes me. Even the favorite of the emperor thinks that working in my palace is promising. Shang Junlin thought that Xinyu would be dissatisfied. He didn't expect him to have such a reaction. Zhen thought you would be angry. What's there to be angry about? Xinyu smiled. Her Majesty saw the person first. If there was a problem, Her Majesty wouldn't send the person to me, right? A Yu's mouth is better than anyone else. Shang Junlin pinched Xinyu's chin and turned it to face him. His thumb rubbed Xinyu's lips. Xinyu blinked. I'm just telling the truth. Why is Her Majesty looking at me like this? Zhen is thinking, did you have a candidate in mind from the beginning? Did you go around in a big circle just to let Meng Yuan take the initiative to come to Yuzhong Palace? Shang Junlin's eyes darkened. It wasn't hard to guess. Otherwise, as a noble, Xinyu could have any eunuch he wanted. He went around in such a big circle. It was just that the person's identity was different, so it wasn't easy to mention it. Xinyu pretended to be confused. He blinked innocently. What are you talking about, Your Majesty? Little fox. Shang Junlin leaned closer and kissed the young man's eyes. Xinyu was startled by the sudden breath. He didn't have time to react before he felt a warm touch on his eyes. The warm touch fell on his eyelids. The words he didn't have time to say were completely forgotten. Looking at Xinyu's dazed expression, Shang Junlin's eyes became deeper and deeper. His lips gradually moved down. The moment his lips were about to touch, Eunuch Meng's voice sounded from outside the screen. Her Majesty, Fong Darren requests an audience. As if waking up from a dream, Xinyu suddenly broke free and said uncomfortably, since Your Majesty has something to do, you can go and do it first. Shang Junlin secretly sighed that he missed a good opportunity. He rubbed Xinyu's head and got up to leave. Xinyu sat on the soft couch for a while. The confusion in his eyes gradually faded. Candidates were not allowed to leave the examination hall during the examination period. They ate and lived in the examination hall. They didn't know that in just a few days, the outside world was in chaos. Shang Junlin's people finally found clues and caught the mastermind behind the scenes. In the imperial court, Fong Darren reported what he found in a deep voice. Finally, he bowed deeply. Your Majesty, please make a decision. There was an uproar. How is this possible? This is a matter that shakes the foundation of the country. Could Fong Darren be mistaken? Fong Darren glared at him. Do you think I would joke about this? I didn't mean that. The person who spoke shut his mouth embarrassedly. The evidence is conclusive. Your Majesty, please punish him severely. Looking at the righteous Fong Darren, the ministers felt as if they had returned to the day when Censor Zhang was implicated. Amidst the whispers, Shang Junlin's cold voice sounded. Ministers, please take a look at Fong Darren's evidence before you speak. The eunuch in front of the imperial court held up the scroll and read it aloud. From how to get the exam questions to how to order people to get close to the students and lure them into the trap, everything was explained clearly. After a moment of silence, Shang Junlin slowly opened his mouth. Does the Grand Commandant have anything to say to defend yourself? The Grand Commandant couldn't argue with the evidence. He knelt down dejectedly. I know my mistake. The Grand Commandant was an old minister from the previous dynasty. He didn't suffer any losses during the change of power because he chose sides in time. On the contrary, when Shang Junlin ascended the throne, he became an important minister and was active until now. Shang Junlin stood up from the dragon throne and looked down emotionlessly. Grand Commandant, don't be in a hurry to admit your guilt. Tell me, what benefits did the previous emperor give you that you are still willing to work for him after more than 10 years? I wouldn't dare. The Grand Commandant's heart skipped a beat. Why wouldn't you dare? Do you regret that you didn't kill me on the battlefield so that King Yu could take the throne? Shang Junlin's words caused an uproar. No one would have thought that an attempted cheating case would involve the secrets of the past. Not long after Shang Junlin ascended the throne, he was seriously injured in a battle. However, before he recovered, the news was kept secret. Not many people knew about it, and even fewer people knew about it. Your Majesty, I am innocent. I was possessed and tampered with the imperial examinations. However, I really didn't do what Your Majesty said. The Grand Commandant was shocked. The first incident was enough to convict his entire family. If the second incident was added, what's more, he only wanted to gain a foothold in the imperial court. He didn't have the intention nor the ability to break through the heavy guards and attack Shang Junlin. Looking at the Grand Commandant who was trembling like a leaf, Shang Junlin's mouth faintly curved up. Of course, he knew that the Grand Commandant didn't do it. He deliberately said it so that he could pass the information to someone through the spies in the imperial court. He knew that what happened that year wasn't an accident, and he would investigate it thoroughly. The Grand Commandant was taken away with a pale face. After the court was dismissed, only Lord Fong stayed. The two talked in the imperial study for the whole afternoon. After Lord Fong left, the Supreme Court began to deal with the Grand Commandant's case. Xinyu leaned against Shang Junlin's chest through his clothes. So, Your Majesty was lying to me last time? This injury wasn't left when you were young? It's my fault. Shang Junlin smiled bitterly. He told Xinyu about what happened in the imperial court today. He didn't expect Xinyu to focus on this. Someone actually attacked Your Majesty after you ascended the throne? Xinyu thought for a while and felt that it wasn't strange. Whether it was in the previous life or this life, King Yu had always been eyeing the throne. Originally, Xinyu thought that King Yu was the only one who coveted the throne. Now, it seemed that it was far from the case. Other than those who coveted the throne on the surface, there were many people who secretly coveted it. It was just that they didn't dare to show it because of Shang Junlin's power. Xinyu pressed the wound according to his memory. Your Majesty, does it hurt? Shang Junlin held Xinyu's hand on his chest. Does your heart ache? If I don't care about Your Majesty, who will care about you? Your Majesty, please don't get hurt again. Xinyu's eyes drooped slightly. Shang Junlin was envious. He held Xinyu's chin with one hand and slowly approached him. A soft kiss fell on the corner of his eyes. It had the scent of a man, strong, steady, and reliable. Shang Junlin liked to kiss Xinyu's eyes recently, especially when he looked at Shang Junlin. The concentration and color in his eyes made Shang Junlin unable to let go. Xinyu's eyelids drooped. His long eyelashes gently swept across the man's lips, making him feel a little itchy. Shang Junlin released Xianyu's hand from his hand and wrapped it around his waist. He tightened his arms and pulled Xianyu closer to him. Xianyu let him kiss him for a while and said, "It's time to close the net about Prince Yu. Only one Grand Commandant was fished out, but it's enough. If there's one, there will be a second, a third." "That's not necessarily true." Xianyu leaned on Shang Junlin's chest and looked at him. "Your Majesty, why did the Grand Commandant tamper with the imperial examination? You wants to blame Prince Yu for what the Grand Commandant did?" Shang Junlin thought for a while and reacted. "Otherwise, why would the Grand Commandant bribe a poor student who hasn't entered the imperial court yet? What if it was Prince Yu's idea? Prince Yu lives in his fief all year round. What made him want to plant his own people in the imperial court?" Xianyu chuckled. "It doesn't matter if it was true or not, as long as we spread the news and let those people think so." Shang Junlin couldn't directly do anything to Prince Yu because of the late emperor's will. But what if Prince Yu crossed the line himself? Prince Yu didn't know that he was sitting in prison, but the pot came from the sky. With the emperor's personal order, the Supreme Court didn't dare to delay. They rushed to the end of the examination before it ended. The students heard such shocking news as soon as they came out of the examination hall. They forced themselves to gather together and wondered if they would be implicated. This was especially true for some of the people who had been found. Their faces turned pale, and they panicked, not knowing what to do. It was only after Shang Junlin had instructed the officials in advance to pacify the students that they were allowed to go back and rest. Jiang Huiqing had learned about what had happened in advance, and Xianyu had also told him that the matter would be resolved after they left the examination hall. Jiang Huiqing found it unbelievable, but he didn't expect to hear the news as soon as he left the examination hall. After a good rest and replenishing his energy, Jiang Huiqing called Xinyu to the hall for dinner. It wasn't easy to finish the exam, so it should be lively. To celebrate the end of the exam, Yingxing Tower held a free banquet to reward the students who worked hard. Everyone knew that this was a tradition of Yingxing Tower over the years, so no one refused. The hall was bustling with noise and excitement. Students who had just finished their exams gathered in groups of 3 to 5 to chat. As they chatted, they inevitably talked about the major events that had happened recently. "I really didn't expect such a big thing to happen this year. Yes, it's fortunate that His Majesty had foresight and discovered that something was wrong. Otherwise, how could we possibly gather together and chat so comfortably?" That's right, that's right. In the history of the Great Huan dynasty, whenever there was a case of cheating, the results of that year would all be nullified. If it weren't for His Majesty's brilliance, we would have wasted another 3 years. A blue-clothed youth sitting in a quiet corner smiled and said, "After this incident, this year's students will only respect His Majesty more." "What do you think, Alin?" The black-clothed man placed the deboned fish into Xianyu's bowl. "Didn't you say that he wanted to meet Jiang Huiqing? Aren't you going?" "There's no hurry. I've already communicated with him. He'll come and find us when he sees us." Xianyu stayed in the palace for a few days. After confirming that the matter of the Grand Commandant was irreversible, and that he had really rewritten Jiang Huiqing's fate, he wanted to leave the palace to meet him. Coincidentally, Shang Junlin also had matters to attend to. The two of them changed into the same attire they had worn the last time they left the palace and went to the Yingxing Tower. This time, they didn't ask for a private room. Instead, they chose the main hall. Xianyu wanted to experience the liveliness of the Yingxing Tower after the examination. The busiest time should be the day when the results are released. "You, do you want to leave the palace on that day to take a look?" Xianyu hurriedly nodded. "Yes. If you performs well, I'll bring you out." Xianyu didn't understand what he meant by performing well. Suddenly, he realized something. "Are we going to wait for the court examination to end?" "Brother Lin, brother Yu." Jiang Huiqing saw the two people sitting by the window the moment he came downstairs. He pulled Qingyu over. "I was quite surprised that brother Yu said you wanted to come. What's there to be surprised about? We've known each other for a while. On such an important day, we naturally have to get together," Xianyu said. After a period of correspondence, Jiang Huiqing and Xianyu had become more familiar with each other. He sat across from the two of them. "I was worried that brother Lin and brother Yu would be busy." Xinyu called over the waiter who was waiting by the side and added some dishes. Thank you for your help with the matter of Huiqing. Xinyu smiled and replied, there's no need to be so polite between friends. The two of them sat down and talked about the recent events. Jiang Huiqing sighed. This time, it's all thanks to Her Majesty. Otherwise, it's hard to say if I would have been able to take the examination normally. Huiqing is very knowledgeable. It's a loss that you can't serve the court. You flatter me. It was the first time Jiang Huiqing had been praised like this. He lowered his head in embarrassment. Let's not talk about this. To thank you for your help during this period of time, let me toast you too. After saying this, Jiang Huiqing picked up the wine cup and drank it in one gulp. Xinyu was ordered to abstain from drinking. Shang Junlin returned a cup. You can't drink. I'll drink on his behalf. I didn't think it through. I'm sorry. Jiang Huiqing said apologetically. It's okay. In fact, I also want to drink, but Alin is watching over me. The more he didn't let him drink, the more Xinyu's heart itched. Shang Junlin was still very quiet throughout the meal. It seemed that all his attention was on how to take care of Xinyu. Jiang Huiqing watched him pick food for Xinyu, pick out fish bones, and occasionally whisper a few words to him. He deeply felt that he shouldn't be here. After the meal, they chatted for a while. Shang Junlin still had something to do, so Xinyu proposed to leave. Is you going back to the palace or coming with me? Shang Junlin asked while playing with Xinyu's fingers in the carriage. Xinyu asked, where is your majesty going? Shang Junlin answered, the Supreme Court. Xinyu asked, is it because of the military officer? Shang Junlin answered, yes. Xinyu said, I'll go with your majesty. I don't want to go back to the palace alone. Shang Junlin ordered and the carriage turned to the Supreme Court. The minister of the Supreme Court had received the news early and personally led the carriage into the inner courtyard. Shang Junlin got off the carriage. The minister of the Supreme Court was about to go forward when he saw a man in black standing beside the carriage and stretching out a hand. The minister of the Supreme Court was stunned. Who else was inside? At the same time, he couldn't help but be curious. What kind of identity could make His Majesty personally welcome him down the carriage? Soon, the answer was revealed. A white hand stretched out from the carriage curtain and put on the hand of the man in black. The curtain opened and a young man in blue stepped out. Shang Junlin held Xinyu's hand. If Xinyu hadn't stopped him with his eyes, he would have directly carried her down. Seeing the intimate action of the two, the minister of the Supreme Court was shocked and hurriedly knelt down to salute, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. No need to be so polite, Shang Junlin raised his hand and motioned for him to stand up, just take us there. Yes. The minister of the Supreme Court didn't dare to ask more and led the way in front with trembling hands. Standing in front of a dark red door, the minister of the Supreme Court bowed his head, Your Majesty, the files are inside. No need to let anyone follow. Yes, the minister of the Supreme Court hesitated for a moment and said, Your Majesty, don't worry, I won't go in. Shang Junlin narrowed his eyes unhappily. Xinyu poked his arm, I don't want to see those scholarly things. I'll just wait for Your Majesty outside. It just so happens that I haven't been here before. Xinyu turned his head and looked at the minister of the Supreme Court, Can I stroll around here? The minister of the Supreme Court was grateful for Xinyu's help and hurriedly replied, Of course you can. Shang Junlin still wanted to say something, but Xinyu interrupted him, Your Majesty, please spare me. I can read the books, but not these. Seeing that he really didn't want to go in, Shang Junlin dispelled the idea and pinched his face, Be good and wait for me outside. Don't run around. After Shang Junlin went in, Xinyu strolled around the courtyard. The minister of the Supreme Court didn't dare to go too far or too close and followed him from a distance. The sun was setting in the west. Xinyu finished looking at all the flowers and plants in the courtyard and Shang Junlin came out. On the way back, Xinyu couldn't help but be curious and asked, Your Majesty, what do you want to see? You can just send someone to get the files. Why do you have to go there yourself? There are some things that are uncertain. It's troublesome to let them do it. Since you are going out of the palace, I might as well go there myself, Shang Junlin explained. After returning to the palace, Mushi reported the results of the investigation to Xinyu. There are no less than 20 palace maids who are victims. They are all not very eye-catching in the palace. Moreover, thinking of the truth, Mushi was so angry that her eyes turned red, and there are 2 who are under 15 years old. What about those palace maids? With a cautious sound, Xinyu broke the plum blossom branch in his hand. This servant found an empty courtyard in Yuzhong Palace to settle them down. Xinyu turned around, "Take me to see them." Passing through the flower path, Mushi took Xinyu to a remote courtyard. Mushi pushed the door and went in. When they saw Xinyu, the palace maids in the room couldn't help but tremble. "This is Guijun, the person who will uphold justice for you. Don't be afraid." Mushi was obviously very familiar with their situation and comforted them in a soft voice. Several palace maids bowed in fear and their movements were slightly sluggish. No need to be so polite. Xinyu didn't let them bow. "Since the people in my palace hurt you, I will definitely seek justice for you." "Thank you, Guijun." Hearing Xinyu's promise, the eyes of several wooden palace maids finally brightened. "If you have anything to say, just tell Mushi." Xinyu said a few words and left with Mushi. On the way, Xinyu asked, "Did you find an imperial physician for them?" Mushi shook her head. "This servant knows that the situation is not very good, but they refuse to let this servant find an imperial physician." Xinyu noted down this matter. Later, he mentioned it to Shang Junlin. "Your Majesty, is there a female physician in the palace?" Shang Junlin, "There should be. I will let Meng Chang arrange it." "Why do you need a female physician?" Xinyu, "I have some injured women in the palace. It is more convenient to let a female physician take a look at them." Shang Junlin, "Is it those palace maids?" "Yes." Xinyu lowered his voice. "I went to see them today. It was my negligence. I will think of a way to make up for it later." "How can this matter be blamed on you?" Shang Junlin held Xinyu's hand on his knee. "You have done very well. In the palace, people's lives are as light as grass. How many people can be like you, willing to stand up for palace maids who they don't know? Strong, gentle, dangerous. He loved every aspect of her to the bone. I just happened to run into him, and the one who hurt him is someone from my palace." Xinyu lowered his eyes and hid the coldness in his eyes. "It's better to deal with this kind of scum. We'll do as Yu says." Shang Junlin stroked the hair on the young man's forehead. "Since I said you can deal with this matter by yourself, I won't interfere." "Your Majesty, how's the matter with Grand Commandant going?" Xinyu had already made a decision and changed the topic. "He can't stand the interrogation. Grand Commandant has confessed that it was King Yu who ordered him to do it." Xinyu raised his head and looked at Shang Junlin. He smiled and said, "King Yu must have never thought that a prison would bring him such a big surprise. In a few days, someone will inadvertently reveal the news to him. At that time, he will only be more anxious to get out. After all, he was in prison and could only be at the mercy of others." King Yu waited anxiously for a few days but didn't receive the order from Shang Junlin to let him out. Instead, when a jailer leaked the news, he heard that he had ordered Grand Commandant to create a fraud case. "What did you say?" King Yu clenched his hands and widened his eyes in disbelief. "This?" Knowing that he had leaked the news, the jailer's face turned pale. His superiors had specially ordered him not to let King Yu know any news from the outside world. Why would anyone believe such a ridiculous rumor? "I ordered Grand Commandant? How can I order him?" King Yu thought it was ridiculous at first, but when he thought deeper, his face became more and more ugly. It was true that he had many small tricks, but this was the only thing he didn't do. How could he let Shang Junlin have such a big handle on him before his big plan was completed? He did it on purpose. King Yu's fingertips turned white. He deliberately put the blame on me so that he can ignore father's will and attack me unscrupulously. I want to see His Majesty. I didn't do it. I won't admit it. King Yu made a scene in the prison. The jailer had no choice but to report the news. King Yu must have made up his mind to go on a hunger strike and self-harm. Shang Junlin put down the secret report with a cold look in his eyes. Xinyu walked over, picked it up, and glanced at it. "It's not strange. He knows that His Majesty will not let him die in prison without a clear reason. If he fights with his life on the line, he might be able to fight for a way out. If he sits and waits for death, he will be finished. Rumors spread like wildfire. King Yu's people couldn't contact King Yu and were running around in circles anxiously. What should we do now? Is your highness really the mastermind behind this? His confidants looked at each other and shook their heads. If his highness did it, he wouldn't have hidden it from all of us. There's only one conclusion to this matter. His highness was framed. His highness has always had a good reputation. He is also gentle and courteous. No one can find fault with him. Who would have such a huge grudge against his highness and want to push him to his death? There was a moment of silence in the room. After a long time, someone said in a deep voice, "Have you forgotten why King Yu was locked up? Are you talking about the families of those women?" The rest of the people thought about it and felt that it made sense. Aristocratic families cared a lot about their reputation. What King Yu did was like a slap to the face of these aristocratic families. No, there's still an extremely suspicious point in this matter. Why would all those women appear at Star Welcome Pavilion that day? Only a small number of people know about this. Could it be that the Count of Northern Marquis leaked the news? Anyway, this matter needs to be investigated. Shang Junlin's people were paying close attention to the movements of King Yu's people. When the news was reported, Shen Yu also knew about it. Will they trace it back to the hidden dragon guards? Shen Yu held a white chess piece and placed it down. He didn't allow his people to do it because he was afraid that they wouldn't be able to clean up the mess properly. It was a quiet afternoon. Shen Yu had enough of his afternoon nap. He pulled Shang Junlin to play chess with him. Shang Junlin placed a black chess piece down casually. If they find out, the name of the person who did this will be removed from the hidden dragon guards. On the chessboard, they played back and forth. Under the seemingly peaceful surface, each move was filled with killing intent. Outside the chessboard, the two of them placed their chess pieces casually. Since they want to investigate, they should give us a target. If they can't find anything, they will suspect us sooner or later. In short, they had to find a scapegoat. Since they suspect that it's the Count of Northern Marquis, let's confirm their suspicions. Shen Yu made a decision casually. Just as Shen Yu thought, King Yu's people were just confused at the start. When they realized what was going on, they realized that there was something wrong with the whole situation. The strategists that King Yu had spent a lot of effort to train were not idiots. They didn't have any real skills and King Yu didn't think highly of them. Following the clues left behind by the hidden dragon guards, they found out that it was the Count of Northern Marquis. Sure enough, there is a problem with the son of Count Northern Marquis. After all, he is just a son of a concubine. If it was Shen Yu at the start, his highness would have coaxed him. However, what is Shen Qingran? Why does his highness think so highly of him? King Yu didn't tell these people about the contents of Shen Qingran's letter. Hence, they didn't know that Shen Qingran had almost become their colleague. Shen Qingran didn't have a good time during this period of time. After creating such a big commotion, Count Northern Marquis was deeply embarrassed. After all, other people were daughters. Why did Shen Qingran, as a man, have to rush? Hence, Shen Qingran was grounded again. In the future, without my permission, don't come out and embarrass yourself. Ignoring Shen Qingran's explanation, Count Northern Marquis left in a huff. He was really blind to think that this son of his could be of great use. He didn't care about the son of his first wife. The more Count Northern Marquis thought about it, the more he regretted it. With Xing Yu's degree of favor, if he had treated him well, the Count of Northern Marquis wouldn't have to worry about the future. Unlike Shen Qingran, this unfilial son, he would only embarrass him. After investigating the Count of Northern Marquis, how could King Yu's men let it go? They started to target the Count of Northern Marquis. Some of their power had been uprooted and they had been entrenched in the capital for many years. The remaining power was more than enough to deal with the declining Count of Northern Marquis. Shen Qingran threw a tantrum. He also felt wronged. He thought that he was the only son of King Yu and that he had finally found the right person. Who knew that he was just a fish in King Yu's fish pond? He was nothing. Concubine Ru tried her best to persuade him to calm down. Shen Yu is also lucky. If I had known that His Majesty would treat the person sleeping beside him so well, I wouldn't have pushed the opportunity to him. My poor son, it should have been you who entered the palace. Hearing concubine Ru's words, Xianxia felt even more upset. If it was him who entered the palace, now Xinyu, no, the whole Count of Northern Marquis, would they have to live under his whims? She told Xinyu about what happened in the Count of Northern Marquis. After that, she said angrily, Xianxia didn't think about it. Even if it was him who entered the palace, would His Majesty like him? Now it is me who entered the palace. No matter how regretful he is, he can't change this fact. Xinyu slowly trimmed the branches and leaves for a lawn. People in the Count of Northern Marquis are all picky. They should have tasted the pain that young master had suffered. Don't worry. It's just the beginning. Xinyu took the handkerchief from Mushi and wiped his hands. Those halos that shouldn't belong to Xianxia, he would not let him have any of them in this life. The palace servants came forward and moved the flowers to their original place. Xinyu put down the handkerchief and asked, "How are the palace maids?" "They have begun to get better. The female doctor sent by His Majesty is very responsible. After a while, they will be able to recover as before." Mushi smiled faintly and said, "Their mental state has also improved a lot. They are very grateful to young master for what he has done for them." "What about Uniquely?" Mushi's face turned cold. He pretends that nothing has happened. These women are missing, but he doesn't care. Meng Yuan's appointment has been issued. It's time to deal with Uniquely. Xinyu's eyes flashed coldly. How is Meng Yuan getting along with him? Young eunuch Meng is easy to get along with. The palace maids and eunuchs all trust him. Yes. Xinyu didn't directly deal with Uniquely and appoint Meng Yuan. Instead, he chose another job for him to learn about Yuzhong Palace. After eunuch Meng learned of Xinyu's actions, he wasn't dissatisfied. Instead, he went to knock on Meng Yuan's door. Don't take it lightly just because the job given to you by His Majesty is small. His Majesty intends to cultivate you. Your godfather, I, put down my old face to get this job for you. If you don't do it well, don't blame me for being ruthless. I know. I can feel how His Majesty treats people. I won't let Godfather be humiliated. Meng Yuan's eyes were firm. I won't let His Majesty's cultivation down. It's good that you understand. Eunuch Meng nodded with satisfaction. The situation in the palace changes rapidly. There's a better place than His Majesty. Do you know why I want you to go to Yuzhong Palace? Eunuch Meng planned to make it clear in one go. Because His Majesty values His Majesty. Yuzhong Palace, under His Majesty's intention, is separated from the entire palace system. It's higher than any other place in the palace and won't be disturbed by any other place. Working in Yuzhong Palace may not have as much power as other places, but it's the safest place. After a deep discussion, eunuch Meng patted Meng Yuan's shoulder. Li Ping, that person, can't even take a good opportunity. You have to learn from him. His Majesty can't tolerate sand in his eyes. You have to watch over Yuzhong Palace. Don't let some big-hearted people dirty His Majesty's eyes. The next day, eunuch Meng served Shang Junlin tea. Suddenly, he heard Shang Junlin say, Zhen doesn't want to hear anything that will annoy His Majesty in Yuzhong Palace, understand? This slave understands. This slave has already warned Meng Yuan. Similar things will never happen a second time. Eunuch Meng secretly sweated in his heart. Fortunately, Meng Yuan was taught by him. He knew the root of the problem. He also warned him from time to time. He wouldn't make a big mistake. This time, His Majesty tacitly allowed His Majesty to deal with it himself. If there was a next time, His Majesty would never let it go easily. Li Ping, as usual, is on duty during the rest time, planning to relax and relax. Recently, a new eunuch came to Yuzhong Palace. He was good-looking and popular. Li Ping didn't like him. He had to find a way to get rid of him. Li Ping was thinking about something and didn't notice the abnormal silence around him. Where are you going, eunuch Li? Li Ping was startled by Meng Yuan, who suddenly appeared at the corner. He said angrily, where I go doesn't seem to be little eunuch Meng's turn to care, right? I really don't care. However, His Majesty asked me to take you to see him. Meng Yuan didn't talk nonsense with him. He waved his hand. 2 guards came out from behind him and grabbed Li Ping without saying a word. Xinyu leaned on Shang Junlin and pointed to the screen not far away. "They should be here, Your Majesty." Shang Junlin got up and pinched Xinyu's face. "Shen knows. I won't delay your business." Shang Junlin went to the side of the screen and sat down. He looked at Xinyu, who was sitting on the high seat. He had the illusion that his identity had changed. During this time, Yuzhong Palace had been as usual. Li Ping didn't know that his matter had been exposed. When he was brought into the main hall, there was no trace of fear on his face. "Gue Jun, the person has been brought." Meng Yuan respectfully saluted. Li Ping broke free from the 2 guards who were holding him down and knelt down to salute. "Gue Jun. Do you know why I called you here today?" Xinyu's tone didn't reveal any joy or anger. "Forgive me, Gue Jun, this slave doesn't know," Li Ping kowtowed. "This slave believes that he has never made any mistakes in Yuzhong Palace. I don't know why Gue Jun wants to capture this slave." "Is that so?" Xinyu coldly looked at Li Ping, who had no repentance. "Please explain, Gue Jun." Li Ping believed that he couldn't find any mistakes in his actions, so he didn't take Xinyu's sudden outburst seriously. Xinyu had never lost his temper in Yuzhong Palace, and he rarely intervened in the affairs of the palace. Most of the palace servants had a good impression of him. Mu Shi, who served him closely, understood his young master's character, but he wouldn't talk nonsense. Xinyu didn't like people to serve him closely. Shang Junlin often came here, so the servants in the room were usually eunuch Meng and Mu Shi. Although he was the head eunuch of Yuzhong Palace, Li Ping had little time to serve Xinyu. He knew too little about Xinyu, so he thought that Xinyu was a person who was easy to fool. "Meng Yuan, tell him why I caught him and let all the palace servants in Yuzhong Palace watch." Xinyu supported his chin with one hand, his eyes without the slightest emotion. Li Ping finally felt that something was wrong. Looking around, almost all the palace servants in Yuzhong Palace were here. If it was a small matter, there was no need to go through so much trouble. For some reason, Li Ping remembered that when Xinyu first entered the palace, a major event happened in the palace. Blood flowed like a river, and everyone was scared out of their wits. The only difference was that the palace servants who were punished that day were a group of people. Today, he was the only one who was being judged. He looked up at the young man sitting on the high seat. His face was the same as usual, but at this moment, there was a murderous aura. In a trance, he felt that the person sitting on the high seat was not Gue Jun, but His Majesty, who was decisive in killing. His heart sank bit by bit as panic rose from the bottom of his heart. Meng Yuan's voice remained unchanged as he read out Li Ping's crimes word by word. On the 8th day of the 12th month, palace maid Xiao Cui was secretly brought to. With the announcement of one crime after another, Li Ping's face became more and more defeated. When he did these things in private, he thought that he was doing it secretly. The people who did it were all palace maids without any foundation. He assumed that they would not dare to speak of it. Relying on his identity as the managing eunuch of Yuzhong Palace, he could be said to be unscrupulous. Not only that, in order to curry favor with him, some palace servants who knew his preferences would even send people over themselves. Li Ping did not refuse any of them. When he was in a good mood, he would promote a few people to work in Yuzhong Palace. Xinyu lowered his eyes, restraining the killing intent in his eyes. Fortunately, he had discovered this early. Otherwise, what would become of Yuzhong Palace? Is Li Ping's backer to satisfy his selfish desires and oppress others with his power? For a moment, the hall was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. After Meng Yuan finished reading, Xinyu stood up and looked at Li Ping condescendingly. "Li Ping, do you know your mistake?" Obviously, he was only wearing ordinary clothes, but his momentum was so oppressive that people did not dare to look directly at him. Li Ping prostrated himself on the ground and kept kowtowing. This slave knows his mistake. This slave was possessed, everyone in Yuzhong Palace was summoned. Li Ping knew that he could not be kind. He was wrong. He was wrong. He thought that if Xinyu did not ask, he would not care about the matters in the palace. He thought that Xinyu was a soft-hearted person who was easy to fool. Also, if he could be so favored by His Majesty, how could he be a person with nothing but his face? If you are wrong, you should be punished. Drag him out and beat him to death. The two guards ignored Li Ping's crying and begging for mercy and dragged him out. Xinyu looked down. Today, I want to make one thing clear. As a member of Yuzhong Palace, if you are bullied outside, Yuzhong Palace will be your backing. Similarly, if you are like Li Ping, relying on the fact that you are a member of Yuzhong Palace to commit crimes, the first to punish you will also be Yuzhong Palace. Today, I called you here to tell you that from today onwards, the managing eunuch of Yuzhong Palace will be Meng Yuan. Secondly, I want to warn you not to let what happened to Li Ping today become your tomorrow. Without giving the palace people a chance to react, Xinyu took them to the place of execution. In the gradually rising smell of blood, he said coldly, I don't want today's matter to happen a second time. It was the first time that the people of Yuzhong Palace had seen Xinyu so angry. It was also at this time that they realized that just because Xinyu didn't manage things, it didn't mean that he really didn't know anything. Li Ping's matter was so secretive that even the people who worked with him didn't necessarily know, but Xinyu could find out everything in one fell swoop. Screams and the sound of sticks hitting flesh mixed together, and the smell of blood lingered. Everyone unconsciously tightened their hearts at this moment. No one noticed that the small group of women who were watching the execution didn't look at the center with fear, but only pleasure. At this moment, a corner of the haze in their hearts was finally blown away by the wind. Given time, time would wash away the pain in their hearts. Although Mushi had seen a bloodier scene last time, she still felt a little weak in her hands and feet after watching the whole process. On the other hand, Xinyu didn't even blink. After it was over, the palace people dispersed. As soon as Xinyu entered the room, he was hugged tightly. Ayu. Ayu, the man buried his head in Xinyu's shoulder and neck. His hot breath sprayed on Xinyu's sensitive skin, which gradually turned red. His waist was firmly shackled by the man. Xinyu couldn't break free and could only be nibbled and pecked by the man. The nibbling spread up from his neck. After a long time, Xinyu was finally let go. Xinyu lay in the man's arms and calmed his breathing for a while. Then, he said, Your Majesty, what's wrong? It's the first time I've seen you like this. I'm a little excited. Shang Junlin hugged Xinyu. His eyes were full of black fog. Your Majesty is more than just a little excited. Xinyu felt a certain energetic existence. He said helplessly, Your Majesty, let me go. I won't let go. Shang Junlin's arms tightened, letting Xinyu closer to him. Just now, when he sat behind the screen and saw Xinyu's cold and stern appearance, his heart was burning. He just wanted to hold him in his arms and shut him in the room, not letting anyone see him. He had already felt the strangeness in his body, but he didn't want to care. As soon as Xinyu stepped through the door, he couldn't help but follow his heart and hold him in his arms. Xinyu was afraid that he would agitate Shang Junlin even more. He didn't dare to move and quietly let him hold him for a while. Ayu is so impressive. After a while, Shang Junlin took the initiative to let go of Xinyu. Does Your Majesty like it? Xinyu raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Because of what happened just now, the corners of Xinyu's eyes were slightly red and there was some moisture in his eyes. Shang Junlin looked more and more happy. No matter how you are, I like you very much. Xinyu didn't doubt Shang Junlin's words. After all, he had personally experienced it. Recently, the King of Yu's people have been targeting Count North. Shang Junlin took Xinyu to the couch and sat down. Because of Xin Qingran? Xinyu thought for a while and remembered that he let Shang Junlin divert the trouble last time. Your Majesty acts really fast. Count North is also angry because of the King of Yu's matter. When the King of Yu's people take action at this time, they will hit the wooden warehouse. Count North was a hereditary noble. The importance of face was not less than that of those aristocratic families. When Xin Qingran lost face, he could still discipline him behind closed doors. However, the King of Yu had invited Xin Qingran to meet him. Wasn't he humiliating them openly? Count North thought that the Count North was not worse than any aristocratic family. Now, there was a king who was favored by the emperor. Although Xin Qingran was a concubine's son, he was not someone who could be bullied. He had not yet found the King of Yu's trouble, but the King of Yu's people came to his door first. How could Count North swallow this anger? Both sides have scruples. They don't take any big actions. It's just a small fight. Shang Junlin said some of the secret actions of both sides. The news has been spread. How can the people behind the king of you sit still? Xinyu leaned back. They are really calm. If they are not careful, they will not be unable to find any clues after so many years. Shang Junlin was not surprised by this result. Forget it. Take it slow. We have plenty of time to waste with them. The progress of the matter of the Grand Commandant was slowed down because it involved the prince. The day of the release of the results was getting closer and closer. Jiang Huiqing still kept in touch with Xinyu. Recently, he sent letters one after another. Most of the topics were about the release of the results. The time of waiting for the results was always anxious. Even if Qingyu was calm, he was quite restless these days. The two people who could not stay calm sat together and talked. I don't know where Brother Lin and Brother Yu are working. We still don't know their identities. Jiang Huiqing scratched his face. If you don't know, then why are you writing letters to them every day? He Qingyu looked at him indifferently. Jiang Huiqing, no one said anything about it. Young Master Yu and I hit it off at first sight. Other than you, young Master Yu is the only one in the entire capital that I am familiar with. He Qingyu, have you never guessed their identities? Jiang Huiqing, I guessed, but later I found out that they were not. Forget it. I didn't get to know them because of their identities. If we are fated to meet, I will naturally know. Young Master Yu didn't say anything because it was inconvenient. He and young Master Lin got married because of their family. I don't know if he is living well in the Lin family. Fortunately, young Master Lin is a good person and treats him wholeheartedly. He Qingyu almost spat out the tea in his mouth. Why are you worrying about other people's family matters? He really didn't know what Jiang Huiqing would think when he found out the true identities of those two people. If everything went well, he would be able to verify his guess after the court examination. Shang Junlin was the first to know when the results of the examination came out. Ayu, do you want to know the results in advance? Shang Junlin changed into his court attire and walked over. It's already out? To be honest, Xinyu really wanted to know. During this period of time, Jiang Huiqing had been constantly writing to him about this matter, causing him to feel nervous. Shang Junlin was very familiar with Xinyu, so he immediately saw the faint nervousness on his face. He laughed and said, "Why are you so nervous when you didn't participate?" Xinyu shook his head slightly. He couldn't tell if he was nervous because of the results or because of something else. This was the first time Shang Junlin saw such an expression on Xinyu's face. His heart itched, so he moved closer and placed Xinyu on the short table. You lost. The stone in Xinyu's heart suddenly fell to the ground. He raised his eyes to look at the man above him. He was surrounded by the man's strong arms and surrounded by a biting cold aura. There was no escape. Ayu, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Shang Junlin's eyes were bottomless, as if there was a fire burning in them that could burn everything. Xinyu looked at Shang Junlin speechlessly. Ayu, why are you looking at me like that? Shang Junlin's hands moved unhurriedly. Did I say something wrong? No. Xinyu had a headache when he thought of the two experiences. He didn't dislike being intimate with Shang Junlin, but Shang Junlin had been with him for too long. Xinyu felt that he couldn't take it anymore. Forget it. The carriage swayed as it entered the palace. Eunuch Meng, who had been waiting for a long time, greeted him as soon as he got off the carriage. Your Majesty, Official Feng requests an audience. Let him wait for me in the imperial study. Shang Junlin left after sending Xinyu back to Yuzhong Palace. Official Feng had come to the palace this time for his troublesome daughter. Your Majesty, I am ashamed. I didn't know that my daughter had disguised herself as a man to participate in the imperial examinations. Official Feng knelt on the ground, his face full of regret. He knew that his daughter had great ambitions, but he didn't expect that she would really put them into action. If he had known, he wouldn't have taught her so many things since she was young and made her ambitious. Shang Junlin had an impression of this woman. He threw the booklet in his hand aside and said, Tell me, what happened? My daughter kept the news a secret until the results came out. She knew that she couldn't hide it anymore, so she told me. Official Feng was shocked by his daughter. He didn't have time to be surprised that his daughter had obtained excellent grades in high school. He asked her to tell him the story in detail. It turns out that before the new year, when she went to visit her childhood teacher, she somehow got a man's identity and participated in the local provincial examination. After she passed, she didn't tell anyone and kept it a secret. This time, she used the same trick and entered the examination hall with that fake identity again. The final court examination was to enter the palace to meet the emperor. Fang Jia had told Shang Junlin in advance, so she was confident. That was why she dared to tell official Fang the truth after the results were released. Official Fang rambled on for a long time. When he finished, he cowed out heavily and said, "It's my fault for not teaching my daughter well. I am willing to accept the punishment." Is there a rule in Dahuan that states that women can't participate in the imperial examinations? Shang Junlin suddenly asked. No. Lord Fang didn't understand why Shang Junlin would suddenly ask such a question. He thought carefully about the laws of the Great Huan dynasty and realized that there wasn't any rule that prohibited women from participating in the imperial examinations. It was just that after so many years, everyone had subconsciously thought that only men could participate. Realizing the meaning behind Shang Junlin's words, Lord Fang's eyes slowly widened. But, there has never been such a precedent. His Majesty actually wants to use female officials? Master Fang couldn't believe his eyes. There's no need to rush. Let's wait for the results of the court examination. Lord Fang returned home in a daze. Lady Fang anxiously greeted him. How is it? She was also shocked by what her daughter had done. Ever since Lord Fang entered the palace, he had been feeling uneasy. One had to know that deceiving the monarch was a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations of the clan. Not to mention that Fang Jia had participated in the imperial examinations as a woman. It would have been fine if she had not passed the examinations, but she had passed the examinations and even achieved good results. Master Fang patted Madame Fang's hand. Let's talk inside. In the study, Lord Fang dismissed the servants, leaving only his wife and Fang Jia. He slowly said, His Majesty doesn't intend to pursue Jia's matter. Madame Fang stood up from her seat in shock. How is that possible? Why not? Compared to the anxious Lord Fang and Madame Fang, Fang Jia was in a much better mood. I told you that His Majesty is different from other emperors. I told you not to worry. How can we not worry about this? Lord Fang was furious at the mention of her name. Look at what you've done. Our family was almost ruined because of you. Father, am I such a careless person in your eyes? Fang Jia sighed. Since His Majesty and Lord Fang had revealed the truth, there was no need for her to hide it. She told them everything that had happened after the incident with Prince Yu. I told you not to worry. You didn't believe me no matter what I said. Lord Fang let out a long breath. You mean, you told His Majesty about this in advance? Lord Fang's voice unconsciously rose as he spoke. Fang Jia nodded. I saw His Majesty and His Majesty at that time. Just as you said, they were a perfect match. Who asked you this? Lord Fang almost choked. Why didn't you discuss it with me before you made a decision? If His Majesty had listened to you and thought you were being whimsical, what would you have done? There are no ifs. Fang Jia retorted. There would only be one result. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had the chance to see His Majesty and His Majesty. Forget it. You've had your own ideas since you were young. Since you've made a choice, do it well. Don't let His Majesty down. Lord Fang waved his hand. What else could he say? Father, please don't worry. I won't go against my original intention. Madame Fang wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Why did you choose such a path? Just thinking about it made Madame Fang's heart ache. How much doubt would a woman receive from the outside world if she became an official? Her daughter grew up pampered and spoiled. Before she could choose a husband for her and watch her get married and have children, she had to watch her daughter run headlong into the power field. Fang Jia came over and hugged her mother. Mother, don't worry about me. With His Majesty and His Majesty as my backing, I'll be fine. Just comfort me. You're just like your father. You always make people worry. At that time, Lord Feng was just a 7th-rank official who had just entered the officialdom. The other princes were powerful and influential. He chose Shang Junlin, who was the least favored, because Shang Junlin drove away the foreign enemies and recovered the country. At that time, Fang Jun knelt in front of me and only said one sentence: "I'm loyal to De Huan and also to the person who can save De Huan." Shang Junlin refuted the opinions in the memorial and talked about what happened at that time. At that time, I was in a very difficult situation in the imperial court. Several princes were fighting to the death. Almost all the forces in the capital were involved. I led the army outside all year round and didn't have any help in the imperial court. It was Fang Jun who gathered the forces little by little so that I wasn't in the dark in the imperial court. His Majesty was willing to give Miss Fang a chance because of Lord Feng. Xianxia poured a cup of tea and put it in front of Shang Junlin. Shang Junlin picked up the teacup and took a sip. "There's one reason. There's another reason. Although she's a woman, I saw the shadow of Fang Jun in Fang Jia. He taught his daughter very well. I really want to see how far Fang Jia can go as a woman. Your Majesty won't misjudge people." At that time, Xianxia saw the conviction in Fang Jia's eyes. In the short time they spent together, Xianxia could also feel that Fang Jia was a determined person. She had the gentleness of a woman and a heart that didn't lose to any man. The more they spent time together, the more Xianxia couldn't figure out how the Prince of Yu defeated Shang Junlin in his previous life. Whether it was in terms of intelligence or other aspects, the Prince of Yu was no match for the latter. What was the origin of the book he read after his death? Who was the one who manipulated them? The development of this life was very different from his previous life. Xianxia didn't know if they were out of control, but he would never allow the ending of his previous life to happen again. In the book, the Prince of Yu was crowned emperor. Shen Qingran was the mother of the world. However, Xianxia destroyed the Prince of Yu's dream before his death and changed the ending of the book. It was clear that everything in the book could be changed. After the general examination was the palace examination. The palace examination was held in the imperial palace and was personally supervised by the emperor. The students who failed the examination left the capital one after another. Those who were qualified to participate in the palace examination entered a new round of revision. The results of the cheating case were also announced during this time. The punishment of the Grand Commandant was not announced yet. The punishment of the other people involved was announced. Those who committed serious crimes were all executed. Those who didn't receive the death penalty were punished according to the severity of the case. The examinees who intended to cheat were all stripped of their qualifications to participate in the imperial examination. Including those from the same family, they were not allowed to become an official for 3 generations. This punishment was very serious. If 3 generations couldn't become an official, even the most powerful family would fall. This son Xingqiao is from my hometown. I didn't expect him to do such a thing in private despite his sanctimonious appearance. I've interacted with him before. And Sun Jianmu. I know a few of the people on the list. Damn. Why did they have to do this? They've harmed themselves and their families. They deserved it. They wanted to take a shortcut but they didn't know if they had the life to enjoy it. To be honest, I received a similar letter at that time. It was very exaggerated, but I didn't believe it. I received it too. Me too. They looked at each other and found that they were not the only ones who were targeted. The case was over and the results of the general examination were out. They didn't have to be as cautious as before. After asking each other, they found that many of them were targeted. The only thing they had in common was that they were all from poor families. It was not a secret that the emperor liked to use officials from poor families. Those who could participate in the spring imperial examination more or less had some understanding of the situation in the imperial court. Once the results were out, the ultimate goal of the cheating case was clear. Fortunately, I only believe in my own efforts. I'm not tempted. Me too. The people who gathered had a look of fear. After a moment of silence, Jiang Huiqing said, "This has taught us a lesson. In the future, if we are lucky enough to enter the imperial court as an official, we should focus on serving the great Huan dynasty. Don't think too much about other things." That's right. We study hard so that we can serve the country one day. Soon, some of us will be able to realize our dreams. In the future, we should restrain ourselves. His words were echoed by the crowd. The hidden dragon guards presented the conversation between the students to the emperor. During this period of time, the situation was special. Shang Junlin sent a team of hidden dragon guards to collect information from outside the imperial palace. If anything went wrong, they would be able to intervene. It's a blessing in disguise. It's a lesson for these students who haven't entered the imperial court yet. Xinyu finished reading Jiang Huiqing's letter and said. Jiang Huiqing's letter was about the discussion between the students about the cheating case. He was there at the time and wrote a letter to Xinyu. With Jiang Huiqing outside, Yu is more informed than me. Shang Junlin took the letter from Xinyu's hand and put it aside after reading it. The secret letter from the hidden dragon guards was placed there. Jiang Huiqing's letter and the secret letter from the hidden dragon guards arrived at the same time. He seems to like writing to Yu. Before the exam results were out, he wrote to Yu a lot. These few days, he sent a few more letters. Did Yu reply to his letter? Of course, Yu replied. If not, Jiang Huiqing wouldn't send letters to the imperial palace one after another. It seems like he did. Shang Junlin rubbed the young man's soft neck. What did Yu say to him? Xinyu tilted her head. Your Majesty, just ask. Don't touch me. Shang Junlin pinched Xinyu's neck and let go. He said honestly, I like to touch Yu. Does Yu like it? Xinyu blushed. She looked down and didn't say anything. Shang Junlin was worried that he would scare her away if he teased her too much, so he changed the topic. Prince Yu has been clamoring to see me. Prince Yu? Xinyu looked up. What does he want? He said that he is innocent. He hopes that I will find out the truth and clear his name. Shang Junlin's eyes darkened when he mentioned Prince Yu. What about the people behind Prince Yu? Nothing happened? Xinyu remembered that Shang Junlin said that the late emperor left many good things for Prince Yu. It's strange. The He family didn't do anything after they came to the capital. It seems that they are just here to have fun. Shang Junlin ordered the hidden dragon guards to keep an eye on the situation in the capital. I thought they would do something. What about young Master He? Xinyu pondered. It would be fine if young Master He did something, but if he didn't do anything, it would be unsettling. Everything is as usual. Ever since the prison break, Shang Junlin had become even stricter with the young Master He. If there was a chance in the past to secretly rescue him, there was no chance of that happening now. Don't worry. Shang Junlin walked to Xinyu and pulled her into his arms. He kissed her neck. I will take care of it. The He family won't come to the capital for no reason. Since they are here, they will definitely do something. Xinyu stopped thinking about it. Worrying wouldn't solve the problem. Yu said that Xing is right. In the He family's courtyard. Father, are we really not doing anything? Young Master He didn't look good. My brother is missing. We came to the capital but didn't tell us what to do. Does Xing think that it is fun to walk us around? I'm also worried about your brother. Patriarch He knew where his youngest son was. Wasn't he worried? That was the Star Dark prison. No matter who went there, they would lose a layer of skin. But what was the use of being anxious? Could it be that he could still break into the prison? I don't think so, eldest young master, he said coldly. If Xing was really worried, father should have asked around for brother's whereabouts after coming to the capital. But what did father do? He warned us to behave ourselves, not to reveal our identities, and not to do anything. I naturally have my reasons for doing this, Patriarch, he said helplessly. What reason could there be? What's more important than finding my brother? Eldest young master, he was dissatisfied. I don't think father has any intention of looking for my younger brother. Father, you don't want a star. Give me some men and I'll go look for a star myself. Shut up. Patriarch, he was so angry that he was trembling. What did my star say before we came? Be careful. The capital is not like home. If you are not careful, you will make a big mistake. Stay here. Without my orders, you are not allowed to step out of the courtyard. Eldest young master, he couldn't believe it. Father. You don't have to worry about your brother. I said that I can bring him back this time. Patriarch, he flung his sleeves and walked away. Eldest young master, he stood in the courtyard and slowly clenched his fists. Young master? The servant walked forward. Eldest young master and youngest young master were born from the same mother. They had a good relationship since they were young. If youngest young master went missing, eldest young master would be the most anxious. He finally had some clues but was told not to act rashly. How could he accept that? If father doesn't want to look for him, I'll go. You, eldest young master, he pointed at the servant. Bring our men and secretly ask around. Remember, don't make too big of a commotion and don't let father's men find out. Xing, the servant, replied and left. Eldest young master, his actions were considered secretive. However, he couldn't hide from the hidden dragon guards. The moment he made a move, the news was sent to the palace. Eldest young master, he is very close to his younger brother. Xinyu flipped through the letter. It seems that Patriarch, he didn't tell eldest young master about his younger son. Xing probably thinks that eldest young master is not reliable. Even if he hid it, he would cause trouble. Xing gave us a loophole. We might be able to find out something through eldest young master, he. Xinyu thought so too. I plan to meet King Yu. You, do you want to come along? Shang Junlin asked. Xinyu nodded. Xinyu was quite interested to see King Yu in trouble. The beginning of spring had passed and the weather was getting warmer. Xinyu took off his thick winter coat and wore a blue casual outfit. He looked even more handsome. When he met King Yu again, he didn't look as elegant as he usually did. If King Yu was rated 7 points in the past, he would only be rated 4 points now. His hair was messy and his face was pale. His eyes were sunken and he looked dispirited. King Yu stared blankly at the tall figure approaching with the jade-like young man. Xinyu was more charming than when he first met him. Shang Junlin took good care of him. His complexion was ruddy and his face was chubbier. He wasn't as thin as before and his temperament was more restrained. Seeing the two people getting closer and closer, King Yu didn't know why but a strange feeling rose in his heart. It was as if something important had left him and there was no possibility of it returning. He opened his mouth but the words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat. He couldn't make a sound for a long time. How can you not salute your majesty? While he was in a daze, the jailer couldn't stand it and scolded him harshly. King Yu recovered from his trance and noticed Shang Junlin's arm around Xinyu's waist. He stared at the arm as if he wanted to dig a hole in it. Noticing his gaze, Shang Junlin quietly tightened his arm and let Xinyu get closer to him. Under the watchful eyes of the jailer, King Yu reluctantly saluted them. Greetings to your majesty, your majesty. King Yu knocked his forehead on the ground for a long time but didn't hear Shang Junlin's voice. He raised his head slightly and looked up. Shang Junlin looked down at him with no emotion in his eyes. It was as if he wasn't looking at Xing but at an inconspicuous ant at his feet. Xing was like this again. Xing was like this again. King Yu tensed his body and didn't allow himself to lose his composure. In the past, he was Imperial Father's favorite prince. Everyone tried to curry favor with him. Shang Junlin was only Xing's son who was disliked by Imperial Father. No one in the palace took him seriously. Even the powerful eunuchs and palace maids could step on him. However, it was Shang Junlin like Xing who sat on the position they all dreamed of and became the biggest winner. Xinyu looked at King Yu who was kneeling on the ground. He saw his unwillingness, but so what? In this life, he was destined to carry his unwillingness to the end of his life. He would find that no matter how hard he tried, Shang Junlin was still a towering mountain in front of him. He couldn't cross it. Thinking of this, Xinyu chuckled softly. His laughter broke the frozen atmosphere. Shang Junlin looked at King Yu for a while and said, I heard that you threatened to see me with your life. King Yu was embarrassed. Once upon a time, he was the one who was superior to Shang Junlin. Every dog has its day. Today, in front of Xinyu, his position was reversed. He couldn't say. His star was angry purely because Shang Junlin was one rank lower, and his star was angry because this situation happened in front of Xinyu. Even though so much time had passed, he still couldn't forget that first startled glimpse and the first throbbing of his heart. He really wanted to straighten his back and be a little more strong-willed, but now that he had a favor to ask of someone, he couldn't. I want to ask your majesty to give me justice. What the military officer did really has nothing to do with me. I beg your majesty to judge clearly. He could only kneel in front of Shang Junlin and beg him to let him go this time. In front of Xinyu. King Yu clenched his teeth tightly. His heart was burning. He must take back his position. The one who had the last laugh must be him. I know. A cold voice came from the top of his head. King Yu looked up in disbelief. Your majesty knows why you still. His voice gradually disappeared, and his face became more and more ugly. King Yu was not stupid. He thought carefully. Since Shang Junlin knew that he was wronged, why did he let the rumor spread and even spread to his ears? There was only one possibility: you did it on purpose. King Yu could no longer maintain his calm appearance. Why did you do it? You know that I didn't do these things. Why did you put the blame on me? You didn't do this, but what about those women? Xinyu looked at him coldly. King Yu looked at Xinyu in astonishment. You did it? Xinyu avoided the question. Your people went to cause trouble for the residents of Northern Marquis. Xing found the right person. In the eyes of the outside world, Xinyu and the residents of Northern Marquis were inseparable. As the legitimate son of Northern Marquis, the relationship between the two was bound together. When Xinyu entered the palace, many people laughed at Northern Marquis for sending his legitimate son into the palace. Now, many people felt that Northern Marquis was far-sighted. So what if he was the legitimate son? Who could be so lucky to be favored by His Majesty alone? Why did you do this? King Yu was so shocked that he moved forward a few steps. Are you still angry with me? There is nothing between me and Shen Qingran. I only looked for him because, King Yu, be careful with your words. Without waiting for him to finish, Shang Junlin interrupted him coldly. Feeling the strength around his waist increasing, Xinyu reached out and patted the big palm on his waist to comfort him. When he turned to look at King Yu, there was only coldness in his eyes. King Yu, don't talk nonsense. We have nothing to do with each other. You don't need to tell me about your relationship with Shen Qingran. I don't care. Whoever you are with has nothing to do with me. Do you understand? The young man's voice was as cold as ice. The biting cold air was like an ice blade cutting through the skin and spreading from the outside to the inside. For a moment, King Yu almost felt that his heart was frozen. Once again, he deeply realized that he had completely lost Xinyu. No, he didn't get it from the beginning. How could he lose it? King Yu smiled bitterly. You gave Xi and Xing to those women. How do you know this? When you hid your identity to get close to me, you also used the same method to get close to others. Did you really think that I didn't know anything? Xinyu answered carelessly. King Yu collapsed. So you knew from the beginning that I approached you with a purpose? Xinyu didn't answer. In King Yu's eyes, Xing had acquiesced. I thought that we had feelings for each other. I was sad for a long time because of what happened in the past. King Yu murmured in a low voice. What happened in the past? Xinyu suddenly remembered how Xing, who was disgusted by his previous life, was disgusted. He was silent. Shang Junlin also thought of something. He looked sideways at Xinyu and intimately stroked the hair on his temples. Speaking of which, in terms of seniority, King Yu should call you imperial sister-in-law Kai Xing. King Yu felt as if he was struck by lightning. King Yu looked at Shang Junlin and then looked at Xinyu, who was half leaning in Shang Junlin's arms. The expression on his face could be described as brilliant. Shang Junlin was right. In terms of seniority, Xinyu was indeed his royal sister-in-law. What was this? The person he liked for the first time was together with his elder brother who he didn't get along with. King Yu's mind was in a mess when he heard the words royal sister-in-law. Looking at the intimate posture of the two people, his heart was in a trance. Also, the title Yu used to be exclusive to him, but it was ruthlessly taken away when the young man turned around. Now, the only person who was qualified to call Xinyu this way was Shang Junlin. Endless bitterness welled up in his heart. King Yu pulled the corner of his mouth, but his smile was uglier than crying. The coldness on Xinyu's face was broken by Shang Junlin's words. Fortunately, he didn't laugh out loud. Especially when he saw King Yu's trance, his heart was even happier. This sentence was obviously a big blow to King Yu. Since Shang Junlin said this sentence, King Yu had been in a trance. After a long time, King Yu barely recovered. Shang Junlin was talking to Xin Yu in a low voice. Xin Yu had a faint smile on his face, which was completely different from his usual cold appearance. The more King Yu looked at him, the more uncomfortable he felt. However, he refused to look away and stared at the two of them as if he was torturing himself. Noticing his gaze, Shang Junlin casually glanced at him. The warning in his eyes made King Yu tremble with fear. He panicked and looked away. Some people only know the meaning of regret after losing something. Xin Yu didn't know what King Yu was thinking and didn't want to know. The fate between him and King Yu was cut off by him in his previous life. Not to mention that in this life, even if there was no Shang Junlin, Xin Yu wouldn't turn back to King Yu. He would only torture people to death. The more King Yu cared about something, the more he wouldn't let him get it. Lowering his eyes and restraining the coldness in his eyes, Xin Yu lowered his head and looked at Yu Wang. Yu Wang, have you ever thought about the consequences of your actions on those women? What? Prince Yu was stunned by Xin Yu's sudden question. His eyes widened as he asked, are you speaking up for those women? Ha ha ha, King Yu suddenly laughed. Speaking of harming these women, don't you think that your actions have caused more harm to them than mine? Xin Yu raised his eyebrows. You're the one who did something wrong. Why are you blaming it on me? Telling them the truth in advance is better than being kept in the dark by you for the rest of your life. At least I didn't let them lose face in public, and I didn't let them bring shame to their family. Xin Yu, oh Xin Yu, you've always been smart. Have you ever thought that when this matter is exposed, the one who will be hurt the most is not me, but those women? Xin Yu looked at him silently. Thinking that his thoughts had been seen through, the smile on King Yu's face widened. He looked at Xin Yu, the malice in his eyes undisguised. The outside world's rumors and the family's oppression will destroy these women. And the main culprit behind all of this is you. Xin Yu wasn't surprised by the sudden change in Yu Wang's attitude. In his previous life, he had seen every side of Yu Wang, so he knew this person very well. He said that he loved whoever he liked, but in fact, he only loved himself. Xin Yu didn't doubt that if Shen Qingran didn't have those useful strategies for Yu Wang in his previous life, the two of them would still be together. Seeing no change in Xin Yu's expression, Yu Wang's smile slowly disappeared. So, you know that your actions will harm those women, but you still do it for your own selfish desires, right? Xin Yu looked at Yu Wang from top to bottom, and the sarcasm in his eyes was undisguised. Your Highness, Yu Wang really surprises people all the time. Yu Wang subconsciously wanted to refute, but Xin Yu didn't give him a chance and continued, so Yu Wang can only be Yu Wang for a lifetime, and your majesty will always be Da Huan's majesty. Yu Wang was shocked and jumped up regardless of etiquette. Don't you know that you can't talk nonsense? Yu Wang was shocked when his most secret thoughts were revealed. He knew that Shang Junlin might have realized that he had bad intentions, but so what? There was no evidence, and Shang Junlin didn't dare to do anything to him because of the late emperor's will. Except for Shang Junlin and his closest confidants, no one else should know about this. When he deliberately approached Xin Yu, he didn't tell him about this. How did Xin Yu know about it? Xin Yu suddenly smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. He intimately leaned on Shang Junlin and looked at Yu Wang with cold eyes. Your Majesty, do you think I'm talking nonsense? Yu Wang knows what you've done. Don't treat me as a fool. Shang Junlin responded to Xin Yu's words. Sure enough, he knew everything. Yu Wang staggered back. After a series of blows, the bad premonition in his heart became stronger and stronger. Yu Wang, you don't have to worry about those women. His Majesty has already predicted the results you said. Without you, those women will only live better and better. Instead of worrying about others, you should worry more about yourself. There are some things that not everyone has the right to covet. Shang Junlin, you did it on purpose, didn't you? You used those women to catch me, and now you're telling me these things. From the beginning, you didn't plan to let me go, right? Yu Wang was no longer submissive after he figured out the cause and effect. Unfortunately, with Royal Father's last words, just based on this, you can't touch me at all. Shang Junlin, so what if you're sitting in that position now? The person Royal Father likes has never been you. The late Emperor's recognition is nothing. He couldn't even protect his own country. Xin Yu said, the recognition of the world is the recognition. His Majesty has the support of the people. Or, do you think you're better than His Majesty? When the jailer heard this, he was shocked. He carefully looked at Shang Junlin's face and secretly broke into a sweat for Xinyu. The late emperor was the late emperor. Even if His Majesty and the late emperor were not close, he was still the emperor of a country and His Majesty's father. Xinyu said that about the late emperor. When he saw Shang Junlin's face, he was surprised. Shang Junlin looked calm and didn't get angry because of Xinyu's words. There was even a faint smile in his eyes. Before he could look further, Shang Junlin glanced at him. When he looked at others, he didn't look as gentle as when he looked at Xinyu. Under his piercing gaze, the jailer quickly looked away and lowered his head. In his heart, he had a new understanding of how favored Xingui Jun was. Xinyu listed one by one. How much territory have you recovered? How many enemies have you defeated? How many people have you saved? With each question, King Yu's face turned ugly. He didn't do any of these things. After listing, Xinyu raised his eyebrows slightly. So, how do you think you are better than His Majesty? King Yu was speechless. Yu is really good at talking. On the carriage back to the palace, Shang Junlin poured a cup of tea and handed it to Xinyu. Drink it to moisten your throat. Just now, he talked too much. Xinyu was indeed thirsty. He picked up the cup and drank it in one gulp. I don't like him. He used to hide his identity and get close to me. His words belittled His Majesty. He doesn't even know if he is worthy. Shang Junlin was amused by Xinyu's straightforward words. Yu really thinks that I am so good? Of course, His Majesty is the best. Xinyu opened his mouth and said nice words. No one can compare to His Majesty. Shang Junlin was very happy. He took Xinyu into his arms. Yu is also the best. Xinyu was used to Shang Junlin's kisses and hugs from time to time. She found a comfortable position and lay down. After lying down for a while, Xinyu remembered what happened just now. She poked Shang Junlin's arm. Why did His Majesty suddenly tell King Yu that I am his imperial sister-in-law? Ahem, Shang Junlin coughed twice. In a place where Xinyu couldn't see, his earlobes turned red. He tried to answer in a normal tone. He and I have the same father but different mothers. He is younger than me. You are my wife. Naturally, he should call you imperial sister-in-law. Really? Xinyu turned from Shang Junlin's arms to face him and looked straight into his eyes. Shang Junlin's eyes flashed slightly. Really? Oh, Xinyu deliberately dragged out her words. I thought His Majesty was jealous and wanted to declare your sovereignty to King Yu. It seems that I was thinking too much. After saying that, Xinyu was about to get down. Shang Junlin's arms tightened and restrained Xinyu's movements. His lips moved, but his voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. Yu is right. Zhen is jealous. Ha ha ha, Xinyu was overjoyed. She laughed and fell into Shang Junlin's arms. His Majesty, you are too cute. Shang Junlin corrected her again, not cute. His hands were very gentle. He hugged Xinyu and supported her from time to time to prevent her from falling. His Majesty was also very cute when he was serious. Xinyu rested her forehead on Shang Junlin's shoulder. She gradually calmed down. The carriage swayed. Xinyu knocked against Shang Junlin's body several times. Under such intimate contact, it was easy to have some reactions. Xinyu had no choice but to sit up straight and move back a little. Why is the road suddenly so difficult to walk on? Xinyu remembered that the road was not so bumpy when they left the palace last time. Meng Chang. Eunuch Meng heard the conversation inside and explained, I don't know who dug a lot of holes on the road. There are also some stones, so it is more difficult to walk on. Xinyu curiously lifted the curtain. The road outside was indeed bumpy. Not many people usually use this road. Who dug it and damaged it? The road from the palace to the secret prison was not the main road. Xinyu and Shang Junlin had not met anyone several times. Looking at the traces of damage on the road, it was obvious that it was caused by someone. At this moment, there was a quarrel in front of him. Xinyu poked Shang Junlin's shoulder. Shang Junlin paused and ordered, Meng Chang, go and take a look. Yes. Eunuch Meng got off the carriage and came back soon. The two carriages in front collided. Eunuch Meng looked embarrassed. The road ahead is blocked. Your Majesty and Guijun may have to wait for a while. It's okay. Xinyu turned to look at Shang Junlin. Your Majesty, shall we go and take a look? Yes. The two of them got off the carriage and followed Eunuch Meng to the place where the quarrel came from. The owner saw someone coming and looked over at the same time. One of them was Official Feng and his family. Official Feng subconsciously bowed when he saw Shang Junlin and Xinyu. He hesitated for a moment when he saw that the two of them, including Eunuch Meng, were dressed casually. After a while, the owner of the other family walked in front of Xinyu and Shang Junlin. I'm really sorry. There is a problem with my carriage. Please wait for a moment. I will try my best to compensate you later. How should I address you? The one who spoke was a man with a handsome face. He was gentle and polite. When he saw Xinyu, his eyes lit up. Shang Junlin held Xinyu. My surname is Lin. This is my wife. This humble one was rude. The man bowed slightly and apologized. This humble one is Yan Zheng. I'm really sorry. Yan Zheng's appearance was handsome, and his pair of peach blossom eyes seemed to contain some indescribable feelings when he looked at others. He was dressed in an indigo long robe with wide sleeves, and his every movement was very elegant. Xinyu looked at him for a while and felt the arm around his waist tighten, so he withdrew his gaze. Dahuan had always been open, so it wasn't strange for men to be together. Yanjing quickly adjusted his expression and looked in the direction that Xinyu and Shang Junlin came from. Did the two of you drive past here? I just heard the sound of a carriage. Yes, our carriage is behind, Xinyu said. We heard the noise here, so we came to see what happened. At this time, Feng Darren, who was dressed in casual clothes, also came over. He saw that Xinyu didn't want to reveal their identity, so he tactfully didn't say anything. This humble one's carriage had some problems. It collided with another carriage. Yanjing smiled bitterly. I don't know why, but when I came here, the road was full of potholes. Xinyu looked around and saw that the road was even worse than the one they came from. When we passed by here, it was still flat. How did it become like this in just over 2 hours? Xinyu remembered that when he came here with Shang Junlin, the road wasn't so bad. He didn't know what happened in the past 2 hours to make the road like this. To be honest, this isn't the first time I've encountered this kind of thing. I'm afraid that the two of you were implicated by me. If I didn't take this road, I don't think this kind of thing would have happened. This wasn't the first time Yanjing encountered this kind of thing. He didn't know if it was purely because of his bad luck, or because of someone's interference. While they were talking, the servants of the two families had already dealt with the carriage accident. Yanjing wanted to treat the two families to a meal to apologize. Shang Junlin wasn't busy today. Seeing that Xinyu didn't object, he agreed. Coincidentally, Yanjing was treating them to Yingxing Tower. The waiter was very enthusiastic. When he saw the group of people, he quickly came up to them. Are you all together? What do you want? Xinyu pointed at Yanjing. We are together. Today, he is the host. You can ask him. Yanjing was quite familiar with Yingxing Tower. He asked for a private room and ordered the restaurant's signature dishes. Then, he turned around and said to Xinyu and the other two, I'll just order some random dishes first. If you guys want anything else, just order it directly. There were already a lot of dishes. Xinyu and Lord Feng had no objections, but Shang Junlin, who had been quiet all this time, ordered a few more dishes. Hearing the names of the dishes, Xinyu's eyes flashed. These were all his favorite dishes. Madame Feng and Miss Feng were female. Yanjing considerately asked for a private room for them, which was right next to theirs. As a woman with a title, Madame Feng had seen Shang Junlin before. She didn't breathe a sigh of relief until she reached the private room. Mother, why are you so nervous all the way here? Feng Jiai poured a cup of tea for her mother. It's the first time I see that person in casual clothes. I'm still not used to it. Madame Feng took a sip of tea and slowly calmed down. Madame Feng thought that Feng Jiai had met Her Majesty and Lord Guijun, so she didn't have any scruples in speaking. However, she didn't know that Feng Jiai and Lord Guijun were disguised when they met. According to Lord Feng's attitude towards them, Feng Jiai already had some guesses. Madame Feng's words confirmed her guess. What she saw today was the true appearance of Her Majesty and Lord Guijun. The rumors are true. That person really loves the children of the Shen family. Madame Feng was experienced. She could tell at a glance whether Her Majesty was sincere or not. Her Majesty's love for Lord Guijun and the affection in her eyes couldn't lie. Of course they are a match made in heaven. Feng Jie had already seen it. What surprised her the most was Her Majesty's attitude towards Lord Guijun. She didn't know how the two of them got along in the palace. When they were outside, Lord Guijun was in charge of many things. Madame Feng also agreed with this point. She smiled and said, "In the past, I would never have thought that Her Majesty would be like this when she has a sweetheart. I don't know if you noticed, but they don't talk about seniority when they get along. She acts like an ordinary person who has fallen in love." Xinyu didn't know that Feng Jie and her son were talking about him and Shang Junlin in the private room. Yanjing was very enthusiastic, and his way of dealing with people was very comfortable. Under his intention, Shang Junlin wasn't as taciturn as usual. The small banquet could be said to be enjoyable for both the guests and the host. After it was over, Xinyu and Shang Junlin left first. Not long after, official Feng also got up and left. Yanjing stood by the window and watched the man gently and slowly carry the youth into the carriage. His eyes were full of emotions that others couldn't understand. "If Gongzi likes Gongzi you, why not? Be careful with your words," Yanjing interrupted the servant. "They are a married couple who are deeply in love. Why would I be a bad person and disturb them?" It wasn't that Yanjing didn't feel that the man was good to Xinyu. He admitted that he had some unspeakable thoughts when he invited him, but now these thoughts had been cut off. He quietly observed that throughout the meal, the man was intentionally or unintentionally taking care of the youth. It wasn't intentional, but a natural habit. This showed that the man had already engraved the principle of taking care of the youth into his bones. He had come to the capital for proper business. Romance was ultimately just a way to adjust his life. But, no buts, Yanjing knocked the servant's head with his fan. "How's the thing I asked you to do?" "It's all done." "Gongzi, are we really not going back in the future?" "What, is there someone you can't let go of there?" "Gongzi, don't make fun of people. I just feel that it's not worth it." "Obviously, Gongzi is the one." "Why?" Yanjing sneered. "If I want to do it, I'll do it. What's there to say about whether it's worth it or not? You're so young, why do you have to worry so much? When have you ever seen your Gongzi suffer?" Yanjing looked at the carriage in the distance. Judging from the temperament of the two people, he was afraid that their identities weren't that simple. Inside the carriage, Xinyu half leaned against the window. "Your Majesty, who do you think dug up that road?" "Shang Junlin, that road has never been used by people. It's impossible for it to become like that for no reason. Moreover, we can only stay in the dark prison for 2 hours at most. If they want to do something, 2 hours is enough." "Xinyu, this matter is directed at Yanjing? Or is it directed at us?" "Shang Junlin, if it's directed at us, it doesn't make sense that it's just digging up the road. It's most likely directed at Yanjing." Xinyu also thought so. Speaking of roads, Xinyu remembered something that Shen Qingran took out in his previous life: cement. The ratio of cement to cement was described in detail in the book he read after his death. Xinyu planned to write down the formula after returning to the palace and see if he could try to make it. Compared to the current roads, cement roads were indeed much more convenient. After returning to the palace, the first thing Xinyu did was to sit in front of the table and write down the things in his mind from memory. After his death in his previous life, he stayed in that empty space for a long time. The only thing he could use to pass the time was that book. Xinyu read that book several times, especially the knowledge that didn't belong to this world. He carefully memorized it. At that time, Xinyu didn't know that he could be reborn. He memorized these things out of interest. He was very curious about the world Shen Qingran lived in before he transmigrated. From the things vaguely shown in the book, it wasn't difficult to speculate what kind of wonderful world it was. After the formula was sorted out, Xinyu put it in a small box. How to give it to Shang Junlin became a big problem. Of course, before it was officially put into use, it had to be tested first. Xinyu memorized the formula again and listed out some precautions clearly. Then, he called Mushi over. Give this to the people in the village and let them make it according to what I wrote. Yes. Mushi didn't ask any more questions and put the box into his sleeve. How's the situation at Count North's residence? Zhenbei is still looking for trouble with the Prince of Yu's people. I don't know what Xianxia did to anger Zhenbei again. This time, even concubine Ru can't visit him. The cause was Prince Yu. Xianxia regarded Prince Yu as his last life-saving straw. Of course, he wouldn't easily break off the relationship with Prince Yu. He secretly revealed the matter of Count North's residence to Prince Yu's people, causing Count North to suffer a big loss. After knowing that it was Xianxia who did it, Count North was almost angered to death. I raised a good son for more than 10 years. Not only did he side with others, but he also told the enemy the weakness of Count North's residence. If I had known, I would have strangled him. Count North was so angry that his face turned red. Count North, please calm down. Qingran didn't do it on purpose. He is still young. I will teach him well. Concubine Ru grabbed Count North's hem and was kicked away. Still young? Count North was so angry that he laughed. Look at Xinyu. They are about the same age. How can Xinyu be so sensible and not bring trouble to the family? Look at your good son. What did he do? Not to mention the huge loss of benefits, the foundation of Count North was almost damaged. Count North valued Count North more than anything else. How could he tolerate this kind of thing? This marquis really regretted not wanting a good legitimate son and spoiling an ingrate. Duke Zhenbei coldly glanced at concubine Ru, passed down the order. In the future, without this marquis' permission, no one is allowed to see that unfilial son. If I find out that he is communicating with Prince Yu's people again, don't blame me for being cruel. After driving concubine Ru away, Count North summoned his confidant for a discussion. Count North, don't worry. With the eldest young master here, Count North's residence will be fine. Don't bother Xinyu if you can. It's hard for him to do things in the palace. Let's solve the problem caused by Xianxia first. This matter was neither big nor small. Count North could solve it by himself, but it would hurt him a lot. When it came to the matters of the imperial court, Xinyu heard about it from Shang Junlin. I'll let someone watch over him. I'm worried that he will beg you. If you want to interfere, just tell me. There's no need to do it yourself. Shang Junlin played with a strand of Xinyu's hair that fell to her chest and said in a low voice. Your Majesty, you don't have to care about him. Xinyu lazily leaned in Shang Junlin's arms. He won't beg me. I'll listen to you. Shang Junlin picked up the strand of hair and kissed it. Your Majesty, do you really listen to me for everything? Xinyu became energetic. She rolled on the man's body and turned to face him. As if he had expected what Xinyu was going to say, Shang Junlin lifted his chin and kissed him on the lips, except for this matter. Xinyu shook his head and broke free from the man's grip. Your Majesty, do you know what I'm talking about? Every time. Yu is unwilling. Shang Junlin lifted his eyelids and looked at him. You don't want to care about me after you're satisfied. I'm not. Xinyu's face turned red. It's because your Majesty doesn't want to end it. If the imperial physician didn't say that Yu needs more rest, Yu would have fulfilled his duty. Shang Junlin's eyes lit up and he reached out to touch Xinyu's neck. Yu, don't you think so? Your Majesty, you have to follow the physician's advice. Xinyu had the imperial physician's words as a shield, so he was quite unscrupulous. You also have to restrain yourself. I'm already restraining myself. Shang Junlin's eyes were deep. Otherwise, do you think that I would let you go so easily? Because of Xinyu's body, they didn't do it many times and didn't really get to the point. Occasionally, they would use their hands or legs. Xinyu didn't want to continue talking about this dangerous topic, so he talked about another matter. Your Majesty, I made a new thing in the farmstead. I want to give it to your Majesty. What is it? Seeing that Xinyu was changing the topic, Shang Junlin didn't expose him, but his hands didn't stop moving. Xinyu's neck was very sensitive, especially around a small mole. Shang Junlin loved this place very much and liked to bite it when they were intimate. Your Majesty, let go of me first. Xinyu felt a numbing sensation spreading from the side of her neck. Shang Junlin stopped moving his hands, but he didn't want to move away. The man's body temperature soaked into her body through her skin. Xinyu couldn't do anything but sit up slightly. "If your majesty doesn't want to let me go, I'll go get it myself. It's in the compartment on the left." Xinyu pointed to the compartment beside Shang Junlin. Following Xinyu's guidance, Shang Junlin opened the lattice and took out a small wooden box without any decorative patterns. "This?" "Yes, your majesty, open it and take a look." Shang Junlin opened the wooden box with one hand and saw what was inside. He had no choice but to let go of Xinyu and unfolded the letter. In the beginning, Shang Junlin's attitude was a little careless. He always felt more relaxed when he was with Xinyu. As time passed, Shang Junlin's expression gradually became serious. After reading it, Shang Junlin closed the letter and reached out to pull Xinyu into his arms. His lips were close to Xinyu's ear. "Did you also learn this from the journal?" There was an item called cement written on the paper. In addition to how to make it, there was also a detailed description of its use. Shang Junlin was a qualified ruler. He immediately thought of the importance of cement when he saw it. For the country and the people, this thing could play a great role. "Your Majesty, it's fine if you think so." Xinyu didn't want to hide the truth or tell the truth. He could only answer ambiguously. "It's also called concrete." Shang Junlin gently bit Xinyu's earlobe. "You really surprises me all the time." He saw that Xinyu didn't want to say anything, so he didn't force him. Xinyu was willing to give him this thing, which was enough to show how important he was to him. Otherwise, Xinyu could have not taken it out in order not to arouse his suspicion. Last time, when Xinyu gave him the flood control manual, after the official in charge of this area finished reading it, he told him that it was a very complete system. It couldn't be pieced together from various books. He directly asked him to find an expert, but Shang Junlin casually brushed him off. "The people in my village have developed some products. Your Majesty, do you want to take a look?" Seeing that Shang Junlin didn't intend to ask further, Xinyu was relieved. "I'm afraid it's not easy to move it into the palace. Just go directly to your village and take a look." Shang Junlin hugged Xinyu tightly. "I'm very happy that you gave me something." No matter what Xinyu gave him, Shang Junlin's joy was the same. What he valued was Xinyu's heart for giving him something, not the gift itself. After the two tidied up, they left the palace. The people in the village received the news that Xinyu and Shang Junlin were coming and made preparations in advance, especially regarding the cement. The person in charge carefully watched every place and didn't allow any mistakes to be made. While everyone in the village was looking forward to it, the carriage carrying Xinyu and Shang Junlin arrived late. The person in charge stood at the front, followed by the people who worked in the village. These people were Xinyu's own people. They already knew about the relationship between Xinyu and Shang Junlin from Muxi. Xinyu told Muxi to let these people treat Shang Junlin as half of their own people. As usual, Shang Junlin got off the carriage first. After he got off, he reached out to help Xinyu down. Xinyu could get off the carriage by himself, but Shang Junlin didn't let him. At first, he wanted to carry Xinyu down, but Xinyu firmly refused. So, he took a step back and helped Xinyu down. Xinyu also didn't understand what Shang Junlin was thinking. How could the dignified emperor fall in love with helping people get off the carriage? However, Shang Junlin insisted, so Xinyu could only let him do as he pleased. Today, the two of them were wearing clothes of similar colors. Standing together, it was very pleasing to the eye. The person in charge came up to them and said, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, everything is ready. Tea and snacks are also prepared, take us directly to see the fruit." Xinyu interrupted the person in charge's long-winded speech. The person in charge brought the two of them over and roughly explained the process. Soon, they arrived at the destination. The open space was divided into two parts. The left side was a flat cement floor, and the right side was the place where the cement was mixed. There were piles of various raw materials, and more than 10 men in short clothes were busy. "This is the road that Your Highness said was paved." Xinyu walked closer with Shang Junlin. He had seen the finished product in his previous life, so he wasn't surprised. Instead, it was Shang Junlin who saw such a flat road for the first time. He couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. Xinyu saw that there were gaps in the road at intervals. He nodded with satisfaction and said, "Well done." The person in charge brought the two of them to the other side and said, "This place is solidified. You can walk on it. Even if it rains, it won't affect the road." The person in charge had received Xinyu's letter in advance, so he knew what to show. First, he let Xinyu and Shang Junlin walk on it to feel it. Then, he ordered people to bring a bucket of water and pour it on the ground. Shang Junlin held Xinyu's hand and walked slowly on the cement road. He could clearly feel that this road was different from the previous one. If a carriage were to drive on it, it would be much less bumpy. After walking one round, Shang Junlin held Xinyu's hand tightly. The feeling of seeing it with his own eyes was completely different. The shock of the former was less than 1/10 of the latter. Although it was only a short section of the road, Shang Junlin could already imagine what it would be like when the official roads of the capital were paved with such roads. Not only the capital, but the entire Dahuan also needed to be paved with such roads. With a smooth road, communication would be faster. This would be of great help to Shang Junlin in managing the entire Dahuan. Xinyu could feel Shang Junlin's excitement. He smiled and said, "Your Majesty, I don't have many people in my village. This is already the limit. I have already given the formula for the cement to Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you can order people to build a road to see the effect. To be treated like this by you, I am really..." Shang Junlin pressed his forehead against Xinyu's and said in a low voice, "How should I thank you?" "Your Majesty, you don't have to thank me. I didn't think of this in the first place. To be useful to Your Majesty, it is Your Majesty's fate. Your Majesty, you don't have to think too much." Xinyu didn't take out these things to take credit for himself. These things were useful to Dahuan and Shang Junlin. Under the guidance of the steward, the two went to see the process of making the cement. It wasn't difficult to make the cement. The raw materials weren't expensive either. It wouldn't be difficult to popularize it. After looking around, Shang Junlin made a decision. The two didn't stay in the village for long. After returning to the palace, Shang Junlin immediately summoned the Minister of Works and told him the method of making the cement. After reading it, the Minister of Works couldn't hide his excitement. This thing is really useful." "What is it called?" "Cement, also known as concrete. It's mixed with solidified sand and stone. Other than paving roads, it should have many other uses." The Minister of Works' eyes lit up. Ever since Shang Junlin ascended the throne, their Ministry of Works hadn't had any great achievements. Now that they finally had a great opportunity, they had to seize it. "I'll leave it to you. It's up to you to develop what you want. The road from the palace to the secret prison is broken. You can use it to practice." "Yes, Your Majesty." The Minister of Works took the formula back and immediately arranged for people to start working. The current emperor valued people who could do practical things. It wasn't easy for the Ministry of Works to show off their skills. They couldn't let it go. The road that Shang Junlin circled out wasn't used by many people. For the sake of convenience, the Minister of Works ordered people to surround the road and tell the public that it was being repaired. That road was broken to begin with. It was normal that it needed to be repaired. The people who received the news didn't think much about it. It was just that people who occasionally wanted to use that road had to take a detour. Yanjing also heard the news. He turned and said to the servant, "It's because of our road that it's broken. We can't let the Ministry of Works repair it for us for free. Go and ask around. If they lack anything, send it to them." The servant, who knew his master's personality, acknowledged and went to do the task. He put the fan under his chin and curled his lips in a good mood. If he was lucky, he might be able to get the Ministry of Works to help him. If those people knew that they gave him such a good opportunity for free, he wondered if they would die from anger. The Ministry of Works was in full swing. The people of the Ministry of Works had a great change in attitude in the imperial court and attracted the attention of many officials. Those who were close to the Minister of Works went up to ask for the reason. They all received the same answer: they're repairing the road. "It's just repairing the road. Do you need to be so excited?" This person didn't understand. "You don't understand." The Minister of Works' eyes were full of passion. "You'll know when we're done. Our Ministry of Works is finally going to rise. This time, the person who asked the question really didn't understand. He shook his head and left. After giving the item away, Xianxia didn't spend much time on it. In the previous life, the king of Yu relied on this to make huge profits and saved up some capital. This time, Xianxia gave the item to Shang Junlin in advance. With the imperial court stepping in, they directly blocked the king of Yu's source of income and also cut off Shen Qingran's path to fame. Thinking of this, Xianxia was in a good mood. "What's you thinking about? Why are you so happy?" Shang Junlin pinched Xianxu's chin and turned Xianxu's head to face him. "I'm thinking that Da Huan will become better and better under your majesty's governance. If that's the case, I'll be able to follow your majesty and enjoy happiness." Xianxu's smile didn't disappear. His dark eyes seemed to contain thousands of stars. Shang Junlin was mesmerized by those smiling eyes and couldn't help but move closer. "I won't disappoint you." The man's breath was getting closer and closer. Xianxia didn't dodge and just stared at him. Shang Junlin chuckled and kissed Xianxu's lips. The laughter disappeared as their lips met. The gentleness gradually became stronger. Xianxu's breath was unstable and he fell back. He was supported by a strong arm. His eyes were slightly closed and his long eyelashes fluttered uneasily. He was like a butterfly that was about to fall in the wind and rain. After the kiss, the man's breath was still lingering on his lips. Xianxia opened his eyes in a daze and a magnified pair of eyes came into view. He looked straight into a pair of dark and deep eyes. The warm touch moved up his lips, cheeks, and eyelids. Every part of his body was carefully visited. The biting cold aura hovered and didn't dissipate for a long time. When he was finally released, Xianxu's eyes were hazy with tears. Shang Junlin looked down at him for a while and said in a low and hoarse voice, "Shen will carry you to the bed." After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Xianxia to react and directly picked him up while facing him. Caught off guard, Xianxu's feet were in the air. He tightly hugged the man's neck and his thoughts were pulled away from the memories just now. "Your Majesty, this time, Shen will tell you in advance." Shang Junlin's voice carried a satisfied smile. Xianxia reacted for a while and then remembered that Shang Junlin was talking about what he had said before. It turned out that Shang Junlin had also firmly remembered this sentence. Xianxia looked down. Because of his posture, he was taller than Shang Junlin. As he looked at the man from top to bottom, an indescribable feeling arose in his heart. It was soft and numb, sour and sweet. He didn't hate this feeling. He let it spread in his heart and slowly fill up his entire heart. Shang Junlin did not put him down. Instead, he carried him to the couch and placed him in his arms. "Sometimes I wonder if you was specially sent to me by the heavens." Shang Junlin buried his head in Xianxu's neck, his voice almost inaudible. "When the great Huanxi clears, will you be taken away by the heavens?" "What are you thinking, Your Majesty?" After being pulled back to reality by Shang Junlin's words, Xianxia found it funny. "I'm a living person. If I'm not liked by my father, where else can I go except by His Majesty's side?" Shang Junlin tightened his arms and said in a low voice, "You can't leave me. No one can take you away from me." Xianxia raised his hand and patted the man's head. "I won't. I live very well by His Majesty's side. If I leave His Majesty, where else can I live as freely as I do now?" After Xianxia finished speaking, he thought about it. Adding up his 2 lifetimes, this period of time after entering the palace was the most comfortable period of his life. Shang Junlin considered everything for him. Other than him, there was no one else in the harem. The palace rules were like decorations in front of him. Unknowingly, he had already received so much preferential treatment. Thinking of this, Xianxu's gaze gradually softened. Shang Junlin was Shang Junlin, the emperor of the great Huanxi. He wasn't the king of Yu or anyone else. You promised me that if you were to disappear one day, I would find you no matter what." Shang Junlin left a trail of pecks on the side of Xianxu's neck. In the past, he ascended the throne to protect himself. He developed the great Huanxi because it was his duty. He didn't want to be like the previous emperor, who caused the people to suffer because of his own selfish desires. What was the difference between him and the previous emperor that he had spurned? Now, he was very glad that he was the emperor of the great Huanxi. He had enough power to protect Xianxu. In the future, he would work harder to develop the country. Only in this way could his Yu live more freely under his wings. After the excitement, the Minister of Works began to worry. Developing new things required a large amount of money. The Minister of Revenue was like a miser on this matter. The two of them argued a few times before the Minister of Works finally managed to get a sum of money. However, this could only solve the problem for a while. The Minister of Works sat in his seat with his brows tightly knitted. He was thinking of a way to get some money from the miser Minister of Revenue. "Sir, are you still worried about the money?" A subordinate walked in and asked when he saw the Minister of Works frowning. This kind of thing wasn't a secret in the Ministry of Works. Everyone knew that every time the minister wanted to do something new, there would be such a situation. "Yes, it's enough for the early stages." "What about the later stages?" The Minister of Works frowned deeply. The subordinate's heart skipped a beat. He thought of the person he met 2 days ago and said tentatively, "What a coincidence, sir. In the past 2 days, a man who claimed to be Yanjing came looking for me. He said that the road was damaged because of him. He felt very sorry and wanted to make up for it." That road was indeed damaged by someone, but what does that have to do with Yanjing? The Minister of Works wasn't easily persuaded. "Sir, why don't you meet him first? I can see that Yanjing's eyes are clear. He doesn't seem to have any bad intentions." "Of course, I'm not a good judge of character." "Sir, you have to see for yourself," the subordinate advised. "We're working for Dahuan. How can we let the commoners pay for it?" The Minister of Works still didn't agree. "Sir, to tell you the truth, it was that young master who took the initiative to look for me. His manservant has been walking around here all this time. That young master Yin said that he came from the south to do business. That road was damaged because of his past grievances, and he would feel bad if he didn't do something. You can leave first. We'll talk about this later." After thinking about it, the Ministry of Works minister still went to ask some people. Indeed, it was as his subordinate had said. There was a young master called Yanjing who had been walking around the Ministry of Works recently. There were quite a few people who knew about this matter. The Ministry of Works minister dispelled half of his doubts and decided to meet him first. If it was really just to make up for the damaged road, he wouldn't have to be so thick-skinned as to argue with the Minister of Revenue. Yanjing waited for a few days in the newly bought courtyard. As expected, the people from the Ministry of Works came. What happened that day didn't seem fake. After talking for a while, both sides had a certain understanding of each other. After thinking about it, the Minister of Works still went to the palace. "Ayu, do you still remember the people we met outside the palace last time?" After returning to Yuzhong Palace, Shang Junlin pulled Xinyu to sit on the swing. The weather was gradually getting warmer. When the temperature was high in the afternoon, Xinyu liked to bask in the sun outside. His favorite was the swing that Shang Junlin had made for him. He sat on the swing with a book in his hand. He didn't need the palace servants to push him from behind. The swing swayed gently. The sunlight shone through the gaps between the leaves like naughty little elves jumping on the young man's body. With Shang Junlin around, Xinyu felt more relaxed sitting on the swing. Half of his body leaned on the man's body. He searched his memory and said, "Yanjing? It's him. He recently went to the Ministry of Works." Shang Junlin held Xinyu's slender fingers and bit them gently. Why did he go to the Ministry of Works? Xinyu didn't understand. He said it was to make up for the road that was damaged because of him. Shang Junlin's tone was a little careless when talking about this person. "Xinyu, is the Ministry of Works short of money?" Shang Junlin, as expected of a you. "You got the point immediately." Xinyu chuckled. If it wasn't for the lack of money, the Minister of Works wouldn't know about this person. Ayu is right. Recently, the Minister of Works has been arguing with the Ministry of Revenue for money. Shang Junlin also had a headache when it came to this matter. The Ministry of Revenue is in charge of the National Treasury. The Minister of Revenue and the Minister of Works have always been on bad terms. Every time the Ministry of Works wants to do something, they will make a scene. If they want to develop something new, it will require a lot of money. Xinyu was very clear about this. I originally planned to give him a sum of money directly from my private treasury, Your Majesty, you can't. Before Shang Junlin could finish, Xinyu interrupted him. If there's a first, there will be a second. Your Majesty can't always use your private treasury to support the Ministry of Works. I think you can accept Yan Zheng's funding. Shang Junlin stopped playing with Xinyu's fingers. What do you mean? If it's taken from the people, it's used for the people. When the time comes, this cement will definitely be used on the people. If Yanjing took the initiative to ask for compensation, it's better to change the compensation to sponsorship. When the cement is used in the future, we can announce to the public that this is sponsored by Yanjing's industry. The Ministry of Works will have the money for research, and Yanjing's reputation will also be known. It can be said to be mutually beneficial. Xinyu had seen this method from that book. In the world before Shen Qingran transmigrated, business was very developed. Many merchants used this method to make their products famous. When more people knew about it, there would naturally be many buyers. Sponsorship? That's a good idea. Dahuan doesn't restrict merchants. Through this method, we can also control the merchants in Dahuan. Ayu is really creative. Xinyu recalled what the book said and continued, the thing that merchants don't lack the least is money. However, merchants can't enter the imperial court as officials. If there's a special honor for them, I think they'll be very willing to exchange some money for it. Merchants value profits and reputation. Instead of letting a lot of money rot in their hands, it's better to give up a part of it in exchange for the imperial court's reputation. That way, it'll be much more convenient to do things outside. The more Shang Junlin thought about it, the more he felt that this method was good. He buried his face in Xinyu's hair and gently sniffed. His Ayu was really a treasure. She surprised him every moment. As for the specifics, Your Majesty and the other ministers can discuss it. I just proposed a general idea. Whether it can be implemented or not depends on the situation in Dahuan. There's only one point. We can't let this method become a weapon for some people to fill their own pockets. Xinyu lowered her eyes. In her previous life, the King of Yu had also implemented this method. However, because of some people's greed, they completely changed their original intention. In the end, it led to the collapse of Dahuan's commerce. Even after Xinyu's rebirth, it still hadn't recovered. We know. This matter needs to be done slowly. Xinyu believed that Shang Junlin could do it well. To be honest, Shang Junlin's ability as a ruler was much stronger than the King of Yu. She didn't know what the person who wrote the book was thinking, letting the King of Yu ascend the throne. According to what Xinyu knew of her previous life, even if the King of Yu ascended the throne, Dahuan wouldn't be able to go far under his leadership. The inside was rotten, and there were strong enemies spying on the outside. On the surface, it seemed to be thriving, but in reality, it was a building on the verge of collapse. Xinyu nestled in Shang Junlin's arms and slowly yawned. Your Majesty, isn't the court examination time coming soon? That's right. Does you want to go with us to take a look? Shang Junlin gently stroked Xinyu's back and said in a gentle tone. He selfishly wanted Xinyu to go with him. Because of entering the palace, Xinyu lost the opportunity to take the imperial examination and become an official. Although Xinyu said that he didn't care, Shang Junlin still wanted to bring him to personally experience it. What identity do I have to go with? Disguise as a little eunuch serving Your Majesty? Shang Junlin imagined Xinyu wearing a little eunuch's uniform and following behind him. His eyes darkened. In the end, he couldn't bear it. I'll ask someone to set up a screen. You can sit behind it. Xinyu bumped into him. Does Your Majesty want to take revenge on me for placing you behind the screen? At that time, Xinyu wanted to establish his authority in Yuzhong Palace, and Shang Junlin refused to go anywhere else. Xinyu had no choice but to ask someone to set up a big screen in the main hall and let Shang Junlin sit behind it. Am I so petty in your eyes? Shang Junlin pinched Xinyu's cheek. Xinyu muttered in a low voice, Your Majesty has used Shen Qingran's letter to me to take advantage of me a few times. Shang Junlin's ears were sharp, so he clearly heard this sentence. He pinched Xinyu's cheek and shook it from side to side. If you didn't refuse, why would I find these excuses? He wished that other men's names would never appear beside Xinyu's ears. Xinyu didn't want to admit this. He shook off Shang Junlin's hand. Your Majesty likes to torture people. How can you blame others? If Shang Junlin didn't push his luck again and again, would Xinyu have to find ways to refuse? Yes, it's all my fault. I didn't work hard enough and didn't make you comfortable. Shang Junlin let go of Xinyu's soft cheek and kissed the reddened part. Xinyu was rendered speechless by Shang Junlin's deliberate distortion of his meaning. He finally understood that he had no chance of winning against Shang Junlin in this matter. He sat up straight and patted Shang Junlin's shoulder to vent his anger. Your Majesty has worked very hard. Really, if you work harder, you can find someone else. She was already tormenting him to no end. What else did she want? You can't say such things carelessly. Shang Junlin forcefully held Xinyu's waist and pulled her into his arms. Then, he fiercely bit Xinyu's lips. Ugh, Xinyu cried out in pain. Soon, he tasted the taste of blood in his mouth. Your Majesty. Zhen doesn't like to hear such words. Shang Junlin released Xinyu's mouth and gently kissed away the blood on his lips. Zhen's everything can only be yours. The man's aura was terrifying, like a storm that swept through everything. Xinyu, who was in the center of the whirlpool, could deeply feel Shang Junlin's mood at this moment. Alright, Your Majesty, I'm just talking nonsense, Xinyu chased after Shang Junlin. When he was about to leave, she took the initiative to kiss his lips. Of course, Your Majesty is mine. No one can take Your Majesty away from me. Under the comfort of Xinyu, Shang Junlin's terrifying aura gradually calmed down. He didn't take back the initiative immediately. Instead, he enjoyed Xinyu's rare initiative. There was a faint fragrance on the young man's body. It was very light and could only be smelled when one was close to him. Shang Junlin liked this smell very much. Xinyu didn't go deep. Instead, he just rubbed his lips. His lips were still injured, so the faint taste of blood spread in their mouths. Feeling that Shang Junlin had calmed down, Xinyu gradually withdrew. How could Shang Junlin let go of such a good opportunity? At the moment when they were about to separate, he moved his hand behind Xinyu's head and used a little force. Xinyu was forced to bump into him. Compared to before, Shang Junlin's kiss was much gentler this time. Although it was gentle, it had a strong force that couldn't be refused. Under the leafy tree, the man in black tightly held the blue-clothed young man in his arms. The shadows of the trees danced, and occasionally, a few birds circled above their heads. A breeze blew, and the branches and leaves swayed, causing waves of ripples. The mottled light fell on their heads and bodies. The swing gently swayed with their movements. It was a quiet afternoon, and everything was leisurely and beautiful. After being inspired by Xinyu, Shang Junlin summoned the important ministers for a discussion. If Xinyu's idea was to be implemented, the existing laws regarding merchants in Dahuan must be changed. After proposing Xinyu's idea, the imperial study room fell into a long silence. After a long time, the prime minister hesitantly said, although this method is against common knowledge, the benefits far outweigh the disadvantages for Dahuan. I think it can be implemented. They're just merchants. Do you think the national treasury will be short of money? Compared to the previous dynasty, Dahuan already treats merchants very well. I don't think it's necessary to give them more preferential treatment. Your Majesty, it's not good for the country to encourage the merchants to be arrogant. Some ministers disagreed. The Minister of Works and the Minister of Revenue looked at each other. This time, they reached an agreement. Your Majesty, I think this method is feasible. I also agree. Merchants are also citizens of Dahuan. There's no reason to be too harsh on them. We just need to give them more honor and let them have a greater sense of belonging to Dahuan. After arguing back and forth, those who agreed with the idea gained the upper hand. I don't know who came up with this idea. Such a talented person shouldn't be buried. The Prime Minister had a good impression of the person who came up with this idea. Guijun accidentally mentioned it to me. Speaking of Xinyu, Shang Junlin's expression softened at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Prime Minister wanted His Majesty to use the person who came up with this idea, but his words were stuck. Since ancient times, the harem couldn't interfere in politics. He sighed heavily in his heart. What a pity. The other ministers also didn't expect this answer. They looked at each other. For a moment, the hall was silent again. In the end, it was the Minister of Works who spoke up. Guijun is a talented person. It's Dahuan's good fortune to be able to receive his help. Shang Junlin had vaguely told him that Xinyu was the one who came up with the cement recipe. At that time, the Minister of Works had a good impression of Xinyu. Now that he saw him come up with a way to solve the Ministry of Work's biggest problem, his impression of him was even better. Shang Junlin's expression became gentler. First, come up with a plan for how this will be implemented. Before it is officially implemented, Shang Junlin paused. First, experiment with what the Ministry of Works is currently doing. Yes, Your Majesty. On the way out of the palace, several ministers gathered together to talk. It's really a pity for the child of Count North. In the past, there were rumors that he had deep thoughts. I don't know what Count North was thinking, sending his son into the palace. In that kind of situation, who didn't know that being sent into the palace was equivalent to being abandoned? The only son, Count North, was given up just like that. It was really an eye-opener. At that time, Count Shenbei favored his concubine and her child. Later, the child was involved in the matter of Prince Yu. In my opinion, the son of the first wife is the son of the first wife. Not any Tom, Dick, or Harry can climb to the head of the first wife. Count Shenbei favored his concubine and gave birth to a child, but did not care about the son of the first wife. That's right. Compared to his son, Shen Guijun is much more outstanding. I don't know if he regrets it now. What's the use of regretting it now? Did Count North regret it? He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. After Xinyu entered the palace, Shen Qingran repeatedly sought death and wiped out the last bit of father-son affection in Count Shenbei's heart. He didn't know if it was Xinyu's behavior that broke his filter of concubine Mother Ru. Now, no matter how he looked at it, concubine Mother Ru was an ordinary woman who couldn't be more ordinary. He even began to wonder if he, who was infatuated with concubine Mother Ru, had been poisoned. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. After concubine Ru made trouble 2 more times, Count North was only fed up with her. At this time, he was in a terrible state to clean up the mess caused by Shen Qingran, so he impatiently locked concubine Ru up. Concubine Ru, who had been in the limelight for more than 10 years in Count North's mansion, fell down like this, which caused a lot of people in the mansion to sigh. What's wrong with this eldest young master? Once he makes a move, you will have no power to resist. A concubine who had stayed in the mansion for a long time sighed. Yes, a few months ago, who would have thought that concubine Ru, who was treated like a madam in the mansion, would have such a day? After all, she is just a concubine. She relied on Count North's favor to act like a tyrant. I have disliked her for a long time. A legitimate son is a legitimate son. She wants to help her son ascend the throne, but she doesn't know whether Dahuan's laws will allow it. Yes, some people are cheap and biased. If it wasn't for Madame, would she be where she is today? Be careful with your words. You can't mention that person. In the courtyard separated by a wall, concubine Ru clenched her fists tightly, her nails deeply sinking into her flesh. She knew that those people deliberately said it for her to hear. After being suppressed for more than 10 years, she had to seize the opportunity to hit someone when they were down. The news of Count North's mansion was passed to Xinyu's ears through Mushi. Serves them right. Concubine Ru probably didn't expect that there would be a day when the wheel of fortune turns. After reporting the situation of Count North's mansion, Mushi was very relieved. However, young master, did you expect everything before you left the mansion? At that time, Mushi thought that Xinyu handed the matter over to Count North to make things convenient for concubine Ru. Not only Mushi, but other people in the mansion also thought so at that time. After so many years, Count North's favoritism to concubine Ru was obvious to everyone in the mansion. Handing the matter over to Count North to handle was obviously giving Count North a chance to cover up someone. Xinyu carelessly fiddled with Junling, which was growing better and better. I just let her know what kind of person Count North is. If I deal with concubine Ru, she will only hate me in her heart. What if the person who sent her to hell was Count North, who had always doted on her? She thought that she had walked into Duke Shenbei's heart, but she didn't know that it was only because she didn't touch Duke Shenbei's interests. You see, I didn't do anything in the palace, but she already knew how heartless Duke Shinbei is. Young master, you are so thoughtful. Xinyu chuckled and didn't say anything. Killing someone was just a matter of nodding his head. He had many ways to get rid of concubine Ru, but he didn't do it. What he wanted was to let concubine Ru see with her own eyes how hypocritical Duke Shinbei was. She thought that her deep feelings were nothing in Duke Shinbei's eyes. He could give her infinite love and let her do whatever she wanted in Duke Shinbei's mansion, but he could also take back everything and let her be bullied by everyone. She was not worth mentioning in his heart. Her past glory was just a joke. Xinyu wanted her to deny everything in the past. This made her feel much worse than him doing it himself. The mullein orchid sent by Shang Junlin had passed its flowering period. Xinyu put the 2 pots of flowers together and looked at them carefully. Ayu is taking care of these flowers again? Shang Junlin strode in and touched Xinyu's face. Ayu seems to be very happy today? Is it that obvious? Xinyu touched his face, but forgot that his hand had just touched the mud. His white jade-like face was suddenly stained with mud. Shang Junlin lifted Xinyu's chin and slowly wiped it for him. Ayu, accompany me to the palace examination tomorrow. You don't have to disguise yourself as anyone, just follow me. What you have missed, we will make up for you one by one. There's no need for that. Xinyu refused without hesitation. He could already imagine the reactions of the officials if Shang Junlin openly brought him to the Great Hall. Xinyu felt that for the sake of the hearts of the officials, it was better for him not to join in the fun. What is it you worried about? Shang Junlin caressed Xinyu's delicate neck. Are you worried that the officials will object? Don't worry, they won't say anything. Xinyu finally understood that when Shang Junlin said that he wanted to bring him to the palace examination, it was not on a whim. Instead, he had already decided. He was a little confused. Why does your majesty insist on bringing me there? Ah, you, have you forgotten that we still have a bet between us? Doesn't you want to see the results first? Shang Junlin coaxed in a low voice. Xinyu glanced at him. Of course I didn't forget. Your majesty has already asked for the bet in advance. It doesn't make much of a difference whether the results are good or not. Xinyu thought of the scene that day and his face heated up. The beauty's eyes were shy and there was a light pink on her face. Shang Junlin's heart was moved. He leaned closer and kissed Ayu. It's my selfishness to bring Ayu. Take it that Ayu is accompanying me, en? Your majesty, Xinyu tried to reason with him. Since ancient times, the imperial harem has never been allowed to interfere in politics. Your majesty is already giving me preferential treatment by discussing the matters of the imperial court with me. The court examination is not like other things. No matter how you look at it, as a noble, I shouldn't set foot in it. Husband and wife are one. Ayu and I should not be separated. Ayu can do anything and go anywhere that I can. Shang Junlin intimately rubbed Xinyu's cheek. I know that Ayu is very talented. It's unfair for you to be trapped in the harem. I can't accept it because I'm covering up Ayu's talent. Xinyu was stunned. He didn't expect Shang Junlin to say such words. His heart ached, and an imperceptible sweetness slowly rose. He opened his mouth, and his voice was inexplicably bitter. I don't care about these things. Your Majesty, you don't have to do this for me. Shang Junlin held her tightly in his arms. Just take it as satisfying my selfish desires, Ayu. His Ayu should have been an eagle soaring in the sky, but because of him, because of Duke Shinbei's stupidity, it was trapped in the harem. Because of his selfishness, he did not want to let go. His Ayu could only stand by his side and could only belong to him. Xinyu had no choice but to agree. Shang Junlin happily hugged her and whispered, actually, it's very boring to sit on the throne. You can't do anything for more than 2 hours. Xinyu touched the man's drooping hair. So, Your Majesty, you want me to accompany you to relieve your boredom? You can think of it this way. Xinyu chuckled and held the man's face with both hands. Your Majesty, you don't have to feel that you're holding me back. It's my own choice to enter the harem. No one forced me. I'm very happy that Your Majesty treats me so well. Your Majesty, you don't have to think of letting me go to the imperial court to show off my skills. I don't like it. Xinyu stared straight into Shang Junlin's eyes as if he wanted to see into his heart. He emphasized again, "What I like is to be free and unrestrained, not to be endlessly deceived, Your Majesty." When he was with Shang Junlin, he experienced peace. It didn't matter if he was selfish or cowardly. He was really tired of the feeling of having to carefully calculate every step he took and every word he said in his previous life. When he first entered the harem, he didn't plan to stay for long. It was Shang Junlin who showed him another way of life. So this is what it feels like to have someone to shelter you from the wind and rain. Shang Junlin's eyes darkened. After a while, he suddenly laughed. "You, even if you want to, I won't give you the chance to escape from me." His Ayu, since she was in front of him, she would never be able to leave his side. The news that Shang Junlin wanted to bring Xinyu to the court examination was discussed in advance with the ministers present. A few of them knew Shang Junlin's temper very well and didn't raise any objections. They calmly accepted this matter. A few others who were dissatisfied naturally didn't dare to speak up when they saw that the Prime Minister and the others didn't say anything. After that, someone was puzzled. Even if His Majesty dotes on His Highness, there should be a limit. How can he bring His Highness to the court examination? Yes. Why didn't you persuade His Majesty and let him do as he pleases? The Prime Minister slowly tidied up his sleeves and answered without raising his head, "Do you think His Majesty is asking for our opinions when he is talking to us?" A few of them thought about it and their faces turned ugly. "Obviously, you know that." "No, His Majesty has already made up his mind. If we oppose him, it will only make His Majesty unhappy. What can we do?" But, since ancient times, the harem is not allowed to interfere in politics. Shouldn't His Highness avoid suspicion on such an important occasion? The Prime Minister thought of the young man who proposed the new commercial law and the flood control method. He sighed. His Majesty has his reasons for doing this. We don't need to worry about it. If it weren't for Count Bey's muddle-headedness and being trapped in the harem, the young man would have been able to shine in the court. Seeing that the Prime Minister was firmly on His Majesty's side, the officials had no choice but to shut their mouths. They would never dare to talk to His Majesty about this. The students who failed the metropolitan examination had left the capital one after another. They either found a job or returned to their hometowns to prepare for the examination. They would take the examination again in 3 years. Jiang Huiqing and He Qingyu were the top few students in the metropolitan examination. After dealing with all the guests, they went into seclusion to prepare for the court examination. Yingxing Tower also quieted down for a while. After the Minister of Works received His Majesty's permission, he sent someone to find Yanjing to discuss the sponsorship. After hearing what the person from the Ministry of Works said, Yanjing put away his fan. "This method is too beneficial for us businessmen. I didn't expect to get such a great benefit." "Young Master Yan, you don't have to say that. If it weren't for your kindness, we would still have to worry." The person who came had a good impression of Yanjing and spoke with a hint of intimacy. As they exchanged cups, the atmosphere became more and more lively. Yanjing had been a businessman for many years and was able to twist black into white. The person from the Ministry of Works had never seen such a scene. After a few words, he was able to get a lot of information out of him. However, Yanjing was used to being strict. He only asked about trivial matters. Even if the person sobered up, he wouldn't think that there was anything wrong with what he said. Did His Majesty come up with the idea of sponsorship? Yanjing looked up. The servant beside him hurriedly poured wine for the two of them. The wine was of the highest quality. It tasted fresh and fragrant. It was a good choice for welcoming guests. The person from the Ministry of Works was already a little drunk, but his mind was still clear. He knew what to say and what not to say. He lowered his voice and reminded Yanjing, "The higher-ups may be making a big move. Young Master Yan, you have to seize the opportunity." After getting the information he wanted, Yanjing knew when to stop and naturally changed the topic. Seeing that he didn't ask any more questions, the person from the Ministry of Works was relieved. He became more satisfied and thought to himself, "He knows how to behave. He's someone we can cooperate with for a long time." Late at night, Yanjing sent someone to send the person from the Ministry of Works away. He stood by the roadside and watched the carriage go away. His eyes were obscure. "Young master, you can go in." The servant brought a cloak and put it on Yanjing. "I made the right decision to come to the capital." Yanjing chuckled. The servant didn't understand. "Young master, what are you talking about? Those people probably didn't expect it. They thought that they were banishing me, but they didn't expect that they would give me a path to heaven. Compared to what they are about to get, what is the treasure they are guarding?" Fortune and misfortune really depended on each other. He originally thought that he would need to spend more effort, but now that an opportunity had come knocking on his door, the time needed to achieve his goal would be greatly reduced. Yanjing didn't sleep for the whole night. He was readjusting his plan. He had to make good use of the help that fell from the sky. "Young master." The servant came in with a bowl of hot porridge. "I've inquired about the people you asked me to. It's very strange. I couldn't find any information about them." After parting ways with Shang Junlin and Xinyu that day, Yanjing sent someone to inquire about the two people. It wasn't that he wanted to do anything, but he simply wanted to get to know them. There were really too few people who were extraordinary in conversation and had perfect looks. Not to mention other things, it would be good if he could make friends with them. One of the main principles of a businessman was to make as many friends as possible. "Oh?" Yanjing stopped writing. "You couldn't find anything? What about the other family?" "I've asked carefully. The other family should be Lord Feng and his family. As for the two people that young master is looking for, I really couldn't find any clues." "I understand. Ask your men to come back. Don't look for them anymore. Pretend that this never happened in the future." Lord Feng was the favorite person of the emperor. Yanjing had paid attention to him that day. Although he tried to hide it, from his actions, it didn't seem like he was pretending to be respectful towards the two people that he was looking for. How many people could make Lord Feng treat them with such respect? Yanjing smiled. That was why it was said that his luck was unparalleled. Yanjing's actions couldn't be hidden from the hidden dragon guards. Not long after, Shang Junlin received the news. However, the court examination was about to start and this matter could only be dealt with later. Xinyu woke up early and changed into a more formal outfit. Shang Junlin was still wearing the emperor's ceremonial robe. It was black and had golden embroidery on it. There was no cover or screen. Shang Junlin held Xinyu's hand and sat on the high seat. The officials were informed in advance. When they saw the two of them sitting together, they looked forward and prepared to start. After the candidates bowed to the emperor, they lowered their heads and sat down one by one. Under the rule of not looking at the emperor directly, no one dared to look up. The court examination didn't just test one's knowledge. It also tested one's mental endurance. Xinyu sat on the high seat and the reactions of the candidates were obvious. Some of them were obviously nervous. In fact, most of them were nervous. Xinyu looked around. He Qingyu and Jiang Huiqing were in a good state. They were writing their answers in an orderly manner. The other person who was acting differently was Feng Jiai. Feng Jiai was wearing the uniform of a student. Her back was straight and she was concentrating on the answers in front of her. Time passed. Slowly. Finally, it was time. The candidates stopped writing and someone came forward to collect the answers. Everything was about to come to an end. Those who didn't perform well were already pale. The candidates entered the side hall to wait. The officials picked up the answers and flipped through the answers. Without exception, the new bloodline of the imperial court would be born here. After sitting for more than 2 hours, Xinyu stood up and stretched his arms and legs. When he thought about how the officials looked at him a few times, Xinyu felt happy. "Ayu, how do you feel?" Shang Junlin walked down the stairs with her in his arms. "Your Majesty is right. These 2 hours were really hard to endure." He couldn't make any big movements or speak. Xinyu felt that he shouldn't have agreed to Shang Junlin's request. "However, Your Majesty, do you think Jiang Huiqing and the others will be surprised when they see us?" Ayu has corresponded with Jiang Huiqing so many times. Did he not suspect our identities at all? Shang Junlin asked. "Your Majesty has read most of those letters. Does Your Majesty not know?" Xinyu glanced at him. Originally, Shang Junlin didn't care about these things. He wouldn't ask Xinyu about anything. At first, he didn't think it was necessary. As long as he was sure that Xinyu didn't have the intention to harm De Huan, he wouldn't care. Later, he was moved and didn't want to pry into Xinyu's personal space. He gave him enough respect. He cared about Jiang Huiqing's letters because he was jealous. Xinyu was annoyed by Shang Junlin several times with this excuse. He simply read the letters together with him every time, so that he wouldn't torment him with all kinds of reasons. Shang Junlin didn't feel embarrassed at being discovered. He intimately moved closer to Xinyu's ear and said, "You wanted to read the letters with me. You can't blame me." From time to time, the ministers restrained themselves and looked at him. Xinyu wasn't in the mood to show off his intimate relationship with Shang Junlin in front of the ministers. He nudged him and said, "He probably doesn't know." If he had known, he wouldn't have written to him as frequently as before, and he definitely wouldn't have used the tone of an old friend. Although the current Jiang Huiqing was younger than in his previous life, some things that were engraved in his bones wouldn't change. Or maybe he doesn't want to think about it. Xinyu thought for a while and added, "The loophole of us leaving the palace is actually quite big. If he thinks about it deeply, he might be able to guess our identities." Yu is right. For example, He Qingyu, who was beside him, should have already guessed our identities. Under Xinyu's hint, Shang Junlin loosened his arms around Xinyu's waist. Shang Junlin's cold eyes swept across the hall. The ministers who were deliberately looked at were frightened and lowered their heads. They didn't dare to look at him again. Xinyu breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, no one was looking at him from time to time. He Qingyu. As the legitimate son of the He family, one of the top aristocratic families in Jiangnan, it's not surprising that he has such insight. Xinyu had already learned about He Qingyu's family background from Shang Junlin. He was not surprised that his and Shang Junlin's identities had been guessed. The graders would not be able to see the names of the candidates. Even Shang Junlin would not know which candidate had answered which paper before the final results were out. The exam results for De Huan were released on the same day, and the grading officials were already prepared before the exam started. After the examinees left, they immediately started grading. During this period of time, the examinees were arranged to stay in a special side hall. The palace had prepared meals, and they were all top-notch delicacies. It could be considered a special reward for the examinees who had reached this step. Not everyone could enjoy the imperial cuisine of the palace. The side hall was spacious enough. Before the results were out, the examinees could rest as they wished. However, at this time, not many people could relax and enjoy themselves. Jiang Huiqing stretched his limbs and walked to He Qingyu's side. "Brother Qingyu, why do you not look nervous at all?" Almost everyone in the hall was restless. There were many delicious dishes on the table, but they couldn't alleviate the anxiety in their hearts. There were only a few who could sit down and enjoy the delicious food. He Qingyu was one. As for the other, Jiang Huiqing stared at the person for a while, his eyes widening. He nudged He Qingyu with his elbow and said in a low voice, "Brother Qingyu, look over there." He Qingyu followed his gaze and couldn't help but pause. "Isn't this?" Jiang Huiqing nodded vigorously. The curiosity in his heart almost overflowed. "It's really her. Why is she here? And dressed like this?" Jiang Huiqing saw that it was Feng Jiai, the daughter of the Feng family. Because of Xinyu and Shang Junlin, Jiang Huiqing and Feng Jiai could be considered acquaintances. Since the last time they parted, they hadn't seen each other again. He never thought that they would meet again under such circumstances. Could it be that they are brothers? Jiang Huiqing shook his head. He felt that it didn't seem like it. Feeling someone's gaze, Feng Jiai turned her head and saw a familiar face. She paused for a moment, then stood up and walked over. "Brother Jiang, brother He." Although the voice was deliberately lowered, it wasn't difficult for Jiang Huiqing to recognize that it was Feng Jiai's voice. "Feng." He originally wanted to say Miss Feng, but felt that it wasn't appropriate and changed the way he addressed her. "Young Master Feng?" "That's me." Feng Jiai admitted directly and sat across the two of them. His guess was confirmed. Jiang Huiqing was dumbfounded. He turned to look at He Qingyu and saw that there was an imperceptible crack on the man's face. He slowly calmed down. Anyway, he wasn't the only one who was surprised. Jiang Huiqing threw the question to the back of his mind and chatted with Feng Jia in high spirits. They had a brief contact before. Jiang Huiqing liked Feng Jia's decisive style, especially when dealing with the matter of Prince Yu. She didn't hesitate and defended the victim with reason and evidence. How many men could have such courage? This wasn't the place to get to the bottom of the matter. Jiang Huiqing wasn't the kind of person who would ask until the end of the matter. They skipped the topic that couldn't be discussed and chatted happily. He Qingyu occasionally added a few words. The three of them looked happy and harmonious. The little eunuch who was serving in the side hall saw everything. It didn't take long for the news to reach Shang Junlin's ears. At that time, Shang Junlin was looking at the selected excellent answer sheets. Xinyu was sitting next to him and looking with him. Eunuch Meng came over and reported the news in a low voice. The three of them actually got together. Xinyu thought it was quite interesting. Yes, Eunuch Meng's eyes were smiling. The three of them talked happily and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Jiang Huiqing and He Qingyu recognized Miss Feng's female identity? Xinyu stood up and asked. Eunuch Meng answered every question, replying to Your Highness, it seems that they recognized her. Jiang Huiqing's expression changed greatly at that time, but he recovered in an instant. He must have recognized her. He Qingyu's expression didn't change much. Is Your Majesty going to directly announce Miss Feng's identity later? No matter what Feng Jia's final results were, entering the court exam meant that she was half a step into the official career. To enter the court, one's identity had to be carefully checked. Shang Junlin could help her cover it up a few times before. This time even the emperor couldn't cover it up. They sat a certain distance away from the other officials. If they lowered their voices, they wouldn't be heard. When the final results are out, it will definitely be announced. Her original intention was to enter the officialdom as a woman. Shang Junlin didn't hide his intentions. I can already foresee the commotion in the court in the coming days. Not just in the court. When the time came, there would probably be several piles of impeachment reports. However, there really isn't a need to confine a woman to the inner residence. There are many things a woman can do. Xinyu would never forget that he had glimpsed a glimpse of the future from that book. Just a glimpse was enough to make one's heart tremble. It was hard to imagine what it would be like to live in that era. They will have to change their views eventually. Not only will women enter the court as officials, but there will also be new laws regarding merchants. Perhaps there will be more changes in the future. If they are unwilling to accept it, then we can just replace them. What I want is never an official who follows the rules. Shang Junlin's nature was filled with killing intent. He spent all of his childhood and part of his youth on the battlefield. This caused his style of doing things to lean towards attacking rather than defending, whether it was in governing the country or when he faced Xinyu. Xinyu rested his chin on his hand as he looked at Shang Junlin. At this moment, he could clearly feel that Shang Junlin was the emperor of Dahuan. He was the ruler of a country that couldn't be disobeyed. When Shang Junlin was in front of him, he would always deliberately restrain his aggressive nature. Xinyu suddenly realized that he didn't dislike Shang Junlin as much as he had imagined. Why are you looking at me like that? Shang Junlin stroked Xinyu's hair. I feel that Your Majesty looks very good today. Xinyu replied with a smile. Shang Junlin laughed, no matter how good I look, I can't compare to you. While the two were talking, the officials had already discussed the general results. Your Majesty, I think that this answer is enough to be the champion. I think this answer is more promising. Seeing that they were about to quarrel again, Shang Junlin said, Tell me your reasons. The answer in my hand is wide open and deep inside. Xinyu listened as he flipped through the answers with Shang Junlin. These 3 answer sheets were explained from different angles and each had their own characteristics. At first glance, they were not inferior to each other. Xinyu saw familiar handwriting and took that answer sheet and read it carefully. He looked at the other 2 answer sheets carefully and vaguely had an answer in his heart. After a reasonable discussion, everyone had a general result in their hearts. The Prime Minister picked up one of the answers and stood out. I think that this person should be the champion. This time, no one objected. The final result was the same as Xinyu's thought. Without returning to the court examination, the top 3 were the most difficult to determine. After these 3 were determined, the rest of the results were more or less confirmed. At this time, the officials would know who each answer sheet corresponded to. As expected, the first place was Xianxia. Jiang Huiqing was third. When the second name list came out, it was beyond everyone's expectations. Immediately, an official knelt down. "Your Majesty, you can't." "Oh? You chose this person after discussion. What do you mean by saying that you can't?" Shang Junlin sat on the high seat and looked at the people kneeling below. This person disguised herself as a man to participate in the imperial examination. This is the crime of deceiving the emperor. Deceiving the emperor? How come I don't know how she deceives the emperor? Official Ming, if I remember correctly, 15 minutes ago, you were arguing about whether this essay was qualified to be the champion. That's because I didn't know that it was written by a woman. As a woman, she can write such a beautiful essay. Does official Ming want to deny the excellence of the essay just because she is a woman? Shen Yu asked. That's not what I meant. However, this essay was the one he thought the most highly. He could not refute it even if he wanted to. Denying the excellence of the essay was the same as denying his own judgment. Looking at the emperor's expression, it was obvious that he already knew about this. Official Ming sighed and retreated to the side. After the results were out, the candidates had to meet the emperor again and kowtow to express their gratitude at the same time. Jiang Huiqing followed a group of students into the main hall. His results in the metropolitan examination were the best, so he stood at the front. After listening to eunuch Meng's instructions and kowtowing, a steady voice came from above. Rise. This voice gave Jiang Huiqing an inexplicably familiar feeling. He boldly took the opportunity to look up. When he saw the 2 people standing in front of him, Jiang Huiqing's current mood could be described with the words heaven and earth turned upside down. A man in a black imperial robe and a young man in blue stood side by side. He wasn't completely familiar with their faces, but their aura couldn't lie. Even though their faces had changed a bit, Jiang Huiqing still recognized them. Brother Lin, Brother Yu. Jiang Huiqing's mind was numb. If it weren't for the person next to him quietly pulling on his clothes, he probably would have lost his composure in front of the emperor. With difficulty, Jiang Huiqing followed the students and bowed. When the rankings were announced, his thoughts once again drifted away. It turned out that Brother Lin and Brother Yu were the current emperor and Shen Guijun. For some unknown reason, the 2 of them concealed their identities and left the palace, and just happened to meet them at Yingxing Tower. Jiang Huiqing recalled his actions these past few days and just wanted to facepalm. He was worried about Brother Yu, oh no, worried about Guijuan's situation and her husband's family, interrupting His Majesty and Guijuan's intimacy, and frequently writing letters to Guijun. Look at what he had done. He actually wrote in the letter that someone had asked him to cheat, and the matter of him cheating was smoothly resolved. He had thought that the 2 of them were at most officials, but never would he have thought that these 2 people were the pinnacle of power in Dehuan. There were also some other things. For example, in Guijuan's letters to him, she jokingly said that because he frequently wrote letters, her husband was jealous. What did he do at that time? He spent most of the letters ridiculing Brother Lin, no, His Majesty's behavior. Because he was more and more familiar with them, the tone of his letters became more and more casual. If he knew that these letters would eventually be sent to the imperial palace, he wouldn't have written those things. No, he wouldn't have written letters so frequently. After all the rankings were announced, Shang Junlin opened his mouth to say some words of encouragement and warning. Shen Yu stood above and watched Jiang Huiqing's expression change again and again. It seemed that he had recognized their identities. Shen Yu was amused. This time, Jiang Huiqing must have received quite a shock. Jiang Huiqing was absent-minded throughout the whole process, until Shang Junlin mentioned Fang Jiayi's name. Among the candidates this time, there is one with a rather special identity. She is our newly crowned bannerman, Fang Jiayi, the daughter of Lord Fang Jun. This is the first time in the history of the Great Huan dynasty that a woman has achieved such outstanding results. What? The second place was a woman? As soon as Shang Junlin finished speaking, there was a commotion below. Shang Junlin did not pay attention to these people. He left behind the top 3 of the first rank and sent the others out of the palace. The officials wanted to say something but stopped themselves. Due to Shang Junlin's attitude, they couldn't say anything and followed the examinees out of the hall. Several people gathered together and discussed in low voices. Since ancient times, there has never been a precedent of a woman becoming an official. Are we going to let His Majesty do as he pleases? The results were chosen by everyone. What's the point of saying this now? Are we going to strike off her rightful ranking because of her identity as a woman? But Feng Jie disguised herself as a man and entered the examination hall. This is against the rules. Rules? Do you really think that a woman like her has the ability to hide from everyone who is searching her body? So what if she is Lord Feng's beloved daughter? Prime Minister, you mean, from the beginning, His Majesty has tacitly approved of this? What else? Look at His Majesty today. Did he even show a trace of surprise? Then, are we going to let a woman become an official in the court? This matter will take a long time. Only a few of us know about it now. When the results are announced, all the officials will know about it. Not only that, all the scholars in the world will know. His Majesty will have to deal with these officials who oppose him. The Prime Minister smoothed out the creases on his sleeves and said lightly, "Do you think His Majesty will care about what those people think? Since His Majesty has made a decision, how many times has he changed it because of the opposition of others? Prime Minister, are you going to let His Majesty do as he pleases?" Some of the officials were dissatisfied. "Sir, don't flatter me. I don't have that much ability. I just want to remind you that instead of thinking of ways to oppose His Majesty, it is better to convince yourselves to accept the established facts." As long as it was someone who could truly work for the Great Huan dynasty, the Prime Minister didn't care about the other party's background, gender, and other external conditions. He was really fed up with people who occupied positions but didn't do anything. This greatly increased his workload. In the hall, other than Jiang Huiqing, who was still out of sorts, the other two people had complicated feelings. Guessing the identities of the two people was one thing, but facing the truth was another. He Qingyu was a bit absent-minded. He and Xinyu, Shang Junlin didn't interact as much as Jiang Huiqing, but in these few interactions, Shang Junlin's image was far too different from the rumored image of the Great Huan dynasty's emperor. Everyone knew that the current emperor of the Great Huan dynasty fought his way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He used ruthless methods to force his way to the throne. Although his methods were criticized by many aristocratic families, because of his contributions to the Great Huan dynasty, he still had a good reputation in the hearts of ordinary people. He Qingyu understood that Shang Junlin was ruthless, decisive, and would never go back on his word. The young Master Lin he knew listened to almost everything his wife said. Other than not liking to talk, he didn't have a temper. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't connect the two together. However, such two distinct personalities appeared in the same person. Feng Jie's mood was also very complicated at the moment. Among the complicated feelings, there was also a trace of confusion. She knew that the path she had chosen would be difficult to walk. She had also prepared herself for a difficult struggle, but she didn't expect that the first step would be completed so easily. After a moment of silence, Xinyu said, "Eunuch Meng, bring a seat for our freshly selected top 3. Eunuch Meng accepted the order and left. After a while, there were 3 more chairs in the main hall. Xinyu pulled Shang Junlin to sit down. "I don't need to say anything. Presumably, you have already guessed my and His Majesty's identities. It is indeed as you have guessed. When I left the palace, I didn't expect to meet the future top scorer in 3rd place." This sentence confirmed Jiang Huiqing's conjecture in He Qingyu's heart. "I hope you don't blame us for hiding it." Under Xingyu's mediation, the atmosphere was finally not as stiff as it was at the beginning. He Qingyu had already expected this and quickly adjusted his state of mind. Jiang Huiqing spent some time digesting the information and forced himself to calm down. Xinyu knew that with his and Shang Junlin's current identities, it would be difficult for Jiang Huiqing and He Qingyu to return to the way they used to be. He didn't force them to stay because of this matter. A lot of things happened during this imperial examination. Now that the results are out, I'm afraid it won't be peaceful. I just want to tell you that the results you obtained now are what you deserve. No matter what happens in the future, I hope you can maintain your original intentions." Shang Junlin didn't say it clearly, but everyone present knew what he was talking about. First, there was the matter of cheating. Jiang Huiqing was involved. Then, Fang Jiai, a woman, got second place in the imperial examination. In the future, there would be trouble in the imperial court. We will remember your teachings. The three stood up and bowed respectfully. This was Shang Junlin's home ground. Xinyu didn't say much. Shang Junlin said a few words and let them leave. After leaving the imperial palace, Jiang Huiqing let out a long sigh of relief. Fang Jiai wanted to return home. After leaving the palace, she said goodbye to the two. Jiang Huiqing and He Qingyu went back to Yingxing Tower. In the carriage, Jiang Huiqing felt that something was wrong. He elbowed He Qingyu and asked, "Brother Qingyu, did you already know?" "Know what?" He Qingyu, who was resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. "You knew about Brother Lin and Brother Yu's true identities." "I was shocked at the time, but you seem to have expected it." Jiang Huiqing lowered his voice. "I guessed a little, but I only confirmed it today." He Qingyu didn't hide it. "You should have warned me." Jiang Huiqing wailed and collapsed on the carriage. "Look at what I've done these days? And those letters. God, I must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's guts to write such things in the letters." He Qingyu helped him up. "His Majesty and Gui Jun didn't say anything. Besides, you didn't know their true identities at the time. After you wrote the letters, Gui Jun replied to you. It's okay. Did you know?" Jiang Huiqing's eyes were dull. "At the time, I only thought that Gui Jun had married into an aristocratic family. I even wrote a lot of ways to deal with the relationship between clansmen in the letter. I also wrote some ways to make Brother Lin and him stand on the same side." Thinking of that scene, He Qingyu couldn't help but laugh. He patted Jiang Huiqing's shoulder. "Just be careful in the future. His Majesty and Gui Jun are magnanimous and won't make a fuss." It wasn't a matter of whether His Majesty and Gui Jun would make a fuss or not. As long as he thought of what he had done these days, Jiang Huiqing felt like he had nothing left to live for. They rode in a carriage sent by the palace. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of Yingxing Tower, the shopkeeper of Yingxing Tower led people to greet them. They were the new top scorer and third runner-up. They were both guests of Yingxing Tower. How glorious it would be if word got out. Amidst the crowds. Congratulations, the two got off the carriage. Yingxing Tower set up a small banquet for the two of them and waited for the two hosts to arrive. Fang Jiai was also sent back to the Fang family by the palace's carriage. Master Fang and Madame Fang went out to welcome her. Looking at his daughter in her school uniform, Master Fang felt a faint sense of pride. Even if he only had one daughter, so what? She wasn't inferior to any man in the world. "Father. Good child." Master Fang rubbed his daughter's head. "The family is ready. Since you've achieved such good results, don't worry about anything else. Father will take care of it." His daughter had achieved such excellent results. It was easy to imagine what kind of shock it would cause when those old-fashioned aristocratic officials found out. His Majesty will have a headache at court tomorrow. Under the pavilion, Xinyu poured a cup of tea for the man sitting opposite him. Shang Junlin took the cup and drank it. "The day I agreed to Fang Jiai's daughter, I knew what the consequences would be. It's a foregone conclusion. No matter how much they make a fuss, it won't change anything. His Majesty deliberately announced the results earlier this year because he knew they would make a fuss." In Xinyu's impression, the results of the court examinations were usually announced within 1 to 3 days. This year, Shang Junlin directly announced the results on the same day. Presumably, he wanted to announce the results to the world before anyone could react. Ayu is right. You don't have to worry about the Prime Minister. Those aristocratic officials probably won't accept the results easily. Shang Junlin grasped Xinyu's wrist. Their people didn't get a single first place this time. He Qingyu comes from an aristocratic family, but the He family doesn't have much interaction with the aristocratic families in the capital. Xinyu smiled. They probably didn't expect the results to be like this. Shang Junlin rubbed Xinyu's wrist. His eyes darkened. Ayu, I've won again. Your Majesty, you said last time that I'll be the winner this time. Didn't Your Majesty take away your winnings? Thinking of that kiss and everything that happened afterward, Xianyu's face blushed. The skin on the inner side of his wrist was rubbed by the calloused fingertips, and the numbness spread along the skin and snaked up. Shang Junlin stared at Xianyu, and his eyes became deeper and deeper. I did say that, but this time I want to. Will you give it to me? Xianyu felt like his wrist was on fire, burning from the outside to the inside. He tried to withdraw his hand, but was stopped by the man. Shang Junlin didn't use much strength to hold his arm, but it was just enough for him to break free. Xianyu tried a few times, but he couldn't withdraw his hand. The man held his hand, raised it up, and lowered his head slightly. A soft kiss fell on the back of Xianyu's hand. Xianyu's fingers curled up slightly as if they were scalded. Shang Junlin didn't let go of his hand. He kissed the back of his hand intimately and fell on his fingers. His thin lips were slightly open. Xianyu only felt a wet and warm sensation on his fingers. He wanted to withdraw his fingers, but the man forcefully restrained his movements. His fingertips were densely bitten. The man's gaze fell on his body. It didn't seem like he was biting his fingers, but rather tasting something delicious. Your Majesty, let go of me. It's dirty. Xianyu turned his head to avoid the man's gaze. His blood-red earlobe was exposed in front of the man. Shang Junlin's Adam's apple bobbed, and the fire in his eyes gradually burned. Ayu, I want to kiss you. A vague voice sounded. Xianyu's eyelashes trembled, and he lowered his head and didn't speak. Shang Junlin chuckled. The tip of his tongue circled around his finger, leaving a wet trace. Xianyu looked to the other side. He didn't know when his hand was released. The man walked behind him and leaned over to his ear. Ayu, let me kiss you, okay? Although it was a question, Shang Junlin did not intend to listen to Xianyu's reply. He moved closer to Xianyu's ear and opened his mouth slightly. The ripe red fruit was placed into his mouth, and he gently rubbed it with his teeth. The fruit was too tender, and the owner was afraid that it would be damaged, so he didn't dare to use too much strength. Xianyu trembled all over when his earlobe was touched like this. All of his senses were covered with a layer of fog. He suddenly felt that everything was unreal. Only the places that were touched could feel everything clearly. Unknowingly, Xianyu was sitting in the man's arms. Her increasingly red earlobes were released and turned to the side of her neck. Following her delicate jawline, it finally fell to her lips. Attacking cities and seizing territories. Large peach blossoms bloomed before his eyes, white with a hint of pink, slowly filling his line of sight. His slender and fair fingers clutched his black robe tightly, leaving creases behind. The sun was setting in the west, and the orange light surrounded the two of them, giving them a hazy golden edge. Occasionally, there were a few soft whimpers, but they were blown away by the wind before they could reach their ears. Eunuch Meng led the palace servants to stand in the distance. He tactfully lowered his head, not daring to look. As expected by Shang Junlin, the next morning, there was an uproar because of Feng Jiayi's matter. Even the fact that Shang Junlin brought Xianyu to the palace examination was selectively ignored. In the eyes of the aristocratic officials, breaking the ancestral rule to recruit women as officials was much more serious than other matters. Your Majesty, you can't do this. There has been no precedent since ancient times. Miss Feng hid her identity to participate in the imperial examination. This is the crime of deceiving the emperor. Your Majesty, you can't set a precedent like this. If all the women in the world follow suit, wouldn't it be a mess? Someone who had seen Feng Jiayi's answer sheet yesterday retorted, not all women can be so talented. So what? Since ancient times, which dynasty has a woman entered the imperial court as an official? Women should be content with their lot, obediently stay in the backyard to serve their parents-in-law, and have children. Lord Zhao, you are wrong. There are many capable women. How can you say such prejudiced words? Lord Zhao's neck stiffened, am I wrong? If they were all content with their lot, how could today's incident happen? The argument in the front hall was endless, and Shang Junlin didn't say anything. Xianyu shook the cup in his hand and said to Mushi, who was next to him. You see, these people have nothing to say. They can only use the crime of deceiving the emperor as an excuse. They can't wait for your Majesty to immediately execute this deviant woman. Xianyu deliberately got up early today and waited for Shang Junlin in the back hall. He was also very curious to see what would happen in the morning court. Mushi heard the voices from the front hall and felt indignant. Why do they think that women are born to stay in the backyard and have children for men? That's why your majesty is right. Some of the ministers in the imperial court should be replaced. They were short-sighted and only knew how to form cliques and pursue personal interests. Keeping them would only be a waste of their salary. The argument in the front hall continued. Some of the officials, led by the Prime Minister, agreed with Feng Jiao's results, although they felt that the matter of letting women enter the imperial court as officials was debatable. The remaining members of the Qian family also stood on the Prime Minister's side. After the incident with Prince Li, Shang Junlin took the opportunity to promote many of his own people. The imperial court had changed a lot. A group of veteran officials, led by the aristocratic families, refused to budge. Not only did none of the aristocratic family's descendants enter the top 3, but a woman even took a spot. How could they accept this? Another reason was that their people happened to be in 4th place this time. If Feng Jiai was removed, their people would be able to take a spot in the top 3, and they would not lose too much face. Shang Junlin clearly knew what the aristocratic families were thinking. Seeing that they were about to quarrel with Yu Lai, he interrupted, "Look at all of you, all red in the face. You don't look like important officials at all." The main hall quieted down. Meng Chong, show them the 2nd place answers. You all said that women should not be officials. Why don't you take a look at the woman's essay before you speak? Eunuch Meng led the young eunuchs to distribute the prepared essays one by one. After reading, some of the officials who had objected to Feng Jiai's essay because of her identity as a woman lowered their heads in shame. Those who could keep their positions under Shang Junlin's rule were all knowledgeable. They could tell that the essay was well written. Some of the officials who did not want to admit that women were better than men changed their expressions, especially Lord Zhao, who wanted to belittle Feng Jiai. His face turned green and then white. No matter how much prejudice he had against women, he had to admit that the article in his hand was extremely well written. If he hadn't known beforehand that it was written by a woman, he wouldn't have dared to believe that such an article was written by a woman. Does anyone have anything to say now? Shang Junlin looked at the people below calmly. The officials lowered their heads and did not say anything. The Prime Minister was the first to stand out. I think that this woman is very talented and should be hired. Immediately after, many people voiced their agreement. Lord Feng stood in the crowd, feeling both proud and distressed. He was proud that his daughter was so outstanding, but distressed because his daughter had to face everything on this path. There were already so many objections before she even started. When his daughter really entered the imperial court, how much pressure and strange looks would she receive? Even though they felt that Feng Jiai's essay was excellent, some officials were still unwilling to accept a woman as an official. Lord Zhao was one of them. He secretly exchanged glances with a few people and stood out. Your Majesty, I agree that this essay is excellent, but there is no precedent of a woman entering the imperial court as an official. I hope that your Majesty will consider it carefully. I hope that your Majesty will follow the precedent and consider this matter carefully. Not long after, a row of officials stood out. Oh? Then what do you think I should do? Shang Junlin lowered his eyes, his voice unreadable. Lord Zhao said firmly, I think that your Majesty should reward her, but you should also warn the world that there will not be a next time. When Mushi heard this, her hands paused. Young master, this Lord Zhao is too optimistic. What's the difference between doing this and directly destroying Miss Feng? He just wants to destroy Miss Feng. Look at what he said before. He thinks that women should be trapped in the harem and that women don't deserve the same treatment as men. Just wait and see, when Miss Feng enters the imperial court, the first person she will deal with will be him. It wasn't a bad thing to have ulterior motives. Everyone had ulterior motives. Being selfish was the worst thing that could happen. De Huan didn't only belong to him. Ha, Shang Junlin chuckled, warning the world? Lord Zhao, tell me, what did Feng Jiai do that is against common decency and unforgivable to the point of warning the world? This? Lord Zhao hesitated. She participated in the imperial examination as a woman. Lord Zhao, as an important official of De Huan, have you seriously read the laws of De Huan? Shang Junlin lifted his eyelids and looked at him emotionlessly. Tell me, which law? which article states that women are not allowed to participate in the imperial examination. Under the heavy pressure, Lord Zhao's legs went soft and he knelt on the ground. This official. Since Lord Zhao isn't clear, it's better for you to go back and familiarize yourself with the laws of Dehuan. There's no need to come to the imperial court before you can memorize everything. Your Majesty. At this moment, Lord Zhao clearly realized that he had violated Shang Junlin's taboo. It was Shang Junlin's ambiguous attitude from the start of the imperial court that gave him the wrong impression. One wrong step would lead to many wrong steps. Yes, how could he forget what kind of personality Shang Junlin had? How could he allow others to jump on his head? Lord Zhao slumped to the ground and realized that he was drenched in cold sweat. After dealing with Lord Zhao cleanly, the remaining officials who wanted to object didn't dare to act rashly. His cold gaze swept around the room. The few officials who opposed him just now lowered their heads, afraid that they would be punished. Since you didn't violate the law, do as you should. Regardless of gender, you are all citizens of Dehuan. I don't want to hear people talk about gender in the future. All the officials became serious and said in unison, "This official obeys." After the imperial court, Shang Junlin saw Xianxia, who had been waiting for a long time. He hugged her in his arms and said, "You must have waited for a long time. I let you sleep a bit more before coming. It's okay. It's interesting to listen to their quarrel." Xianxia raised her head from the man's arms after listening to the officials' quarrel for the whole morning. Has this matter been dealt with? No one will make a fuss for the time being. When they are officially appointed, they will probably make a fuss again. Shang Junlin touched Xianxu's hair on the back. As for the official position given to Feng Jiai, they will probably make a fuss. Your Majesty won't be afraid of him. Xianxia blinked her eyes. Your Majesty was really amazing just now. Shang Junlin seemed to have thought of something. He paused and said, "Ayu, tell me, how am I amazing? Which part of your Majesty is not powerful?" Xianxia rolled his eyes. Your Majesty is naturally powerful in every aspect. Is that so? Shang Junlin held Xianxu's waist with one hand and held his hand with the other. He played with it in his palm. Ayu, do you want to try? Try what? Xianxia suddenly closed his mouth and reacted. Your Majesty, do you feel that you were different from before? How am I different? Shang Junlin thought about it seriously after hearing Xianxu's words, but he didn't find anything wrong. Your Majesty didn't like to say this kind of thing before. Xianxu narrowed his eyes. I didn't know how to say this before? Shang Junlin tightened his arms around Xianxu's waist and leaned over to rub his cheek against Xianxu. Does you like it? A layer of light pink appeared on Xianxu's face. The man's body temperature was just like him, giving Xianxu a fiery feeling. When their faces touched intimately, she could clearly feel the heat of another person. Xianxu pursed her lips. Do your Majesty's officials know that you have such a side to you? Why would I want them to know? It's enough for you to know. Shang Junlin tilted his head slightly and left a kiss on Xianxu's face. Xianxu curled his fingers and didn't avoid it. He let the kiss move downwards. After hugging Xianxu for a while, Shang Junlin's anger from the morning court session was extinguished. He sat down with Xianxu in his arms. Ayu has been waiting for me for so long. Are you hungry? Xianxu didn't feel it until Shang Junlin mentioned it. He nodded and said, a little. Meng Chong, serve the meal. Eunuch Meng went out. Mushi poured tea for the two masters and retreated to the side. Xianxu held the teacup and gently rubbed the sides of the teacup. How does your Majesty plan to deal with Mr. Zhao? Shang Junlin held Xianxu's hand that was holding the teacup and took a sip. Does he really think that I won't dare to touch him just because he has an aristocratic family behind him? Your Majesty, that's my cup. You're not even willing to give me a sip of Ayu's tea? Or is it that Ayu dislikes me? Shang Junlin did not let go of the cup. Instead, he drank all the water in the cup. If your Majesty wants to drink, of course you can. It's just a cup of water. Ayu, don't be angry. Zhen drank your cup, so Zhen will compensate you with Zhen's cup. How about it? Shang Junlin took the empty cup from Xianxu's hand, picked up another full cup and fed it to Xianxu. Ayu feeds Zhen once, Zhen will feed Ayu once. It seemed that he would not stop until Xianxia drank. Xianxia had no choice but to take a sip. He could see that Shang Junlin was doing it on purpose. Fortunately, Shang Junlin knew that he should not tease Xianxia too much. After feeding him once, he returned to normal. The aristocratic families are getting more ambitious. Lord Zhao is just a stepping stone for them. If they can force His Majesty to take a step back this time, they will be able to push their luck the next time and gain more benefits for the aristocratic families. If they can't, it's fine to give up an imperial censor. It won't hurt their foundation. Xianxia learned about Mr. Zhao's identity in the back hall. As an imperial censor, it was his duty to persuade the emperor. However, this did not mean that he could influence the emperor's thoughts because of his own selfish desires. Ayu is right. The aristocratic families have been hovering in the imperial court for a long time. It is very difficult to shake their foundation. Shang Junlin lowered his eyes and hid the murderous intent in his eyes. From his ascension to the throne until now, the aristocratic families had made many obstacles for him. However, because the previous emperor was muddle-headed, most of the power in the imperial court fell into the hands of the aristocratic families. Although there was an imperial examination, the aristocratic families had more resources. Most of the officials selected from the imperial examination were also related to the aristocratic families. Shang Junlin spent several years to cultivate a group of officials who were not related to the aristocratic families. Xianxia covered Shang Junlin's hand. Your Majesty, you don't have to endure for much longer. Aren't the results of the imperial examination slapping the aristocratic families in the face? None of the top 3 in the imperial examination came from an aristocratic family. Didn't they boast that they were rich and superior? How could they not be compared to Jiang Huiqing, who was born in a humble family, and Fang Jiai, who was a woman? Ayu is right. No matter how deep their roots are in Dahuan, I will cut off those roots that suck the blood of Dahuan. Shang Junlin turned his hand and wrapped Xianxu's hand in his palm. Their fingers intertwined and intertwined. As long as these people did not act too excessively, he used to turn a blind eye to them. However, now that he had Ayu, in order to give Ayu better protection, he would not allow any problems to happen to Dahuan. Not long after, eunuch Meng brought the palace servants to put down the dishes sent by the imperial kitchen. Xianxia took a look and saw that they were all his favorite dishes. Your Majesty, let's eat first. Okay. The two of them sat down and the palace servants retreated to the side. Xianxia was not used to being served meals. Shang Junlin had been eating with him for a long time, so he gradually lost the habit of letting others serve him food. One was an emperor, and the other was a nobleman. These two people, who had noble statuses, ate like ordinary people. Eunuch Meng was an old man who had followed Shang Junlin for a long time. He saw with his own eyes that Shang Junlin had become more and more lively after Xianxia entered the palace. He could not help but sigh in his heart. He had also imagined what it would be like if the emperor had someone in his imperial harem. No matter what, it would not be better than now. After the results of the court examination were out, the imperial court would send people to announce the results. At this time of the year, the people in the capital paid the most attention to the top 3. This year's results caused a lot of heated discussion. There was no other reason other than the fact that there was a woman on the list this time. Moreover, she came in second place. People's discussions about this matter could be heard everywhere in the restaurants and tea houses. A woman as an official? Isn't this a fantasy? How can a woman be an official? Compared to showing her face outside, it is better for her to stay at home and take care of her husband and children. What do you know? If she has this ability, why can't she serve the imperial court like a man? But did you notice that the noblemen who are more arrogant than the sky did not get any of the top 3? Isn't that right? Only the one who bragged about his genius persona got 4th place. If you ask me, the noblemen are too arrogant. They think that they can sit back and relax with a large number of secret manuals. They do not know that they will be left far behind by others if they work behind closed doors. A young man in white sitting not far away heard these words and his expression became very ugly. The people who were dressed like noblemen beside him looked at each other secretly and did not dare to speak. They had only pulled their good friend out to relax after seeing that his results were not ideal. They did not expect to hear such words. Brother E, it is true that I didn't do well in the exam. You don't have to say more. The young man in white took a sip of wine with an ugly expression. Have you investigated the identity of those people? It was fine that he was defeated by Xianxia. Anyway, they were both noblemen. What about Jiang Huiqing and Feng Jie, a person who came out of nowhere dared to climb over his head? Yes, Feng Jie is the only daughter of Lord Feng. Jiang Huiqing is just an abandoned orphan with no background. Brother Jianming, do you need us to do something? The young man in white, Jianming, shook his head and his eyes were gloomy. Don't act rashly. Don't think that your official career will be smooth after being in the top 3. The real difficulty is still to come. Do you really think it is so easy to be an official? It was easy to control a person without any power behind him. Brother Jianming, don't worry. Of these 2 people, one entered the official career as a woman, and the other was inextricably linked to the cheating case some time ago. It is still uncertain whether they can successfully enter the imperial court. Jianming grabbed the hand of the person who spoke. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by inextricably linked to the cheating case? Oh, about that, Brother Jianming, you were focused on preparing for the exam and may have missed the news. It is said that Jiang Huiqing was also approached by those people before the exam. But who knows if he really did anything except himself? Yes. Jianming smiled maliciously. How can a person without any support get such a good result if there is nothing fishy about it? Achoo. Jiang Huiqing, who was talking, suddenly sneezed. He touched his forehead. Did I catch a cold because the temperature dropped? Recently? It is also possible that someone is talking about you. Xianxia slowly picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth. Brother Xianxia, don't make fun of me. If I am really being talked about, Brother Xianxia should be the same as me. Jiang Huiqing looked distressed at the mention of this matter. Because there was a top scholar and a third-place scholar, the Yingxing Tower's doorstep was almost broken by people. Just dealing with the people who came to congratulate him was already very tiring, not to mention the wave after wave of matchmakers who came to propose marriage. It was a tradition in Dahuan to find a son-in-law. Xianxia and Jiang Huiqing were both dignified and had a clean family background. One was the top scholar, the other the third-place scholar, and neither of them was married. Countless families in the capital wanted to marry the 2 of them. Compared to Xianxia, Jiang Huiqing's family background was a bit weaker. However, how many people who had thought of marriage would care about this? If one wanted a good family background, there were plenty of young masters from aristocratic families in the capital. Because of this, Jiang Huiqing's popularity had even surpassed Xianxia's. At most, there were more than 20 matchmakers who came to him in one morning. Jiang Huiqing was so scared that he immediately closed the door and refused to see anyone. Seeing that he was really troubled, Xianxia proposed to move out. Although the He family's headquarters were not in the capital, it was not difficult to get 1 or 2 houses. Jiang Huiqing thought about it and agreed. He decided to temporarily move out with Xianxia. For some reason, he wrote a letter to Xianxia and told him what happened during this time. Xianxia finished reading Jiang Huiqing's letter and imagined the scene at that time. He couldn't help but laugh, he was scared by the enthusiasm of the people in the capital. I didn't expect that he would continue to write to you. Shang Junlin also finished reading the letter. There was a smile in his voice. I didn't expect it either. I thought that he would be scared by our true identity and not write to me for a while. Xianxia also didn't expect to receive the letter so quickly. The letter mentioned their new address. Isn't His Majesty going out of the palace in 2 days? Why don't we go and take a look? Shang Junlin wanted to see the results of the Ministry of Works. The prescription was proposed by Xianxia, so he naturally wanted to bring him along. Shang Junlin thought about it and agreed. He definitely didn't expect that we would go there. Xianxia winked slyly. Jiang Huiqing, who had finally moved to a new house without being disturbed, breathed a sigh of relief. He relaxed and rested for 2 days. At this moment, he didn't know that he would have a big surprise soon. The Ministry of Works had been very busy recently. With the money and the cement recipe, they had finally caught the attention of the emperor. They had to work hard to produce results. Since the emperor had pointed out that the road needed to be repaired, the focus would naturally be on that road. After discussing with his subordinates, the Minister of Works decided to enclose that road and not announce it until there were results. This was a decision made after careful consideration. It was too easy to crack the cement recipe, and they still didn't know where His Majesty would eventually use it. To be safe, they would not let this thing leak out before they received His Majesty's explicit order. As the main sponsor, Yanzhu only knew that the road was being repaired. He didn't know how the encircled road was being repaired. Since his goal had been achieved, he didn't care much about it. After a period of hurried work, that road was finally repaired. The Minister of Work stood in front of the flat road and sighed, "It's indeed much better than the previous one." The person in charge of repairing the road was also from the Ministry of Works. Seeing this, he walked over and said, "Sir, this kind of road can't absorb rainwater like the previous ones. If we want to build it on a large scale, there are still many problems to consider. I will submit a memorial to the Emperor. You have made a great contribution this time. I won't forget it." "Thank you, sir." Fu Xian couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. He was originally an unremarkable minor official in the Ministry of Works. If he hadn't done some research on road construction and received the favor of the Minister of Works, he wouldn't have had the chance to make a name for himself. The Minister of Works patted his shoulder and said, "Work hard. The Emperor values the cement very much. As for the problem you mentioned just now, you have to think of a solution when you go back. In 2 days, the Emperor will personally come to see the results. Whether or not you can seize this opportunity depends on you." Fu Xian excitedly kowtowed to the Minister of Works and said, "Thank you, sir, for your support." He understood that this was an opportunity given to him by the Minister of Works. Otherwise, he could have just brushed over what he had done. The higher-ups would only care about the final results and wouldn't pay attention to him. Time passed in a flash. Soon, it was the day to leave the palace. This time, because they had to go to see the road paved by the Ministry of Works, Xianxia and Shang Junlin did not disguise themselves. They just changed into casual clothes and sat in the carriage to leave the palace. "Speaking of which, we have taken this path many times." Xianxia lifted a corner of the carriage curtain and looked out. "Who would have thought that the Emperor and I have left the palace the most often was to go to the secret prison? Take you to other places in the future." Shang Junlin sat upright in the carriage, his eyes fixed on Xianxia. "I'm just saying." Xianxia put down the curtain and sat down beside Shang Junlin. "Your Majesty, will this road be completely rebuilt? If the Ministry of Works is successful, not only here, but also the entire capital. Not only the capital, but also the official roads in other places." The carriage moved very steadily. Xianxia leaned on Shang Junlin's shoulder. "If your Majesty wants to repair all the official roads in Dahuan, the horseshoes will also need to be improved. This kind of road is indeed very convenient, but it will damage the horseshoes if it is used too much." There were horseshoes in Dahuan. Xianxia had read in a book that the damage caused to the horseshoes by cement roads was much greater than the roads they were using now. When the time comes, let the people from the Ministry of Work study it together. Shang Junlin was interested in the benefits that the road would bring after it was repaired. As for other things, they could find ways to solve them. The carriage moved for a while and stopped. The Minister of Works, who had already received the news, came forward with his people and saluted together. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Shang Junlin got off the carriage first, then helped Xianxia down. "No need to be so polite. Just take me there." "Yes." The Minister of Works stepped forward and led the two of them to the place that was surrounded by people. Shang Junlin looked at the barrier that was taller than a person and smiled. "What are you doing with these?" "I was worried that there would be some blind people who would make trouble, so I simply surrounded this area." Xianxia looked around curiously. There were people guarding every distance. It was obvious that the Minister of Works was very attentive to this place. "Your Majesty, don't worry. I had people put up a notice at the intersection and arranged for people to guard the intersection. I won't let the pedestrians walk for nothing." The Minister of Works explained carefully. "I saw it just now. You did a good job." Shang Junlin put one hand behind his back and the other hand holding Xianxia as they walked forward. After bypassing the messy area, a straight road came into view. The greenish-gray road gave people a clean and flat feeling. Shang Junlin had seen the appearance of a cement road before, but he was still deeply shocked at this moment. Different from the road in Xianyu's manor, the road paved by the Ministry of Works was an entire road. The visual feeling was completely different from before. The people from the Ministry of Works brought a small carriage over. The Minister of Works walked to the side of the carriage and said, "Your Majesty, I have already asked people to test it. On the same road, the carriage will not only shorten the time it takes to travel on the cement road, but it will also greatly reduce the bumps. Does you want to try it?" Shang Junlin turned his head and asked in a low voice. Xianyu nodded. The two of them got on the carriage. The driver was changed to the person brought by Shang Junlin. The carriage moved forward without the bumps from before. The carriage drove one round and returned to the original road. Shang Junlin did not say anything, but the expression on his face showed that he was very satisfied with this road. "Your Majesty, I have another thing to report." The Minister of Works called the man who was waiting at the side. "This is the person who has the most credit for paving the road. His name is Fu Xian." Fu Xian never expected that the Minister of Works would directly introduce him in front of the Emperor. He trembled and saluted, "Your humble servant greets Your Majesty and Your Highness." "Fu Xian, right? You have done well this time. Reward." The final result was better than expected. Shang Junlin was very happy. "Fu Xian, your humble servant thanks Your Majesty for your grace. Shang Junlin, in the future, you will be responsible for the roads and other places. If you lack anything, just tell the Minister of Works." "Fu Xian, thank you, Your Majesty." Fu Xian did not expect to be directly entrusted with such an important task. He was excited, but there was a faint uneasiness in his heart. He was just an ordinary person. Could he really fulfill the expectations of the Emperor? "Your Majesty, I have another thing to say." Fu Xian thought of the important matter and quickly said, "It is about the problem of water accumulation. This new road cannot absorb the rainwater that falls to the ground. If we want to pave a large area of this road in the city, we need to replan the problem of water accumulation in the capital." Xianyu did not expect that someone had already realized this point. He asked with interest, "Since you have brought it up, do you have any good ideas to solve this problem?" "In reply to Your Highness, I do have some ideas. However, whether they can be implemented or not, I have to test them before I know," Fu Xian replied. "If this matter is given to you, do you have the confidence to do it well?" Xianyu liked Fu Xian's serious attitude. "I do not dare to guarantee, but I will do my best to do it," Fu Xian replied firmly. "Very good. I have some small suggestions here. When the time comes, I can give you a reference. As for how to do it, you can discuss it with the people of the Ministry of Works. There is also the matter of the horseshoes," Shang Junlin added. "You should have noticed that this kind of road causes more wear and tear on the horseshoes." The people of the Ministry of Works had noticed it. However, because the horses did not run back and forth many times, they did not take it seriously. Only when the Emperor brought it up did they become serious. "It is my negligence. I will have people study it." The Minister of Works bowed his head. "The use of cement is far more than this. You can expand your imagination and see if there are other places where it can be used." "Yes." After explaining the matters here, Shang Junlin left with Xianyu. "Her Majesty is not as scary as we thought," someone in the crowd said in a low voice. "Her Majesty is not a scourge. Of course, she is not scary." The Minister of Works glanced at the person who spoke and secretly said, "You have not seen Her Majesty when Guijun is not here. She is like a different person today. Guijun is also different from the rumors. He is handsome and elegant. Obviously, he is a good match for Her Majesty. Moreover, Guijun knows a lot. He has considered what we did not consider." "Unlike the rumors, be careful with your words," the Minister of Works frowned and interrupted the discussion. "Do not talk about this matter. Go back to work." Although the discussion was interrupted, the image of Xianyu and Shang Junlin had changed in the eyes of the people. In the past, he had not met them and could only know them from the mouths of others. Now that he met them, he knew that there was a big difference between the rumors and the truth. Xianyu sat in the carriage and recalled the events of his previous life. In his previous life, Shen Qingran also took out cement. However, this thing was firmly in the hands of the king of Yu. It brought him huge profits, but it was not really used to benefit the people. Shen Qingran knew a lot of things. In the palace, there was also Shen Yu. These two people came from the same place. Perhaps he could ask more things that would be beneficial to the development of Dahuan. What is you thinking about? Seeing that Shen Yu had not spoken since he got on the carriage, Shang Junlin pinched the soft flesh on his face. Shen Yu was already used to being pinched by him from time to time. His thoughts returned and he said, I am thinking about Shen Qingran. That brother of yours? What is there to think about? Shang Junlin did not have a good impression of Shen Qingran. Shen Yu was silent for a moment and said, actually, the reason I know about cement is also related to Shen Qingran. Does your majesty know what he said in the letter he wrote to the king of Yu? Although he did not know why Shen Yu suddenly asked this question, Shang Junlin still replied, why would I read his letter? That letter was kept by the king of Yu. If Yu wants to know, I can send the hidden dragon guards to investigate. Your majesty, after we return to the palace, I want to see Shen Yu. If you want to see her, just ask her to come to Yuzhong Palace to see you. What is wrong with you today? You have not thought of her since just now. I thought of something. Shen Yu shook his head and threw his chaotic thoughts to the back of his mind. Your majesty, are we arriving soon? If Shen Yu did not want to say, Shang Junlin would not force him. Yes, we will arrive soon. Jiang Huiqing was moving his books to the courtyard to bask in the sun when he saw a carriage coming from afar. He shouted into the house, Brother Qingyu, do you have a friend coming today? No, Qingyu's voice came from the house, what's wrong? There is a carriage coming this way. Jiang Huiqing scratched his face, they are not here to look for us, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the carriage began to slow down and finally stopped at the entrance of the courtyard. Who is it? No one said they were coming today. Jiang Huiqing was full of questions. Brother Qingyu, come and see if you know them. Seeing two familiar figures getting off the carriage and walking towards them, Jiang Huiqing opened his eyes wide and the rest of his words were stuck in his throat. Why did His Majesty and Guijun come here without saying anything? Jiang Huiqing would never have thought that their first meeting after knowing their identities would take place under such circumstances. He thought that their interactions in the past would come to an abrupt end after knowing their true identities. In the future, when they met, Shang Junlin would be the high and mighty emperor, while Shen Yu would be the noble emperor in the harem. He would be a conscientious subject, just like every other official in Dahuan. Who would have thought that after he made such preparations, the two would suddenly appear in front of the small courtyard where he and Qingyu lived to avoid the matchmaker? For a moment, Jiang Huiqing didn't know what expression to make. The shock and fright in his heart had reached an extreme point. He stared blankly at the two people walking in, his mind blank. Qingyu heard the sound of people talking outside stopping halfway. He was worried that something had happened, so he quickly put down what he was doing and walked out. At a glance, he saw Shang Junlin and Shen Yu walking towards him. Qingyu's footsteps paused. He knew why Jiang Huiqing suddenly lost his voice. He looked towards Jiang Huiqing's direction. Sure enough, he was standing there in a daze, looking straight at the two people who were approaching him. He didn't react at all. Shen Yu also saw Jiang Huiqing's reaction. He was happy in his heart. In his previous life, this subordinate of his was young but mature. He had layers of secrets in his heart. Although he acted calmly, he always lacked vitality. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to do something in his heart, Shen Yu felt that he could leave this world at any time. In this life, Jiang Huiqing was different. He had like-minded friends. Shen Yu didn't know if Jiang Huiqing had met Qingyu in his previous life. In this life, they knew each other and met each other. Qingyu had always been protecting him, whether intentionally or unintentionally. In addition, the imperial examinations had been smoothly completed and he had obtained a good ranking. Now, Jiang Huiqing could be said to be full of vitality, in high spirits, and also had some of the exuberance that a young man should have. Amused by Jiang Huiqing's expression, Shen Yu laughed and said, "What's wrong? Are you so surprised to see us visit you? Can't you even speak properly? How is this a surprise?" It was more like a shock. Because of Shen Yu's words, Jiang Huiqing came back to his senses. At this moment, Xianxia walked over and said, "You two have come from afar. I apologize for not going out to meet you. It's our fault for not taking care of you. It was on a whim. We heard that you've moved to a new place, so we came to congratulate you." Eunuch Meng, who was also dressed in casual clothes, came forward with a congratulatory gift. "It's just a small token of appreciation. Brother He and Huiqing, please accept it," Xianxia said. "Your presence brings light to my humble abode." Xianxia took the things from Eunuch Meng's hands and turned to the side. "Please come in." Yes, come in quickly." Jiang Huiqing's brain finally returned to normal. Xianxia and Shang Junlin walked in front, looking at the small courtyard as they walked. The small courtyard was secluded. Although it didn't occupy a large area, the decorations were very exquisite. There weren't many expensive decorations, but everything was elegant, showing the background of an aristocratic family. "Huiqing seems to be surprised that we've come." The four of them sat down, and Xianxia spoke first. "I won't hide it from Guijun, outside, you can call me and Lin as usual," Xianxia interrupted Jiang Huiqing and looked at Shang Junlin. "Isn't that right, Lin?" Shang Junlin nodded. "There's no need to stand on ceremony outside." Jiang Huiqing wasn't an old-fashioned person. He changed the way he addressed them. "I won't hide it from brother you. I really didn't expect to see you here." "I guessed so. Lin and I were just about to leave the palace, so we came to see you on the way." Xianxia blinked. "We also wanted to try the delicacies that you praised so much." What Xianxia said was what Jiang Huiqing mentioned in the letter. Their chef came from Jiangnan and was good at cooking. It was different from the taste of the capital, especially the desserts. Jiang Huiqing remembered that Xianxia liked sweet things, so he specifically mentioned it in the letter. "We came out to taste it ourselves, so you don't have to think of a way to send it to the palace," Xianxia added. Jiang Huiqing said at the end of the letter that if Xianxia wanted to taste it, he could ask the chef in the residence to make more and send it to him. To be honest, when I wrote the letter, I didn't think it through. I only realized that it was inappropriate after I sent the letter. Some time ago, writing letters had become a habit. When Jiang Huiqing wrote this letter, he subconsciously forgot about Xianxia and Shang Junlin's current status, so his tone was as casual as usual. "I'm very happy that you can use your usual tone to write to me. In the past, I was trapped in the Marquis Fu and I didn't have many friends. Huiqing, in the future, you can get along with me like before. I'm grateful that the two of you don't mind." Huiqing boldly agrees. "Other than brother Qingyu, I'm only familiar with brother Lin and brother Yu." To be more accurate, he was more familiar with Xianxia. Jiang Huiqing's animal instincts told him from the beginning that Shang Junlin was not to be trifled with. So he never blindly tried to get close to Shang Junlin. In these days of getting along, he deeply realized that Shang Junlin's good temper and gentleness were only for Xianxia. A portion of the servants in the Fu were old people who had served Xianxia in Jiangnan. Seeing that their master finally had a friend come to visit, and that he had come for the Fu's Jiangnan dishes, they immediately ordered the kitchen to prepare well so that the guest would be satisfied. Xianxia and Shang Junlin were not in a hurry to return to the palace. Seeing that Xianxia was really curious about the dishes in Xianxia's Fu, Shang Junlin took the initiative to stay for dinner. He secretly planned to send a few imperial chefs who knew how to cook different dishes to Yuzhong Palace after returning to the palace. The small banquet was very enjoyable. Under Xianxia's intention, the two sides quickly returned to the previous atmosphere. The chefs in Xianxia's Fu were indeed as Jiang Huiqing said. They were good at cooking, especially the various kinds of desserts. They were small and exquisite, sweet but not greasy, and had excellent taste. Xianxia liked them very much. Almost half of the desserts on the table went into Xianxia's stomach. If it wasn't for Shang Junlin watching, he could eat even more. As expected, the result of indulging was that Xianxia ate until he was full. After returning to Yuzhong Palace, Xianxia was still not feeling well. Shang Junlin supported him to take a walk in the courtyard. As they walked, he said, "I shouldn't have been soft-hearted and let you eat so much." Several times along the way, Shang Junlin was defeated by Xianxu's slightly pleading eyes. When he saw Xianxia eating happily and contentedly, he was soft-hearted. The result of indulging was that Xianxia felt so uncomfortable that he couldn't fall asleep in the middle of the night. The moon was in the middle of the sky, and moonlight shone on the earth. Everything in sight was covered with a layer of cold silver. In the quiet night, there were occasional sounds of insects. After entering the palace, Xianyu's life was extremely regular. He rarely saw the scenery of Yuzhong Palace so late at night. He looked at the full moon hanging high in the night sky and sighed, "If it weren't for my perseverance, I wouldn't be able to see such a beautiful scenery with your majesty. Your majesty, look at how round the moon is tonight." It was like a jade plate hanging in the darkness, emitting a faint silver glow, illuminating the entire night. "You is always right." Shang Junlin held Xianyu's hand and slowly walked on the path. A gentle breeze blew over, bringing with it waves of coolness. The two of them would occasionally whisper a few words, enjoying a rare moment of tranquility. The next day, Shang Junlin summoned Imperial Physician Gu to take Xianyu's pulse. After a period of recuperation, Xianyu's body had greatly improved. Imperial Physician Gu took Xianyu's pulse once every 2 days, but gradually reduced it to once every 7 days. Those bitter medicines were also eliminated. After Imperial Physician Gu took Xianyu's pulse, he took back his hand and said, "Your Majesty has some indigestion. This subject will prescribe a prescription. After 2 doses of medicine, there won't be any major problems." Xianyu never thought that one day he would take medicine for this reason. He lowered his hands and pulled down his sleeves, asking, "The medicine this time won't be the same as last time, right?" Xianyu was really afraid of the medicine prescribed by Imperial Physician Gu last time. He didn't want to taste that indescribable taste again. Imperial Physician Gu's eyes faintly contained a smile, saying, "Your Majesty, rest assured. It won't be that bad." After taking Xianyu's pulse, Imperial Physician Gu didn't stay any longer. After giving some instructions, he got up and left. Mushi took the medicine to decoct. She was always in charge of the medicine that Xianyu needed to take. She didn't ask anyone else to do it. Xianyu wrote down some information about the use of cement based on his memories from his previous life. He planned to organize it and let Shang Junlin bring it to the Ministry of Works. "What is you writing?" After the morning court, Shang Junlin directly went to Yuzhong Palace. Now, other than the imperial study and the main hall where morning court was held, Shang Junlin spent most of his time in Yuzhong Palace. In the beginning, the people in the palace were surprised by how much Xianyu was favored. Now, they felt that it wasn't strange for His Majesty to do anything for His Majesty. "I plan to organize these for the Ministry of Works and see if they can make more things." Xianyu spread out the written content in front of Shang Junlin. Shang Junlin finished reading and pondered, "This cement is more useful than I thought. Your Majesty, come over and let me lean on you." After organizing the content, Xianyu didn't want to move when Shang Junlin came back. Shang Junlin sat down as he wished, and Xianyu immediately leaned over. Shang Junlin hugged him and slowly said, "Ayu's gift this time is more useful than I thought. How should I repay you?" "Xianyu, I just proposed some ideas. The Ministry of Works is responsible for the implementation. Instead of repaying me, why don't Your Majesty make things more convenient for the Ministry of Works?" "Shang Junlin, what ideas does you have?" "Xianyu, I'm just thinking about what the Minister of Works said last time. The Ministry of Works is different from other places. It needs people who know all kinds of skills. Your Majesty, why don't you set up a special exam to select talents for the Ministry of Works? If a country wanted to develop and grow, it needed to develop in all aspects, especially in the area of innovation." This was the principle that Xianyu understood from that book. This method can be considered. The Ministry of Works is indeed understaffed. I will summon the ministers to discuss this later. Shang Junlin raised his hand and pinched Xianyu's face. "What about you? You doesn't want anything? Your Majesty has already given me a lot. I just proposed some ideas. Whether they will be beneficial to Dahuan in the end will depend on the future. If Your Majesty really wants to give me something, just treat it as you owe me a request. It won't be too late for Your Majesty to agree to my request when it is proven that these ideas are beneficial to Dahuan." "Okay." As they spoke, Mushi brought over the decocted medicine. Xianyu frowned when he saw the pitch-black medicine. Shang Junlin took the medicine from Mushi's hands with amusement. "You can leave first." Mushi bowed her head and left. Shang Junlin approached with the medicine. Xinyu immediately retreated. He couldn't be blamed. Looking at Shang Junlin's posture, he thought of the strange medicine from before. He didn't know what kind of mood Shang Junlin had when he fed it to him. "You, why are you hiding?" Shang Junlin's smile disappeared. He blocked his back with one hand, preventing him from continuing to retreat. "Didn't Imperial Physician Gu say that this medicine is not as bad as the previous one?" It turns out that Imperial Physician Gu also knows that his medicine tastes bad. Unable to retreat, Xinyu could only let Shang Junlin come closer. "Once you recover, you won't need to drink these medicines anymore." Xinyu had to drink all kinds of medicine every day. Shang Junlin was also very distressed. If not, he would not allow Xinyu to eat sweets. "Your Majesty, you can only coax me with these words." He knew his own body. If it could not be cured, he would have to drink all kinds of medicine for the rest of his life. "I will find someone to cure you. If no one in Dahuan can do it, I will go to other countries to find someone. The world is so big. I don't believe that I can't find a way to cure you." These words were not just empty words. Shang Junlin had already sent people to look for famous doctors. He did not tell Xinyu. He just wanted to tell him after he was sure of the matter. He did not want to be happy for nothing. If you put a person in your heart, you will involuntarily pay attention to everything about that person. Xinyu's illness had almost become Shang Junlin's sore point. He asked Imperial Physician Gu for details. Imperial Physician Gu said that if it could not be cured, he could not guarantee that Xinyu's life would not be in danger. Since ancient times, it was very difficult for people with insufficient health to die of old age. Even if he was the emperor, he could not reverse life and death. Shang Junlin could not accept this fact. He sent a large number of people to look for famous doctors. As long as Xinyu could be cured, he was willing to pay any price. All of this was done behind Xinyu's back. Xinyu reached out and touched Shang Junlin's forehead, smoothing out the wrinkles between his eyebrows. "Your Majesty, don't worry. I will take good care of myself. This illness has been with me for so many years. To be honest, I have already gotten used to it. If I really get better one day, I might not be able to adapt. Don't frown, I will obediently drink the medicine." Xinyu leaned closer to Shang Junlin and drank the medicine in the bowl in one gulp. He showed the empty bowl to Shang Junlin and said, "I've finished it." After saying that, Xinyu smacked his lips. Imperial Physician Gu really didn't lie. This medicine is much better than the last time. Except for that one time, the medicine prescribed by Imperial Physician Gu was not bad. Xinyu would only complain in front of Shang Junlin. If Shang Junlin was not around, he could drink the medicine no matter how bitter it was. Just as Shang Junlin was about to say something, Xinyu opened his mouth to stop him. "Although this medicine is not bitter, I still need to eat candied fruit. Your Majesty, please bring me some." Seeing that Xinyu was lazy and didn't want to move, Shang Junlin had to get up and bring over the candied fruit that had been prepared. "I need your Majesty to feed me." Xinyu leaned on Shang Junlin, like a chick waiting for a big bird to feed it. Shang Junlin couldn't resist Xinyu's coquettish tone. After feeding Xinyu the candied fruit and water, his depressed mood because of Xinyu's illness was swept away. "Does your Majesty have anything else to do this afternoon?" Seeing that Shang Junlin had returned to normal, Xinyu's mood also relaxed. "I have to summon the Prime Minister and the Minister of Works for a meeting later. Other than that, there is nothing else." Shang Junlin stroked Xinyu's soft long hair. "I plan to summon Xinyu to Yuzhong Palace. Your Majesty, do you want to come with me or does you want me to stay?" "As your Majesty wishes." It's rare to hear such words from a Yu's mouth. "I will accompany you first. After the matter here is settled, I will summon the Prime Minister and the others to the palace." The two of them made a decision and asked Eunuch Meng to bring Xinyu over from Consort Dowager's palace. Consort Dowager lived in a relatively remote place. After Shang Junlin ascended the throne, he originally wanted to arrange a good palace for her, but Consort Dowager herself refused. She was used to fighting in the former emperor's harem, so she just wanted to spend the rest of her days in peace. Xinyu had lived a fearful life in the dark prison. After she was sent to the imperial concubine's palace, she was much more well-behaved. She was not really a fool. After she came to her senses, she knew that she was in an ancient world where people's lives were not taken seriously and imperial power was supreme. It was not like those romance novels where love was supreme. After all, she came from the modern world and knew more new things than the people in the ancient palace. After living in Consort Dowager's palace for a while, she gradually gained Consort Dowager's favor. "Sister Xianyu, Consort Dowager wants you to go over." A young girl's clear voice sounded from outside the door. Xianyu folded the clothes in her hands. "I'm coming." Xianyu didn't dare to delay. She hurriedly put down the matter at hand and rushed to where Consort Dowager was. "Someone from Yuzhong Palace has come and wants you to go over." When Consort Dowager saw her, she had a smile on her face. "After you go, if Guijun asks you anything, you have to answer well. If Guijun didn't act, you wouldn't be working in my palace right now. Newbie knows." "Consort Dowager, don't worry. Newbie was insensible in the past, but it won't happen again." Xianyu obediently replied. Consort Dowager called her in front of her and gave her a few words of advice before saying, "Go." Xianyu followed behind the young eunuch and walked out of the secluded palace. The nervousness and fear in her heart were gradually magnified. She only knew that her previous actions had violated many taboos after being lectured by the old imperial concubine. If it wasn't for the intervention of the noble lord, it wouldn't be too much for her to be executed. She had stayed in Consort Dowager's palace for a while. At the beginning, she didn't accept her fate. Why can he do it but I can't? Now, she couldn't think of anything. Only she knew how she felt. The journey from Consort Dowager's residence to Yuzhong Palace wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. Along the way, Xianyu thought of many things, but it also seemed that she didn't think of anything. When the little eunuch leading the way stopped, she realized that they had arrived at Yuzhong Palace. The lofty palace gate came into view. This time, Xianyu's state of mind was completely different from last time. "Your Majesty, what's the situation with Xianyu now?" After handing her over to Shang Junlin, Xianyu didn't ask about this matter. Shang Junlin played with Xianyu's fingers. Xianyu's fingers were white and slender, like the best mutton fat jade. They weren't soft like a woman's fingers. Shang Junlin liked Xianyu's hands very much, especially when these hands grabbed his clothes or held him. Some images flashed through his mind. Shang Junlin coughed softly and retracted his thoughts. "When I sent her over, I told the imperial concubine to properly discipline her. Later on, the imperial concubine also sent me a message. She has changed a lot from before. You will know when he sees her later." They didn't have to wait long before eunuch Meng came in with Xianyu. "This servant greets your Majesty, your Majesty." Xianyu bowed politely. "You may rise." Shang Junlin wouldn't make things difficult for a little girl. Xianyu looked at the girl whose words and actions were very different from before. She found that she was really different from before. From the moment she came in until now, she didn't look sideways and didn't show any reluctance in her actions. "How have you been recently?" Xianyu asked warmly. Because of the previous matter, Xianyu had a better impression of Xianyu. She carefully glanced at the emperor sitting next to Xianyu. Seeing that there was no displeasure on his face, she slowly breathed a sigh of relief. "This servant has been living very well. Consort Dowager treats this servant very well. The people in Consort Dowager's palace are also very easy to get along with. If you're not used to it, you don't have to call yourself this servant." Xianyu knew that in the world before Xianyu came, everyone was equal. The rules here were very different. If Xianyu could be used by her and didn't have any disloyalty, he didn't mind giving her some convenience. Hearing this, Xianyu looked at Xianyu in surprise. She was born and raised in the modern world. She was really not used to this world where she had to kneel here and there and call herself this servant. But now, she also learned a phrase, "When in Rome, do as the Romans do." There weren't many rules in Consort Dowager's palace. Consort Dowager didn't like the palace servants kneeling here and there. Except for calling herself this servant, Xianyu felt that her life in Consort Dowager's palace was more comfortable than before. "I called you here because I have something to discuss with you. The Ministry of Works is planning to pave cement roads. If you have any new ideas, you can bring them up. De Huan is about to have its first female official. If you want, you can also change your identity. Cement? A female official? Xinyu looked at Xinyu in shock. She couldn't tell which one shocked her more. She was also a transmigrator. Xinyu had already taken out the cement. Also, was it Xinyu's idea that a female official was also proposed by her? Yes, Xinyu leaned forward slightly. You can think about it. Is there anything you can do for Dahuan? As long as you can make a contribution to Dahuan, you can change the current situation. The world is so big. It's a pity to stay in the palace forever. What do you think? Xinyu's voice was very soft, with a hint of imperceptible coaxing. Little by little, it drilled into Xinyu's heart. She couldn't help but think, was she really willing to do nothing for the rest of her life? After transmigrating, did she have to be a palace maid for the rest of her life? She was muddle-headed in her previous life. Now that she had a second life, did she still want to live the same life as before? I did such a terrible thing in the past. I even wanted to destroy you. Why are you still willing to give me a chance? Xinyu couldn't figure it out. She knew the current situation. In the past, she was a bastard. Because of this, she couldn't understand Xinyu's actions. Because you also came from that place. Therefore, I am willing to give you a chance. As long as you are willing to use the knowledge you have to build Dahuan. Xinyu looked at Xinyu. There seemed to be a flowing light in her dark eyes. It was tempting to step in. Xinyu stood blankly for a while. Suddenly, she knelt down and bowed to Xinyu. She said, I have made many mistakes in the past. I also know that a verbal apology is useless. I am willing to use the rest of my life to make up for the mistakes I have made. Xinyu wasn't someone who would easily forgive others for their mistakes. He gave Xinyu a chance. First, Xinyu had really changed. Second, Xinyu's appearance was similar to his. He always felt that Xinyu's life experience was related to him. Third, Xinyu's origin. This was also the most important point. Xinyu's understanding of that world was only through that book and Xinqing ran. After all, he was different from Xinyu, who had really lived in that world. He was full of curiosity about that world. He wanted to know more about that world. It would be better if he could transfer some of his knowledge to Dahuan. For example, the previous flood control method and cement. After speaking, Xinyu asked Xinyu to go back and think about it carefully. He had already planted a seed in Xinyu's heart. He just needed to wait for this seed to germinate and grow strong. Shang Junlin summoned the Prime Minister and the Minister of Works. He told them about Xinyu's idea. If this matter was to be implemented, it would take a long time. He just wanted to give them a heads up. When they returned to Yuzhong Palace, the sky was already dark. Xinyu was sitting on the soft couch reading a book. Shang Junlin walked over and hugged Xinyu in his arms. He held Xinyu's hand that was by her side. Ayu seems to be very tolerant of Xinyu. I'm more concerned about her background. However, to be able to change Xinyu's character, concubine dowager must have put in a lot of effort. Her fingers were gently pressed. Xinyu relaxed and leaned in Shang Junlin's arms. Did your majesty already expect this? Is that why you sent Xinyu to concubine dowager? I originally thought that I might be able to find some clues about Duke Bei's wife from her. That's why I asked concubine dowager to help. Shang Junlin's 5 fingers intertwined with Xinyu's. Ayu underestimated the person who could survive in the former emperor's harem. Concubine dowager had been in the former emperor's harem for so many years. She had seen all kinds of people. Xinyu was really nothing to her. Fortunately, your majesty's harem is clean. Otherwise. Xinyu thought for a moment. If before entering the palace, Shang Junlin's harem was not empty, would he still agree to enter the palace? Perhaps he would agree. However, his relationship with Shang Junlin would definitely not be like this. There's no such possibility. Shang Junlin pinched Xinyu's chin and made her turn to look at him. He lowered his head and planted a kiss on Xinyu's lips. I don't like those things. It's enough to have a you in this life. I believe in your majesty. Xinyu naturally believed in Shang Junlin. Regardless of whether Shang Junlin would change in the future, at least in the past and present, he was as he said. As for the future, Xinyu did not want to think too much. As if sensing his concerns, Shang Junlin's kiss moved to the peak of his lips. You, my heart will never contain anyone other than you. Before meeting Xinyu, his heart was originally desolate. It was the arrival of Xinyu that made his heart bloom. This heart full of flowers would only bloom for Xinyu. As if tasting something delicious, he traced his lips little by little. The light color was gradually dyed a deep red. The tip of his tongue opened his teeth and nimbly explored the warm area. Your Majesty. Xinyu grabbed the black clothes beside him and welcomed Shang Junlin's storm-like kiss. All of his senses were lost. Xinyu closed his eyes slightly and moved the tip of his tongue slightly. Shang Junlin's movements paused. Then, as if he was encouraged by something, his attacks became more and more fierce. It was a chase, but also a game of chess. Back and forth, no one was willing to give in easily. Shang Junlin's hand that was pinching Xinyu's chin had unknowingly moved to the back of Xinyu's head. He tightly grasped Xinyu's movements and did not give him any room to retreat. The storm was about to end. Shang Junlin's breath stopped at Xinyu's lips. Both of their breaths were a little unstable. Shang Junlin was unwilling to let go of Xinyu and calmed his breathing in the current position. You is so passionate tonight. Shang Junlin sighed softly. Your Majesty is also very excited. Xinyu had already clearly felt it. Just now, he was completely focused on the kiss. When he came back to his senses, he realized how dangerous their current position was. Zhen won't do anything. Just let Zhen hug you for a while. As he spoke, he used his lips to lightly touch Xinyu's tender skin. After using up a lot of energy, Xinyu felt lazy and didn't want to move. It wasn't the first time he faced such a situation, but the atmosphere this time was different from the previous times. Xinyu couldn't describe it, but it didn't stop him from wanting to stay with Shang Junlin. Xinyu was sent back to Consort Dowager's residence by the people of Yuzhong Palace. Consort Dowager received the news and summoned Xinyu. Why does Imperial Concubine Dowager care so much about Xinyu? The old mama who served Imperial Concubine Dowager was puzzled. People like lively children when they are old. Do you think Xinyu is not likable now? Concubine Dowager slowly admired her nails. Look, this child knows a lot of new things. Concubine Dowager's hands were well maintained. Her nails were painted with decorative nail polish, which made her hands even more beautiful. The old mama poured a cup of tea for Concubine Dowager. She is indeed more likable than when she came. Concubine Dowager is really good at teaching people. You can even change Xinyu's strange temperament. She is young, so it's normal for her to take detours. His Majesty sent her to me and asked me to help discipline her. She must still be useful. If she is really that kind of person who can't be educated, I'm too lazy to get involved in this mess. Concubine Dowager picked up the tea and took a sip. That's right. We have seen all kinds of people these years. His Majesty is a good person. He always remembers Concubine Dowager's kindness. If it weren't for His Majesty, we wouldn't be able to live such a relaxed life. The old mama sighed. She had been serving Concubine Dowager for a long time. Her master had been with the late emperor since she was in seclusion. It was not easy for her to survive the bloody storm. Moreover, her master was not the kind of person who liked to fight for power and profit. This kind of peaceful life was really good for them. I helped him because it was not easy for a child like him to live in the harem. In addition, the late empress had protected me a lot. After that kind of thing happened, it was very difficult for a child like him to live in the harem. Besides, I didn't do much. It was his own hard work. He is willing to remember my kindness because he has kindness in his heart. But these are not reasons for us to force him to repay me. Do you understand? Concubine Dowager's tone was light, but the meaning behind her words was very heavy. I understand. The old mama's heart trembled. She knew that some rumors had reached Concubine Dowager's ears. I will strictly watch the people in the harem and not let them have any disloyalty. Yes. Concubine Dowager couldn't help but think of many years ago. When the late empress was still alive, the late emperor and the late empress were deeply in love. As the only son of the two, Shang Junlin could be said to be the true god's favored son. When she went to the Empress's palace to pay her respects, she could often see Shang Junlin, who was trying hard to act like a little adult, studying by the Empress's side. At that time, who would have thought that the most favored son of the Middle Palace would one day be sent to hell? After the late Empress died, the late Emperor, under the instigation of the treacherous courtiers, did not care about their many years of marriage. He killed more than 100 people of the Empress's maternal family. In one night, Shang Junlin lost his mother, lost the strong support of his family, and did not have the ability to protect himself. She wanted to take this child over and raise him, but the late emperor gave a strict order that no one was allowed to take care of him. At that time, she did not have any status in the harem and could only secretly help him. When she saw this child again, she could not see any shadow of the past from him. He was malicious and ruthless, like an avenger returning from hell. She did not know what happened between the late emperor and the late empress, but it must be very serious if the late emperor could kill the late empress's whole family overnight and take away all the favor of his only son. Unfortunately, the insiders were all dealt with. She secretly investigated for a long time, but found no clues. Concubine Dowager, Miss Xianxia is here. Concubine Dowager sighed and collected her thoughts. Let her in. After Xianxia came in, she respectfully bowed to Concubine Dowager. She respected the person who gave her a new life from the bottom of her heart. Concubine Dowager called her to the front, took her hand and patted it. Seeing that you came back in one piece, I am relieved. Concubine Dowager. Xianxu's heart suddenly warmed. She had almost never received the care of the elders since she was a child. Beside Concubine Dowager, she felt for the first time what it was like to be carefully taught by the elders. Feeling Xianxu's attachment, Concubine Dowager smiled softly. His Majesty Nguye Jun asked me something, but I don't know what to do. Xianxia omitted the part about time travel and summarized what had happened in Yuzhong Palace. Concubine Dowager heard Concubine Dowager's words. This shows that His Majesty Nguye Jun value you. I also heard that His Majesty intends to use female officials. This is an opportunity. I know you have a lot of strange ideas, but it is a waste of your talent to be trapped in my remote palace. Go ahead and do it. You are still young and have a lot of opportunities. The world is unfair to women, so it is hard for His Majesty Nguye Jun to consider women. Yes, women should not be the accessories of men. Xianxia agreed with this point. In the backward ancient times, as an emperor, he was willing to face the value of women. Xianxia admired this point. Concubine Dowager, I am a little worried. Can I really do it well? Xianxia hesitated. It was not that she did not want to. If there was such an opportunity, who would be willing to live a muddle-headed life? However, she was a little afraid. If she really agreed, could she bear such a heavy burden? Good child, don't be afraid. Since His Majesty Nguye Jun proposed it, they will naturally help you. If you believe in me, I am also willing to do my best. Everything has a process from nothing to something. There is nothing to worry about. Yes. Xianxia nodded heavily. Xianxia received Xianxu's reply the next day. Shang Junlin went to the morning court. Xianxia closed her eyes and lay on the bed for a while before sitting up. Xianxia put clean clothes on the side and slowly put them on. When she got out of bed, she pulled her leg. Fortunately, she did not directly sit back down. Last night, she should not have been obsessed and promised Shang Junlin to help him with her leg. Xianxia frowned when she felt uncomfortable. Except for that time in the bathhouse, this was the second time. Although they did not really do it, Xianxia still could not ignore that strange feeling. Mu Shi, who had been waiting outside, heard the noise and came in with hot water. Young master, Xianxia sent a message. She said that she is willing to agree, but she said that she hopes to continue to stay with Concubine Dowager. Xianxia washed up and combed his hair with Mu Shi's help. Resisting the discomfort, he sat on the soft couch and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. I know. Ask her to sort out the things that she thinks are useful and send them over after she has sorted them out. Xianxia was very tired today and did not want to deal with the business. Yes, young master, do you want to eat? His Majesty specially ordered the small kitchen to always prepare food. Send it over. Ask someone to set up a small table. I will eat here. Mu Shi deftly did what Xianxia asked. Not long after, the small kitchen presented the dishes. Xinyu held the chopsticks and said, "Eh? There is a new person in the small kitchen?" There were several dishes on the table that Xinyu had not seen before. His Majesty asked the imperial chef in the palace who knows how to cook other dishes to send them over. Today, they are served with several dishes that His Majesty often uses. His Majesty, try them and see if they are to your liking. The palace servant in charge of delivering the dishes replied. Xinyu tried them one by one. These dishes were not the same as the usual dishes in the palace, but they tasted very good. Xinyu only ate a few mouthfuls and his appetite was greatly improved. He even ate more rice than usual. When Shang Junlin came back from the morning court, Xinyu just finished eating. Seeing that he was eating happily, Shang Junlin directly asked someone to add more bowls and chopsticks, and Xinyu finished all the leftover dishes. Why didn't His Majesty ask someone to serve the dishes again? Xinyu leaned against the cushion behind him. Shang Junlin did not make room for him even though he came. Shang Junlin ate very quickly. His many years in the army had a great impact on him. Just like last night, when they were in the middle of the night, Xinyu slept until almost noon, Shang Junlin was still able to get up early and go to the morning court. After a while, Shang Junlin finished eating. He took the handkerchief from eunuch Meng and wiped his mouth. He said, "You left so much food. Didn't you leave it especially for Zhen? Who left it for you?" Xinyu turned his face away. "Okay, you did not deliberately leave it for Zhen." Shang Junlin, who was full, was very easy to talk to. It was Zhen who was very hungry, okay? Eunuch Meng brought people to remove the tableware and table. Shang Junlin sat on the soft couch, took Xinyu in his arms, and kissed him on the cheek. You can't be at odds with Zhen because of what happened last night. Last night, you agreed to it. I'm not at odds. I'm just a little uncomfortable. The atmosphere last night was too good. Xinyu responded to Shang Junlin with a kiss for the first time, which caused the man to be a little excited. Later, Xinyu could not resist and used his hand to help him. The two of them made out on the couch, and under the deep gaze of the man, he inexplicably suggested using his leg, then it got out of hand. Zhen checked this morning. You're not injured. This time, you used the ointment sent by Imperial Physician Gu. Is it better than last time? Xinyu vaguely remembered such a thing. At that time, his mind was in a mess. Now that he thought about it, there was indeed a slippery feeling. His thoughts unconsciously drifted to the night before. Beneath him was a soft bed, and in front of him was a hot breath. He was like a fish thrown to the surface of the water by the wind and waves, bobbing up and down with the waves. In a daze, a man's low voice sounded in his ears, I brought the ointment sent by Imperial Physician Gu. You won't feel uncomfortable this time, it was cold and hot. The wind and waves became stronger. Shang Junlin's heart itched when he saw the scarlet color crawling up his porcelain white skin. He had seen Xinyu's calm and self-controlled side, and he had also seen his absent-minded side. Regardless of whether it was the former or the latter, his heart was filled with love. Next time, I'll ask Imperial Physician Gu to send more. Shang Junlin leaned close to Xinyu's ear and whispered, Fortunately, I put away the ointment last time. Your Majesty, what do you think of Imperial Physician Gu's ointment? Xinyu pushed Shang Junlin away. He didn't want to be so close to him. What do you mean? His duty is to take good care of Yu's body. Xinyu looked at him faintly. Does that include this? Shang Junlin held back his laughter and nodded. Xinyu was speechless. Alright, I'm just teasing you. I'm not that stupid. I won't bring this matter to Imperial Physician Gu. Shang Junlin smiled and pinched Xinyu's earlobe. Xinyu's leg was still uncomfortable, and he didn't want to discuss this topic with the culprit. Your Majesty, have Miss Fong and the others' official positions been confirmed yet? It had been a few days since the results of the court examination were released. The other candidates who passed the court examination had all taken up their positions. Jiang Huiqing and He Qingyu had also taken up positions in the Hanlin Academy. Only Fang Jiai, who had placed second, had yet to come up with a plan. Originally, Shang Junlin wanted to take up a post in the Hanlin Academy, just like the previous banquet champion. However, he was met with fierce opposition from the courtiers. The Hamlin Academy was the starting point for one to enter the cabinet. They felt that it was enough to find a leisurely official position for Feng Jiai. There was no need to put her in the Hamlin Academy. Of course, there were more ministers who hoped that Shang Junlin would retract his order. They could not accept being an official in the same court as a woman. Not everyone had bad intentions towards the woman, but many people were unable to change their preconceived notions in a short period of time. Before the incident, it was undoubtedly a fantasy for a woman to be an official. Speaking of this matter, Shang Junlin rubbed his forehead as if he had a headache. The others didn't have any problems. They were even willing to take a step back and give He Qingyu and Jiang Huiqing higher official positions. Only Feng Jiai refused to budge. Xinyu, what do they plan to do with Miss Feng? Something that has already been announced to the world can't be retracted. Shang Junlin, they want me to bestow her a county lord or some other title of nobility. Xinyu, giving her a title of nobility but not giving her any real power. Not only does this shut the mouths of the people, but it also achieves their goal. It's a good suggestion that kills two birds with one stone. Shang Junlin, currently, only the Prime Minister is willing to let Feng Jiai enter the cabinet as an official. The other two still refuse to budge. The Dahuan cabinet had a lot of power. It had reached its peak during the reign of the previous emperor. After Shang Junlin ascended to the throne, he took back a lot of power. However, some of it was still in the hands of the cabinet. Other than the Prime Minister, the other two ministers in the cabinet were all from aristocratic families. If Shang Junlin wanted to do something that harmed the interests of the aristocratic families, the first obstacle he would encounter would be them. Both sides refused to budge. Now, the matter had entered a stalemate. Although Feng Jiai was an exception this year, the triennial Qianlin banquet still had to be held. In previous years, it was held by the aristocratic families. However, because of Feng Jiai's matter this year, Shang Junlin simply threw the matter to the Ministry of Rites. On one hand, the Qianlin banquet was a large-scale banquet held to congratulate the high school students. On the other hand, it was an opportunity for the students who had yet to enter the officialdom to familiarize themselves with the official officials of the Dahuan cabinet. In order to show the importance of the banquet, the princes would usually attend. Shang Junlin didn't have any children. His brothers and relatives had been sent far away by him. He would either send his ministers to represent him or go personally. Qianlin banquet? Does your majesty want to go? Xinyu heard Shang Junlin mention it and asked. I plan to go. You will go with me. Xinyu knew why Shang Junlin chose to go personally. Too many things had happened in the imperial examinations this year. The emperor's presence could not only show the importance of this matter, reassure the students, but also suppress the arrogance of some aristocratic families. Xinyu was also a man. When Shang Junlin wanted to bring him along, no one objected. The main reason was that they knew that Shang Junlin wouldn't listen even if they did. Moreover, they would offend Xinyu, who was highly favored by the emperor. It wasn't worth it. After the relevant regulations were finalized, the students also received the news. This year, His Majesty will bring His Majesty along. I finally have the chance to see for myself what the rumored His Majesty looks like. Don't you want to see His Majesty with your own eyes? If you can enter the imperial court as an official, you will have the chance to see His Majesty. The chance to see His Majesty is even rarer. I heard that the fraud this time was discovered in time because of His Majesty. Otherwise, we would all be in trouble. His Majesty is willing to bring His Majesty to the Qianlin banquet. It seems that the rumors are true. His Majesty really values His Majesty. Isn't the imperial harem forbidden from interfering in politics? Even if His Majesty dotes on His Majesty, he shouldn't bring His Majesty to such an occasion, right? Why shouldn't he? His Majesty brought His Majesty to the court examination. Speaking of which, it seems that no official is impeaching His Majesty. Isn't that so? They're all focused on the second place. When compared to Miss Feng's matter, I'm afraid that other matters are nothing in their eyes. His Majesty is really going to use female officials? It feels so strange. These things aren't for us to worry about now. Let's focus on what's at hand. That's true. It's the Qianlin banquet. I wonder if the poem is true. Will Miss Feng attend that day? I wonder what kind of woman she will be. She's a very capable and responsible woman. She's not afraid of power. If she can enter the imperial court as an official, I believe that she'll be a good official. The person who spoke had witnessed the farce at the Yingxing Tower with his own eyes. He had a good impression of Feng Jie. He was sure that in that situation, even a man might not have done as well as Feng Jie. The Feng residence. Lord Feng had long predicted that his daughter would encounter great resistance if she wanted to enter the imperial court as an official. He just didn't expect it to be so difficult at the beginning. After the Qianlin banquet, there will be a conclusion to this matter. Lord Feng sighed as he looked at his determined daughter. After the Qianlin banquet, the appointment of an official couldn't be delayed any longer. Although it seemed that the aristocratic families were suppressing Shang Junlin, that was only because Shang Junlin didn't want to push the aristocratic families too hard. Father has already done a lot for me. I'll walk the path in the future on my own. From the moment she had this dream, Feng Jie knew that the path she had to walk was destined to be bumpy and full of thorns. In the past, she didn't dare to tell others about her dream because she knew how unbelievable and shocking it was. She thought that her dream would remain a dream for the rest of her life. She didn't expect that she would have the chance to make it a reality. It was so rare that the first people to tell her that she wasn't indulging in fantasy were the two men who stood at the peak of power in the Great Huan dynasty. From that moment on, she made a decision. She must walk a new path for all the women in the world. Soon, it was the day of the Qianlin banquet. Shang Junlin changed into a less formal imperial robe. Xinyu wanted to experience the atmosphere among the students, so he didn't wear the robes that represented his status as an emperor. A white wide-sleeved robe was draped over a light blue gauze overcoat. His long hair was unbound and draped softly behind his back. His facial features were exquisite, his eyes dark and bottomless. He had a faint smile on his face and held a folding fan in his hand. The Qianlin banquet was held outside the palace. There was a special residence for it. Xinyu and Shang Junlin got on the carriage and slowly drove out of the palace. It's all thanks to Miss Feng. Otherwise, His Majesty would have been impeached by the imperial censor for taking me to the court examination. Xinyu sat in the carriage and looked at Shang Junlin. That's right. With Feng Jie's incident before, they chose to ignore the court examination. Shang Junlin was basically reviewing memorials in Yuzhong Palace. Xinyu occasionally glanced at them. Most of the memorials were about Feng Jie. Shang Junlin was too lazy to deal with them, so he asked people to take them out and put them aside. Your Majesty, you can distribute these unimportant memorials to the ministers. If Your Majesty is worried about the aristocratic families, you can promote a group of officials with clean backgrounds. Xinyu suggested. The cabinet originally had the power to deal with these matters. However, the aristocratic families have been growing in power these years. If I give all the power to the cabinet, I won't be at ease. Ayu is right. When I train a group of officials who are useful, I won't be as busy as I am now. When Shang Junlin first ascended the throne, he suffered a lot in the hands of the aristocratic families. Later, he used bloody means to suppress a group of ambitious people and slowly gathered the power of the imperial court into his own hands. The appointment from the imperial court had not been announced yet. Jiang Huiqing was still living with He Qingyu. He originally planned to rent a house for himself, but He Qingyu persuaded him not to. Huiqing, are you not used to living here? Or do you find me annoying? When He Qingyu said this, the corners of his eyes drooped slightly, giving off an inexplicable feeling of being abandoned. Feeling guilty, Jiang Huiqing hurriedly explained, No, why would I find Brother Qingyu annoying? I'm just afraid that you will find me troublesome. Why would Huiqing cause me trouble? It's clearly Huiqing who has helped me a lot, He Qingyu interrupted him. Moreover, Huiqing has also given me money for food and accommodation. You can even help me from time to time when you're living here. Why would I find you troublesome? He Qingyu calmly sized up Jiang Huiqing and continued, If you have a place to live outside, I have nothing to say if you want to move out. However, you don't even have a place to live. Moreover, I'm used to having Huiqing by my side. If you really move out, I'm afraid I won't be able to adapt in a short period of time. It won't be too late for Huiqing to consider this matter after the appointment from the imperial court has been announced. Jiang Huiqing thought about it. That was true. During this period of time, he had become used to living and eating with Xianxia. If he really moved out, whether the new place was to his liking was another matter. First, he himself would be very uncomfortable. Just as Xianxia had said, he wasn't living in his house for free. The two of them arrived at the Chonglin banquet together. One was the Zhuangyuan while the other was the Tanhua. As soon as they entered, they were surrounded by people. Some people wanted to get closer to Xianxia, while others wanted to find Jiang Huiqing. The two of them were slowly separated by the crowd. Yi Jianming's followers finally found an opportunity. They looked at each other and sent someone to secretly follow them. Xinyu got off the carriage and separated from Shang Junlin, walking into the crowd. Jiang Huiqing was talking to the people who kept coming up. Suddenly, he felt a pat on his shoulder. He turned around and suddenly met a pair of smiling eyes. "Brother Yu?" Xinyu nodded his head. "Who is this brother?" The people on the side also saw Xinyu. They were surprised to see that he had a good temperament. He was one of the more knowledgeable people in this year's exam. He could speak to more than half of the people. For someone like the young master in blue, he definitely had an impression of him if he had seen him before. "This is a good friend of mine. You can call him young Master Yu. I have something to do here, so I'll leave for a while." "Sorry." Seeing that he had a friend, the others didn't want to keep pestering him. They made an appointment to continue chatting next time before letting him go. Jiang Huiqing struggled to get out of the crowd. He walked to Xinyu's side and glanced behind him. "What are you looking for?" Xinyu pressed the handle of his fan against his chin. "Are you not satisfied with seeing me?" "Why would I be?" Jiang Huiqing blinked his eyes. "I just feel that it's rare to see you alone. Didn't that person come with you?" It turned out that he was looking for Shang Junlin. "Of course he came. If he didn't come, how could I come alone?" "He's not here. I know you guys feel uncomfortable seeing him, so I asked him to go do his own things." Xinyu answered. Since Shang Junlin was here, there were some procedures that needed to be confirmed by him personally. There were also some ministers that he needed to meet. In comparison, Xinyu seemed to be very free. "I didn't expect that you and that person would really come," Jiang Huiqing said as they walked to a less crowded place. "The situation this time is different. Miss Fang's matter is too shocking. They are still making a fuss." Xinyu didn't mind revealing some details. For this matter, they were even willing to give you and brother he a higher official position. Indeed. After all, before this matter came out, no one expected that the second place of this year's exam would be a woman. Jiang Huiqing smiled shyly. "To be honest, at first I thought I could at least get second place. At that time I made a bet with His Majesty, saying that you would be the champion. As a result, His Majesty won both times," Xinyu said with a smile. "How can Huiqing be so favored by brother Yu?" Jiang Huiqing hadn't expected this and stilled. "Huiqing accepts defeat to brother Qingyu and Miss Fang. What do you all think of Miss Fang's matter?" Xinyu really wanted to know what this batch of examinees thought of women entering the imperial court as officials. "I have the same opinion as brother Qingyu. I think Miss Fang is worthy of the heavy responsibility." Among the others, many of them were convinced by Miss Fang's essay. Although they have some reservations about a woman being an official, their opposition is not so firm, Jiang Huiqing replied after sorting out the information he had received these days. "Actually, it's all thanks to the announcement of everyone's essays when the results were released. The facts are right in front of them, and they have no choice but to admit it. After reading Miss Fang's article, many people felt that they were not as good as her. Even I felt the same way. Fang Jiai's essay had a unique point of view, digging into areas they hadn't considered. It was novel and unique among all the answers, and made people's eyes light up." After Jiang Huiqing finished reading, he gained a lot of new insights. Afterwards, he pulled Qingyu to discuss it. Both of them admired Fang Jiai for being able to write such an essay as a woman. "At the time of the Prince of Yu's incident, I felt that this woman wasn't simple." Xinyu's eyes curved as he thought of the Prince of Yu who was unlucky because of this incident. A woman, after such an incident, can still stand out to seek justice for herself and the people who were hurt. Even if the other party was a member of the imperial family, she didn't back down. Yes, even if it's a man, how many people can do what Feng Jiai did? Jiang Huiqing was also present at the time. If it wasn't for his admiration, he wouldn't have acted as a bridge when Feng Jiai came looking for him. Xinyu casually glanced behind him and suggested, let's find a pavilion to sit for a while. Jiang Huiqing didn't object. The residence where the Qianlin banquet was held was very large. It was richly ornamented and the scenery was extraordinarily beautiful. Every certain distance, there were pavilions for people to rest in. The two chose one with few people and walked in. Seeing the two enter the pavilion and sit down, with no intention of leaving for the time being, the people following behind the two looked at each other. One person stayed behind to keep an eye on them, while the other quietly returned. Did you see clearly? Wasn't that Qingyu by his side? Hearing the report from the person who came back, a young master frowned and asked. They had always regarded Yi Jianming as their leader. When they saw Yi Jianming being suppressed by a poor boy who came out of nowhere, they wanted to teach him a lesson. Yes, this servant saw clearly. That person was a bit shorter than young Master He, and the color of his clothes was different. Oh, right, that person didn't tie up his hair. Do you know that person's identity? I don't know. I only heard Jiang Huiqing call him Brother Yu. Surnamed Yu. The young master who spoke glanced at the person beside him. Are there any aristocratic families surnamed Yu in the capital? As far as I know, there aren't any. There's no one surnamed Yu in this year's imperial examinations. A person who came out of nowhere. The person who spoke held his chin. He's nothing to be afraid of. Come, let's go take a look. Shouldn't we greet Brother Jianming first? The other person was a bit hesitant. And it's the Qianlin banquet right now. If something happens, you're just a coward. We won't really do anything to that Jiang guy. We just want to make friends with him. How could we really do anything at the Qianlin banquet? We're not stupid. They weren't like Yi Jianming, who had been carefully raised by his family. His goal for participating in the imperial examinations was also very simple. He wanted to be in the top 3 and enter the Hanlin Academy to prepare for entering the cabinet in the future. Originally, everything had been planned very well. Who would have thought that 3 dark horses would suddenly appear? They didn't care why that person from the He clan of Jiangnan would suddenly become an official. As for the other 2, one was a woman, and the other was from a poor family with no foundation. They could still make some moves. Xinyu and Jiang Huiqing chatted for a while. Suddenly, they heard footsteps approaching. Xinyu turned to look. It was a group of young masters dressed in luxurious clothes. He understood immediately. Brother Yu, are they your friends? Seeing that these people were clearly heading in their direction, Jiang Huiqing was slightly confused. I don't know them. Do you know them, Huiqing? I don't, it's fate that brought us together. Just because you didn't know each other before doesn't mean you won't know each other in the future. Don't you think so, Lord Tanhua? As they spoke, the group of people had already entered the pavilion. Xinyu sized them up one by one and found that one of them could be considered an old acquaintance. He was the kind of person who had made friends with many times in his previous life. Who are you? Feeling the malice from these people, Jiang Huiqing frowned. He found a seat and sat down. The person who seemed to be the leader said, My surname is Zhao. The 2 people beside me are surnamed Dian and Liu. We just want to get to know you, the Tanhua master. We don't have any other intentions. But I don't want to know you. Jiang Huiqing didn't have a good impression of these people. He didn't want to be entangled with them. He didn't expect Jiang Huiqing to be so direct. Young Master Zhao's heart choked. He thought that this kind of person from a poor family would be easy to hook up with. He didn't expect that he would be rejected. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Jiang Huiqing's face turned cold. He didn't hesitate to chase them away. You don't know what's good for you. We took the initiative to make friends with you because we think highly of you. Otherwise, do you think that you, a poor family without any foundation, can stand firm in the capital just because you are the Tanhua master? Young Master Zhao was angered and threatened. Another person said, Young Master He, who often hangs out with you, is only from the He family in Jiangnan. If something really happens, they can't do anything. Instead of clinging on to him, why don't you change your target? If the people you are on good terms with are us, it will be much more convenient in the future. This is my business. I don't need you to worry about it. Jiang Huiqing's tone became colder and colder. Also, if something happens, only the imperial court and His Majesty can make the decision. Or is it that your power surpasses His Majesty's? We didn't say that. With such a big accusation, who would dare to admit it? Then what do you mean? Xinyu said while waving his fan. Aren't you implying that you have a lot of power? Young Master Zhao and the others' attention was on Jiang Huiqing. It wasn't until Xinyu spoke that they diverted some attention to him. Who are you? Huiqing's good friend. I can't stand you using your power to force people. Are all the aristocratic families in the capital like this? Xinyu deliberately pretended to be an outsider. It's really an eye-opener. Because of Zhenbeiho's favoritism, Xinyu rarely went to the big events in the capital. Very few people knew him. After entering the palace, outsiders had even fewer opportunities to see him. It was not strange that these people did not know Xinyu. If everyone knew him, he wouldn't dare to walk around here with his real appearance. Thinking of the purpose of this visit, young Master Zhao took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. We really just admire young Master Zhang's talent and want to make friends with him. I've never seen anyone make friends with such an attitude. Instead of saying that you are making friends, it's more appropriate to say that you are seeking revenge. Xinyu tilted his head and pretended not to understand. Or is this a unique way for aristocratic families in the capital to make friends? You. Young Master Zhao was so stifled that he couldn't breathe. He pointed at Xinyu and said you for a long time, but he couldn't say you. Seeing that the situation was not good, one of the people who had hesitated at the beginning secretly summoned a servant and whispered some instructions. The servant quietly retreated. Xinyu saw the servant disappear at the end of the path and pretended not to see. The servant hurried to find Yi Jianming and told him exactly what happened in the pavilion. After listening, Yi Jianming's expression changed again and again. He scolded in a low voice, "A bunch of idiots. Of all the times, they chose the Qionglin banquet. They deliberately set him up. But he couldn't leave him alone. He was the one who brought them in. If something really happened, he would be the first to be blamed." Hurriedly bidding farewell to the people around him, Yi Jianming rushed to the place the servant mentioned with an ugly expression. When Yi Jianming arrived, young Master Zhao and the others were confronting someone with red faces and thick necks. On the other hand, Jiang Huiqing's side was at ease, as if they were playing with people. "Shut up." Yi Jianming adjusted the expression on his face, walked over, and said to Jiang Huiqing and Xinyu, "I'm sorry, I apologize to the two of you on their behalf. If they've been rude in any way, please forgive them. We don't dare. How could we dare to be dissatisfied with aristocratic families?" Xinyu opened his fan and covered half of his face. "If one day they disappear without a trace, we won't even know how they disappeared." How could it be? Yi Jianming glanced at those people. He couldn't imagine how many things they shouldn't have said. How could they be so stupid, daring to say anything when provoked? What disappear? I didn't know that there was someone who could make people disappear without a trace under my eyes. A dignified voice came from behind. Yi Jianming stiffly turned his head. The moment he saw who it was, a great panic rose in his heart. He couldn't help but start to regret. Why did he bring those people from the Zhao family in? Why did he acquiesce when they proposed to deal with Jiang Huiqing? He only thought that the aristocratic families could hold up the sky in the capital, but forgot that there was imperial power above the aristocratic families. The one who could decide everyone's fate was not the aristocratic families, but the real master of Dehuan, Shang Junlin. Seeing Yi Jianming's increasingly ugly face, the other people finally realized the seriousness of the matter. After calming down, they suddenly realized that they had said a lot of things that they shouldn't have said. They all knelt down in panic. Shang Junlin glanced at the minister beside him and walked to Xinyu's side. He said in a deep voice, "This is the outstanding son of an aristocratic family you were talking about, officially?" There was an inexplicable sarcasm in his voice. The questioned official's face turned red and then white. He hurriedly knelt down and begged for forgiveness. "It's my fault for not teaching him well. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Official Yi and the other aristocratic family officials were just discussing with Shang Junlin about this year's examination. Other than Feng Jia's matter, of course they wanted to seek the best interests for the aristocratic families. Who would have thought that before the discussion reached a conclusion, the son of an aristocratic family with the best results had an accident? Official Yi almost vomited blood in his heart. Yi Jianming was carefully cultivated by the Yi family. Not only did he not become the champion, but he also had such an accident. He could be considered as a waste. His Majesty had always been afraid of the aristocratic families being too powerful, so he had always supported the commoners to balance the power of the aristocratic families. Now, His Majesty had heard such words with his own eyes. He had heard it with his own ears, but there was no chance to remedy it. No, it wasn't really heard with his own ears. After all, those words didn't come from the mouth of an aristocratic family's son. The truth was still to be discussed. After thinking this through, Official Yi looked in the direction of the person who had just spoken. Other than Jiang Huiqing, there was also a handsome young man. The lower half of the young man's face was covered by a fan, only revealing his delicate eyebrows. Feeling his gaze, Xin Yu looked over. His eyebrows curved, but there was no smile in his eyes. Official Yi was in a trance for a moment, but he suddenly realized that this young man was none other than Shen Guijun, who had left the palace with His Majesty. Why was he with Jiang Huiqing? What was his relationship with Jiang Huiqing? A series of questions flooded into Lord Yi's mind. He didn't dare to think too deeply about whether what happened today was a coincidence or a trap set up in advance. Shang Junlin's tone was cold. Indeed, they need to be disciplined. Today, at the Qianglin banquet, they even dared to make a move on the Tanhua of the imperial court. In the future, when they enter the imperial court and have more power in their hands, won't they do more things that they shouldn't? I know my mistake. Student knows his mistake. Since you know your crime, then you can't be exempted from the punishment you deserve. Otherwise, wouldn't the world say that His Majesty is biased towards the aristocratic families? Where is the dignity of your Majesty and the aristocratic families? Xin Yu hooked Shang Junlin's finger with his hand hidden under his sleeve. Your Majesty, don't you agree? Guijun is right. Today, we are both here. Otherwise, no one would know that the Tanhua was bullied. Official Yi, why don't you tell us, what is the punishment for threatening and humiliating an official of the Great Huan dynasty? It seemed that His Majesty wasn't going to let this matter rest. Official Yi and the kneeling aristocratic family officials felt defeated. They didn't have time to care about the poor children and the female officials. How to prevent His Majesty from taking advantage of this opportunity to punish the aristocratic families was the most important thing. Only now did young Master Zhao and the others realize how big of a mess they had made. Young Master Zhao's face turned pale. The Zhao family had always relied on the Yi family. If Yi Jianming was implicated because of him, or even if all the aristocratic families were implicated, his family would be finished. Your Majesty, I was the one who did this. It has nothing to do with young Master Yi. Your Majesty, please understand. Young Master Zhao made up his mind and cowed out a few times, taking all the blame on himself. I was the one who admired young Master Jiang and wanted to get to know him. After being rejected, I was angry and spoke without thinking. This really has nothing to do with young Master Yi. The rest of the people also reacted and took the blame on themselves. Seeing that there was room for manipulation, the aristocratic family officials looked at each other while Shang Junlin's gaze fell on the aristocratic family members. One of them opened his mouth and said, Your Majesty, please investigate the truth of the matter. Xin Yu smiled coldly, does this official mean that I would slander young Master Yi? Not to mention that I don't know young Master Yi and have no enmity with each other, I am also from an aristocratic family. Why would I lie? Xin Yu knew that these people wouldn't admit to their crimes obediently. In order to minimize the losses, he had to find a few scapegoats. Thus, during the argument just now, he intentionally or unintentionally led these people to talk about Yi Jianming. Otherwise, why would he waste so much time talking to these people? Jiang Huiqing sensed his intentions. The two of them cooperated and got some information out of him. This official doesn't dare. I think you are very daring. It's not easy to survive in the officialdom, so what if you're third in the imperial examination? You don't have any foundation in the capital. How far do you think you can go? These words were said by Jiaming himself. Does he really know nothing about it? Do you believe it? Xinyu put down his fan and leaned on Shang Junlin. Your Majesty, take them away first. Don't ruin the Chonglin banquet. When the banquet is over, punish them accordingly. What do you think? Shang Junlin looked down at the officials kneeling on the ground. This official accepts the decree. What could be said had been said. What else could they say? Fortunately, it was dealt with after the Chonglin banquet, which gave them time to respond. All right, all of you may rise. The guards came to take Jiaming and his group away. Shang Junlin took Xinyu and left. Jiang Huiqing followed behind them. The remaining officials looked at each other. They didn't immediately follow. Instead, they gathered together and discussed in low voices. Say, do you think today's incident was an accident? This question is no longer important. Whether it was an accident or a coincidence, it has already happened. Moreover, His Majesty saw it. After all the previous incidents, do you still think that His Majesty is an easy person to deal with? We didn't send His Majesty a person to restrain him. We sent him a helper into the palace. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's think about how to deal with this matter. Lordy interrupted them. Let's first talk to the two officials in the cabinet and see what's going on. I originally thought that Jiang Huiqing was easy to deal with. I didn't expect him to be in contact with His Majesty. Tell your people not to lay a hand on him unless you have a complete grasp of the situation. Some lessons should be learned once, Lordy instructed. Yes. On the other side, He Qingyu received the news. He apologized to the people he was talking to and hurried over. Huiqing, are you all right? He Qingyu looked at Jiang Huiqing from head to toe. He was relieved when he saw that Jiang Huiqing was fine. I'm fine. His Majesty and His Majesty are here. No one can hurt me. Jiang Huiqing allowed him to look at him. Seeing that he was worried, he comforted him. I shouldn't have let you go alone. He Qingyu was very upset. If he had followed, those people wouldn't have dared to lay a hand on Jiang Huiqing. I'm really fine. His Majesty and His Majesty are both here. Jiang Huiqing pointed to the front. He Qingyu let go of Jiang Huiqing's arm and bowed to the two people not far away. Greetings, Your Majesty and His Majesty. No need to be so polite. Xinyu pulled Shang Junlin over and joked, I see you guys together all day long. When I saw Huiqing today, I was curious why you weren't with him. I didn't pay attention for a while and was separated by the crowd. Thank you for helping Huiqing. In fact, we also have to thank him. If it wasn't for today's incident, who knows how long your appointment would have been delayed. This time, if the aristocratic families want to protect Yi Jiaming and themselves, they will have to make some concessions. Xinyu didn't expect that things would take such a big turn for the better in such a short time. When they reached the intersection, the two sides separated. Brother Xinyu, you don't want me to move. Are you worried that the aristocratic families will lay a hand on me? After this incident, Jiang Huiqing thought deeper. That's just one of the reasons. He Qingyu admitted. Huiqing, you don't have to think too much. What I said to you before wasn't an excuse. The real reason is that I'm used to living with you. I didn't think too much. It's just. Jiang Huiqing sighed. Forget it. I'll have to trouble Brother Qingyu during this time. Huiqing, you don't have to feel pressured living with me. Because of my family, they won't dare to lay a hand on me. After this incident, they won't dare to act rashly. He Qingyu suddenly stopped and faced Jiang Huiqing. He said in a low voice, as the eldest son of the family, I've been taught that I have to bear the responsibility of the family in the future. Because of the heavy workload of school, my younger brothers and sisters were also ordered not to disturb me. Every time they wanted to get close to me, they would be quickly called away by the elders. Getting along with Huiqing has been one of my wishes since I was young. Jiang Huiqing unconsciously followed He Qingyu's words and imagined the scene of the young He Qingyu wanting to get close to his younger brothers and sisters but unable to do so because of the heavy responsibility on his shoulders. His heart softened and he went forward to hug He Qingyu. If Brother Qingyu doesn't mind, you can treat me as your younger brother in the future. He Qingyu's body stiffened. He slowly put his hand on Jiang Huiqing's back and said in a hoarse voice. Okay. The Qianglin banquet officially began. Shang Junlin held Xinyu's hand and walked to the main seat. He said a few words of encouragement and then started the banquet. With Shang Junlin present, whether it was the officials or the reserves who were about to enter the officialdom, everyone was nervous. Shang Junlin also knew that everyone would be restrained if he was here. After the normal procedure, he left with Xinyu. After they left, the atmosphere gradually warmed up. There were not many people outside. Xinyu held Shang Junlin's hand and walked slowly along the path. Your Majesty, don't you think that Qingyu pays too much attention to Jiang Huiqing? Xinyu felt that Shang Junlin was euphemistically saying this. Huiqing didn't feel anything wrong at all. Their affairs should be handled by them. Ayu cares about them, so why not care more about me? Shang Junlin treated Jiang Huiqing differently because of Xinyu. He didn't care about the relationship between the officials. Your Majesty, how else do you want me to care about you? Ask about your well-being every day? Greet you in the morning and evening? That's not necessary. Shang Junlin suddenly stopped and pulled Xinyu into his arms. Ayu just needs to pay less attention to others. Xinyu was caught off guard and bumped into Shang Junlin's arms. She smelled the ambergris on Shang Junlin's body and said with a smile, then I'll think of your Majesty every morning, noon, and night, okay? Is it only for these few days? What about the rest of the time? Won't you miss me? Shang Junlin was still not satisfied. Then what does your Majesty want to think? I think of you every moment of every day. Shang Junlin hinted. Oh, I know. Xinyu dragged her tone. Your Majesty wants me to think of you all the time? Yes. Shang Junlin nodded reservedly. Xinyu lifted her head from Shang Junlin's arms and smiled. Your Majesty, do you know what you look like now? Shang Junlin was in a good mood after achieving his goal. He gently stroked Xinyu's waist. What I look like is not important. Ayu, don't forget what you promised me. What promise? Xinyu was about to ask when she suddenly remembered that Shang Junlin was talking about what had happened just now. She bumped into the man's arms again and said in a muffled voice, I know. I will think of your Majesty more every day. Shang Junlin put one hand on Xinyu's back and stroked her long hair. He felt a sense of satisfaction. They stood under the waning lights, far away from the hustle and bustle, forming a world of their own. The harmonious atmosphere between the two did not allow anyone to interrupt. After quietly hugging each other for a while, Shang Junlin let go of Xinyu and the two continued to walk along the small path. After today's incident, the aristocratic families should be more relaxed about Feng Jiai. After all, Shang Junlin had her weakness. Even if they opposed, they would not be as confident as before. I have given them some time to relax. It depends on what they choose. Shang Junlin's tone was emotionless when he mentioned the aristocratic families. I saw the girl from the Feng family just now. She was at ease in the crowd of students and was not restrained at all. The other people she interacted with were not as calm as her. Not wanting to spoil Shang Junlin's mood, Xinyu casually changed the topic. Feng Jiai's attire today was more neutral. She didn't wear a woman's extravagant and complicated dress, nor did she wear too many red hairpins in her hair. This allowed people to know that she was a woman at a glance, and she didn't look out of place with the overall atmosphere of the Qianglin banquet. We have also noticed that she has a good relationship with the top scholar and the third flower. While sitting upright, Shang Junlin had been paying attention to the movements of the people below. Compared to the others, Feng Jiai was indeed more willing to talk to Jiang Huiqing and Qingyu. Unlike the others, when the two of them conversed with her, they didn't act strangely because of her identity as a woman. Even if the others tried their best to restrain themselves, there would still be a trace of something wrong in their words and actions. The atmosphere of the banquet was lively. The students discussed their knowledge with each other, and the bolder ones would directly ask the officials questions. Some of the aristocratic officials were simply unable to sit still. The emperor could leave the banquet as he pleased, but they couldn't. Even if they were anxious to solve Yi Jianming's matter, they could only sit there and force a smile. They couldn't show the slightest hint of abnormality. Lordy knocked on the table. Have you sent someone to deliver the news to the two officials? Don't worry, Lord E. I have already sent someone. Because their grades were close, Feng Jiai, He Qingyu, and Jiang Huiqing's seats were also close. Feng Jiai was attentive and noticed that there weren't many aristocratic officials present. She asked in a low voice, "Did something happen just now?" A few officials had strange expressions. Young Master Yi also didn't attend. I remember bumping into him when I just arrived. The matter was temporarily suppressed, so Jiang Huiqing couldn't say it out loud. He said in a low voice, "He did something and happened to run into His Majesty." After a few sentences, the two sides naturally changed the topic. The other two cabinet ministers received the news from the Qionglin banquet and went to their usual meeting place to discuss in detail that night. The two cabinet ministers were from the aristocratic Feng family and Duan family respectively. They had a lot of authority among the aristocratic families in the capital. After taking their seats, the two of them dismissed the servants. Lord Feng asked, "What does His Majesty mean by this?" Lord Duan said, "It's obvious that His Majesty is forcing us to make concessions. Otherwise, based on His Majesty's usual temperament, he would have dealt with them on the spot without giving us any time to react." Lord Feng said, "That's true. His Majesty is still the same as before. He won't listen to advice." Lord Duan said, "If he could listen, then he wouldn't be him. Have you forgotten what happened when he just ascended the throne? The previous emperor wanted him to leave Prince Yu in the capital to recuperate. He ignored the objections of the officials and directly sent him away. How many officials did he deal with back then?" Lord Feng said, "Prince Yu is also an incompetent person. Otherwise, why would we be in such a difficult position?" Lord Duan said, "If it were up to me, he had wanted to kill Prince Yu for a long time. This time, when Prince Yu was imprisoned, he took advantage of the fact that no one could refute and directly pinned the mastermind behind the fraud on Prince Yu. It's extremely difficult for Prince Yu to turn the tables." Lord Feng said, "They contacted us and said that they want our help. Should we do it?" Lord Duan said, "There's no hurry. We'll have to wait until the end to see the results." Lord Feng said, "Then what about the imperial examinations this time? Are we really going to do as he wishes?" Lord Duan said, "What else can we do? He's determined to promote people from humble backgrounds to go against us. Now, he's even allowed women to enter the imperial court as officials. Sooner or later, he'll destroy his own Great Wall." The next morning, during the discussion about women entering the imperial court as officials, there were fewer objections. Other than Feng Jiai's position, everyone else's positions were more or less decided. As the weather became warmer and warmer, Xinyu spent more time outside the house. Imperial physician Gu also said that it was appropriate for him to walk outside more. Shang Junlin was very concerned about Xinyu's matters. After hearing Imperial physician Gu say that it was good for Xinyu to walk outside more often, he would take Xinyu outside whenever he had time. Shang Junlin originally wanted to let Xinyu practice martial arts to keep fit, but Xinyu flatly refused. After being reborn, he only wanted to be as comfortable as possible. In the evening, after finishing dinner, Shang Junlin put down his work and held Xinyu's hand to take a walk in the small garden outside Yuzhong Palace. Feng family and Duan family? Xinyu's footsteps paused. He had an impression of these two families because in his previous life, these two families had secretly sought refuge with the King of Yu. Before the King of Yu ascended the throne, they had done a lot of things for him. The Feng family and the Duan family have actually been entrenched in Dehuan since the founding of Dehuan Empire. However, their real heyday was during the late period of the previous emperor's reign. At that time, the previous emperor favored treacherous officials and allowed the power to fall into the hands of the aristocratic families who had been eyeing them covetously. The Feng family and the Duan family benefited the most. Seeing that Xinyu was interested in the Feng family and the Duan family, Shang Junlin explained more. "When I first ascended the throne, I dealt with a lot of people. The Feng family and the Duan family were very sensible, so I couldn't do anything to them. At that time, the imperial court was too chaotic. First, the previous emperor had caused a lot of trouble. Capable officials were either forced to resign or were framed and executed. Those who were left behind were mostly in cahoots with the treacherous officials. Shang Junlin's foundation in the imperial court was not stable. He had seized the throne with military power and there were very few people who could be used. After massacring those treacherous officials who had caused chaos in the imperial court, there was a large gap in the number of officials who could be used. Shang Junlin had no choice but to temporarily use the officials from the aristocratic families who were relatively obedient. However, the consequences of doing so were endless. The aristocratic families and the imperial power would fight. If the aristocratic families were the most powerful, the imperial power would definitely be threatened. After ascending the throne, Shang Junlin attached great importance to the imperial examination and used the officials from humble families. This was also to balance the power of the imperial court. Only when the various powers kept each other in check could long-term stability be maintained. Right now, the Prime Minister is the only person in the cabinet who is not a member of the aristocratic families. The aristocratic families occupy 2 positions in the cabinet. Who does Your Majesty intend to use to replace one of them? Shang Junlin's intention was to ruthlessly suppress the aristocratic families. Fang Jun, the Prime Minister, and official Feng are both in the cabinet. If both of them are in the cabinet, it will be much more convenient for Your Majesty to do whatever you want. Xinyu lowered his eyes and pondered. With the book he had read in his previous life and the information he had obtained from Shen Qingran, as well as the help of Xinyu in this life, he would definitely be able to bring out many new things that would be beneficial to the development of De Huan. If the aristocratic families were to obstruct him, these things might become a sharp weapon for the aristocratic families to seize power. In his previous life, Shen Qingran had brought out many things that had benefited the aristocratic families. The aristocratic families had become stronger day by day and had made a mess of De Huan. Xinyu did not want to make a wedding dress for the aristocratic families. A used proposal regarding the reform of the business system has not been announced to everyone yet. Before the time is right, we still need to wait. There's no need to rush. Every major change cannot be completed overnight. Moreover, the cement issue has only just begun. It will be more foolproof if there are no other problems. You still understands me? Shang Junlin sighed. Your Majesty, when will Jiang Huiqing's appointment be announced? Xinyu wanted to see what kind of path Jiang Huiqing would take in this life without those accidents. Soon. If there are no accidents, these 2 people will be able to enter Hanlin Academy. Although the official position at Hanlin Academy would not be too high, what was more important was the significance of this starting point. Entering Hanlin Academy was equivalent to taking half a step into the cabinet. Jiang Huiqing had a good attitude. Even though he had not been officially appointed because of Feng Jiayi's matter, he was still happy every day. He Qingyu had sent a letter to his family saying that he was the top scorer in the imperial examination and would not be able to return to Jiangnan for a while. Even if he were to be transferred out in the future, he would not be sent to Jiangnan as an official. After dealing with his own matters, He Qingyu came out of his room. Huiqing, didn't you say that you did not have enough paper and pen last time? A new shop opened in Beijing. Do you want to take a look? Jiang Huiqing was sorting out his and He Qingyu's books. The spring sun was good, so he took them out to dry in the sun. The place to dry the books almost occupied the entire small courtyard. These books were brought from home, and some were bought after coming to Beijing. Jiang Huiqing heard the sound and turned around. Yes. He did not have enough paper and pen. These days, He Qingyu had given him some. Jiang Huiqing was embarrassed to keep taking advantage of He Qingyu. Under the sun, the young man's jade-like body was even more dazzling. He Qingyu was dazzled. He pursed his lips and walked over. Xinyu fell into a dream of his previous life. He had not dreamed of his previous life for a long time. He did not know if it was because he had been thinking about his previous life recently that he had such a dream. In the dream, it was a rainy day. He was lying on the bed. The quilt seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, making him unable to breathe. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of footsteps was getting closer and closer. Xinyu struggled to open his eyes. He saw Prince Yu, who had changed into an imperial robe, standing by the bed and staring at him with dark eyes. Xinyu, you see, no matter how unwilling you are, we will still ascend the throne. You cannot change our destiny. No, that's not right. Xinyu struggled to get up, but he could not move. He was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. "Ayu, wake up," a familiar voice came through the heavy rain. Xianxia struggled to open his eyes. He was startled by the face that suddenly enlarged in front of him. Seeing the fear in his eyes, Shang Junlin moved back a little. He reached out and stroked his sweat-soaked hair. "Ayu, why are you so afraid of us? Don't you know whether I'm afraid of your majesty or not?" Xianxia leaned against Shang Junlin's palm and slowly calmed down the palpitation caused by the dream. He didn't know why he had this dream, or if this dream was a sign of something. He only knew that in this life, he wouldn't let the ending of his previous life happen again. If he could change the ending of the book once, he could change it a second time. "I know that Ayu is not afraid of me. In this world, I'm afraid that only Ayu is not afraid of me." Shang Junlin helped Xianxia get up. "What nightmare did you have that made you scared when you saw me?" It was indeed a nightmare. In the dream, Prince Yu was wearing clothes similar to Shang Junlin's, so when he woke up and saw Shang Junlin dressed similarly to Prince Yu in his dream, he couldn't tell if he was in a dream or had already woken up. "Is it raining?" Xianxia looked at the window. It was clearly afternoon, but the room was dark. There was a faint sound of rain coming from outside. It overlapped too much with the scene in his dream. Xianxia was a bit absent-minded. "It started raining after you fell asleep. I helped you up. Do you want me to call for hot water?" Xianxia's forehead was sweating a lot. Shang Junlin just touched his forehead and found that his hair was also wet. Xianxia loved cleanliness, so he must be uncomfortable. Xianxia felt that his body was indeed uncomfortable. He didn't know how much sweat he had in his dream. His inner shirt was soaked and stuck to his body. It was very uncomfortable. "Yes, I want to wash." Xianxia seemed to be exhausted by the struggle in his dream. His hands and feet were weak, and he staggered when he got up. "Meng Chong, prepare the hot water." Shang Junlin ordered, took a fox fur coat and directly wrapped Xianxia up. "Be careful not to catch a cold." Xianxia's whole body was wrapped in fur, only revealing her face. Her fair face was dyed with a faint layer of crimson. In contrast, her lips were so light that they were almost transparent. Shang Junlin held him in his arms and held his cold hands. He said worriedly, "Let Imperial Physician Gu take a look at you." Xianxia nodded indiscernibly. He was still very tired. After more than 2 hours of nap, because of a dream, it was even more tiring than not sleeping at all. Xianxia was nestled in Shang Junlin's arms. Her eyelids were drooping. From afar, she looked like she was about to fall asleep. Eunuch Meng asked the palace servants to prepare hot water and gently knocked on the door. "Your Majesty, the hot water is here." It was the first time he had asked for hot water in the middle of the day. Eunuch Meng didn't know the specific situation in the room, so he didn't dare to rashly enter. Shang Junlin's voice came from inside the room. "Come in." "Yes." Eunuch Meng turned his head and warned the palace servants who were carrying the hot water. "When you enter, be smart and keep your head down. Don't look at what you shouldn't look at. If you violate His Majesty's taboo, don't blame me for not reminding you." "Yes, yes." The palace servants responded timidly. They served in Yuzhong Palace and experienced several bloody storms. Later, with Eunuch Meng Jr.'s exhortations, they didn't dare to have any thoughts that they shouldn't have. After giving the order, Eunuch Meng gently opened the door and led the palace servants in with his head down. There was a screen in the room, so the situation on the bed couldn't be seen. Eunuch Meng asked the servants to put down the bathtub. He was about to leave when Shang Junlin stopped him. "Meng Chong, go to the Imperial Hospital and ask Imperial Physician Gu to come over." Eunuch Meng was shocked. Why did they need to ask for an imperial physician? No matter how confused he was, he wouldn't ask. He replied, "I'll go now. No need to leave anyone to serve. Take them out." "Yes." Eunuch Meng couldn't get much information from Shang Junlin's tone. He didn't dare to be careless and immediately did as he was told. After taking the servants out, he bumped into Mu Shi, who was carrying medicine. "Eunuch Meng, what's the matter?" Mu Shi asked when she saw Eunuch Meng in a hurry. "It's Miss Mu Shi. Are you going to deliver medicine to Gue Jun?" "Don't go in yet. Wait for His Majesty to summon you." Eunuch Meng stopped and thought about the possible situation in the room. Did something happen? Mushi suddenly became nervous. Miss, don't be nervous. His Majesty just ordered hot water. I'm afraid it's not very convenient now. It's noon, why? Mushi suddenly realized something and her face turned red. I understand. Thank you for your reminder, Eunuch Meng. Eunuch Meng saw that she understood and hurriedly went to carry out Shang Junlin's orders. Shang Junlin carried Xinyu to the bathtub and tested the temperature of the water with his hand. The temperature of the water is suitable. I'll put you in. Xinyu nestled in Shang Junlin's arms and nodded very gently. Shang Junlin peeled her out of the fox fur coat and slowly put her in the water. Xinyu leaned against the edge of the bathtub and soaked in the hot water. She gradually relaxed. There was more color on her lips and her skin turned light pink from the heat. Shang Junlin took a handkerchief and carefully wiped Xinyu. Xinyu's skin was very white. It was the kind of white that was lustrous and smooth. It was like the best mutton fat white jade. It was also very tender. A light touch would leave a mark. Shang Junlin had once imprinted plum blossoms on it, but now, the flowers had disappeared without a trace. His fingers brushed past it, and through a thin handkerchief, Shang Junlin could feel the gentle touch of his skin. After recovering a little, Xinyu crossed her arms on the edge of the bathtub and rested her head on her arms. I'm afraid that I'm the only person in the world who can make your Majesty personally bathe. The water is getting cold. Ayu, do you want to continue adding hot water or come out? Shang Junlin put the back of his hand on Xinyu's forehead. Her body temperature was normal. I don't want to bathe. Xinyu felt that she would faint again if she was steamed for a while. Shang Junlin carried her out of the bathtub, dried her, put on a clean inner garment, and wrapped her in the fox fur coat. Xinyu stopped Shang Junlin from putting her on the bed. I don't want to lie on the bed anymore. Your Majesty, please help me put on an outer garment. I want to go out for a walk. Shang Junlin paused for a moment. Okay. After taking a bath and changing into a clean set of clothes, Xinyu felt much more comfortable. Shang Junlin ordered the palace servants to remove the hot water. Mushi came in with the warm medicine. Xinyu drank it in one gulp. Shang Junlin fed him the candied fruit. I seem to be fine. I don't need Imperial Physician Gu to come again. Xinyu carefully felt her body. There were no symptoms of discomfort. Shang Junlin was still worried. Let Imperial Physician Gu take a look. Your Majesty, Imperial Physician Gu is here. Eunuch Meng's voice sounded outside the room. Since Imperial Physician Gu was here, Xinyu did not refuse anymore. Eunuch Meng hinted at Imperial Physician Gu on the way. When he entered the room and saw Xinyu, he knew that it was not the case. After carefully checking her pulse, he gradually frowned. Xinyu originally thought that she just had a nightmare and was fine. But seeing Imperial Physician Gu's expression, it seemed that was not the case. Shang Junlin's heart sank. He asked directly, is there something wrong with your body? Something is wrong with your pulse. Imperial Physician Gu pondered for a moment. Has there been any abnormalities in your body during this time? Xinyu thought carefully and replied, I just had a nightmare. Nothing else. Your pulse has some changes compared to before. I still need to study it. For the time being, there won't be any problems. I will prescribe a sedative medicine. Your Majesty still needs to rest well. If you continue to be troubled by nightmares, it will not be good for your body. Imperial Physician Gu prescribed the medicine and handed it to the palace servants. I need to study your condition more. I will come to check your pulse every day for the next few days. Is it convenient for you? Do as Imperial Physician Gu says. Before Xinyu could answer, Shang Junlin spoke first. Xinyu wanted to say that there was no need to go through so much trouble. But when he saw the worry in Shang Junlin's eyes, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. It was still raining outside. Xinyu wanted to walk outside. Shang Junlin held an umbrella with one hand and held his hand with the other as they strolled in the rain. A gentle breeze blew, bringing with it a burst of coolness. In the real world, there was no dull feeling like in the dream. Even walking in the rain gave them a different feeling. The sudden spring rain caught many people off guard. After all, no one expected that it would suddenly rain when the sun was shining brightly in the morning. Jiang Huiqing looked at the rain falling outside the window. He tugged at He Qingyu's sleeve. Brother Qingyu, our books won't get wet, right? He decided to hang out the books because the weather was good today. Who would have thought that it would rain when they just arrived at the newly opened Study Sibao store? At that time, Jiang Huiqing wanted to turn around and go back. However, He Qingyu stopped him and said that the servants at home would take the books back. Even if he went back now, there was nothing he could do. Only then did he give up the idea. It won't happen. Even though he didn't know how many times he had asked, He Qingyu still replied with a good temper. I know you treasure those books. I'll let someone take care of them. In fact, things like hanging out the books could have been done by the servants. However, Jiang Huiqing refused and insisted on doing it himself. He Qingyu couldn't persuade him and had to let him do it. I'm almost done choosing. Brother Qingyu, how about you? It had to be said that the store He Qingyu recommended was really good. The brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone were all of high quality and the prices weren't too expensive. Jiang Huiqing bought more than he expected. Let's wait for the rain to lessen before going back. Jiang Huiqing looked at the rain outside and nodded. There was a designated resting area in the store. The two of them sat for a while and waited for the rain to lessen before leaving. They didn't bring an umbrella. They borrowed it from the owner and only had one. Fortunately, the umbrella was big enough to cover the two of them. He Qingyu held the umbrella in one hand and the things he bought in the other. Seeing that Jiang Huiqing was some distance away from him, he said, Huiqing, stay closer to me. Otherwise, you'll get wet. Jiang Huiqing looked up and saw that the umbrella above his head was leaning towards him. He Qingyu, who was holding the umbrella, had his shoulder wet. He hurriedly leaned towards him. Brother Qingyu, why didn't you say so earlier? Look at your shoulder. It's wet. It's okay. You didn't get wet, did you? He Qingyu laughed softly. You're still laughing. Forget it. I'll lean closer to you. Don't move the umbrella over my head again. Looking at the young man who was leaning against him, He Qingyu whispered, okay. The conversation between the two of them gradually disappeared in the curtain of rain. After the heavy rain, the world looked brand new. Everything seemed to have been washed. Xinyu and Shang Junlin strolled in the rain and felt that the rain was getting lighter. Xinyu's mood, which was affected by the nightmare, gradually recovered. Thinking of the man who was silently accompanying him, Xinyu stopped. What's wrong? Shang Junlin also stopped. Xinyu looked at Shang Junlin. The man had similar facial features to the king of Yu in his dream, who was wearing the same imperial robe. However, the feeling he gave was completely different. In the hazy rain, Shang Junlin heard the young man's voice clearly. He said, Your Majesty, do you want to kiss? Shang Junlin's gaze suddenly became aggressive. He didn't answer. Instead, he lowered his head and captured the young man's lips. It tasted as sweet as he remembered. The man sucked on Xinyu's lips with a little force. His breath was heavy. He held one hand behind Xinyu's head, not giving him any chance to regret. The kiss was long and powerful. Xinyu didn't want to fall behind. He welcomed it and danced with it. He didn't know when his hands had tightly grasped the man's clothes. His body leaned back slightly and his head was forced to raise to withstand the man's increasingly fierce attacks. Xinyu didn't close his eyes. He could see the man's enlarged face and through the corner, he could see the umbrella above his head. The patterns on the umbrella seemed to be spinning. Everything in front of him became strange and variegated. The force on his lips was getting stronger and stronger. Xinyu slowly closed his eyes and took the initiative to wrap his arms around the man's strong waist. Under the hazy drizzle, a green umbrella covered the beautiful scenery. Eunuch Meng and Mushi were far behind them. They could only see the two people closely together and the umbrella firmly covering them. The kiss lasted for an unknown period of time. Xinyu was slowly released. The man didn't withdraw. His breath was close to Xinyu's lips. Xinyu woke up from the strange and variegated illusion. He didn't push Shang Junlin away. Their breaths were intertwined. An umbrella separated them from the outside world. At this moment, he didn't have to think about anything. He didn't care about anything. There was only him and Shang Junlin left in the world. He could let himself be temporarily immersed in this small world. The man's breath drifted on Xianyu's face. As the man's kisses fell little by little with a sense of comfort, Xianyu's heart gradually calmed down. The continuous rain couldn't extinguish the affection under the umbrella. In the end, Shang Junlin was worried that Xianyu would catch a cold and took the initiative to go back to the room. Xianyu had stayed outside for long enough. He didn't object. The rain stopped and the sun hung high in the sky again. Xianyu raised his hand to cover his eyes. This weather is really interesting. He remembered that before he took a nap, the sun was also high in the sky. After the rain, the sun had returned, as if the sun had also rested for a while in the afternoon. Shang Junlin closed the umbrella and handed it to eunuch Meng behind him. He reached out to touch Xianyu's clothes and felt relieved when he saw that they were not wet. Your Majesty is wet. Although the black clothes were not obvious, Xianyu could still see that the man's shoulder was wet. Your Majesty, please change your clothes first. Eunuch Meng hurriedly brought some clean clothes over. Shang Junlin saw the concern in Xianyu's eyes. He swallowed the words of rejection that were on the tip of his tongue and went to the side to change his clothes. Shang Junlin had changed his clothes and came out. He hugged Xianyu and asked with a smile, were you concerned about us just now? It's not good if your Majesty catches a cold because of me. Xianyu leaned back and felt the constant heat from the man's body. She narrowed her eyes. The two talked for a while. Eunuch Meng walked in and said in a low voice, Your Majesty, official Feng and official Duan request to see you. The battle between the aristocratic families and the imperial power should come to an end. Your Majesty, please go ahead. I'll read a book by myself. Xianyu had recovered and was not as dependent on Shang Junlin as a young bird that was left alone. Shang Junlin saw that he was not reluctant and said, I'll go for a while. I'll come back to accompany you when I'm done. The sky had completely cleared up. The heavy rain just now was like a dream. Thinking of the young man who took the initiative to be enthusiastic in the rain and fog, Shang Junlin was in a good mood and raised the corners of his lips. When they arrived at the imperial study, Shang Junlin returned to his usual unapproachable appearance. Eunuch Meng saw this change and cried out in his heart that there was only one noble lord who could soften his Majesty's heart. Official Feng and official Duan knew that since they took the initiative to look for Shang Junlin, it meant that the aristocratic families were willing to lower their heads. They had lost this confrontation. Why did you come to see me? Shang Junlin sat on the high seat and looked down at the two old cabinet ministers. The two knelt down and saluted. After they got up, they said, We came for the matter of the Qionglin banquet. You know about it too? Shang Junlin supported his forehead with one hand. Tell me, how do you plan to deal with it? After Yi Jianming and the others were taken away, they were locked up in solitary confinement and no one was allowed to visit them. Shang Junlin also did not give orders on how to deal with them. The aristocratic families could not sit still and had to ask the two cabinet ministers to come forward. Official Feng and official Duan also knew that this matter could be big or small. It all depended on Shang Junlin's decision. They could not understand Shang Junlin's thoughts and did not know where to start. Your Majesty, what those juniors did was indeed inappropriate. We also investigated and found that they did not do anything to anyone. It was just that there was some conflict between the two parties. What they were most thankful for now was that these people had not really done anything. No matter what they said or what plan they had, as long as it was not implemented, there was still room to turn things around. Shang Junlin did not interrupt the two of them and let them finish speaking. He said, So, according to you, I am making a mountain out of a molehill? This subject does not dare. This subject knows that these juniors' actions were inappropriate. However, when we meet in the imperial court in the future, the misunderstanding must be resolved. Your Majesty, why not give them a chance to resolve the misunderstanding face to face? If everyone is like this, how can the imperial court establish its prestige? I believe that the two of you do not want to see the day when you are disrespected, right? The more Shang Junlin remained silent, the heavier the stone in official Feng and official Duan's hearts became. Although they had guessed before coming, they still wanted to struggle until the last moment. The conversation lasted for a full 4 hours. When official Feng and official Duan came out of the imperial study, the sky was already dark. The two of them looked at each other and saw the bitterness in each other's eyes. In the end, Shang Junlin was out of their control and became an emperor that they could not easily shake. The two of them did not return to the residence directly. Instead, they went to the place where they usually gathered. Some words could only be said in private. In the end, we underestimated him. From the beginning, we should have known that some people are destined to be uncontrollable. Official Feng sighed deeply. Official Duan frowned. But at that time, other than this one, we had no other choice. The King of Yu's foundation was too shallow and was no match for him at all. Not to mention the other princes, those who had the strength to fight were all gone. The remaining princes were even worse than the King of Yu. Official Feng, what should we do now? Official Duan, what else can we do? The words have already been said, so we can only follow his wishes. However, there is no need to worry. We are not the only ones who are not willing to let a woman enter the imperial court as an official. Let's wait and see. There are so many people in the world, there will only be more and more who will oppose it. How could Xinyu and Shang Junlin not think about the problem that they were thinking about? A woman entering the imperial court as an official was a shocking matter for the great Huan dynasty. Only a few people would accept it. However, some things could not be given up just because there were not many people who would accept it. The process of starting from scratch was difficult. Since ancient times, there was no exception. From the moment they made a decision, they were prepared to face all kinds of doubts. After Jiang Huiqing and He Qingyu returned to the residence, just as He Qingyu had said, the servants were nimble and his treasured books were not drenched. After tidying up the books, Jiang Huiqing took out the rice paper, brush, and ink that he had bought today. Thinking of what he had heard in the shop and this encounter, he picked up the brush. By the time he reacted, he had already written a few pages of paper. Jiang Huiqing stared at the words on the paper and held his forehead. Since he had already written it, he might as well send it over. Xinyu leaned on the soft couch and was lost in thought. He thought of something and called Mushi. Last time, you said that Xinyu agreed. What has she been doing recently? She has recently developed a lot of new things that the imperial concubine likes very much. She even sent some to the palace. Does young master want to take a look? Bring it over and let me see. Mushi went out and gave an order. Not long after, the palace servants came in with a few things. Miss Xinyu said that this is a soap used to clean your hands. Mushi picked up a square object from a wooden box and introduced it to Xinyu. Xinyu took it over. There was a faint fragrance on it and it smelled very good. Mushi introduced some other items, all of which were daily necessities that were convenient for living. Let's go to the imperial concubine's palace to take a look. Xinyu got up. Shang Junlin was busy with official business. He had nothing to do in Yuzhong Palace, so he might as well walk around. The palace where the imperial concubine lived was some distance away from Yuzhong Palace. Unlike the bustling Yuzhong Palace, this palace reflected the word simple and elegant from inside to outside. The imperial concubine, who had received the news, came out with the palace servants to welcome them. After greeting them, the imperial concubine led them into the main hall. I came here on a whim. Sorry to disturb you, imperial concubine. Xinyu looked at the woman with simple and elegant makeup. The imperial concubine was in her 40s and had taken good care of herself. There were not many traces of age on her face. Perhaps it was because of her temperament that she gave off a very peaceful feeling. It was such a gentle and harmless woman who had lived peacefully in the previous emperor's harem until today. Not at all, not at all. Are you here for Xinyu? The imperial concubine called Xinyu over. Yes, I saw the things sent to Yuzhong Palace and felt that they were very novel, so I came to take a look. Xinyu did not hide his true intentions. Are you talking about the things Xinyu made? Xinyu likes to make novel things since she came to my palace. It's her good fortune to be valued by you and His Majesty. The imperial concubine's tone was full of protectiveness for Xinyu. Don't worry, imperial concubine. She made those things, so she will get what she deserves. Xinyu had always been fair in his rewards and punishments. He would not disdain to take other people's credit. Xinyu took out the things she had prepared in advance and handed them to Xinyu. These things were sorted out according to what she knew in her previous life. She was not sure what was useful and what was not, so she simply wrote them down and handed them to Xinyu to decide. Xinyu did not stay for long. He took the things and said a few words to the imperial concubine before leaving. After returning to Yuzhong Palace, Xinyu looked through the things Xinyu had sorted out. They were different from what he remembered in his previous life. Xinyu had written things that were convenient for daily life, especially for women. As for how to use these things, he had to discuss with Shang Junlin. Just as he was thinking, he saw Shang Junlin walk in. "What is you looking at?" Shang Junlin walked to Xinyu and asked. "Looking at the things Xinyu sorted out." Xinyu leaned over and made room for Shang Junlin. Shang Junlin leaned over and hugged Xinyu from behind. He looked at the contents of the paper beside Xinyu's hand and said, "Is this the reason why you treat Xinyu differently? Doesn't your majesty think that these things are very useful?" Xinyu asked. Shang Junlin lifted a strand of Xinyu's hair and said, "They are very useful. But how did you know that Xinyu could give these things?" "Your majesty, just treat this as a little secret of mine." Xinyu raised his head and looked at Shang Junlin from head to toe. "A secret? Just like any other secret that your majesty has not delved into before." "You also knows that he has hidden many things from Zhen." Shang Junlin lowered his head and kissed Xinyu's forehead. He said dotingly, "All right, Zhen will not delve into it. Zhen will wait for the day when you are willing to tell Zhen in person." Xinyu had already been marked as his. He had enough time to wait for Xinyu to take the initiative to open his heart. Shang Junlin sat down next to Xinyu and carefully read the contents. "Even De Huan doesn't have these things. Is it difficult to make them?" "It's not difficult. Xinyu gave them to me together with some recipes. It's just that these things are not easy for the imperial court to promote." Xinyu took out another stack of paper. On it was a detailed production process written by Xinyu. "You can handle these things. If you lack people or anything else, just tell Zhen directly. You have given Zhen enough things. Just keep these things in your hands." Shang Junlin hugged Xinyu's waist. He thought of the things that Xinyu had taken out before. Compared to those things, the things that Xinyu gave were more suitable for personal use. "That's fine," Xinyu didn't refuse. "After all, what's mine is also your majesty's." Most of the things that Xinyu gave were things that would be popular with women. For example, lipstick, soap, face coverings. Xinyu sorted these things out and found something that interested him. Alcohol. A certain amount of alcohol could be used to disinfect. Xinyu remembered that the book said that in the world before Shen Qingran's time travel, medical skills were very advanced. Shen Qingran himself also said that many diseases that could kill people in this dynasty could be easily cured in his time. "Your majesty, this thing may be used in the army." Xinyu took out the recipe for alcohol. "If the alcohol mentioned here can be made, it can reduce many unnecessary casualties on the battlefield." Shang Junlin put down the memorial in his hand and came over with interest. "Alcohol? Is it alcohol? Alcohol has this kind of effect?" "It's a kind of alcohol, but it's not the kind we usually drink. The production method is written here." "Your majesty, take a look." Shang Junlin handed the recipe to Shang Junlin. Shang Junlin looked at the 2 lines and frowned slightly. It was written in detail, but there were some words he had never heard of before. For example, distillation, purification, dilution. "Your majesty, do you want to summon Xinyu and ask her about it? You also doesn't know about this?" "Your majesty, do you really think I'm omnipotent?" Xinyu's eyebrows curved. "I also don't understand these things." Xinyu thought that Xinyu was also a time traveler like her, so she directly wrote according to the words of her previous life. If she didn't have a part of the original owner's memory, knew how to write De Huan characters, and was afraid that writing modern simplified characters would cause trouble, she wouldn't use De Huan characters to write these things. Although the content wasn't much, she still stumbled a few days to finish writing. Thanks to her previous life, she loved to read novels. She could more or less remember some of the necessary skills for time travel. After giving the things to Xinyu, Xinyu was very nervous. She didn't know if these things were useful to Xinyu. If Xinyu felt that they weren't useful, what should she do? Fortunately, she didn't have to wait long before Yuzhong Palace sent someone to summon her. The little eunuch leading the way was still the same one, and his attitude towards her was much warmer. Xianyu's heart calmed down a little. The little eunuch led her to the main hall and quietly retreated. Xianyu composed herself and greeted Xianyu and Shang Junlin. No need to be so polite. If Xianyu was willing, he could give people a very amiable feeling. Today, I called you to ask you about alcohol. Xianyu guessed a little. She heard a lot about the current emperor from imperial concubine dowager and knew that he had fought on the battlefield. She also thought about it before writing in alcohol. Although it was easy to make medical alcohol in modern times, it was because modern times had all kinds of precision instruments. De Huan didn't have anything. To make alcohol, the corresponding equipment must be made first. Do you have any ideas about purification and dilution? Actually, we can directly use baijiu to purify the alcohol we want, but the premise is that we need to know the alcohol content of the baijiu. I'm not sure what the alcohol content of the alcohol here is, so we can only choose another method. First, we need to get pure alcohol, then we need to dilute it with water. There were many words that didn't belong to De Huan. Xianyu lowered his eyes. Can you make it? If there is the corresponding equipment, I can. Xianyu knew this because there was a time when she was obsessed with reading novels. She always imagined that one day she could travel through time and learned a lot of things that were easy to learn. For example, making soap, perfume, and so on. When it came to perfume, alcohol was needed. Describe in detail what you need. Zhen will have someone make it for you. Shang Junlin said in a deep voice. Xianyu searched through the memories of the original owner and found that De Huan already had glass, but it was still far from the kind she wanted. Replying to your majesty, what this servant wants needs to be made with colored glass, but it will be different from the colored glass on the market now. It needs to be transparent. This servant knows how to make transparent colored glass, so I will write it down. Xianyu tried hard to recall the memories in her mind. Oh right, about the alcohol that this servant wants, it must be strictly mixed in proportion to reduce the effect of wound infection. Zhen understands. The palace servant brought a pen and paper and led Xianyu to the side hall. Your Majesty, why don't you set up an independent department to research these novel things? We can't let the Ministry of Works do everything. The independent department will be directly under your Majesty and won't be interfered with by any forces. After all, the Ministry of Works belonged to De Huan. There were many people there, so it was indeed inconvenient to put some things there to research. Shang Junlin thought for a moment and said, Ayu's words make sense. Xianyu went to the side hall and wrote down all the ideas she could think of. She also drew simple diagrams of the beakers and distillation bottles made of transparent glass. After finishing everything, Xianyu looked at the results of her hard work for half a day. She sighed in her heart, I didn't expect that I would really encounter time travel. The things that I learned because of my unspeakable thoughts and was scolded for being useless could really be used one day. When Xianyu came out with the things, she only saw Xianyu. The young man in blue stood by the window with his back to her. His temperament was exactly the same as the young master of an ancient aristocratic family that Xianyu imagined. Did he really time travel from the modern era like her? Xianyu couldn't help but think. Xianyu turned around and saw the doubts in Xianyu's eyes. He said, Do you have something to ask me? There were palace servants in the room, and Xianyu was more cautious than before. She didn't want to talk about time travel directly. She only asked vaguely, Why is His Highness willing to give this opportunity to me? Xianyu knew that she would be suspicious, so he had already thought of an excuse. My health wasn't good in the past, so I rarely went out. My family was strict and didn't let me do many things. If I knew what you said, I would have taken it out long ago. After saying this, Xianyu sighed lightly. Xianyu thought that she had touched his sore spot. She bit her lips and said, I'm sorry. There's nothing to apologize for. Xianyu changed the topic. Do you want to take a look at the newly built cement road? Can I go? Xianyu certainly wanted to. Not to mention other things, just the fact that she could leave the palace was already very tempting to her. Seeing the hidden expectation in Xianyu's eyes, Xianyu slightly curved his lips. Of course you can. When I arrange it, I will send someone to call you to consort dowager. Then can I walk around the other places in the capital? Xianyu's mind was full of thoughts about leaving the palace. How could she still remember her doubts about Xinyu? Besides, the cement road in Dahuan had already been built. She didn't need to doubt this and that. Wasn't Xinyu willing to help her because they came from the same place? Thinking of this, Xinyu felt a little ashamed of her doubts. She secretly made up her mind to do something useful as soon as possible to repay Xinyu's kindness. Yes, I will give you free time. If you are worried that you are not familiar with the capital, I can also let Mushi accompany you to walk around. Yes, yes. Xinyu's happiness was beyond words. After returning to Consort Dowager's palace, Consort Dowager saw it at a glance. Consort Dowager called her, "What made you so happy?" "Guijun promised to take me out of the palace. I haven't had a good look at the capital yet." Xinyu's eyes were full of yearning. What would the place that carried her second life look like? Out of the palace, Consort Dowager's eyes were in a trance for a moment. It's good to go out and have a look. Fong Rong, give Xinyu some money. Go out and have fun, but remember not to cause trouble for Guijun. Consort Dowager didn't suspect anything. There were many palace maids in the palace who entered the palace at a young age. They came from all over Dahuan and might not even have seen the entire capital. It was normal for them to yearn for the outside. I will. Xinyu nodded solemnly. The women's products that Xinyu gave were not difficult to make. Xinyu had many shops under his control. After the finished products were made, they could be sold in the shops. Your Majesty, has Miss Fong's official position been decided today? This matter had been delayed for more than 10 days. Today was the deadline. Shang Junlin wanted Fong Jiayi to enter the Hanlin Academy through the normal procedures, but the aristocratic families refused. Most of the official positions that they proposed were not important. Their meaning was obvious. They just needed to find an unimportant position to support her. It's been decided. Just like in previous years, she will enter the Hanlin Academy with Jiang Huiqing and He Qingyu. Shang Junlin put down the pen in his hand and rubbed his eyebrows. As for the aristocratic families like the Yi family, in view of the fact that this was a mistake made by the younger generation, we will only punish the person who made the mistake. What about Yi Jianming? Xinyu walked behind Shang Junlin and massaged his temples. He personally experienced how much thought Shang Junlin had put into this matter. Cancel the results this time as a warning to others. This was the result after the aristocratic families had to take a step back. It seems that your Majesty has won this time. After so long, the dust has finally settled. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Although there were still many problems to face in the future, at least the first step was successfully taken. As for Fong Jiayi's future development, it all depended on her. How does you plan to congratulate me? Shang Junlin grabbed Xinyu's hand and pulled him in front of him. He hugged him on his lap and intimately whispered in his ear, "Speaking of which, this suggestion was made by you. Shouldn't there be a reward for fulfilling Yu's wish?" Xinyu looked at Shang Junlin speechlessly. He found that Shang Junlin liked to ask for rewards from him more and more. No, it was more accurate to say that he was asking for rewards than being intimate. Shang Junlin didn't really want anything. He just wanted Xinyu to take the initiative. Xinyu let go of Shang Junlin's hand on his forehead and slowly moved it away. "Your Majesty, what reward do you want?" "You will take the initiative to kiss me," Shang Junlin said reservedly. Of course, what he really wanted was more than just a kiss. But he also knew that he couldn't tease Xinyu too much. Otherwise, he wouldn't get anything. "Or you will let me kiss you." "Your Majesty, you want to do more than that, right?" Xinyu glanced at him. He knew that this would be the result. "Of course, if Yu is willing to do more, I will be very happy." Shang Junlin's hand on Xinyu's waist slid down meaningfully. Xinyu held down the man's hand that kept moving down. "It's clearly Your Majesty's business. Why does it seem like you're doing it for me? Doesn't Yu miss you?" Shang Junlin pulled the person who was about to move out of his arms back. He put his head on Xinyu's shoulder and asked in a hoarse voice. "I think about Yu all the time. Will Yu miss me?" "Your Majesty." Xinyu's breath was unstable. "Let go of me. Yu also likes." The rest of the voice disappeared in the kiss. The candlelight flickered and two intertwined figures were reflected on the ground. Occasionally, a few murmurs could be heard and disappeared in midair. In the end, Shang Junlin was satisfied that he got the reward he wanted. Xinyu was half lying on the bed and was about to fall asleep. It was already late. Xinyu had been taking calming pills all this time. It was already past his bedtime, and he was extremely sleepy. Shang Junlin did not bother him anymore. He called for hot water and washed Xinyu. Then, he carried him to the bed and planted a kiss on his forehead. Sleep. Your Majesty, aren't you going to sleep now? Xinyu grabbed the sleeve of the person who was about to leave. Zhen will come after changing my clothes. You sleep first, Shang Junlin coaxed gently. Xinyu vaguely realized that Shang Junlin was indeed wearing court attire. He slowly let go of his hand and stared at Shang Junlin while resisting the drowsiness. Shang Junlin's heart softened. He quickly changed his clothes, lifted the quilt, and held Xinyu in his arms. He patted him on the back and said, "Sleep." Yes. His eyelids became heavier and heavier. Xinyu finally couldn't resist and closed his eyes, falling into a deep sleep. Shang Junlin stared at the peaceful sleeping face of the person in his arms. His eyes were filled with darkness. He thought of what Imperial Physician Gu said to him during the day. Xinyu's illness seemed to be a deficiency disease, but in fact, there was something else. In other words, Xinyu's current physical condition was likely caused by someone. Shang Junlin's heart was filled with anger. Deficiency disease was innate and could not be changed. But he never thought that it was caused by someone. The suffering that his Ayu had suffered since she was young might have been caused by someone. As long as he thought of this, he couldn't stop the violence in his heart. Xinyu seemed to feel that Shang Junlin's breath was not right. He moved uneasily in the man's arms. Shang Junlin restrained his breath, pulled the person into his arms, and kissed the forehead of the person in his arms to comfort him. Xinyu found a comfortable position and didn't move. It was a dreamless night. When he woke up, the sky was already bright. There was no familiar breath around him. He thought that the person had gone to court. He rubbed the pillow and slowly sat up. "Young master, are you awake?" Mu Shi, who had been waiting outside, heard the noise and asked. "Yes." Hearing the answer, Mu Shi came in with clean clothes and helped Xinyu to dress. Xinyu lowered his head and tidied up his sleeves. This was the best sleep he had ever had since he dreamed of Prince Yu. Thinking about the difference from the previous days, it seemed that there was only one thing. Could it be that doing that thing could really help him sleep? Xinyu couldn't help but wonder. After washing up, Mu Shi asked the small kitchen to serve breakfast. It was all Xinyu's favorite dishes. Perhaps because he had enough sleep, Xinyu ate half a bowl more than usual. After breakfast, Imperial Physician Gu came to check his pulse. Because of the abnormal pulse last time, Imperial Physician Gu came almost every day recently. Your pulse has returned to normal. Your Highness is fine. Imperial Physician Gu remembered Shang Junlin's instructions. He didn't reveal anything about Xinyu's condition. Xinyu thought of today's abnormality and decided to ask a professional. Imperial Physician Gu, compared to a few days ago, I slept exceptionally well last night. I want to ask, is it because of the sedative medicine or something else? Logically speaking, the prescription I prescribed should take effect on the day you take the medicine. Did your Highness do anything last night or before that? Is there something different? Imperial Physician Gu was very confident about the medicine he prescribed. There's nothing different. The only difference is that I fooled around with His Majesty. Imperial Physician Gu, do you think there is any connection between the two? When Xinyu's voice fell, Mu Shi blushed. She knew that His Majesty asked for hot water last night. When His Majesty left this morning, he specifically told them not to disturb His Highness's rest. After being in the palace for several months, Mu Shi was now very clear about what this meant. Imperial Physician Gu was stunned for a moment, and then he realized what Xinyu meant by fooling around. After a moment of contemplation, he said, it may be partly because after the energy is released, people will be more tired and more likely to fall into a deep sleep. So there is such a saying. Xinyu blinked. It seemed that Shang Junlin made fun of him last night by a fluke. Imperial Physician Gu adjusted the original prescription according to Xinyu's pulse before leaving. After walking out of Yuzhong Palace for a while, Eunuch Meng, who had been waiting here for a long time, greeted him. His Majesty has been waiting for a long time. Imperial Physician Gu, please follow me. Imperial physician Gu was used to being called away by the emperor when he left Yuzhong Palace. He tidied up his clothes and followed eunuch Meng to see Shang Junlin. How is His Highness's condition? Seeing Imperial physician Gu, Shang Junlin raised his head from a pile of waiting memorials. Replying to Your Majesty, His Highness's condition is very good, and his pulse has returned to normal. You said last time that His Highness's pulse is strange. Have you found out the reason? Shang Junlin was very concerned about the conjecture that Imperial physician Gu once raised about Xin Yu's condition. Imperial physician Gu, the change is too subtle. If I am not very familiar with His Highness's pulse, I may not be able to detect the change. This time, I noticed that His Highness's pulse has returned to normal little by little. Forgive me for not being good enough, I can't determine the reason for this change for the time being. Shang Junlin, what you said last time was not a natural deficiency, Imperial physician Gu, it's just my conjecture. If it's really not a natural deficiency, then it's easy to explain. There are very few cases of natural deficiency that can be cured. If there is a hidden reason, I will have more confidence to cure His Highness if I find the cause. Shang Junlin, I'll have to trouble Imperial physician Gu with this matter. This is my duty, Your Majesty doesn't need to thank me. Imperial physician Gu remembered what Xin Yu said just now and hesitated. Today, His Highness asked some questions, but I haven't gotten the answer yet. Please pay more attention. After which, he recounted the conversation he had with Xin Yu in Yuzhong Palace. Shang Junlin, I've been worried that this matter will hurt Yu's body, so I didn't dare to do too much. Does Imperial physician Gu mean that it's appropriate? Imperial physician Gu, His Highness's body is recuperating well. As long as it's not too much, there won't be any problems. Shang Junlin, the ointment that Imperial physician Gu gave to Yu last time is good. You can make more. Imperial physician Gu. This subject accepts the decree. Shang Junlin was in a good mood when he heard that Xin Yu was fine. He rewarded Imperial physician Gu with a bunch of things and asked eunuch Meng to send him back. Imperial physician Gu was sent back to the Gu residence by a carriage from the palace. There was a row of gifts behind the carriage, and the people on the street all stopped to watch. Hearing the commotion outside, Gu Huai walked out and saw Imperial physician Gu coming down from the palace's specially made carriage. There were several carriages behind the carriage. It's a gift from His Majesty. Imperial physician Gu got down from the carriage and replied to Gu Huai. He turned to eunuch Meng and said, I'll have to trouble eunuch Meng. It's nothing. Imperial physician Gu deserves it. After the people from the palace left, Gu Huai helped to organize the gifts and said, Brother, you're so awesome. You received so many gifts. It's all because His Majesty and His Highness are good people. Some of these gifts were given by Shang Junlin, and some were given by Yuzhong Palace. Knowing Imperial physician Gu's preferences, most of these gifts could be used by him. Is Guijuan's health better? It's no big deal. Imperial physician Gu rubbed the young man's head. Don't worry, I'll be fine. After organizing the gifts, Imperial physician Gu took out the ingredients for making ointment. He planned to make more. His Majesty only had Guijun in his harem, so there would be a lot of demand. Speaking of ointment, he learned how to make a living when he first entered the Imperial Academy of Medicine. At that time, Gu Huai was seriously ill and needed all kinds of expensive herbs. In order to cure him, he took a lot of work outside. The boss of the medicine shop that he often went to helped him a lot. When he found out that he was short of money, he told him that he could make money quickly by making ointment. The truth was, the ointment with aphrodisiac effects was very popular. Later, when he was not so short of money, he did not make ointment anymore. The main reason was that he was shy and did not want his children to know that he was making ointment. At that time, he sold the ointment through someone else. The boss of the medicine shop helped him sell the ointment and did not show up the whole time. He made ointment for Xin Yu because Xin Yu's physical condition was special. Since he took over, he had to do his best. His Majesty's needs were high. It was not easy for a man to provide pleasure, and Guijuan's health was not good. If he was often injured because of this, it would have a great impact on his health. Today, His Majesty mentioned it again. Imperial physician Gu thought of the amount that was sent to Yuzhong Palace last time. It was not a lot, but it was definitely not a small amount. Should he remind His Majesty to let His Majesty rest more? Imperial physician Gu sighed. He was just a doctor. Why did he have to worry about His Majesty's bedroom matters? He put the boiled ointment into a box to cool down. Imperial physician Gu took the prepared flower juice and added it. He was so focused on making the ointment that he did not notice that Gu Huai had entered the room. Gu Huai was very interested in everything about Imperial physician Gu. When he saw the row of transparent ointment, he picked up one of them and walked behind Imperial physician Gu. "Brother, what is this?" Imperial physician Gu was startled by the sudden voice and loosened his grip. Fortunately, Gu Huai had sharp eyes and quick hands and did not let the ointment fall. "Why did you come in?" Imperial physician Gu composed himself and turned around to see Gu Huai holding the ointment that he had made halfway. His eyes were full of curiosity. Imperial physician Gu's face turned red. How was he going to explain to Gu Huai what the ointment was used for? Imperial physician Gu took the box from Gu Huai's hands with a red face and put it aside. As if realizing his mistake, Gu Huai lowered his head and said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, brother. I didn't know I couldn't touch it." Imperial physician Gu was amenable to persuasion but not coercion. Seeing Gu Huai lower his head and admit his mistake, he couldn't blame him. He couldn't help but rub the youth's head. "It's fine. It's just that this ointment is for Gue Jun. Children shouldn't touch things used by adults. I'm not a child anymore, brother." Gu Huai sighed in his heart. He was about to turn 18, but Imperial physician Gu still treated him like a child. It was true that he enjoyed being doted on by Imperial physician Gu, but he didn't want to be treated like a child forever. He had already grown up and was no longer the child who could only be trampled on. He could also shelter his brother from the wind and rain and hold up the sky. "I know you've already grown up. Alright, go out and play. I'm almost done here." Seeing his firm attitude, Gu Huai didn't want to make Imperial physician Gu angry and obediently left. However, he was still curious about what Imperial physician Gu had made and why his face had turned red when he asked. After Gu Huai left, he called for his subordinate and described the ointment he saw in detail. He asked, "Do you know what this is?" The subordinate paused and hesitated. "It seems to be used by men to lubricate themselves when they're having fun." After saying that, the subordinate quickly added, "Of course, this is only my wild guess. It might not be the real thing." Gu Huai was silent. When he thought of Imperial physician Gu's face turning red when he asked about it, how could he not be sure? It was most likely what his subordinate said. When did his brother learn how to make this kind of thing? Based on his brother's proficiency, it clearly wasn't his first time. Gu Huai carefully recalled their interactions over the years and tried to find clues from his memories. Imperial physician Gu still didn't know that his secret was about to be exposed. He calmed down and finished the last step. He took out a small jade bottle and filled it with the ointment. Looking at the ointment, Imperial physician Gu let out a long sigh of relief. The portion she made this time should be enough to last her for a while. Next time, she should find another place to make it. It would be too embarrassing if Gu Huai saw her making it at home. The finished ointment was quickly delivered to Shang Junlin. Shang Junlin put it away and placed it in the drawer beside the bed. "What is your majesty doing?" Xinyu had just finished watering the flowers and plants outside. When he walked in, he saw Shang Junlin bending over the bed and doing something. Shang Junlin stood up straight, turned around and walked towards Xinyu. Didn't Imperial physician Gu almost run out of the cosmetics he sent last time? He sent some more. Did His Majesty squeeze him to do it? Xinyu saw through him. He is a good Imperial physician. Why does His Majesty keep making him do this kind of thing? This is also for Ayu's health. Shang Junlin had his own reasons. Imperial physician Gu is helping Ayu to nurse her body. Naturally, he has to take care of all aspects. If His Majesty didn't force me to do it, he wouldn't need these things, Xinyu said angrily. Ever since the last time, Shang Junlin always liked to force him to do it. Although he didn't finish it, he was able to satisfy Shang Junlin's craving. All the court officials could feel that the emperor was in a good mood recently. The aristocratic officials thought that Shang Junlin was in a good mood because he beat them in the matter of women becoming officials. They were unhappy, but they couldn't show it. This made them very upset for a while. Other than them, the other officials all hoped that Shang Junlin's good mood could last for a while longer. He Qingyu, Jiang Huiqing, and Fang Jiai had all entered the Hanlin Academy. Even if the others were unhappy, they couldn't say anything now that the matter had been settled. Fang Jiai's essay was circulated among the students. Other than a few people who had a strong prejudice against women, the rest of the students didn't have any doubts about Fang Jiai taking second place in the imperial examinations. Seeing that there was no movement outside, the aristocratic officials were furious. Of course, they wouldn't let the matter rest. They bribed a few students to talk about the disadvantages of women becoming officials. They were attacked by the other students and could only leave the matter unsettled. Luckily, Ayu predicted this in advance. Otherwise, there would be trouble. Shang Junlin was holding the secret letter that the hidden dragon guards had just presented to him. He was in a good mood and the corners of his lips curled up. What happened? Xinyu brewed tea for the two of them and pushed one of the cups in front of Shang Junlin. The aristocratic families really sent people to stir up trouble among the students. We prepared in advance and didn't cause any trouble. Take a look. Shang Junlin handed the secret letter to Xinyu. Xinyu opened it and read 10 lines at a glance. They underestimated the power of the poor too much. They also didn't understand what the most important thing in the hearts of these scholars who haven't stepped into the officialdom. They haven't been tainted by the fame and fortune of the officialdom, so their hearts have their own gullies. They also have a lot of ambition. Xinyu had dealt with these people a lot in his previous life. In the eyes of the officialdom, they might be simple and easy to use. However, if you thought that they were stupid and could be manipulated, you would be wrong. When it comes to the matters of the imperial court, it's easy to distort the truth by word of mouth. I have to think of a way to let every place in Dehuan know the exact situation of the imperial court. Xinyu lowered his eyes and pondered. In his previous life, Shang Junlin's reputation had become like that. On one hand, it was because of Qingyu and the others. On the other hand, it was because there was a huge gap in information between the imperial court and the local government. There was no way to spread the news of what Shang Junlin had done to the local government. The news that they received was what others wanted them to hear. Is you talking about the imperial court bulletin? Yes, but not all of it. It needs to be more detailed. Not only will the local government know about the various decisions and measures made by the imperial court, but the imperial court will also know about the local government's situation. In his previous life, Xinyu had an information network that covered almost all of Dehuan. However, it was different from the one he proposed today. This idea was inspired by Xinyu. If they could exchange information and reduce the time difference, it would be more beneficial for the imperial court to control the local government. What does you think? Shang Junlin thought deeply for a while and felt that this method was indeed beneficial. Your Majesty can discuss with the ministers, but you can't squeeze me for everything. Xinyu rested his chin on his hands and looked at Shang Junlin with a smile. You. Shang Junlin was helpless. Fine, I will discuss with the Prime Minister and the others first. After the discussion comes to a conclusion, you can see if there is anything that can be changed. The Prime Minister and the others are much better than me. Xinyu only cared about the idea and didn't want to worry about how to implement it. The ministers in the imperial court knew enough about Dehuan. With Shang Junlin's supervision, the final method wouldn't be wrong. Shang Junlin saw that he didn't want to participate too much and didn't force him. He was willing to satisfy you no matter what kind of life he wanted to live. Your Majesty, many flowers have bloomed in the imperial garden. Let's go and enjoy the flowers. The thing Xinyu did the most every day when he saw Shang Junlin was reviewing reports. It was rare for the weather to be good recently. In a few days, it would be hot. He wanted to take advantage of the weather to walk outside more. Imperial physician Gu also said that you should walk more. Shang Junlin didn't have any objections. He put away the things and took Xinyu out. The evening sun shone on people's bodies, making them feel warm and fuzzy. Xinyu narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. All kinds of flowers bloomed in the imperial garden. Colorful flowers dotted the sea of green, competing with each other in terms of beauty. It was too beautiful to behold. The fragrance of the flowers was carried by the breeze. Xinyu pulled Shang Junlin's sleeve. Your Majesty, how many kinds of flowers are there? Almost all the flowers in Dehuan that can survive in the capital are here. See if there is anything you like. I will ask Meng Chan to bring some to you. Shang Junlin was not interested in flowers and plants. The flowers and plants in the palace had always been taken care of by the palace servants. Xinyu walked and stopped. Occasionally, when he saw something he liked, he would stop for a while. The more fragrant the flowers were, the more it attracted a few butterflies. Don't you know that the flowers here can't be picked? You have already picked a basket of flowers. Who asked you to come here? Shang Junlin frowned when he heard a noise in front of him. Eunuch Meng quickly walked over. This servant will go and take a look. After a while, Eunuch Meng came back. Xinyu came to pick flowers. She was seen by the steward auntie who passed by and was reprimanded. Xinyu, who was about to leave, stopped. Xinyu. Why did she come to the imperial garden? As he spoke, he walked in the direction of the sound. What happened? The man's majestic voice sounded. The palace servants all knelt down. The slightly older palace servant saluted and said, replying to your majesty, this palace maid may not know the rules here and picked some flowers. This servant has already reprimanded her. She didn't know that Xinyu knew them. She was afraid that she would lose her life because of a small matter, so she subconsciously protected her. Xinyu looked at the palace maid who had just reprimanded her in surprise. She hurriedly bowed her head and admitted her mistake. You can leave first. You stay. Xinyu pointed to Xinyu. The palace maid looked at Xinyu before leaving. She wanted to say something, but was pulled away by Eunuch Meng. Get up. Why did you pick these flowers? Xinyu asked. This servant wanted to make flower cakes for the old imperial concubine. I looked for the best place with flowers and found this place. I didn't notice that the flowers here can't be picked. This servant knows her mistake. I'll forgive you for your first offense. Forget it. Xinyu looked at the basket of flowers beside her and curiously asked, you used flowers to make food directly? Not only flowers. If you are interested in pies made with flowers, this servant will send some to Yuzhong Palace after this servant makes them. Xinyu lowered her head. In fact, she was also in the experimental stage. She wasn't sure if the pies she made would be delicious. Xinyu was in a good mood when she walked around the imperial garden on a whim and got a new snack. After walking around, she returned to Yuzhong Palace. The small kitchen had already prepared the meal. Shang Junlin said that if anyone could satisfy the noble lord, he would be heavily rewarded. Because of this sentence, the people in the small kitchen tried different ways to make delicious food every day. Xinyu had a good appetite recently. She ate more than when she first came to the palace. The loss of her last illness was finally slowly made up. She also gained some weight. Shang Junlin felt good when he hugged her. Shang Junlin was relieved that she finally recovered a little. After the last illness, Xinyu's appetite greatly decreased. Seeing that she was getting thinner and thinner, Shang Junlin was distressed. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only instruct the small kitchen to be more careful and think of ways to let Xinyu eat more. Imperial physician Gu didn't recommend eating too much nourishment such as bird's nest. The body that had been damaged for a long time couldn't bear too much nourishment. It could only be nourished a little. Xinyu also didn't like to eat these nourishing foods. Shang Junlin simply fed her every 10 days. Am I eating more now than before? Will I become fat if I continue to eat like this? At night, Xinyu lay in Shang Junlin's arms. She frowned as she recalled her recent appetite. How is you fat? Shang Junlin held Xinyu's wrist and pinched it. You don't have much meat. Xinyu looked at his wrist. It was a strong contrast with Shang Junlin's. The latter's wrist was strong, while his was white and thin. He didn't have much meat. He turned around and lay face to face in Shang Junlin's arms. As he moved, Shang Junlin's inner garment was pushed aside, revealing half of his chest. Shang Junlin's body was covered with a layer of well-proportioned muscles. It was just right and didn't appear exaggerated. When he wore clothes, it couldn't be seen. When there was no close covering, one could see the smooth lines of his muscles. Xinyu didn't have much muscle. Because of his body, his flesh was soft in both lifetimes. He was a little envious of Shang Junlin. However, he didn't know that Shang Junlin loved every part of him. Xinyu poked Shang Junlin's firm muscles. Your Majesty is still the best. If you likes, you can look and touch as much as you want. Shang Junlin let go of Xinyu's hand and pressed the hand that was roaming around his body to his chest. His other hand wrapped around Xinyu's waist. He said meaningfully, Xin loves every part of Yu's body. The atmosphere instantly became ambiguous. Xinyu was on top of Shang Junlin. He looked down at the man lying under him, and an inexplicable emotion flashed through his eyes. Xinyu pressed her hand on the man's chest. She could feel his steady and powerful heartbeat through her palm. She moved her fingers. Yu, do you want to touch it? Shang Junlin coaxed in a low voice. Without waiting for Xinyu's answer, he took his hand and explored it bit by bit. Xinyu pursed his lips, and his fingers curled up slightly. Xinyu couldn't help but stare at Shang Junlin. Your Majesty's words are like gold. We agreed that we wouldn't do anything today. Shang Junlin didn't intend to do anything, but with a beauty in his arms, he couldn't help but be tempted. When he saw Xinyu's complaining eyes, he had to give up. Okay, I won't disturb you today. If you're tired, you can rest. Xinyu looked at him suspiciously. The meaning in his eyes was obvious. It was as if he was asking, why are you so easy to talk to today? Shang Junlin covered his eyes. Don't look at me like that. I'm afraid that I won't be able to control myself. When a man's interest was aroused and he had a sweetheart in his arms, it was difficult to control himself. Since Shang Junlin said that, it seemed that he really didn't intend to do anything. Xinyu relaxed and fell on the man's body, closing his eyes. He was indeed sleepy. If your Majesty likes it, you can touch it. Before going to sleep, Xinyu whispered. As soon as his voice fell, Xinyu felt his waist tighten. The man whispered in his ear, Yu, are you deliberately not letting me sleep? Xinyu rubbed the man's chest and didn't say anything. Shang Junlin waited for a long time, but only heard the sound of the young man's steady breathing. He looked at the bed curtain above his head and smiled bitterly. He wanted to get up to relieve himself, but Xinyu was clinging on to him and frowned every time he moved. Shang Junlin had no choice but to wait until Xinyu was fast asleep before he slowly got off the bed. Shang Junlin came back with a chill. He was afraid that the chill would spread to Xinyu, so he didn't immediately lie down on the bed. Instead, he sat on the edge of the bed and traced the young man's facial features with his fingers. I really don't know if you did it on purpose or not. Even if he did it on purpose, he couldn't do anything to Xinyu. Xinyu had a good night's sleep. When she woke up the next day, she found herself firmly held in someone's arms. The familiar cold scent of the man lingered at the tip of her nose, and her Xinyu moved. Yu is awake? The man's deep voice came from the top of her head. Xinyu softly said, oh. Xinyu, who had just woken up, was still a little confused and slow to react to everything. She didn't even feel the man's hand reaching into her clothes. Shang Junlin carelessly stroked Xinyu's warm skin under his palm. It was rare to see such an obedient and soft side of Xinyu. He deeply felt that he had missed a lot because of the morning court. Xinyu half opened her eyes for a while, and her thoughts came back little by little. Why didn't His Majesty go to the morning court today? I wanted to stay with you today. Xinyu propped herself up and looked at the sky outside. There was no sunlight and it was very dark, so the entire bedchamber was dusky. Is it raining outside? It rained for a while, but it has stopped now. Shang Junlin pressed her back into his arms and wrapped her in the quilt. It's a little cold today, don't catch a cold. Shang Junlin actually went to the morning court, but when he saw that the weather was not right, he was worried about Xinyu, who was alone in Yuzhong Palace, so he hurriedly finished the morning court and came back to accompany him. He still had lingering fears about Xinyu's nightmare last time. He thought that if Xinyu had a nightmare this time, at least he would be by his side. Xinyu was in a daze for a while. When she was completely awake, she got out of bed. Shang Junlin didn't leave Yuzhong Palace for the whole day. During the time, there were ministers who asked to see him, but he refused. Xinyu handed the prescription given by Xinyu to his subordinates. Not long after, they made the finished product and sent the news through Muxi. So fast? Xianyu was surprised. This servant was also surprised. They even sent the finished product. Mushi held a small box and opened it for Xianyu to see. The things in the box were smaller than those made by Xianyu, but they were made in various shapes. They looked more delicate and pleasant. At first glance, it was obvious that the women would like them. Like this, Xianyu picked up one of them. How many can you make in a day? A skilled worker can make about 20 to 30. Xianyu played with the small wooden box in his hand. There were enough people in the manor for the time being, so they could put it in the shop to test the water first. Let them make a batch first. They don't need too many. Put them in the shop in the north of the city to sell. Only a certain amount will be sold every day. It's first come, first served. Let me think about the rest. Yes. The things made in the manor were first sent to Xianyu. Xianyu picked some that could be used. The rest that were suitable for women were given to the palace maids in Yuzhong Palace. Some were sent to the palace of concubine dowager. Did you go to the jewelry shop in the north of the city? They recently launched some new products. Not only do they look pleasant, but they also work well. Are you talking about soap in various shapes? I asked my brother to buy one for me. It's really good to use it to wash my hands. It smells good after washing. There's also their new lipstick. Look, I used it today. Doesn't it look better than the previous one? Wow, it's true. This color suits you very well. I think so too. Their lipstick has many colors. I have decided to buy it there in the future. Considering some problems, Xianyu only let the shop sell lipstick and soap to the outside for the time being. These two things were relatively simple to make. Young master, Mushi came in with the account book. Many customers want to sell more. The shopkeeper wrote a letter to ask if we should increase the daily sales. Ask them if they can do it. If they can, we can increase it appropriately. Xianyu opened the account book and looked at it. To be honest, the results were far beyond his expectations. In just a few days, the profit of the soap and lipstick was more than the sum of the other products. The business of this shop had not been very good. With the two new products, soap and lipstick, it became the most popular jewelry shop among women. I didn't expect it to sell so well at such a price. Xianyu sighed. Considering the uniqueness of the products and the difficulty of making them, Xianyu set the price for these two products not cheap. Originally, he limited the daily sales because he was afraid that they would not be able to sell out. Unexpectedly, the opposite happened. Not to mention the young ladies outside, there are also many people in the palace who want to buy some back. Young master, don't underestimate the purchasing power of women. Mushi said with a smile. I was wrong. You can let them do as they see fit. Xianyu had people who were responsible for taking care of the shop. He did not need to worry about these things. Before the arrival of summer, the Ministry of Works had developed more uses for the cement and put them into practice one by one. Xianyu knew that it would take some time to really use this material on a large scale. With so many people in the Ministry of Works watching, he and Shang Junlin only needed to wait for the final results. Your Majesty, the weather is getting hotter and hotter. Even Xianyu, who was afraid of the cold, put on a thin shirt. When the weather is really hot, Jin will take you to the summer palace to stay for a while. Shang Junlin brushed away the hair on Xianyu's face. The capital of Dahuan had 4 distinct seasons. It was cold in winter and hot in summer. During the hottest period of every year, the emperor would take his concubines and officials to the summer palace to avoid the heat. After Shang Junlin ascended the throne, he had been on the battlefield for a long time. Later, he returned to the capital and did not have much interest in the summer palace. Therefore, until now, he had not been there even once. After receiving Shang Junlin's order, both sides got busy early. It was not a small project for the emperor to go to the summer palace to avoid the heat. They had to prepare a long time in advance. After some inquiries, eldest young master he finally heard news about his younger brother. The moment he heard the news, he was so angry that he trembled. If it were not for the servant who stopped him, he was afraid that he would have directly rushed to Master He and asked for his innocence. He always thought that his younger brother was just staying in a place that they did not know about. He never thought that that place would be a secret prison. A secret prison that did not see the light of day. Oh, how ridiculous. His father obviously knew this result long ago. Why didn't he tell them? He even said that his younger brother would come back directly after he finished what he was told to do. He probably did not intend to save his younger brother from the beginning. Young master, calm down. It's just a guess. It doesn't mean that young master is in that place. You can't panic. If something happens to you, who will care about young master? Eldest young master, he reluctantly pulled back a bit of rationality. You're right. Continue to investigate. I want accurate information. If my younger brother is really in that place and father does not intend to do anything, then don't blame me for saving him myself. He did not want to care about the so-called overall situation. Those who gave the orders did not even show their faces. He did not know why his father was so obedient to them. The news has already been leaked. Shang Junlin turned around. It seems like the He family is planning to make a move as well. I just don't know how the He family will react when they find out that their son has already caused a huge disaster. The He family had been dormant for a long time. Since they were not willing to take the initiative to take action, Shang Junlin did not mind adding fuel to the fire. What about Qingyu? Are those people really not going to care about his life or death? Qingyu was almost confirmed to be the mastermind behind the fraud, but those people did not take any action. It should not be. It doesn't matter. If they don't show up, Qingyu will continue to stay in the dark prison. They will be more anxious than us. They knew that there was a trap ahead. Should they jump in? No, it should be said that they had no choice but to jump in. Eldest young master, he did not let them wait for long. He directly gave them a surprise. Your Majesty, do you mean that eldest young master he directly took the secret order of Master He and the other side to the dark prison? Xinyu raised his eyebrows in surprise. That's right. How did he order those people to take action? Is the He family dormant in the capital waiting for these people to take action? It should be. Otherwise, what can those people from the He family do? It was not that Shang Junlin looked down on them. It was just that most of the people from the He family were servants and guards. In order to cover up, they did not bring many people. The He family and the forces behind them probably did not expect that all their plans would be ruined by eldest young master He's desire to save his younger brother. Shang Junlin smiled but did not say anything. Eldest young master he would never know that the information that he thought he had painstakingly gathered was actually leaked to him on purpose. But I also did not expect that he could really bring all those people out. While they were talking, the leader of the Imperial Guards reported, Your Majesty, all the people have been arrested. Shang Junlin held Xinyu's hand. Do you want to go with me to take a look? Xinyu shook his hand that was held by Shang Junlin. Your Majesty, it seems that you did not give me a chance to choose. The two left the palace and went to the secret prison. A section of the road leading to the prison was paved with cement. When the carriage traveled on it, it was much smoother than other places. Xinyu lifted the curtain and looked outside. When Dahuan is paved with such roads, it will be much more convenient to go back and forth. When there is a chance in the future, I will take you around Dahuan. Okay, Your Majesty, you can't go back on your words. The secret prison was brightly lit and was surrounded by layers of Imperial guards. Xinyu followed Shang Junlin out of the carriage and sighed. This is probably the most lively time in the secret prison. Wasn't it? In addition to the Imperial guards, there were so many people who broke out of the prison. Xinyu seriously doubted that the secret prison could hold all these people. On the other side, knowing that the secret order and the people were taken away by young Master He was furious. Are you all idiots? You let him take them away? Didn't I say that except for me, no one else can touch these things? Master, you really can't blame us. The servant wanted to cry but had no tears. Young Master He took your letter and said that you ordered him to come. You also told us before that you would do something tonight and asked us to be alert. We thought it was really you who sent young Master He. It could only be said that young Master He was too good at picking the time. After all, he was his eldest son. Master He wouldn't deliberately hide things from him. Except for some things that he really couldn't let him know, he would more or less reveal a bit of other things to young Master He. This time, it was the same. Family head he didn't have much vigilance against eldest young master he, so he was easily tricked. Where is the letter? Show me. The servant took out a letter with trembling hands. Family head he took the letter and read it. He was so angry that he wanted to laugh. The handwriting and tone of the letter were almost the same as what he wrote. No wonder the servants didn't suspect anything. Besides, eldest young master he made use of the time difference to take the girl away without anyone being suspicious. Master, what should we do now? That unfilial son most likely knows where his younger brother is and brought people to save him. See if you can bring him back. If you can, then there's still a chance of survival. If not. The servant didn't dare to delay and immediately left. However, before he could get far, he saw a group of Imperial Army soldiers surrounding him. In front of the well-trained Imperial Army, the He family had no power to resist. Patriarch He gritted his teeth and retreated to the secret passage with a few of his trusted subordinates. He had raised such a good son for nothing. In the end, Patriarch He and his eldest son, whom he missed dearly, met in the dark prison. By the time Xianxia and Shang Junlin arrived, all of them had been caught. Xianxia and Shang Junlin walked into the dark prison. The dark prison was filled with torches, so it was as bright as day. Xianxia looked at the dark prison under such light for the first time. Patriarch He and eldest young master He were locked up next to youngest young master He. Prince He was locked up in another place. The rest of the prison breakers were either executed on the spot or locked up together. Prince Yu had heard the movements in the dark prison. He thought that these people were here to save him. However, he didn't expect that these people didn't stop at the place where he was locked up. They went directly to another place and were caught by the Imperial Army soldiers who had been lying in ambush for a long time. Prince Yu was stupefied from the beginning to the end. He had been in contact with the outside world these days. Those people also said that they would save him today. He waited and waited with full expectation. Finally, those people came. However, those people didn't even look at him. There were special officials in charge of the interrogation. Shang Junlin brought Xianxia here just to see the situation. The leader of the Imperial Army followed beside the two of them and explained what happened that night. According to your Majesty's order, I sent people to observe the eldest son of the He family in secret while guarding all the entrances of the secret prison. As expected, a group of unknown people met with the eldest son of the He family and headed straight for the secret prison. The rest of the matter was clear at a glance. Eldest young master He, who was eager to save his younger brother, didn't know that he had fallen into the hunter's trap from the beginning. He brought people in and was caught red-handed. He directly accompanied youngest young master He. After sending away the leader of the Imperial Army, Shang Junlin took Xianxia to the place where Prince Yu was locked up. You have expected this, right? You allowed me to send messages to the outside world. You have been waiting for this moment for a long time, haven't you? Prince Yu calmed down and thought of many details. When he was first locked up in the dark prison, he couldn't get in touch with the outside world. Why did he suddenly get in touch with the outside world one day? In addition, there were many things that were wrong. At that time, he was in a hurry to get out. Even if he noticed it, he didn't take it seriously. Now that he thought about it, there were too many flaws. Prince Yu is smart this time. Unfortunately, even if they want to save you, they don't dare to show up in person. They only dare to send some people from afar and hand you over to the unreliable He family. Shang Junlin sneered. Prince Yu was full of hatred. But now he was completely defeated. He could only watch as Shang Junlin stood in front of him with the posture of a winner. Shang Junlin was a high and mighty emperor who looked down on everything. But he was a prisoner who was crushed into the mud. His future was unknown. Xianxia was also looking at Prince Yu. The difference between the current Prince Yu and the man in his previous life was too big. It was so big that he began to doubt whether they were really the same person. It turned out that without the so-called protagonist's halo and the praise that was deliberately applied to him, he was just such an ordinary person. Shang Junlin handed over the prison break to official Feng, who had hurried over, and returned to the palace with Xianxia. Along the way, Xianxia didn't speak. When they arrived at Yuzhong Palace, Shang Junlin directly carried him out of the carriage. Are you still thinking about Prince Yu's matter? Xianxia shook his head and nodded. He was thinking more about his previous life. He thought that what he saw with his own eyes in his previous life and the book he read after his death was the whole truth. At this moment, he suddenly realized that both of them were confusing. Sure enough, he couldn't rely too much on the so-called world's plot. Shang Junlin didn't put him down. He directly carried him and walked inside. Everywhere he passed, the palace servants lowered their heads. Xinyu fluttered, "Your Majesty, quickly put me down." "I won't." Shang Junlin flatly refused. "So many people are watching, isn't it right and proper for me to carry my noble husband? Not only can I carry you, I can also kiss you, I can." Enough, Xinyu didn't want him to continue, so he interrupted, "If your Majesty wants to carry me, then carry me. As long as your Majesty doesn't dislike me for being heavy." "How can I dislike you for being heavy? You should be fatter. It's more comfortable to carry." Shang Junlin weighed the young man in his arms. To him, Xinyu's weight was really nothing. From a minor illness to a major one, Xinyu's weight was still much lighter than a normal person's even though he had recovered a little during this time. The He family was taken down in one fell swoop. Following the clues of the He family, they finally found traces of the mysterious power behind them. Although they couldn't find the real mastermind, it was much better than before. Shang Junlin arranged for the officials who were transferred back from other places one by one. The new officials who entered the imperial examination also gradually entered the imperial court. Everything seemed to be thriving. The Grand Commandant who planned the fraud in the imperial examination was removed from his position, and the position of Grand Commandant was vacant. The aristocratic families and the officials from poor families fought to the death in the imperial court for this position. Especially the aristocratic families, they had already lost too much. If the person who took the position of Grand Commandant wasn't from their faction, it would be a huge blow to them. As Shang Junlin promoted a group of new officials, the aristocratic family's monopoly of the imperial court was finally broken. Because of the aristocratic family's interference, the position of Grand Commandant was never decided. These disputes temporarily didn't affect the peace of Hanlin Academy. "The two of you came together again?" Jiang Huiqing smiled and greeted the person who spoke, replying, "I rode on Brother Qingyu's carriage. You know, I'm a little embarrassed recently." The reason was that Jiang Huiqing took a fancy to a set of unique copies. He really wanted it and was worried that it would be bought by someone else if he was late, so he could only reluctantly buy it. I know. When you finish copying, don't forget to lend it to us." "I won't forget." Jiang Huiqing was on duty with He Qingyu. At first, Jiang Huiqing had some misgivings and didn't want to get too close to him. Later, when he saw that his colleagues were easy to get along with, he acted much more casually. He still lived with He Qingyu, and the two of them went in and out together. The people in Hanlin Academy knew that they had a good relationship and often joked about it. Jiang Huiqing went from being embarrassed at the beginning to being able to face it calmly, and only 10 days had passed. "That's right, I seem to have found one of the files you asked me to find last time. Do you want to take a look?" "Thank you." Jiang Huiqing's eyes lit up. "It's been a few decades. Why are you looking for these?" The person was curious. "I admire the great scholars of the past and want to know more about them," Jiang Huiqing explained with a smile. "That's right. You are indeed interested in these. I will help you pay more attention to other things." He didn't suspect anything. After all, Jiang Huiqing's hobby had been deeply rooted in the people of Hanlin Academy. It was normal for a person who could spend all his money to buy a unique book to be interested in the deeds of the great scholars of the past. Fortunately, he had a good relationship with Scholar He, so he could be helped from time to time. Xinyu occasionally received letters from Jiang Huiqing, and they were all about daily interesting things. Xinyu also wrote a few letters in reply. For some reason, Xinyu found that Shang Junlin didn't seem to like to talk about Prince Yu in front of him recently. Even if he asked, the topic would be changed after 2 or 3 sentences. "Why does your Majesty suddenly not want to talk to me about Prince Yu?" After the topic was changed again, Xinyu asked. He wanted to know if Shang Junlin simply didn't want him to know about Prince Yu, or did he not want him to know about other things as well. Shang Junlin stroked Xinyu's neck and said in a hoarse voice, "I brought you to the dark prison that day for selfish reasons. huh? Xianyu was stunned. I know that when you were outside the palace, Prince Yu approached you. I wanted you to see Prince Yu, your majesty, Xianyu interrupted Shang Junlin. Does your majesty care about these things? Shang Junlin looked at him with deep eyes. The more you loved someone, the more you couldn't tolerate that person having any shadow of someone else. You could say that he was overbearing or paranoid, but he didn't want anyone else to occupy Xianyu's eyes and mind. He brought Xianyu to see Prince Yu because he wanted him to deeply understand that Prince Yu was not worthy of his love. After a long while, Shang Junlin held Xianyu's hand. I thought that I could ignore Yu's matters outside the palace, but I was wrong. I can't ignore it. Everything that happened to Yu, I can't ignore it. Was what Yu said to Prince Yu true? Did Yu really just treat Prince Yu as my substitute? Xianyu was silent for a moment. Your Majesty, why are you so clear about what I said before I entered the palace? He asked while knowing the answer. With the hidden dragon guards, everything in the capital could not be hidden from Shang Junlin. Since he was chosen to enter the palace, it was normal for him to be investigated. I know that Prince Yu once approached you with his identity hidden. Later on, you two had a conflict. Shang Junlin pinched Xianyu's chin and turned his head to face him. Yu, answer my question. Shang Junlin's eyes were dark as he stared at Xianyu without blinking. A biting cold aura swept over. Xianyu narrowed his eyes uncomfortably. Your Majesty, don't you know what I think? Why do you care about Prince Yu? What is he? How can he be compared to your Majesty? As for the matter between me and Prince Yu, your Majesty must know my character very well. How can I be sincere to someone who approached me with an impure purpose from the beginning? Xianyu knew that since Shang Junlin asked, he would not be able to mediate this matter. No matter what kind of feelings he had for Shang Junlin, he did not want Prince Yu to be a thorn between them. He and Prince Yu had broken off completely in his previous life. In this life, there would be no involvement. I know that Prince Yu is not a good person. Shang Junlin gently stroked Xianyu's chin. Yu, I am not suspecting you. I know. Xianyu covered Shang Junlin's mouth. Your Majesty, you don't need to say this. I should have explained to you about Prince Yu. I said those words just to annoy him. Now it seems that maybe it was a prophecy. The only difference is that I have no interest in finding a substitute. If I love someone, I will do whatever it takes to get them. Even if I can't get them, I will not do something as immoral as finding a substitute. What's more, how can Prince Yu be worthy? In Xianyu's eyes, Xianyu was arrogant and unscrupulous. Shang Junlin knew that what Xianyu said was exactly what he thought. Shang Junlin loosened his grip on Xianyu's chin and suddenly pulled her into his arms. Jin understands, Yu. Xianyu patted Shang Junlin's back to comfort him. Your Majesty, you don't have to think too much. There is no fate between King Yu and me, and there will be no follow-up. Shang Junlin rested his head on Xianyu's shoulder. Who is Yu's fate? Of course it's your Majesty. With your Majesty here, no one else would have a chance. Does your Majesty lack confidence in yourself? After receiving Xianyu's accurate answer, the haze in Shang Junlin's heart that had been covering him for many days was blown away by the wind. He tightened his arms and wished he could rub Xianyu into his body. Seeing that Shang Junlin was comforted, Xianyu was relieved. He didn't want King Yu to become a barrier between them. As summer came, the weather gradually became hotter. The courtiers received the news that they would go to the summer palace this year and began to prepare. While preparing, they couldn't help but be curious. Why does His Majesty suddenly want to go to the summer palace this year? A few years ago, some courtiers proposed it, but they were all rejected by him. His Majesty has never enjoyed himself. This time it may be because of you. No matter what the reason is, the successive emperors of Dahuan have all gone to the summer palace every year, except for our current His Majesty. To be honest, the summer in the capital is too hot. It's good to go there to avoid the summer heat. The one who spoke was the official who had written several times to ask His Majesty to go to the summer palace to avoid the summer heat. He thought that he would have to spend the summer in the capital until he resigned. He didn't expect the surprise to come so suddenly. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. Xianyu's clothes were getting thinner and thinner. His body temperature was still as cold as before. It was very comfortable to hold him in his arms. Shang Junlin held him in his arms whenever he had time. This made Xianyu suffer. Men were hot-tempered. In the winter, it was fine. He was a human-shaped big heater. Xianxia nestled in his arms and felt a steady stream of heat. It was very comfortable. It was different in the summer. Every time he was hugged by Shang Junlin for a while, he would sweat all over. There was a small lake in Yuzhong Palace. A pavilion was built on the lake. Since the weather became hot, Xianxu's favorite place became this pavilion. According to Xianxu's preferences, the pavilion was decorated in a new way. There was light-colored gauze hanging around, and there was ice in the corner. A cool breeze blew over the water, bringing a burst of coolness. Shang Junlin finished his work and returned to Yuzhong Palace. He looked around the room but couldn't find Xianxia. He walked straight to the pavilion. There had always been no shortage of ice in the palace. However, Imperial Physician Gu said that Xianxu's body wasn't good, so he couldn't be too cold. There wasn't much ice in the room. Although Xianxu was afraid of the cold in the winter, he was the one who was the most cold in the summer. After the pavilion was cleaned up, Xianxu came here most often. Shang Junlin lifted the gauze and saw Xianxu half leaning on the couch, reading a book. Young eunuch Meng was holding a fan and gently fanning Xianxu behind him. The palace servant knelt down to greet him. Xianxu put down the book in his hand and sat up. "Your Majesty, are you done with your work?" "Yes." Shang Junlin walked to Xianxu's side and sat down next to him. When he was setting up the pavilion, due to space restrictions, the soft couch inside was much smaller than the one in Jade Gate Palace. Shang Junlin could be considered to have fulfilled a small wish of his. As soon as Shang Junlin leaned over, he brought a burst of hot air. Xianxu dodged to the side and was caught by the man. "Where are you hiding, Ayu? It's so hot." Xianxu refused to stick close to Shang Junlin. "There is ice in the pavilion. Let me hug you for a while." Shang Junlin firmly held Xianxu's waist with one hand and did not let him go. "Your Majesty, don't you feel hot?" Xianxu was helpless. Shang Junlin rubbed his cheek. "Ayu's body is very cold. But Your Majesty's body is very hot." Xianxu leaned his body away, wanting to stay away from the man. "Ayu likes to snuggle into my arms during winter. Why do you dislike me now?" Shang Junlin pressed Xianxu's back and pulled him into his arms. Xianxu gave up struggling and half lay in the man's arms. "Your Majesty also knows that it's winter. There was ice in the pavilion, so it was not that hot." Xianxu quietly lay there for a while, and the temperature of his body gradually dropped. He knew that the man would not let him go, so he simply found a comfortable position and continued to read the book on the side. "How is the use of ice in your room recently?" Shang Junlin asked Mu Shi, who was serving beside him. Mu Shi told him the amount, which was strictly according to Shang Junlin's instructions. Shang Junlin nodded with satisfaction. Xianxu was speechless. He knocked his head against the man's chest. "Your Majesty has already given an order to the people in my palace. Are you still worried that I will use more ice? Ayu, did you forget that you almost caught a cold last time because you were greedy for the cold?" Shang Junlin pinched his earlobe. Xianxu lowered his head guiltily. The weather suddenly became hot a few days ago, and he could not stand it, so he asked the palace people to put more ice in the bedroom. If Shang Junlin had not found out and removed some ice in time, he would have most likely fallen ill because of the cold. After that, Shang Junlin strictly controlled the amount of ice in his palace. Xianxu read the book for a while and suddenly thought of something. "Your Majesty, is it only the influential families in the capital that can use ice? Some big merchants can also use it." "Why?" "Most of the ice used in Dahuan in the summer was stored ice. Not to mention the huge amount of work, there were not many that could be preserved. Some families with the ability would store their own ice. Those who did not have this ability would choose to buy it. However, because of the quantity, the price was often higher, and ordinary people rarely bought it. I just suddenly thought of a way to make ice, and it's very simple. If we can make ice, the people in Dahuan can also use it." Xianxu said the method he learned from the book. As one of the golden fingers of the main character in the book, Shenqing ran, it brought him some benefits. "What method?" Shang Junlin was interested. "When saltpeter is dissolved in water, it can be made into ice." Xianxu ordered people to bring saltpeter and water. After experimenting, he really got ice. Looking at the freshly made ice that was emitting cold air, Xianxua's eyes flashed with a touch of complexity. In his previous life, when the king of Yu found out about this method, the first thing he did was to kill everyone who knew about it. Then he arranged for a group of mute slaves to make ice for him and sell it at a high price. In his previous life, Xianxia did not know that the method to make ice was so simple. When he knew that the king of Yu used mute slaves to make ice, he thought that there was some secret behind it. This method is really convenient. Shang Junlin felt that the newly made ice was not much different from storing ice. Compared to storing ice in winter, it was much easier to make saltpeter. With this method, ordinary people can also use ice in summer. Mushi was so shocked by this scene that she could not close her mouth. After giving the things to Shang Junlin, Xianxia did not ask any more questions. What Shang Junlin wanted to do with it was his business, as long as he did not end up as a money-making tool like the king of Yu. He knew that Shang Junlin would not do that, otherwise, he would not have taken out these things. Xianxia wiped his hands and lay back on the couch. With the addition of a basin of ice in the pavilion, it was even cooler. The palace servants kept looking at the newly made ice. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. Shang Junlin also stood beside the ice and looked at it for a while before sitting back on the couch. Once the news of the new method to make ice was announced, it caused an uproar in the imperial court. Everyone knew how hot the summer in the capital was. Those who had the ability to store ice would definitely store more in winter. Those who did not have this ability could only buy ice in summer at a high price. If they could make ice in summer, it would bring more convenience. I have not announced the method to the public for the time being. Shang Junlin changed out of his court attire and walked towards Xianxia. I will let the imperial court control it for a period of time. When the conditions are right in the future, I will decide whether to announce it or not. The imperial court would set the price. This could prevent the ice from falling into the hands of a small number of aristocratic families and becoming their money-making tool. It could also prevent some unscrupulous merchants from selling the ice at a high price to other places in Dahuan. Your Majesty can decide. Xianxia did not have any objections. After the date of the trip to the Summer Palace was confirmed, everyone in Yuzhong Palace became busy. A large group of people headed to the Summer Palace. Xianxia was directly arranged to stay in Shang Junlin's residence. The Summer Palace was built halfway up the mountain. As soon as they came up, they could feel a burst of coolness. Xianxia squinted his eyes in satisfaction. Your Majesty did not arrange a place for me to stay? Xianxia looked around at the decorations. There were many things that could only be used by the emperor. You naturally has to live with me. Shang Junlin did not give him a chance to refuse. He directly picked him up and walked inside. The palace servants lowered their heads and focused on their own matters. Xianxia was already used to Shang Junlin carrying him here and there. He skillfully wrapped his arms around the man's neck and gently blew into his ear. I have been living with your Majesty. The ministers won't say anything, right? Shang Junlin's footsteps paused. His eyes darkened. He quickly put him on the bed and ran his fingers across his cheek. You has to behave well. Xianxia was a noble, so naturally, he should have his own residence in the palace. The quality of his residence would show how favored he was. At the beginning of the arrangement, the people in the palace had allocated a good courtyard for Xianxia, but Shang Junlin rejected it and arranged for Xianxia to live in his residence. When they were in the palace, it was Shang Junlin's biggest regret that he couldn't move Xianxia to his own palace. Now that he had the chance, he wouldn't let Xianxia live in another courtyard. Xianxia said those words to tease Shang Junlin. He didn't care what those officials thought of him. If he really cared about these things, he wouldn't have chosen to enter the palace in the first place. Xianxia was gently placed on the bed by the man. Then, he hooked his arm around Shang Junlin's neck and didn't let him get up. Your Majesty, what do you want me to do? Shang Junlin rubbed Xianxia's soft lips with his fingertips. With a little force, his fingers sank into her lips. What does you think? Isn't spring already over? Xianxia looked at Shang Junlin with clear eyes. Shang Junlin reacted for a while before he realized what Xianxia was hinting at. He leaned over and covered the young man with his body. With you by my side, why do I need to wait until spring? Xianxia's tongue touched the man's fingertips. It was like a casual sweep, which easily aroused the desire in the man's heart. "But your majesty is going to see the minister soon." Xinyu blinked innocently, as if she wasn't the one who had deliberately aroused the man's desire. Shang Junlin suddenly withdrew his hand, pressed the young man to himself, and kissed him fiercely. The man's kiss could never be called gentle. It was like a storm, with a strong sense of aggression. Every movement showed the intention of eating the young man. Xinyu was forced to raise her head and bear all the wind and rain that swept over her. Are you sure that I can't do anything now?" Shang Junlin bit Xinyu's lips and slowly retreated. Xinyu's face was dyed with a layer of light pink. Her lips seemed to be painted with rouge. Her hair was spread out under her body, slightly messy. "Your Majesty obviously started it first." The young man's eyes were watery and red. He lay down softly. Shang Junlin almost exhausted his lifetime of restraint, but he didn't do anything. "I'll let you go this time." After he finished speaking, Shang Junlin got up. Xinyu tilted his head and laughed softly. He didn't know when it started, but he liked to see Shang Junlin's helpless expression. "Your Majesty," Xinyu's eyes glanced at a certain place. "No." After settling down here, he still needed to meet with the courtiers. This little time was not enough. Xinyu laughed enough and slowly sat up. In fact, he was also a little moved, but it was not as obvious as Shang Junlin. He was fine after a while. "I also asked Imperial Physician Gu to come over. If you are not used to it, let him take a look at you." Shang Junlin tidied Xinyu's hair. Because he had helped Xinyu recuperate, Imperial Physician Gu had become the person Shang Junlin valued the most in the Imperial Hospital. This time, Shang Junlin had also brought him along. Officials were allowed to bring their family members to the Summer Palace. Imperial Physician Gu was worried about leaving Gu Huai alone in the capital, so he brought him along. The other courtiers also brought their wives and favored children. The Summer Palace, which had been cold for many years, suddenly became lively. After Xinyu tidied up, he brought Muxi out of the courtyard. This palace was built with the power of several generations of the Great Huan dynasty's monarchs. As the monarch, the place where Shang Junlin lived was the best one. "Young master, this place is so beautiful." The surrounding scenery was unique. Muxi couldn't take it all in. Yes, in terms of enjoyment, who can compare to the imperial family? This was the first time Xinyu came to this summer palace. When the late emperor was still on the throne, Duke Xianbei doted on the concubine's son. Even if he could bring his family members here, he would never think of Xinyu, the legitimate son. On the contrary, Shen Qingran and Madame Ru came here because of Duke Xianbei. After Shen Qingran went back, he showed off in front of little Xinyu. Xinyu thought at that time that he must come here with his own strength in the future to see what it was like. Now, not only did he come here, but he also lived in the most honorable place. However, he no longer had the same mood as when he was a child. "Who did Duke Xianbei bring here?" Xinyu asked. "It's concubine Zhou, who used to be at odds with concubine Ru." Muxi had already found out. "Shen Qingran didn't come?" "No, he's still locked up by Duke Xianbei." Duke Xianbei had been fighting with the forces of the King of Yu for a while. The trouble caused by Shen Qingran was also solved after a lot of effort. Now, whenever he heard Shen Qingran's name, he would feel annoyed. How could he bring him out? Shang Junlin brought nearly half of the officials here. Although he said it was to avoid the summer heat, in fact, it was just a change of location to deal with government affairs. There were still a lot of memorials to approve every day. Because he was not in the capital, the workload was heavier than before. Xinyu saw that Shang Junlin was so busy every day that his feet didn't touch the ground. He sincerely felt that being the emperor was not a good job. Even if he was in the summer palace, Shang Junlin didn't relax his control of all kinds of things in the capital. Every day, the movements in the capital would be transmitted to the summer palace through a special channel. The summer palace was smaller than the capital. Xinyu bumped into Duke Xianbei several times. He didn't know if Duke Xianbei did it deliberately, but every time Duke Xianbei saw him, he didn't do anything, so Xinyu didn't care. Concubine Zhou, who followed Duke Xianbei, was warm and respectful to Xinyu, as if she didn't hit him when he was down in the past. Xinyu was too lazy to pay attention to them. Gradually, he didn't go out anymore. Young master, recently, there are a lot of good-looking young masters and young ladies around His Majesty. Do they really think that His Majesty is someone that everyone can covet? Mushi walked in angrily. Xinyu put Shang Junlin's newly picked flowers in a vase. His Majesty will take care of it himself. He didn't know where Shang Junlin had learned recently, but he would bring some fresh flowers back every day. Some of them could survive, so Xinyu asked the palace servants to find a vase and raise them well. Those that couldn't be dried were put in a storybook that he had already finished reading. Young master, aren't you worried at all? When Mushi heard the news, she was anxious to death. Now, she had completely recognized Shang Junlin's existence. She didn't want a third person to take away Shang Junlin's favor. Of course, she knew that as the emperor, it was impossible to have only one person in the harem forever. But she just couldn't accept that Shang Junlin, who said that he wouldn't accept any new people, had anyone besides Xinyu. She often walked outside these days and heard a lot of news. His Majesty had clearly said that, so why were these people still dreaming of becoming a member of the harem? Xinyu took a handkerchief and wiped his hands. He said, neither too fast nor too slow. What am I worried about? What they think in their hearts is their own business. Can I care what they think? If they really enter the palace, what will you do? I brought you out to let you relax. Why are you more worried than in the palace? Don't worry, your young master won't let these things happen. Since Shang Junlin had promised him, he wouldn't have a chance to regret it. As for those who coveted Shang Junlin, he didn't mind doing what he said. Once they entered the palace, they couldn't blame him for not being able to get out. Xinyu thought that these words would only spread in a small circle. He didn't expect that when he went out for a walk with Shang Junlin, he would encounter them. Miss is so beautiful. You're not inferior to Xingui Jun. As long as His Majesty sees you, he will definitely like you. But, miss, don't say but. Eldest young master said that this is our best chance. If we succeed, Miss will be a concubine in the future. You won't have to worry about being casually married off. Inyang's life in the Fu will also be much better. You're right, the woman composed herself. Are you sure His Majesty will pass by here? Miss, don't worry. This servant has already asked around. You only need to wait here quietly for a while. His Majesty will come over. At that time, whether or not it succeeds depends on Mississippi at the corner. Xinyu elbowed Shang Junlin. His Majesty is really popular. If I didn't follow him out today, would he have a beautiful encounter with the woman in front of him? Is you jealous? Shang Junlin grabbed Xinyu's arm and directly pulled him into his arms. He leaned close to his ear and whispered, from the beginning to the end, Zhen only wants a you. Zhen thought you already knew. The conversation at the corner was still going on, but Xinyu couldn't hear it. The wet touch spread from the back of his ear, little by little, until it reached his lips and stopped. Shang Junlin's lips were close to Xinyu's skin. His hot breath sprayed on Xinyu's face. I thought they had already given up. Xinyu frowned. Shang Junlin had repeatedly expressed his attitude, but he didn't expect these people to still be unwilling. Shang Junlin's fingertips gently brushed the wrinkles between Xinyu's eyebrows. How can they give up so easily? With the imperial power hanging in front of them, no matter how Shen expresses his attitude, they will still have this kind of heart. Do you think they are interested in Shen? No, they are interested in the power and interests behind Shen. Does His Majesty want to go out and see her? How could Xinyu not know this? Since ancient times, how many women who entered the harem were completely willing? Zhenzeyu is jealous. Why would Zhen still want to see her? Shang Junlin suddenly picked up Xinyu, turned around and left. The leaves rustled down. Not far away, two women turned their heads and only saw the swaying branches. Did someone come by just now? I don't think so. This servant didn't notice anyone. Xinyu was carried all the way back to the bedroom. Eunuch Meng came forward and was directly reprimanded. Eunuch Meng didn't dare to stay and led all the palace servants out of the room. Xinyu was thrown onto the bed and pressed down by Shang Junlin. Shang Junlin was half a head taller than Xinyu and could completely wrap him under his body. Xinyu was uncomfortable being pressed down by Shang Junlin, so he pushed Shang Junlin. Shang Junlin didn't move away. Instead, he moved closer and stared at the young man under him with his long and narrow eyes. Xinyu narrowed his eyes and skillfully turned over to press down on Shang Junlin. Shang Junlin didn't expect Xinyu's actions and his eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. Xinyu sat on Shang Junlin's waist with one hand on his chest and the other holding his chin. His Majesty attracts bees and butterflies. I want to punish His Majesty. Shang Junlin's tense body relaxed and his eyes flashed with interest. How does you want to punish Xin? Just punish His Majesty by not being able to move. Xinyu finished speaking and bent down. Her black hair poured down and spread over Shang Junlin's entire chest. Shang Junlin's Adam's apple bobbed violently. This was the sweetest and most torturous thing. Let Jin touch you. Shang Junlin couldn't hold back anymore. He turned over and held Xinyu down, then lowered his head and kissed him. The kiss went all the way down, accompanied by a light nibbling, and finally stopped at a certain spot. Xinyu moved uneasily and suddenly felt that he was wrapped in warmth. Don't. Xinyu never expected that Shang Junlin would do such a thing for him. Xinyu could not hold on to the quilt under his body. He felt like he was in the middle of a storm. He was thrown up high and could not fall down. The flowers by the window were blooming beautifully. The branches reached into the room and shyly closed the petals. After a long time, Shang Junlin released him. His Adam's apple moved as he swallowed the food in his mouth. Xinyu was confused. When he saw this scene, his eyes were filled with turbulent waves. He even forgot what he wanted to say. Shang Junlin supported his body and moved upward. He found Xinyu's lips and leaned over. Xinyu tilted his head to avoid it. Shang Junlin turned his face. A storm was brewing in his eyes. Why are you avoiding me? Your Majesty did not rinse your mouth. Why do you dislike your own things? Shang Junlin found it funny. Xinyu did not answer. He also did not give him a kiss. Shang Junlin left a trail of kiss marks on Xinyu's cheeks and neck. Xinyu's heart was itching. He got up and casually rinsed his mouth with water. He leaned over again. Is this enough? As soon as he finished speaking, his kiss fell on Xinyu's lips. I want you. Accompanied by the sound of sucking and water, the man's voice was low and dangerous. Xinyu struggled. His body was so weak that he could not escape from the man's shackles. Xinyu frowned in discomfort when the place that had never been touched by anyone was suddenly visited. The man's kiss left his lips and covered his eyes. Relax. Xinyu could not relax. His body was stretched into a line. Shang Junlin tried several times, but Xinyu could not adapt. A thin layer of sweat appeared on their foreheads. Xinyu bit his lower lip to relieve the discomfort. Because of the pain, his face was pale. His lips were red and the corners of his eyes were red. His brows were tightly knitted. Kissing the side of his neck, Shang Junlin took a deep breath and resisted the urge to continue. Shang Junlin had been worried that Xinyu might not accept him easily, but he did not expect that things would be so difficult at the last moment. After the finger left, Xinyu felt a little better. He raised his hand and touched the sweat on the man's forehead. Your Majesty, please solve it yourself. How can you be so heartless? Shang Junlin closed the distance between him and Xinyu. Xinyu was firmly restrained by the man. She felt guilty and turned her face away from Shang Junlin. Shang Junlin pressed his thumb on his rosy lips and said in a low and hoarse voice, can you help me in another place? Xinyu pursed his lips. Even dislikes his own things. I won't force you. Other than here, Shang Junlin touched Xinyu's lips. His eyes were dark. There are other places where you can help me. I'm afraid that you will be tired today. After Shang Junlin finished speaking, he kissed the young man's lips again. This time, his actions were swift and ruthless. Xinyu was once again thrown up high by the churning waves. His tightly clenched fingers were forcefully separated, and the gaps between his fingers were invaded as he interlocked his fingers with Shang Junlin's. The sky gradually darkened. During the ups and downs, Xinyu was awakened by the man's actions several times. He was very tired. However, Shang Junlin was in high spirits and did it again and again. Unrestrained. Xinyu did not remember when he fell asleep. When he woke up again, the sky was already bright outside. His body was very fresh. It seemed that he had been washed. His clothes were dry and the bedding had been changed. Xianxia moved and instantly felt sore all over his body. At the end of last night, Xianxia wanted to directly kick the man out of bed. However, every time he stretched out his leg, the man would grab it and play with it. After suffering a few losses, Xianxia could only let him do as he pleased. Xianxia did not know how others were like, but he knew that Shang Junlin's energy was definitely not something a normal person could have. Last night, he might have been stimulated and did it for longer than usual. It was more than just a little tired. Xianxia rubbed his sore wrist and wanted to sit up. Shang Junlin came in with a bowl of hot porridge and saw Xianxia getting up. The young man's face was flushed. His eyebrows and eyes were wrinkled. His lips were especially red and covered with a layer of water, like a ripe fruit that was tempting to be picked. As he moved, his thin clothes slid open, revealing a mottled area. Shang Junlin walked quickly to the bed, put the porridge aside, and helped Xianxia get up. "Are you hungry?" Shang Junlin calculated the time and came back with the porridge. Xianxia just opened his eyes. A little. Xianxia had not rested for almost the entire night. He looked tired. Knowing that he loved cleanliness, Shang Junlin asked the palace servants to bring hot water. After washing up, Xianxia put on a coat and moved to the soft bed. He was not very comfortable and was not in a good mood. Shang Junlin fed Xianxia spoonful by spoonful of porridge. Seeing that he was still a little tired, he asked, "Do you want to sleep for a while more?" Xianxia did not want to sleep anymore. Shang Junlin accompanied him for the whole day. In the evening, he was called away by the minister for a meeting. Shang Junlin dilly-dallied and refused to leave. Xianxia pushed him, "Your Majesty, you should go do your business." Shang Junlin had no choice but to go. When he came back, Xianxia had already fallen asleep on the soft bed. Under the candlelight, Shang Junlin stared at his face for a while. Then, he gently picked him up and put him on the bed. Perhaps he was too tired the night before, Xianxia did not wake up even after being carried around. The next day, Xianxia was still a little tired. Shang Junlin called Imperial Physician Gu to examine him. After Imperial Physician Gu finished checking his pulse, he glanced at Shang Junlin and lowered his head to think about the wording. "Imperial Physician Gu, if you have something to say, just say it." Shang Junlin held Xianxia and massaged Xianxia's finger bones with one hand. Imperial Physician Gu made up his mind and tried to speak in a calm tone, "Your Majesty has not fully recovered. Your Majesty needs to control your sexual activities." Shang Junlin paused. "I understand." Imperial Physician Gu prescribed the medicine and left. On the way back, he shook his head and thought, "Your Majesty has worked hard." Xianxia was in a daze for 3 days. On the 4th day, he finally recovered. "Have you heard anyone talking about entering the harem these days?" Xianxia brewed a pot of tea for himself and asked Mushi. "No. Her Majesty has warned those families who had thoughts about it. Now, at least they don't dare to show it on the surface." As for what they thought in their hearts, Mushi felt that her young master was right. How could she care about what these people thought in their hearts? Since the matter had been solved by Shang Junlin, Xianxia did not ask any more questions. Her Majesty has asked someone to make a swing. Do you want to sit on it? Mushi saw that Xianxia was in a good mood today and suggested. Xianxia had been cooped up in his room for a few days. He also felt that it was time to go out for a walk. The swing in the courtyard was very different from the one in Yuzhong Palace. Xianxia walked over and touched it. Then, he sat down. The swing was set up under an ancient tree. The ancient tree was lush with branches and leaves, blocking the sunlight overhead. Xianxia took a miscellaneous book and slowly flipped through it. Who was trespassing? There was a noise outside. Xianxia pulled his mind out of the book and asked, "What's going on?" "I don't know." Mushi looked confused. "I'll go and take a look." After Mushi finished speaking, she turned and walked towards the source of the noise. After a while, Mushi came back. Her face was a little ugly. "It's a woman. She wants to see Her Majesty." The establishment of a new department in the Independent Ministry of Works had been put on the agenda. Shang Junlin had been busy with this matter recently. Now, he happened to be discussing it with the Prime Minister and others. Did she say the reason? Xianyu put down the book. No. Mushi shook her head. She didn't summon anyone. The guards didn't let her in. She insisted. I sent someone to send her away. Even in the temporary imperial residence, it wasn't easy to see the emperor. Xianyu and Shang Junlin's residence was heavily guarded. If there was no summon, the guards wouldn't let anyone in. Ordinary people wouldn't force their way in for no reason. It was a serious crime to disturb the emperor. Xianyu got up from the swing. Take me to see her. Before he got close, Xianyu heard a woman's gentle voice. This voice gave Xianyu a familiar feeling. When he got closer, he saw that it was the person he met a few days ago. After he came back that day, Xianyu went for wool and came home shorn. He almost got himself killed. Now that he saw her, he suddenly felt a dull pain somewhere. That day, except for not going in, he did everything he should and shouldn't. In the end, Xianyu was so tired that he couldn't even lift a finger. What's going on? Xianyu coughed softly and interrupted the confrontation. Guijun. The guard bowed. This woman said that His Majesty left something with her. She wants to return it to His Majesty in person. But she didn't summon anyone, so I can't let her in. How could His Majesty leave something with you? Xianyu looked at the woman standing outside indifferently. The woman bit her lip. His Majesty went to Inu Pavilion that day. This humble woman met His Majesty there. The thing was also left there. Give it to me. I will give it to His Majesty for you. Xianyu didn't intend to let her in. This woman coveted the imperial harem. Her purpose for coming here today was probably not pure. No, I have to give it to His Majesty personally. The woman took a step back, her eyes red. Xianyu narrowed his eyes. Is your purpose to return the thing or to see His Majesty? If it's the former, just give it to me. If it's the latter, I advise you not to waste your time. Her purpose was naturally the latter. That day, she waited in the woods until late at night, but she didn't see His Majesty. When she went back, she was puzzled. The next day, she heard that His Majesty was furious and forbade them to have any evil thoughts. She was silent for 2 days. In order to relieve her depression, she got lost. She didn't expect to pick up the jade pendant that His Majesty dropped. At that moment, she realized that her opportunity had come. She also heard that Guijun was a very scheming person in the palace. Her brother warned her not to confront this person. She didn't achieve her purpose, so she didn't want to make enemies easily. But she didn't expect that Guijun would be so direct. Being looked at by those clear eyes, it seemed that all the calculations in her heart couldn't be hidden. How can Guijun slander this humble woman like this? This humble woman just wants to return the jade pendant that His Majesty left in this humble woman's hands. There is no other intention. No matter what, she must never admit her thoughts. Jade pendant? His Majesty left the jade pendant with you? The young man's expression was unreadable. The woman felt a little uneasy in her heart, but she still nodded. I was wondering why His Majesty lost a jade pendant 2 days ago. It turns out that you picked it up. Shang Junlin didn't care if it was lost. It was only when Xianyu found that the jade pendant he wore was missing a piece that he realized that it was lost. Since it was lost, there is no need to take it back. But after all, it is His Majesty's personal item. It's not good to leave it in the hands of outsiders. Mushi, give me the jade pendant. Mushi walked to the woman's side. Regardless of her struggle, she took the jade pendant back and handed it to Xianyu. Xianyu didn't even look at it and directly threw it on the ground. In an instant, the jade pendant was smashed into pieces. It's something that has been touched by others. Just destroy it. This was worn by His Majesty. Aren't you afraid that His Majesty will blame you for destroying it? The woman didn't expect that Xianyu would be so unreasonable. Her face changed greatly. If I fell, then so be it. His Majesty will only care about whether I fell to my heart's content. Xianyu turned around and said coldly, send this girl back. How could the woman be willing to accept that her plan had failed before it could be implemented? She looked at the jade pendant that was broken by Xianyu, and her eyes flashed with resentment. What was worse than the thing that she wanted was easily taken away by others? She had waited for a long time for this opportunity, but it was easily destroyed by others. Moreover, it was in such a way. How could she not see that Xianxia was warning her not to touch something that she shouldn't covet? But why? Xianxia was just luckier than her. He entered the palace one step ahead of her. Why did he put on such a high and mighty attitude? Guijun, does His Majesty know that you are so jealous? I just wanted to return His Majesty's jade pendant, but you directly broke it. Xianxia stopped and looked at the woman coldly. I thought everyone knew that I am a person who can't tolerate sand in my eyes. Don't let me know that you have ideas that you shouldn't have in the future, otherwise. The pressure in the young man's eyes was like a mountain. The woman had no doubt that if she really dared to do anything, her end would be the same as the jade pendant. She was too careless. She almost forgot that there was a woman who deliberately fell on His Majesty and was still detained in Yuzhong Palace. She began to feel fear in her heart. No matter how ambitious she was just an unmarried woman. In terms of knowledge, how could she compare with Xianxia? What's the noise? A man's low voice sounded from behind. Xianxia tilted his head and saw Shang Junlin coming from another direction. He was originally discussing things with the Prime Minister and several ministers. Suddenly, he received the news that a woman wanted to see him. She also said that she wanted to return his personal belongings. Shang Junlin directly sent the messenger away and didn't plan to come out to meet her. If he didn't hear that Xianxia went out, he would never come out. Greetings, Your Majesty. Everyone present bowed. Shang Junlin excused their salutations. He didn't even look at the delicate woman who was about to cry and walked straight to Xianxia. Is you feeling better today? Ever since that night, Xianxia had always been listless. Shang Junlin was extremely anxious. He only felt relieved after Imperial physician Gu confirmed that Xianxia was fine. For the next few days, he did not dare to cause trouble. It was rare for Xianxia to have a good rest for a few days. His spirit had also slowly recovered. On the way here, Shang Junlin already had a rough idea of what had happened. She was just a stranger to him, so he was too lazy to waste his time on her. Xianxia snuggled into Shang Junlin's arms. Your Majesty, I broke your jade pendant, you won't blame me, right? You doesn't like it. It's just a jade pendant. Shang Junlin held Xianxu's hand and put it in front of his eyes. Is you injured? Xianxia was a little unhappy at first, but she was amused by Shang Junlin's action. It's just a jade pendant. How can I be injured? Next time, if you don't like it, you can let the people around you break it. You don't have to do it yourself. Shang Junlin pinched Xianxu's fingers. That woman. Xianxia looked sideways at the woman outside. The woman finally met Shang Junlin. She originally wanted to do something. It would be better if she could plant the seed of Xianxia in Shang Junlin's heart. However, she didn't expect that Shang Junlin didn't care about the others at all. He didn't even look at her. The woman's face was pale and she was on the verge of collapse. However, no one pitied her because of her weakness. How many people from the palace were innocent? They could see the woman's true intentions at a glance. Now that she didn't achieve her goal and the emperor didn't punish her, why did she pretend to be bullied? Someone, send her back. She will be punished by copying the precepts for women. Order the elders in her family to take good care of her. I don't want the same thing to happen again. Yes. Also, Shang Junlin slowly rubbed Xianxu's fingers. Next time, don't let these people cause trouble in front of the emperor. If they disturb the emperor's mood, I will hold you responsible. Yes. Your Majesty allowed these people to bring their family members here. It's a grace to them. Who would have thought that these people would have so many thoughts behind the scenes? Xianxia certainly knew that the woman wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Whether it was for power or for other reasons, there would always be moths to a flame. Shang Junlin was swift and decisive. He didn't leave any face for the woman. Not long after, everyone in the palace knew that the daughter of the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue had failed in her attempt to get close to the emperor and had been disliked. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue flew into a rage. Lock up this disgraceful thing. Without my permission, no one is allowed to let her out. He knew that his daughter had some thoughts. To be honest, he was also a bit moved. Looking at Xin Guijuan's current treatment, He knew that if his daughter entered the palace and was favored, what kind of glory would it be? Because of this, he didn't stop his daughter's actions. However, he didn't think that Shang Junlin would be so merciless. Now, who didn't know what his daughter had done? She received mocking looks from others. Because the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue was born in an aristocratic family, his path had been paved by his elders. He was just waiting to be promoted to the Minister of Revenue. When had he ever encountered such a situation? Your Majesty is putting the face of the Tan family on the ground and stepping on it. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue fiercely downed a cup of wine. That's not all. Your Majesty has his own ideas. Do you really think that he's only targeting the Tan family? He clearly wants to use this matter to make an example out of us and warn us not to have thoughts that we shouldn't have. Your Majesty's prejudice against the aristocratic families isn't new. Originally, we planned to send more sensible aristocratic daughters into the palace to ease the tension between the two sides. Who would have thought that Your Majesty would be blinded by a man and not want anyone else? Our plan can only be put on hold. Allowing those rumors to spread was also a form of probing. In the past, the emperor lived in the depths of the palace and had almost no contact with the aristocratic daughters. In the palace, as long as the emperor wanted, he could see the aristocratic daughters at any time. Perhaps the emperor would change his mind after seeing how good the aristocratic daughters were. The emperor didn't care about those private rumors. Just when they thought they saw an opportunity, the emperor's fierce attack directly shattered their fantasies. The emperor didn't tacitly agree. He clearly wanted to find an opportunity to deal with it once and for all. After this, who would dare to have such thoughts? No matter what they thought, at least they wouldn't dare to show it. Every family would restrain their family and their subordinates. The aristocratic families couldn't afford to lose face. After Shang Junlin's outburst, Xinyu didn't encounter similar things again. Mushi also said that no one dared to talk about these things in private. Xinyu was quite satisfied with this result. No one would be happy if their own people were constantly being targeted by others. Even during the hottest time of the year, the temperature in the palace wasn't too high. It was even a little cold at night. Finally, Shang Junlin wouldn't be despised when he hugged Xinyu to sleep. A batch of memorials was sent from the capital every 3 days. Today was the day to send memorials again. Xinyu watched eunuch Meng instruct a group of eunuchs to move the memorials into the study room. Then, he moved the memorials out and sent them back to the imperial city. Why are there so many memorials this time? Xinyu walked in and took a look. He was surprised. Those aristocratic families who stayed in the capital received news about the palace. Most of them are probably related to that incident. After Shang Junlin finished reading the memorials in his hand, he put down his pen and instructed, Meng Chang, sort these memorials and put the less important ones aside. Eunuch Meng deftly went to sort the memorials. Shang Junlin led Xinyu out of the study room. The people in the capital have already used ice. The Ministry of Works asked me for the recipe to make ice, but I haven't given it to them yet. Now, the people who were arranged to make ice were all people from the imperial farmsteads. These farmsteads belonged to Shang Junlin. Shang Junlin had specially instructed them not to leak the recipe to make ice. Your Majesty, don't give it to them yet. Xinyu suddenly thought of another use of saltpeter, to make weapons with great lethality. After the new department is established, I want to put the recipe there. Shang Junlin was talking about the Bureau of Natural Resources that was being prepared by the imperial court. It was independent of all the departments in the imperial court and directly under the emperor. At the beginning, it was agreed that the officials in the Bureau of Natural Resources would not have the same power as the 6 ministries. After this plan was put forward, not many people opposed it, except for the Minister of Revenue. After the Bureau of Natural Resources was established, a lot of money was bound to be invested. The Minister of Revenue valued the money in the national treasury more than anyone else. He only wanted to spend every penny on the blade. I want the Bureau of Natural Resources to be completely separated from the imperial court. If the profits from the things made can be used as the cost of the next research, then we won't be restrained by any forces in the imperial court. I want a pure Bureau of Natural Resources that won't have too many entanglements with other officials. Shang Junlin explained his plan. Xinyu felt that this was quite good. Did the Minister of Revenue impeach me again? Ever since that incident, the Minister of Revenue didn't like Xinyu. He could find a reason to impeach Xinyu no matter what he did. He also did a lot of things that deliberately distorted the facts. You, don't worry. I will avenge you. Shang Junlin had also been eyeing the position of the Minister of Revenue for a long time. The two strolled to the lake. The lotus flowers in the lake were growing well. An exquisite boat was parked on the shore. Xinyu pulled Shang Junlin over. Your Majesty, do you know how to row a boat? A little. Then he knew how to row a boat. Your Majesty, how about we row a boat? Seeing the interest in Xinyu's eyes, Shang Junlin didn't refuse. Eunuch Meng wanted to call a few imperial bodyguards who knew how to row a boat over, but Shang Junlin refused. He got off the boat first, then took Xinyu. The boat wasn't big, just enough to accommodate two people. Shang Junlin rowed the boat to the center of the lake and stopped. Xinyu reached out to the lotus heads not far away. He successfully plucked one, broke it open, and put one into his mouth. It was so sweet. Shang Junlin saw that Xinyu liked it, so he rowed the boat closer. He plucked some and put it beside Xinyu. Ayu likes it. When we go back, I'll ask the kitchen to make some lotus seed snacks for you. Do you have them in the palace? Of course. There are many different kinds of lotus flowers in the palace. The weather in the temporary imperial residence was cool. Even if the sun shone down, it wouldn't be too hot. Shang Junlin was afraid that Xinyu would get sunburned, so he broke off a lotus leaf and held it above Xinyu's head. Xinyu ate the lotus head. It was sweet in his mouth. He peeled one and put it beside Shang Junlin's mouth. Your Majesty, have some too. Xinyu's hands were very white. Under the sunlight, his fingers became more lustrous. It was hard to tell whether the lotus seed or his fingers were more attractive. Shang Junlin's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Shang Junlin lowered his head and sucked on the lotus seed along with Xinyu's finger. After biting it gently, he released it. It's very sweet. Xinyu didn't know if he was referring to the lotus seed or something else. Xinyu withdrew his hand as if he was scalded. Under the man's increasingly aggressive gaze, his face gradually turned red. Ayu, try it. After speaking, Shang Junlin leaned over, pulled the young man under his body, and kissed him. Xinyu had just eaten the lotus seed. The sweetness of the lotus seed was like sweet dew in his mouth, tempting him to suck on it. The sweetness of the lotus seed lingered between their lips and teeth. Shang Junlin pressed Xinyu down and deepened the kiss. The lotus leaves had unknowingly leaned to one side and covered their faces. After the kiss, Shang Junlin slightly distanced himself from Xinyu. One of his hands was still on Xinyu's back, supporting him from falling down. Xinyu was panting slightly, and there was a touch of rouge at the corners of his eyes. Shang Junlin's eyes became darker and darker. Ayu, Xinyu felt Shang Junlin's interest and turned his head. Your Majesty, Eunuch Meng and the others are still on the shore. Ayu, if you lower your voice, they won't find out. Shang Junlin raised his hand and brushed away Xinyu's messy hair. His fingers lingered. No. Xinyu refused without thinking. Your Majesty, how many days do you want me to lie down this time? This time, I won't do it like last time, okay? Shang Junlin knew that he had indeed gone too far that day. Except for not really going in, Xinyu had been bullied by him from top to bottom. Xinyu looked around. The place where they were was surrounded by lotus leaves, far from the shore. No one on the shore could see what they were doing. Didn't the imperial physician say that Your Majesty should control yourself? Recalling that night, Xinyu didn't want to agree. He was not averse to this kind of thing, but if it was like last time, then forget it. His body could not withstand Shang Junlin's torment. Ayu, how long has it been since I last messed with you? Shang Junlin lowered his head and rubbed against the young man like a big clingy dog. Xinyu was annoyed by him. The two of them were so close together that any of their reactions would be easily detected by the other party. Shang Junlin sensed something and leaned on Xinyu's shoulder, laughing softly. Ayu wants it too, doesn't she? I don't want to. Xinyu glared at him. If he hadn't rubbed against him, would he have become like this? Okay, Ayu, I promise, just once, okay? Shang Junlin did not give up, his warm breath sprayed on Xianyu's neck. Xianyu had no choice but to relent. Only once, with your hands. Like a dog that had eaten meat, Shang Junlin's eyes suddenly lit up. The unrowed boat swayed gently, ripples of water rippling under the boat. Xianyu bit her lips to prevent the sound from overflowing. The man's lips lingered on her neck, all the way up, swallowing all the sound into his stomach. The sun gradually set in the west. The palace servants waiting by the shore looked anxiously at the center of the lake from time to time. Mushi looked anxiously for a while and asked, "Eunuch Meng, do we need to find Her Majesty and Guijun?" It had been so long, why was there no movement at all? Eunuch Meng could not make up his mind. Without Her Majesty's orders, they could not act rashly. Wait a little longer. If Her Majesty and Guijun do not come out before dark, we will send people to find them. Xianyu's body moved up and down with the rocking of the boat. She struggled to avoid the man's kiss. Her Majesty said that she would only, I didn't lie. You, be good, come closer. Shang Junlin nibbled the delicate skin on Xianyu's neck and coaxed in a hoarse voice. He didn't lie, but it took a little longer. Xianyu was so angry that she bit Shang Junlin. The man paused for a moment, then became even more ruthless. Just as Eunuch Meng was hesitating whether to send the guards to find them, a small boat slowly appeared in front of them. Eunuch Meng took the lead to welcome it. Shang Junlin carried the young man wrapped in a black robe and got off the boat. Eunuch Meng quickly ordered people to stop the boat and walked behind Shang Junlin. Your Majesty, go back first. The man's voice was full of satisfaction. Eunuch Meng tactfully stopped talking and followed behind Shang Junlin with his head lowered. Inadvertently, he saw an arm hanging down from the black robe. The white skin was covered with red marks. Eunuch Meng hurriedly looked away and did not dare to look any more. Xianyu was not asleep. His leg only hurt. What surprised him more was that Shang Junlin actually carried those small bottles with him. Why did Your Majesty bring these? Xianyu half leaned on the bed and played with the jade bottle in his hand. He took it out from Shang Junlin's robe. One bottle was fine, but Shang Junlin actually brought several bottles. The jade bottle was thin and long. As it was played with by the fair and slender fingers, it seemed to have some kind of arousal. Shang Junlin thought of the pair of hands that held him just now. The skin on the palms was tender and slightly cold to the touch. He was addicted to the taste. Your Majesty? Seeing that he was distracted, Xianyu stopped what he was doing. Shang Junlin coughed softly. I just thought that it would be more convenient to carry it with me. What was convenient? Xianyu did not want to think about it. Shang Junlin suddenly reached out and held Xianyu's hand. Together with the bottle in his hand, he wrapped it in his palm. Do you feel uncomfortable now? I'm fine. Except for a few places. This time, it was indeed fine. When he woke up the next day, Xianyu was in good spirits. Except for some places that were still a little uncomfortable, compared to the last time, there were no sequelae. Young master, Her Majesty sent people to deliver a lot of lotus seeds. Mushi led people to move the lotus seeds into the room. There were indeed a lot. Xianyu counted silently. It was enough for him to eat for a few days. Shang Junlin was still worried about Xianyu, so he called Imperial Physician Gu over the next day. Your Majesty's body is fine. Imperial Physician Gu said after taking his pulse. Xianyu also felt that he was fine. I told you that there was no need to trouble Imperial Physician Gu to make a trip. Let Imperial Physician Gu take a look. I'm more at ease. After that, Imperial Physician Gu was invited to the study to ask about Xianyu's physical condition in detail. In the middle of the night, Xianyu was awakened by the noise. Shang Junlin patted his back. I'll go take a look. You can continue sleeping. After that, Shang Junlin put on his coat and went out. Xianyu lay down for a while but couldn't fall asleep. He simply sat up and asked Mushi to light the lamp. What's the situation outside? It seems that a minister's residence caught fire. Mushi had been waiting outside the room. She heard the news from a palace servant. How could it catch fire? The emperor and important ministers of the imperial court lived in the palace. Which one of them wasn't a noble? The servants were always very careful. It was almost impossible for such a big accident to happen. Xianxia put on a cloak and walked outside. At a glance, he saw the blazing fire. This direction seems to be the residence of a certain aristocratic family. Xianxia muttered. It's the residence of the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Why did you come out? Shang Junlin walked in from outside and directly pulled Xianxia into his arms. At night, the temperature in the palace was low. Xianxia nestled in the man's arms for a while and gradually felt warm. I couldn't sleep, so I came out to take a look. I've already arranged for someone to put out the fire. Don't worry. Shang Junlin touched Xianxia's hair. The fire in the palace was not a trivial matter. Whether it was man-made or accidental, it needed to be thoroughly investigated. Shang Junlin sent Xianxia back to his room to continue resting. He went to meet the ministers. The Prime Minister and others had been waiting in the study for a while. After Shang Junlin came in, he sat in his seat and knocked on the table. What do you think of tonight's incident? The answer given by Lord Tan is that the servants accidentally knocked down the candle flame and the house burned. Fortunately, it was discovered early and didn't cause too much damage. Who was injured? Except for Miss Tan's face, everyone else is fine. Do you think it was an accident? In my opinion, it doesn't seem like it. Why was Miss Tan the one who was injured, and after such an incident? Because Shang Junlin wanted to punish the chicken to warn the monkey, he didn't hide what happened that day from the public. Now, only a few days after the incident, Miss Tan almost died in the fire. No one would think that it was a coincidence. In the small courtyard of the Tan family, Miss Tan had just been rescued from the fire. She was still in shock and leaned in the arms of a servant girl. She knew better than anyone that tonight's fire was not an accident. If she hadn't been on guard, she wouldn't have been able to walk out alive. She touched the untreated wound on her face, and her eyes were obscure. You're so embarrassing. You even embarrassed yourself in front of His Majesty. If you don't have a life, don't have such ambition. In the end, you'll only implicate us. The Tan family's legitimate daughter looked at Miss Tan condescendingly. Her tone was full of sarcasm. You're really lucky to be able to escape from such a fire. Miss Tan silently clenched her fists. Father, in my opinion, we should just send away those careless servants. No one was injured anyway. The Tan family's legitimate daughter had always disliked her younger sister, who was born of a concubine. It wasn't because of the difference between legitimate and concubine, but because her good sister was like her yin yang. They liked to pretend to be weak. Every time she did something wrong or wanted something, as long as she put on a bullied face, she would get what she wanted. This time, she was even more daring. She went directly to His Majesty and didn't even look at herself. She dared to covet that position. The result was that the Tan family became the laughingstock of everyone. All right, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue scolded. Call a doctor for your sister to look at her face. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue didn't want to look at this disgraceful daughter and left with a flick of his sleeve. When he thought of explaining these things to His Majesty, he had a headache. But, he couldn't not go. When Shang Junlin returned, the sky was already bright. Xianxia didn't sleep well in the latter half of the night and got up early. The servant made lotus seed porridge and presented it to her. The snow-white lotus seeds floated in the bowl. Xianxia used a spoon to poke at them. Why are you up so early? Shang Junlin walked in. Mushi, go and bring a bowl of porridge for His Majesty. After Xianxia gave the order, she answered Shang Junlin's question. I couldn't sleep. How is the matter being handled? For the time being, we only found out that it was an accident. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue also insisted that it was a servant's mistake and didn't intend to investigate further. Shang Junlin sat beside Xianxia. The palace servants quickly brought the lotus seed porridge over. His Majesty, have some too. Shang Junlin picked up the porridge and finished it in a few bites. Xianxia also put down the bowl and wiped her mouth with a handkerchief. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue is standing at the cusp of the storm. He hopes more than anyone that this is just an accident. After the palace servants finished cleaning up, Shang Junlin pulled Xianxia's hand and walked to the bed. You, sleep with me for a while. Xinyu thought that he didn't sleep for most of the night and didn't refuse. After changing clothes, Shang Junlin hugged Xinyu and lay down on the bed. It's still more comfortable to stay with you. She was soft and fragrant when he hugged her. Even if he didn't do anything, Shang Junlin could hug her for a whole day. On the other side, in the study room with the doors and windows tightly shut, the middle-aged man asked in a deep voice, "How is the matter?" "Rest assured, my lord. I have already spread the news according to your request. When the sky is bright, everything will be as you wish." Xinyu lay in the man's warm arms and soon fell asleep. Shang Junlin looked down at him. He didn't feel sleepy at first, but after looking at Xinyu's peaceful sleeping face for a while, he gradually felt sleepy. Not long after, Shang Junlin also fell asleep with him in his arms. After sleeping for a while, Xinyu woke up feeling refreshed. He touched his side and found that Shang Junlin was not there. He must be busy with government affairs. Hearing the noise, Mushi came in to serve him. After washing up, Xinyu took a book and asked, "Did something happen? Your expression didn't look right when you came in." Mushi pursed her lips and didn't know if she should tell Xinyu. Xinyu rolled up the book and gently knocked on her head. "Tell me, what happened?" "It's outside. People are saying that you ordered someone to set the fire last night." Mushi was indignant. "You didn't do anything. How can these people slander you for no reason?" Xinyu restrained the smile on his face and sat on the soft couch with the book. "Tell me the details. This morning, when I went out, I heard people secretly saying that there was something wrong with the fire last night. Someone deliberately set it to get rid of Miss Tan. Otherwise, why would Miss Tan's room catch fire among so many rooms? It was indeed man-made, but I don't know the real purpose of the person behind the scenes." Xinyu hid the deep thought in his eyes. It's not a big deal for them to talk about this, but for some reason, they all suddenly agreed that it was you who set the fire. They said it was because you couldn't tolerate other people around His Majesty, and Mushi couldn't continue. Xinyu picked up the teacup and took a sip. "Continue." "They said that His Majesty originally took a fancy to Miss Tan and wanted to bring her into the palace, but you refused. You even had a big fight with His Majesty and drove Miss Tan out. You also spread rumors to tarnish Miss Tan's reputation." Hearing this, Xinyu understood that the ultimate target of this fire was him. "Does His Majesty know?" Xinyu asked. "I found out early this morning. Before His Majesty left, he told us not to disturb your rest." "Didn't he tell you not to tell me about this?" "No." Mushi shook her head. "She only told us not to worry if you knew about it. Her Majesty will take care of it." "How many people think so now?" "Other than those who serve here, it's spreading everywhere else." When Mushi heard the rumors, he immediately went outside to inquire about the news. The more he heard, the angrier he became. "Young master, don't worry. His Majesty has already sent people to deal with it." Xinyu shook his head. "For this kind of thing, if we can't come up with a truth that is enough to convince them, it won't really stop. As the saying goes, 3 men make a tiger. Even if he didn't do it, the more people who talked about it, the more they would implicate him." This was probably one of the motives of the mastermind. Xinyu was right. Even though Shang Junlin ordered people not to talk about it in private, the rumors didn't disappear immediately. Instead, they spread more and more. Not only in the temporary imperial residence, but also in the capital. Shang Junlin received the secret message from the hidden dragon guards. His eyes were clouded and the air pressure around him was getting lower and lower. "Call the Tan family members over." Eunuch Meng didn't dare to delay. He called the Tan family members over as fast as he could. Official Tan and Miss Tan, who had just had ointment applied on her face, came over. "Have you heard the rumors outside?" Shang Junlin sat on the throne and said coldly. "Your Majesty, I am innocent." Official Tan knelt down in fear. "I don't know where the rumors came from. I can swear that I didn't do it. I don't know anything." Miss Tan knelt down silently and didn't say anything. "Is that so?" Shang Junlin's voice was indiscernible. "Then why did the rumors come from the servants of the Tan family?" "I really don't know. Your Majesty, please understand." Official Tan cowed out heavily. There was only fear in his heart. When he heard the rumors, official Tan's heart turned cold. Even if he was given 10 guts, he wouldn't have dared to spread such rumors. Everyone knew that Shen Guijun was His Majesty's most beloved person. Was he trying to court death by doing such a thing? Shang Junlin also knew that official Tan didn't do it. Official Tan didn't have the guts to do it. He turned to look at one of the people involved. Did you notice anything wrong last night? This humble girl is certain that someone wants this humble girl's life. The lady, whose expression couldn't be seen clearly, suddenly raised her head. Last night, after I fell asleep, I vaguely felt that someone was walking around in the room. There was also a conversation that was suppressed. I didn't hear what they were saying. Not long after, the room was on fire. There is one more thing. I don't know if it counts. Before I fell asleep last night, an unfamiliar servant girl brought me a bowl of bloody swallow's nest. She said that my father saw that I was injured and specially sent someone to bring it to me. I felt that something was wrong, so I didn't eat the bowl of swallow's nest. I didn't dare to sleep too deeply at night. If she ate the swallow's nest and it happened to be drugged with sleeping pills, she would most likely have died in the fire. Shang Junlin ordered people to watch over the Tan family. There were many suspicious points in this matter, especially when it involved Xinyu. Shang Junlin couldn't remain rational. Your Majesty, don't frown. Xinyu reached out and smoothed out the wrinkles between the man's eyebrows. Shang Junlin took the opportunity to hug Xinyu. He buried his head in his neck and took a deep breath. I would rather they wanted to deal with me. His Ayu was so good that he didn't dare to hurt her in the slightest. Those people were bold and directly used such a vicious method to deal with him. The more Shang Junlin thought about it, the lower the pressure around him became. When he caught those people, he would definitely let them know what it meant to live a life worse than death. Xinyu stroked Shang Junlin's back. All right, Your Majesty, don't be angry. There is nothing to be angry about. It was just slander. What kind of words had he not heard before? When he worked for King Yu in his previous life, he had been scolded by all kinds of people. Compared to that, this was nothing. I won't allow them to talk about Ayu like that. Ayu is so good, how can I let them slander her? They don't deserve it. Xinyu's heart warmed. She relaxed in the man's arms. Does Your Majesty know who did it? Shang Junlin didn't have many clues. Your Majesty, do you want to know who did it? Xinyu blinked her eyes. Ayu knows? Shang Junlin raised his head and looked at him curiously. I don't know now, but I will know soon. Xinyu smiled and whispered into Shang Junlin's ear. Ayu is really... Shang Junlin laughed. Your Majesty, just do what you need to do. As for the rest, you just need to lend me a few hidden dragon guards. This matter was not only limited to the officials on the surface, Shang Junlin had also instructed the hidden dragon guards to investigate. The Tan family was placed under surveillance, and every servant was interrogated. Their hard work paid off. They finally found a clue. The rumors became more and more intense. It was to the point where they could hear people talking about it everywhere they went. Everything is going according to your expectations. I believe that in time, your wish will come true. The subordinate complimented him. You have done well this time. After this matter is settled, the things that I promised you will belong to you. Thank you, Your Majesty. The subordinate was delighted. You may leave. Keep an eye on the situation outside. Yes. Imperial physician Gu and Gu Huai also heard the discussion about this matter. I believe that Your Majesty is not such a person. Imperial physician Gu had been in contact with Xinyu for a period of time. He trusted Xinyu's character. Brother is right. If Your Majesty really wants to deal with Miss Tan, why would he use such a stupid method? In the short period of time that they had spent together, Gu Huai clearly understood that Xinyu was not a fool who would do such a stupid thing because of jealousy. It is probably to sow discord between Your Majesty and Your Majesty. Your Majesty has been in the palace for so long and has always dominated Your Majesty. Your Majesty also dotes on Your Majesty and refuses to take in concubines. Those who want to send their daughters to stabilize their status can no longer sit still. Imperial physician Gu sighed. I don't know if Your Majesty will believe Your Majesty. Those people don't think about it. If your majesty doesn't like them, what's the use of sending them into the palace? They will not get any benefits and will be implicated instead. Gu Huai was very disdainful of this kind of behavior that used women to gain status and power. It is a pity that some people are blinded by power and will never understand this point. Gu Huai nodded in agreement. The people behind the scenes wanted to wait until the day when Xianyu would be neglected by Shang Junlin. Unfortunately, after waiting and waiting, Xianyu and Shang Junlin got along as usual. Even Shang Junlin was more clingy than before because he was worried about Xianyu. This was different from what he had imagined. When the people behind the scenes saw the news from their informants, they were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. "Darren, your majesty summons you." A servant's voice came from outside the room. He hurriedly put away the letter beside him and strode out of the room. When he arrived, he found that there was no one else except for Shang Junlin and Xianyu. "Your majesty, your majesty." Shang Junlin didn't say anything, so he could only kneel. Gradually, uneasiness surged in his heart. "Darren, I don't think there is much hatred between you and me, right?" Xianyu's calm voice broke the silence. Darren Yi's heart palpitated. "I don't know what your majesty is talking about. Otherwise, why would Darren Yi commit arson and injure people and point all the evidence to me?" Xianyu looked at him calmly. The uneasiness in Darren Yi's heart gradually increased. He forced himself to remain calm and said, "Even if you are your majesty, you can't slander a court official." He did it very cleanly. Even if he gave himself away, he would only point all the evidence to Xianyu. It would be impossible for him to be discovered. Whether it is the truth or slander, Darren Yi knows better than anyone else. If you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place. Xianyu stood up and walked in front of the kneeling man. "Darren Yi has read so many books. Don't you understand this simple principle?" It seems that Darren Yi still refuses to admit it. Xianyu sighed in distress. "Darren Yi is so confident that we won't be able to find any evidence?" Darren Yi stiffened his neck and didn't speak. "In fact, we won't be able to find anything. Who asked Darren Yi to personally send the evidence to us? The blood swallow's nest is such a precious tonic. Darren Tan would never give it to a concubine's daughter who brought shame to the family. Not every aristocratic family has the Yi family's background. Of course, one swallow's nest doesn't mean anything. What if we add this?" Xianyu took out a rolled-up piece of paper from his sleeve. There was a special pattern printed at the end of the paper. It was used by Darren Yi to send messages to the capital. "How did you get this?" Darren Yi reached out to take it, but Xianyu withdrew his hand. "Now you are willing to admit it?" Lord Yi's actions were tantamount to admitting Xianyu's words. His expression changed again and again as he slowly retracted his hand. He had seen the seal on the paper very clearly. It was used to contact the people in the capital. The detailed arrangements to incite the people to slander Xianyu were all sent to the people in the capital through this seal. Now that Xianyu was holding one of them, did he have the other one as well? This was not the only thing he had written in the letter to the capital. There were many other things that could not be known by outsiders. Lord Yi's face turned ashen when he thought of the consequences if His Majesty found out. "Do you admit to your crimes?" Lord Yi, who had been immersed in his thoughts, was startled awake by the cold voice. He looked forward in panic. After a moment, he cowed out heavily. "I admit to my crimes." As expected, Xianyu put away the letter in his hand and walked slowly back to Shang Junlin's side. He sat down. "Why are you targeting me?" "As far as I know, the Yi family has no plans to send their children into the palace." After the incident with the Tan girl, Shang Junlin had sent people to investigate which worlds had taken action. The Yi family was not among them. It could be said that the Yi family had never had such thoughts. Lord Yi was silent. Xianyu cracked his fingers. "Let me guess. It's because of Yi Jianming?" Since there was no conflict of interest in the harem, he must have done something unfavorable to the Yi family elsewhere. Xianyu searched his memories. This was the only thing that matched. Yi Jianming was stripped of his imperial results and will never be able to become an official. Your family spent a lot of effort to nurture him. Unfortunately, before he could do anything for the family, he was abandoned. You were unhappy and targeted me. Do you think that if I had not appeared at the Qianlin banquet, His Majesty would not have punished Yi Jianming? Xianyu's every word pierced through Lord Yi's heart. He had never failed like this in his entire life. Yi Jianming was the child he valued the most. He liked him the most among the younger generation of the Yi family. Yi Jianming's intelligence was not inferior to others. He had high hopes for his successor, but because of a small matter, he was ruined. How could he take this lying down? After that incident, although Yi Jianming did not suffer any physical injuries, the child's mental state had undergone a huge change. He was muddle-headed all day long and did not look like a young master of an aristocratic family at all. As for the people who went to the Qianlin banquet with Yi Jianming, of course, he did not let them go. They were just some small family clans that relied on the Yi family. It would be easy to deal with them. Since your Majesty and your Highness already know everything, I have nothing more to say. Lord Yi slumped to the ground. Xianyu was not surprised that they would make a move against Jiang Huiqing, who seemed to have no foundation at all. The imperial court was like this. It was always accompanied by mutual deception, open strife and covert struggle. Political opponents fought to the death. The imperial court seemed to be stable now, but it was the result of Shang Junlin's efforts to balance the situation. I want to know, how did your Highness get the letter? The thing that made Lord Yi unable to quibble was the rolled-up letter that Xianyu took out. He would only choose his most trusted subordinates to send letters. Once they found out, they would destroy the letter at all costs. No one else knew how the letter was sent. How did the letter end up in Xianyu's hands? Lord Yi was puzzled. You're asking about this? Xianyu's eyes swept downwards. What do you think? Lord Yi was taken away by the guards waiting outside. Before he left, he did not get a reply from Xianyu. Of course, Xianyu wouldn't tell him that he was the one who used the letter to scare him. Yu's imitation skills are really good. Shang Junlin's hand reached into Xianyu's sleeve and took out the letter that made Lord Yi's expression change greatly. His fingertips slid across her soft skin, causing her to tremble. Shang Junlin hugged Xianyu from behind. Then, he wrapped his arms around her waist and stretched them forward to unfold the letter. If Lord Yi was here and saw the letter being unfolded, he would definitely scold them for being shameless. Besides the pattern that Xianyu drew at the end of the letter, there was nothing else on the letter. In the beginning, they did not have any clue about the mastermind behind this incident. Later, Shang Junlin listened to Xianyu's suggestion and asked the hidden dragon guards to secretly search for the mastermind behind this incident. They really caught the person who delivered the message. However, when the person realized that he had been discovered, he immediately destroyed the letter. The hidden dragon guards brought back the news and a destroyed letter. Xianyu pieced together the pattern and created a similar letter. However, a fake letter was still a fake. If Lord Yi was not distracted by Xianyu's words, he might have realized that something was wrong. Unfortunately, there was no if. The rumors in the capital have been controlled. Now that the mastermind has been found, it's time to deal with the situation in the palace. If Xianyu did not want to lure the mastermind out, Shang Junlin would not have allowed the rumors to circulate in the palace for so many days. How does your Majesty plan to deal with this? Xianyu's wrist was held. The man's calloused fingertips caressed the inside of his wrist, causing him to feel numb. If it was in the past, Shang Junlin would definitely kill the person who spread the rumors. However, he knew that Xianyu did not like this. After a moment of silence, he asked, how does you plan to deal with them? Xianyu turned and looked at Shang Junlin. Your Majesty can do whatever you want with the leaders. As for the rest of them, they will be fined 1 year's salary as a warning to others. The rumors disappeared as quickly as they appeared. In less than half a day, no one in the palace dared to talk about it anymore. As for the capital, Shang Junlin had already ordered people to suppress the rumors. The people in the capital were not as gullible as Lord Yi thought. After what Lord Yi had done spread to the capital, everyone was enlightened. I said before that Lord Yi would not do such a thing. Look, the results are out now. Lord Yi was indeed framed. This Lord Yi, could it be that he is related to Yi Jianming, who was jealous of a poor student and wanted to get his results revoked? They both have the surname Yi. What do you think? No wonder he wanted to slander Lord Yi. If it was not for Lord Yi, that poor student would have been bullied by others. His words were met with agreement. There were many aristocratic families in the capital, but there were even more ordinary people. These aristocratic families were used to being superior and thought that they were superior. The ordinary people did not have a good impression of them. Compared with the aristocratic families, they were more likely to bring in poor students. Not only this, have you forgotten that fraud was discovered in time before the imperial examination? It was Lordy who discovered it first. Lordy is so considerate. How could he kill a woman because of jealousy? When those words were first spread, I felt that something was wrong. Before Lordy entered the palace, His Majesty's harem did not have many women. After Lordy entered the palace, His Majesty said that he only wanted Lordy in this life. How could he like another woman in the blink of an eye and take her into his harem? If His Majesty really wanted to, his harem would have been full. A few years ago, the ministers did mention this matter. Don't you think it is suspicious? So there is no such thing as His Majesty taking in new people. Since there is no such thing, Lord Yi's jealousy and arson cannot be established. I have a cousin who works in an aristocratic family. Did you know that a few days ago, the aristocratic family was reprimanded by His Majesty? The reason was that a woman from an aristocratic family deliberately got close to His Majesty and was punished. The person who punished her was not Lord Yi, but His Majesty himself. At this point, everything that should be understood was clear. The cause and effect relationship was wrong from the beginning. Since this was the case, no matter how dignified the reason behind it was, it would not hold water. Restaurants and teahouses were all talking about this matter. Under the deliberate influence of some people, the wind quickly reversed. The truth is finally out. I knew that Brother Yu was not that kind of person. Jiang Huiqing heard the discussion downstairs and poured a cup of wine for himself. He Qingyu picked up the wine cup and took a sip. The relationship between His Majesty and Lordy is stronger than gold. It is not something that can be casually interfered with. That's right. I don't know what these aristocratic families are thinking. His Majesty has already made it clear that he will not fill up the harem, but they still don't stop. Since ancient times, wealth and power have moved people's hearts. What they want is the power behind His Majesty. The aristocratic family's appetite is getting bigger and bigger. Jiang Huiqing knew this as well. Only after stepping into the imperial court did he realize that the interior of the Great Huan dynasty was vastly different from what he had imagined. The seemingly stable exterior was only supported by a strong pillar. Once this pillar collapsed, it was only a matter of time before the Great Huan dynasty collapsed. He also understood why His Majesty would put poor officials in important positions. It was not because he liked them, but because the court had been controlled by the aristocratic families for a long time. If there was no power to oppose them, the imperial power would become a joke sooner or later. Official Yi was sent back early, and the crimes he committed were also announced to the world. The Yi family's power in the capital was quickly divided up by other aristocratic families. The competition between aristocratic families is even worse than that between aristocratic families and poor families. If you think that they will be united, then you are gravely mistaken. Xinyu put down a white piece. Under the shade of a tree, Shang Junlin and Xinyu sat opposite each other. Between them was a red sandalwood chessboard. Shang Junlin had specially ordered the palace servants to find it in the storeroom. Shang Junlin held a black piece and put it down. In fact, the aristocratic families and the imperial family are not much different. In the previous dynasty, during the war, there was a saying that the aristocratic families are made of iron and the imperial family is flowing water. Before Dahuan was founded, this land had experienced 100 years of war. It was not until Dahuan was founded that the situation improved. Your Majesty, I am going to win. On the chessboard, as the last white piece was put down, the situation instantly reversed. The white pieces, which were originally at a disadvantage, quickly surrounded the black pieces and cut off all their escape routes. Shang Junlin threw back the piece in his hand and said crisply, I admit defeat. Your Majesty, you have lost today. You have to keep your word. Of course, I will not disturb you tonight. Xinyu breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that his body did not have any abnormalities after that time, Shang Junlin wanted to disturb him every time. He called it getting used to it. Xinyu felt that he did not want to get used to this kind of thing. Your Majesty, Eunuch Meng walked over quickly with a rare look of panic on his face. Sun Zhao, official Sun wants to see you. Let him come in to see me. Eunuch Meng took the order and left. Not long after, a slightly embarrassed man in his 30s came in. Your Majesty, the north is suffering from a drought. Your Majesty, please send relief as soon as possible. Subei was the name of several cities in the northern part of the Great Huan dynasty. In the early years, Shang Junlin had left some men there to fight. Later, when he returned to the capital and shifted his focus, he did not completely let go. Officials like Sun Zhao were all arranged by him to stay in Subei. What's going on? Shang Junlin did not receive any news of the drought in Subei. Otherwise, he would not have stayed in the temporary imperial residence as if nothing had happened. Mushi, first serve official Sun a pot of tea. Xianxia saw that Sun Zhao was travel-worn. It was obvious that he had rushed back. Sun Zhao was indeed thirsty. When Mushi brought the tea over, he did not refuse and directly drank it in one gulp. Only then did he slowly explain the situation in Subei. 3 months ago, it rarely rained in Subei, but at that time, it would occasionally rain a little. Subei has always been like this, so this subject did not take it to heart. Until a month ago, Subei began to have continuous sunny days. For a month, there was not a single drop of rain. The crops could not withstand the drought and died one after another. The people in Subei were short of food. This subject had no other choice but to take out a portion of the army's rations to help the people and send a memorial to the imperial court in hopes of receiving some assistance. Subei was an important pass in the northern part of the Great Huan dynasty. If the Subei army was not stationed there all year round, it would be easy for the nomads to invade the Great Huan dynasty. However, the living conditions in Subei were very bad. There was little rain and drought all year round. If the Subei army was not stationed there and the imperial court sent a batch of supplies there every year, it would be very difficult for ordinary people to survive. We did not receive your memorial. Shang Junlin's voice was cold. No one knew where the memorial requesting for disaster relief was now. This subject also guessed that the memorial might not have been delivered, so I rushed back. This subject returned to the capital without being summoned and is willing to accept punishment. Sun Zhao had been by Shang Junlin's side since before he ascended the throne. He naturally knew that Shang Junlin could not ignore Subei. There was only one possibility for him not to receive a reply from the imperial court after waiting for so many days. His memorial did not reach Shang Junlin's hands. Shang Junlin knocked on the stone table. This is an urgent matter. We will arrange for someone to go to Subei. You can go and rest first. This was his action when he was thinking. Before Sun Zhao came here, he was prepared to be condemned. His confidants had repeatedly advised him not to take the risk. If his memorial reached His Majesty's hands and nothing happened here, he would only end up not being able to return. Of course, Sun Zhao knew that he could afford to wait, but Subei couldn't. Neither the army nor the people of Subei could afford to wait. He took out the booklet that he had been keeping in his bosom. This subject has written down the disaster situation in Subei. Eunuch Meng took the booklet and presented it to Shang Junlin. We understand. Meng Chong, bring Lord Sun to the west courtyard. Don't spread what happened today. Your servant obeys. What do you think, Your Majesty? Xianxia was not in the capital at this time in his previous life. He also fell seriously ill, so he did not know much about what happened this summer. As for the book he read after his death, it was written from Shen Qingran's perspective. The only description of this period of time was that he was bullied in the palace. Sun Zhao would not lie about this kind of thing. Not only Sun Zhao, but we also did not receive any memorials from any other officials in Subei. It seems that there is a big problem in Subei. If there is a problem with the officials in Subei, this matter is not as simple as just disaster relief. We will send the Hidden Dragon Guards to investigate. As for the specifics, we will decide when the Hidden Dragon Guards return. Shang Junlin flipped open the booklet. The more he read, the tighter his frown became. The disaster in Subei was more serious than expected. Starving people were everywhere, and people were swapping their children for food. Every scene was shocking. Shang Junlin was holding Xianxia when he read the booklet. Xianxia also happened to read the description on the booklet. When Sun Zhao wrote the booklet, he did not put too much personal emotion into it. He tried to write it as calmly and directly as possible. He only revealed a trace of emotion when he could not control it. It was precisely this kind of emotion that was revealed when he was suppressed to the extreme that could touch people's hearts. Your Majesty, let's arrange the disaster relief first. Otherwise, Subei would collapse on its own before the enemy attacked. Shang Junlin had already made a decision in his heart. He rested his head on Xinyu's shoulder and rubbed his face against Xinyu. We originally wanted to have fun here for a few days. After such a thing happened, they must return to the palace immediately. After all, there were many inconveniences in the temporary imperial residence. As long as I'm with your Majesty, it's the same everywhere. Xinyu rubbed against him back. That night, Shang Junlin ordered them to return to the capital ahead of time. The ministers also knew about the incident in Subei and packed up their belongings as quickly as possible. Early the next morning, the mighty group sped up and returned to the capital. Xinyu sat in the carriage and lifted the curtain to look outside. They had only stayed in the temporary imperial residence for 20 days. If they returned now, the capital would still be very hot. After going down the mountain, the temperature gradually increased. Xinyu changed into thin clothes and put a small basin of ice in the carriage, but she still felt very hot. The first half of August was one of the hottest periods in the capital. Originally, they would stay in the temporary imperial residence until the end of August and return when the capital was not so hot. However, their plan could not keep up with the changes. After such a big incident in Subei, they could only return to the capital ahead of time. The ministers did not dare to complain. They all knew the importance of Subei. Compared to temporary enjoyment, they certainly wanted long-term stability. They did not want to experience the turbulent situation when the previous emperor was on the throne again. The capital received the news early. The Ministry of Revenue prepared disaster relief materials according to Shang Junlin's decree. When the large group returned to the capital, the Ministry of Revenue had already taken care of everything. Although the Minister of Revenue was very stingy when the Minister of Works asked for money, when it came to disaster relief, he would not hesitate to spend more money. Shang Junlin summoned the ministers for a meeting, so Xinyu returned to Yuzhong Palace. Even if the master was not there, everything in Yuzhong Palace was the same as before. Xinyu looked at the pots of flowers that were growing well and sat by the window. Did something like this happen in his previous life? How was it resolved in the end? In that book, Shen Qingran's incident in the imperial palace was only briefly mentioned. Xinyu could only recall the memories of his previous life over and over again. It was already 9 months later when he recovered from the serious illness. It was said that the tyrant killed many ministers and his reputation among the people fell a step. What about before that? His memories seemed to be covered by a layer of fog. He could not see clearly. Gongzi, do you want to try the new snacks made by the kitchen? Mushi's words pulled Xinyu's thoughts back. Xinyu looked at the colorful glass bowl that Mushi was holding. What is it? I heard that it was inspired by Miss Xinyu. It was made with fresh fruits and small ice cubes. Knowing that Gongzi likes sweet things, they also added honey in it. Xinyu was curious about the snacks made of ice cubes. Let me see. The bowl was only the size of a palm. When it was close, Xinyu found that the bowl was transparent. It was just that the color was darker and could not be seen from a distance. This bowl. Xinyu took the bowl in his hand. His fingertips touched a piece of ice cold. In the bowl, there were fine ice cubes and small pieces of various fruits. Under the droplets of water that had not yet fallen, they were bright and juicy. They looked very appetizing. This glass bowl is a newly made product. It is said that it was made according to Xinyu's recipe. I heard that Miss Xinyu has a whole set of transparent and colorless bowls. It is just that the shape is very strange. It must be the glass that Xinyu mentioned before. Xinyu took a spoonful of fruit and put it into his mouth. It was cold when it entered his mouth. The freshness of the fruit did not decrease because of the coldness. Instead, it had a different taste. Moreover, it was cold and very comfortable to eat. It is indeed a pleasure to eat such snacks in summer. Go and ask the kitchen to make more. I will send some to His Majesty later. Unconsciously, Xinyu had finished a whole bowl of snacks. He was somewhat unsatisfied, but he also knew that his body did not allow him to eat more. Yes. After eating some iced drinks, Xianyu was not as agitated as before. He simply took a pen and paper and painted aimlessly. Xianyu was proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. In his previous life, in order to better help the king of Yu, he learned everything that he could. No matter how much Count Shinbei did not care about him, the son of the first wife, he still found a teacher to teach him the things that the children of aristocratic families should learn because it involved the face of the Count Shinbei's family. No matter how unwilling concubine Ru was, she could not disobey Count Shinbei's decision. Later, in order to win over the reclusive great scholars, Xianyu put in a lot of effort and learned these things to the extreme. Although he was reborn, the things that he learned in his previous life were still deeply imprinted in his mind. Outside the window, birds were chirping. Inside the room, the young man in blue was sitting by the window and concentrating on painting. The painting paper covered the table. Shang Junlin approached with light footsteps. He did not want to disturb this scene. On the rice paper, there were a large number of scattered peach blossoms. It seemed to be without any order, but if one looked carefully, one could see the abundant spring in it. "When did your majesty come?" Xianyu put down the pen and saw Shang Junlin standing by the table. "Why didn't you call me? Look at how serious you are painting. Ayu's peach blossoms are very beautiful." The ink was not dry, so Shang Junlin could only look at it in a flat position. "I just painted a little." Xianyu rubbed his wrist and stood up. He looked at the sky. He had been painting for almost 2 hours. Shang Junlin consciously walked over and rubbed Xianyu's wrist. He was very good at doing this. Today, the small kitchen made some new snacks. They taste very good. "Your Majesty, do you want to try some?" Xianyu asked Mushi to go to the small kitchen and get some snacks. Shang Junlin did not have a strong appetite. After Xianyu entered the palace, he tasted a lot of new foods with Xianyu. He knew how good Xianyu's tongue was. Anything that could be praised by him must be delicious. Mushi brought over 2 glazed bowls, one big and one small. Xianyu looked at the big bowl in front of Shang Junlin and the small bowl in front of him. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Mushi, it's not good to side with Her Majesty so openly, right? Young master, don't make fun of this servant. Imperial physician Gu said that you should eat less food that is too cold." A small bowl was the limit. Although Shang Junlin spoiled him, when it came to Xianyu's health, he insisted on his principles more than anyone else. Xianyu saw that it was hopeless to change the small bowl to the big one, so he focused on eating in his bowl. Shang Junlin found it funny. "Your Majesty, why do you keep looking at me?" Xianyu looked up and saw that Shang Junlin kept looking at him. The fruit in his bowl did not decrease much. He sighed in his heart. If he did not eat, he could give it to him. Shang Junlin slowly fed him a mouthful of fresh fruit. His eyes did not leave Xianyu throughout the whole process. The man's eyes were burning, as if he was not eating fruit, but something delicious. The man's eyes lingered on his face and lingered on his lips for a long time. Xianyu was restless under his gaze. The coldness in his mouth could not alleviate the heat that kept surging up. Xianyu's bowl was empty. He felt uneasy under the increasingly hot gaze, so he got up and wanted to leave. The sudden force from his wrist dragged him back. Before he could react, the man in his arms had already kissed him. Something cold was passed into his mouth. "Ayu, is it delicious?" Extreme heat and extreme heat intertwined. The ice was not big, but it occupied the remaining space. Xianyu had no place to put her tongue, so she could only dance with it. There was no way to retreat. The ice gradually melted in her warm mouth and slid down from her slightly open lips. Shang Junlin let go of Xianyu and licked the water off her chin. Xianyu leaned on the man's arm and panted slightly. "It's really delicious." The man's lips were close to Xianyu's skin. His voice was slightly hoarse, and his words came through the gap. Xianyu only felt that the heat on her body was getting more and more obvious. She ate ice, but she only felt heat. "Your Majesty, let go of me. It's so hot." Xianyu steadied her breathing for a while and pushed the arm that was tightly wrapped around her waist. Shang Junlin's body temperature was too high, like a big heater. This kind of temperature was very comfortable to hug in winter, but it was very uncomfortable in summer. Especially now that it was the hottest time in Dahuan. Although there was ice in the room, in order to take care of Xianyu's body, there was not much ice. The two hugged for a while, and it only made them feel hot from inside out. Shang Junlin saw that Xianyu's face was red, and a layer of fine sweat appeared on his forehead. He had no choice but to loosen his grip a little. Ayu, why are you so afraid of heat? Were you like this in the past? Xianyu was stunned by Shang Junlin's question. She couldn't help but ask herself in her heart, was she also afraid of heat in the past? She didn't think so. In her previous life, she was only afraid of the cold. Winter was very difficult to endure, but when summer came, she was not like now. I wasn't like this in the past. Xianyu looked at Shang Junlin. Before entering the palace, I shouldn't be so afraid of heat. Shang Junlin raised his hand and stroked Xianyu's face. Her white cheeks were dyed light pink, and her temperature was indeed a little high. In comparison, Shang Junlin's hand was colder. It felt very comfortable to touch her burning face. Xianyu unconsciously tilted her head and rubbed against his hand. She squinted her eyes slightly like a delicate cat. Let the people from the Imperial Institute of Medicine come and take a look. Shang Junlin held Xianyu's face and gently bit his lips. Imperial Physician Gu was invited over. Before they arrived at Yuzhong Palace, the palace servant who invited them had already informed Imperial Physician Gu of Xianyu's situation as instructed. The more Imperial Physician Gu listened, the tighter his brows became. There must be a demon behind this abnormality. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with Xianyu's sudden fear of heat. In fact, with Xianyu's physique, he shouldn't be so afraid of heat. Imperial Physician Gu carefully checked Xianyu's pulse, but he still couldn't find anything wrong with his pulse. Looking at Imperial Physician Gu's expression, Xianyu knew that the result this time was the same as before. Other than the sudden fear of heat, there was no other discomfort in his body. Actually, there is another possibility, Imperial Physician Gu pondered for a moment. After a period of recuperation, Gu Jun's body gradually returned to normal. It is normal for him to be afraid of heat. In the past, Gu Jun's body was disturbed by cold air. No matter how hot the outside world was, it would be offset by the cold air. Since he couldn't find any other reason, Shang Junlin temporarily believed Imperial Physician Gu's words. After a while, the sky was already dark. After instructing eunuch Meng to send Imperial Physician Gu away, Shang Junlin picked up Xianyu and pressed his forehead against Xianyu's. I hope everything is as Imperial Physician Gu said. Xianyu patted the back of his neck. I'm really fine. I've never really felt the summer temperature of Dahuan's capital. Maybe it's because my body can't adapt to it that I'm more afraid of heat than ordinary people. Shang Junlin reluctantly believed this explanation and grunted. Xianyu purposely changed the topic. Your Majesty, has the candidate for disaster relief been decided? The Imperial Court is still discussing it. Zhen intends to send Fang Jun. Shang Junlin sat down with Xianyu in his arms. To enter the cabinet, Fang Jun's current achievements are still a bit lacking. Fang Darren is fair and honest. It's good that he's going to Subei. The aristocratic families won't let go of this opportunity. Ayu is right. The aristocratic families have repeatedly failed and can't sit still. If there isn't a member of the aristocratic families among the officials sent to Subei, they won't easily agree. Does your Majesty want them to go? The matter of Subei can't be delayed. Zhen doesn't want to waste too much time on this matter. If they are willing to do a good job, Zhen will naturally reward them well. The ministers all knew the importance of Subei. They didn't encounter any resistance in organizing disaster relief. Although the aristocratic families and the humble families had accumulated grievances for a long time, they wouldn't ignore the big picture in this matter. Those who didn't care about the big picture had already been dealt with by Shang Junlin. Those who were able to stay until now didn't allow themselves to make major mistakes. They may have their own thoughts, but in the face of such a matter, no matter how many thoughts they had, they would be well hidden. The officials who would go to Subei to provide disaster relief were quickly determined. With Fang Jun as the leader, an official from the aristocratic families as the assistant, and a few other minor officials, the group paid their respects to the emperor at the palace gates and headed to Subei with supplies. Considering the internal problems of Subei, Sun Zhao returned to Subei first. Only his confidants knew that he came to the capital with a light carriage. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, he didn't show his face in the capital. Other than Feng Darren, the other ministers didn't know that the report about the disaster in Subei was personally delivered by Sun Zhao to Shang Junlin. Not long after Feng Darren left, the capital was hit by a rain. The high temperature was finally dispelled a little. After the rain, the weather was cool and refreshing. Xinyu and Shang Junlin changed into casual clothes and left the palace. Xinyu planned to take a look at the operation of the shops. The carriage clattered on the bluestone-paved road and passed through the alleys. In the carriage, Xinyu sat beside Shang Junlin and talked to him about the shops. Some of the shops in my hands were left to me by my mother. These shops are the same as the manor. They didn't go through Zhenbeiho's hands and were directly handed over to me. The rest of the shops were awarded to me when I was conferred the title of noble lord, and some were given to me by Zhenbeiho before I entered the palace. Although Zhenbeiho's mansion was declining, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. After generations of accumulation, Zhenbeiho had a lot of good things in his hands. When Xinyu entered the palace after concubine Ru's marriage, Zhenbeiho was worried that he would be resentful and gave him 3 times more dowry than usual. Of course, Shen. You wouldn't refuse free things. He took as much as Zhenbeiho gave him. I haven't seen these shops since I entered the palace. Since I came out with your majesty today, I can take your majesty to see them. Xinyu was in a hurry when he entered the palace. After the shops were given to him, he didn't have time to check them one by one. He could only hand them over to his subordinates to handle. The account books were handed to Xinyu through Mushi every month. Even if Xinyu didn't have a chance to see them, he had a certain understanding of the situation of these shops. As the emperor, Shang Junlin had a lot of assets. There were special officials in charge of these, so he didn't need to worry about them. After a while, the carriage stopped in front of a shop that sold the 4 treasures of the study. Xinyu and Shang Junlin got off the carriage and stood outside. They saw the words Wen Xian Pavilion written on the plaque. This handwriting. Shang Junlin looked at it for a moment and whispered in Xinyu's ear, "Did you write it?" When the man spoke, his hot breath hit her earlobe. Xinyu reached out and touched it. "I wrote it casually. I didn't expect them to use it as a plaque." "Ah, when are you going to write some for me?" Xinyu felt his fingers being rubbed by something soft. He nodded. "Your Majesty can write anything you want. Let's go in first." Although this shop wasn't on the busiest street in the capital, there were a lot of people coming and going nearby. Xinyu could feel people looking at them from time to time. Shang Junlin chuckled and let him go. He held Xinyu's hand and walked into the shop. As soon as they entered the shop, they could feel that this shop was different from other shops. A light incense lingered in the shop. Because they sold the 4 treasures of the study, the decoration of the shop was very elegant. Brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone were arranged in different categories. When they came in, they could directly choose what they wanted. The decoration of this shop is very novel. There were shelves that were about the height of a person in the room. The shelves were separated by a partition. Brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone were placed on the partition for people to choose from. "Customer, you have good taste. This arrangement is specially ordered by the boss. If you want anything, you can go to the special area to take a look. Look over there, that's the experience area. After you choose what you want, you can experience it there. On the other side, there's also a rest area. If you're tired, you can take a rest." The waiter in a uniform green robe introduced them one by one. "Let's see it ourselves." The waiter tactfully retreated to the side. Xinyu walked around with Shang Junlin and picked a little of each item. "This paper is interesting." In front of Shang Junlin were 2 kinds of rice paper in light blue and light pink. The former was printed with a light green bamboo, and the latter was printed with a large piece of blooming peony. They were placed in exquisite wooden boxes. Xinyu took a box of light blue paper and called the waiter. "Where's your boss?" He said that a young master surnamed Yu is looking for him. The waiter had never seen Xinyu before, but he knew that Xinyu and Shang Junlin had an extraordinary aura. He had been in the shop for a long time and knew that such people were either rich or respectable. He didn't dare to neglect them. "Please wait for a moment, I'll go now." After the waiter left, Shang Junlin lowered his voice and asked, "Did you also come up with these designs?" He knew that Xinyu had a lot of strange ideas, from big ones that could shake the imperial court to small ones that could create new snacks. Now, there was this new shop that was full of novelty. It really brought him surprises all the time. "I just made some small suggestions. I didn't expect them to make the finished products so quickly. I use small suggestions often make things extraordinary." Shang Junlin tapped his forehead. Water control method, cement method, ice making method, which one of them wouldn't cause a huge sensation? While they were talking, the shop owner quickly walked over. The shop owner was a middle-aged man in his 30s. When he heard that a young master surnamed Yu had come to the shop, he hurried outside. "Young master, do you want to talk inside?" The shop owner saw that Xinyu was acting intimately with a tall man and his footsteps were almost floating. He knew Xinyu's identity, so the identity of the man who came with Xinyu and acted intimately with Xinyu was self-evident. Xinyu turned to Shang Junlin. Shang Junlin looked back at him. "If you wants to go, then go." Xinyu was about to answer when a green-clothed waiter hurriedly ran over. "Shopkeeper, it's not good. Those people are here again." "What happened?" "It's nothing. Young masters, please come with me to the inner room for a while." "How can it be nothing?" The green-clothed waiter's face showed disgust. "Those people just see that our business is better than theirs, so they often come to harass us. They don't even know how to reflect on themselves." "Shut up," the shop owner sternly reprimanded. While they were talking, the noise came from afar. "Oh, there are quite a lot of customers in the shop today. Boss, have you considered the suggestion I made last time?" The shopkeeper's face became ugly. He didn't want to disturb the nobles. He just wanted to get rid of them as soon as possible. He coldly said, "I said, it's impossible. Look at you, you don't have anyone behind you. Why don't you merge with my shop? Then you won't have to worry about anyone finding trouble with you in the future, right?" The speaker's tone was sloppy, like a cat teasing a mouse. "You don't have to worry about my business. You are not welcome here. Please leave." The shopkeeper's attitude was firm. After a few words, the man had already walked in front of them. Xinyu also saw clearly what kind of person came to find trouble. He was about 20 years old. He was wearing a golden robe and a golden crown inlaid with various colored gems. The feeling he gave people could be described with one word: rich. His appearance was not bad. He was waving a golden fan. From inside to outside, the word dandy was written. The man swaggered in with a group of servants behind him. The old customers in the shop were accustomed to this scene. The new customer caused some disturbance, but it was quickly pacified. "Who is this person?" Xinyu asked. He didn't remember anything related to this person. He thought that this person was not an official. "He is the young master of Minister Jin's family. Since the shop opened, he comes here every few days. At first, he just wanted to buy some brushes and ink. Later, he began to ask me to merge the shop with his shop." The shopkeeper smiled bitterly. This shop was newly opened. He was also the owner of a shop. But he encountered some bad things and had to sell the shop. He happened to meet Xinyu's people and became Xinyu's subordinate. After the shop changed its owner behind the scenes, Xinyu ordered to change the business model. The originally deserted shop suddenly became popular. Even if it was in a remote location, there was an endless stream of customers every day. Later, with the introduction of patterned rice paper, its reputation spread and the business became better. At this time, the young master of the Jin family insisted on buying the shop. In the blink of an eye, the young master of the Jin family had already arrived in front of the four people. He closed his fan and pressed it against his chin. "Then tell me, what do you want to agree to my request? Do you want me to let you manage the shops under my name? That shop of yours has always been losing money. What's the use of giving it to a shopkeeper's?" The green-robed servant was indignant. "Isn't this your shopkeeper's miraculous hands? If I remember correctly, this shop has been losing money before, right?" Jin Gongzi was not angry even after being rebuked. His expression was still the same as before. Xinyu observed him for a moment and found that he was really not angry. He originally thought that this person was looking for trouble, but now it seemed that this was not the case. What exactly did this young Master Jean want to do? Don't look for me again, I won't agree. If he didn't feel that Jean Gongzi had no malice, the boss wouldn't have talked to him. Why? From time to time, the eyes of the surrounding guests swept over them. Xianxia saw that Jean Gongzi was unwilling to give up, so he said, let's talk somewhere else. Young Master Jean was reluctant. He wanted to ask, who are you? Why can you make the decision? But seeing that the boss had no objection, he silently swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. The four of them went into the inner room. The boss glanced at Xianxia, and Xianxia nodded slightly at him. I can't agree to your request, no matter how generous your conditions are, because this shop doesn't belong to me. The boss explained. Ah? Jean Gongzi was dumbfounded. Haven't you always been the owner of the shop? You know about my past? He didn't know anyone with a status like the Jean family before. You haven't moved your shop, so of course I know that you used to be the owner of this shop. I also know that there were always people looking for trouble with you. You didn't sell the shop to that person, right? You might as well sell it to me. The boss had a headache because of his jumpy thoughts. What are you thinking? Now this shop is young Master Yu's. Jean Gongzi followed the boss's line of sight and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia nodded slightly. No wonder you are so respectful to them, it turns out that they are the new owners. Jean Gongzi muttered. Now can you tell me what's going on? Xianxia said in a low voice. The boss also wanted to know why Jean Gongzi was so diligent. Jean Gongzi was stared at by several people, so he didn't look away. It's Zhou Dingxing. I don't get along with him. When I saw him instructing his servants to make you unable to stay in this place, I didn't let him succeed. Since you now have a new owner, you won't be bullied by him anymore. These days, the Zhou family didn't come looking for trouble because you stopped them? No one knew who the real owner of this shop was except for him. At first, he was curious about why the Zhou family stopped. He didn't expect that someone was secretly helping him. Jean Gongzi swaggered into the shop every day with a group of servants. When the Zhou family saw it, they didn't dare to do anything. Although the Zhou family was a little rich, they couldn't be compared with the Jean family. The misunderstanding was cleared up, so Jean Gongzi left with his servants. The purchase of the shop didn't go through Xianxu's hands, so he didn't know about it. Now that he knew, he couldn't completely ignore it. What's going on? Xianxu's knuckles tapped on the wooden table. Before Gongzi's people found me, I was already at my wit's end. The Zhou family took a fancy to this place and wanted to take it by force. At that time, the shop's business was not good, and someone maliciously hindered it, so the old customers also ran away. After a period of renovation, the shop was closed for a period of time. When it was reopened, the Zhou family didn't come looking for it. He thought that Xianxu's people warned the Zhou family behind their back. He was just a small boss, so he couldn't do anything to the Zhou family. But for any aristocratic family in Beijing, the Zhou family was nothing. Since you work for me, if there's anything you can't solve, just tell me directly. Xianxia would naturally protect people who worked for him conscientiously. Xianxia looked at the shop's account book and asked about the shop's situation and future plans. The boss of the bookstore knew what was going on, so his answers were basically satisfactory to Xianxia. There were other shops to check, so Xianxia didn't stay for long. How much does you know about the boss of this shop? In the carriage, Shang Junlin fed Xianxia a peeled pine nut candy. Xianxia was greedy and asked Shang Junlin to buy the pine nut candy when they passed by a small stall just now. Shang Junlin always agreed to Xianxu's small requests, so he got off the carriage and bought 2 packets. The pine nut candy was very sweet. Xianxia narrowed his eyes with satisfaction. At that time I was in the palace, so I couldn't do many things myself. So I handed them over to my subordinates. At that time, my subordinates sent me a message saying that there was a shop that needed to be sold. All the requirements met my requirements, so I asked them to buy the shop. Later, I learned that the original boss of the shop had been doing this for generations, so I let him continue to manage it. The boss's surname is Yi, and he has lived in the capital for generations. He's kind and doesn't have any bad relationships with people. As for his relationship with the Zhou family, I'm not sure. Xianxia couldn't know everything that happened to every one of his subordinates. This person gives me a familiar feeling. Shang Junlin frowned, maybe it's my illusion. If your majesty is worried, then let the hidden dragon guards check it out. Check on the Zhou family too. Okay. Then, the two of them went to the jewelry shop. This shop was located in the busiest area in the capital. There was an endless stream of people coming and going. They didn't enter the shop, but went to the backyard from the side. Among all the shops, this shop had the most beautiful accounts. It even opened a branch not long ago. Xinyu didn't expect a woman's purchasing ability to be so amazing. After receiving the news, the shopkeeper put down what he was doing and welcomed the two of them in. Young master, have some tea. This shop was left behind by Xinyu's mother. The shopkeeper was also an old man by Xinyu's side. In the past few years, the shop wasn't doing well, and the shopkeeper felt guilty. Later on, with the prescription given by Xinyu, he developed a new product and it became one of the most profitable shops in the capital. Only then did the guilt in his heart disappear. He worked harder and harder. Xinyu only gave him a few new products. The shopkeeper came up with different ways to make and sell them. Some were for the ladies of aristocratic families, and some were for ordinary ladies. The former was exquisite and expensive, while the latter was cheap and expensive. Both were very popular. Xinyu took a sip of tea and listened to the shopkeeper talk about the results. There was a trace of a smile in his eyes. You've done well. The shopkeeper was flattered. You flatter me. If not for the prescription given by you, I wouldn't have been able to revive the shop. Not only was the business flourishing, but they also opened a new branch. There were partners who took the initiative to come to them. Young master, there is one more thing. Some time ago, a young master named Yanjing came to us and asked if we could talk about cooperation. The shopkeeper remembered something important. I can't make a decision on this matter. Does young master want to cooperate with him? What kind of person do you think he is? Is he worth cooperating with? Xinyu put down his cup. Yanjing, the person who took the initiative to give money to the Ministry of Works to build roads, had also had a meal with them. He came to me several times. He has an extraordinary way of talking and acts appropriately. If young master wants to find someone to cooperate with, you can consider him. It seems that shopkeeper Su thinks highly of him. Shopkeeper Su had worked for Xinyu for so many years, but the number of times he praised someone like this was very few. I just think that the idea he put forward is very reasonable. Shopkeeper Su turned around and took out a book from the shelf. I organized this according to his ideas. Young master, you can take a look first. Xinyu took it and skimmed through it. He had to admit that this plan was very perfect. Everything that needed to be considered had been taken into account. Lin, take a look too. After Xinyu finished reading, he handed the book to Shang Junlin. Shang Junlin gently nodded after reading it. Xinyu knew that he could only take out more things in the future. If he wanted to cooperate, it would definitely be long-term. Before cooperating, he should at least have a certain understanding of the partner. I will consider the cooperation. If he comes to you again, tell him that I will talk to him personally. Xinyu paused for a moment and added, before that, you should organize Yan Zhang's information and give it to me. Yes. Shopkeeper Su was surprised. He didn't expect that Xinyu would come in person. He silently remembered this matter. In the blink of an eye, it was time for dinner. Are we going back to the palace or after dinner? Shang Junlin asked in the carriage. Let's go to the Yingxing Tower. Xinyu had a good impression of the Yingxing Tower. The carriage turned around and drove towards the Yingxing Tower. Your Majesty, you didn't seem very happy just now. Why? Shang Junlin wasn't very happy in the second half of the conversation with shopkeeper Su. If you want to cooperate, you can just let his subordinates do it. He doesn't need to do it personally. It turned out that it was because of this matter. Xinyu laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Shang Junlin pinched Xinyu's chin, his eyes deep. Your Majesty, don't you think that today we are particularly like a husband accompanying his wife to inspect a shop? End of chapter 100. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.